1751 Entering the shop to cause trouble. After entering the shop, Tang Zhen sized it up and discovered that the decorations here really had some magical aura. At least, from his point of view, he could not find any fault with it. If he did not know that he was on a tourist planet, he would even feel as if he had crossed into another dimension. It was likely that the tribesmen had recorded the invaded planes in detail for memory and research, and when needed, the city would directly copy the data. This art company used its original items and turned into an antique shop. In the hardwood showcases full of decorative patterns, antique goods were displayed. There were over 10 customers in the store. There was a shop assistant dressed in retro-style clothes beside Tang Zhen. At this moment, they were all smiling as they introduced the goods to 2 customers who seemed to be a couple. This short sword is the royal sword of the Earth Spirit clan. It's made of a very rare metal, and not only is it inlaid with precious natural gemstones, but it also has mysterious and complicated runes. When you hold this dagger, its surface will glow, and when you hold the hilt, the dagger will suddenly grow longer, and pop out from the blade. It's extremely hard and can cut through iron as if it was mud. After the Earth Spirit race disappeared, the manufacturing industry of this type of dagger was lost, and its survival rate decreased. The shopkeeper went on, praising an ordinary rune weapon to the level of a rare treasure. His purpose was nothing more than to get the tourists to pay. After being hoodwinked by the shop assistant, the tourists were obviously a little tempted. It was magic-themed week, and an expensive antique short sword seemed to suit the occasion. After discussing in a low voice, the couple was about to pay for the valuable sword. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't spend so much money, but in the end, I bought a piece of junk. Tang Zhen's voice suddenly sounded, causing everyone around to be stunned. They all looked at him in unison. Teacher, what do you mean by this? The expression of the shop assistant who was trying his best to promote the store earlier changed. He sized up Tang Zhen a few times and said with a fake smile, every item in our store is absolutely genuine. We guarantee that we won't deceive our customers. Your irresponsible nonsense will greatly affect our shop's reputation, and we might even have to compensate for the possible losses. On the surface, there seemed to be nothing wrong with the shop assistant's words, but the expression in his eyes made people very uncomfortable. The customers who had planned to buy the items were no longer in a hurry. They just watched quietly from the side, wondering what would happen next. Tang Zhen glanced at the shop assistant and pointed to the product he had just introduced and said, the Earth Spirit's Royal Guard's short sword. It's a pretty good collection, but the one in your shop is not only a fake, but also a defective one. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's words, not only were the customers shocked, but the expressions of a few shop assistants also changed slightly. This kind of matter really affected their reputation too much. Sir, if you continue to cause trouble, I'll inform the ground guards. The smile on the shop assistant's face was no longer there as she coldly looked at Tang Zhen. Her tone had also become cold and stern. You think I'm causing trouble? Fine, do you dare to take out this dagger and let us all see it up close? Tang Zhen looked at the shop assistant and asked in an indifferent tone. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's words, those few shop assistants exchanged glances and communicated with their eyes. Soon after, they looked at Tang Zhen and sneered, we can take it out, but what if it proves that you're lying? You can just take it out. If I don't tell you the truth, I'll let you deal with it. Tang Zhen laughed. All right, let's see what you're going to do later. The shop assistant had personally participated in the excavation of the ruins, and he had handled the dagger. He was sure that there would be no problems. He walked to the counter, reached out, and scanned the transparent display case. The antique display case slowly opened. Now, look carefully. Is this Earth Spirit clan's short sword real or fake? As the shop assistant spoke, he reached out to grab the short sword, wanting to show it to the crowd. However, just as the dagger was taken out of the display cabinet, a shocking scene happened. Under everyone's gaze, the dagger seemed to have been corroded by wind and frost for 1,000 years in an extremely short time, becoming extremely rotten. Voila! The short sword was broken from the hilt and fell to the ground. It actually broke into several pieces like rotten wood, and the residue flew everywhere. The shop was silent. Everyone looked at the pile of broken pieces on the ground with a complicated expression. The shop assistants, in particular, looked as if they had just eaten a fly. They had just vowed that the dagger was extremely hard, but in the blink of an eye, they had been slapped in the face. If a weapon like this could kill an enemy, even a wooden stick would be more reliable than it. Or were the Earth Spirit Clan's enemies made of tofu, and could be killed with a toothpick? If the shop assistant dared to say that, she would probably be drowned in spit. So, how are you going to explain this? Tang Zhen looked at the shop assistant with a smile that was not a smile as he inquired in a faint tone. The other customers also looked at the shop assistant at the same time. This Yingluo, the shop assistant, was also dumbfounded. He also didn't understand what was going on. How could such a situation happen to a perfectly fine antique? Don't say that, tell me what happened. If you don't explain it clearly, I'll immediately complain about your shop. The customer who was about to pay for the item earlier had an angry expression on his face. He felt as if he was being treated as a fool. Fortunately, Tang Zhen opened his mouth. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know that he had been cheated. That's right. How could you do this? This is a black shop. This is a black shop. You are the disgrace of the Tarobo people. This short sword is fake, so the others are probably fake as well. Let's leave quickly and inform our friends about this. Tell them not to come here. The shop assistants panicked when they heard the customers' discussion. Due to their long lifespans, the circle of friends of the tribesmen was not simple. It would not take long for news of what happened on this planet to spread to another planet. This was a fatal blow to their reputation. Please don't think too much about it. There must be some misunderstanding. Our shop has been in business for hundreds of years, and we have never deceived our customers. After hearing the shop assistant's explanation, the customers looked a little hesitant. They really didn't understand how a shop on a tourist planet could deceive its customers. Only those vulgar and low-class races would resort to such underhanded means. The Taroboros rarely did such things. We only believe in the truth and our own eyes. Since you say that this is a misunderstanding, do you dare to open the other cabinets and let everyone see if there is a problem? Seeing that it was Tang Zhen who spoke again, the shop assistants gritted their teeth in hatred. However, in front of so many customers, they were really helpless. However, in their hearts, they had already determined that Tang Zhen was deliberately looking for trouble. His goal was to put them in a difficult position. They made up their minds in their hearts. If they were to figure out the cause and effect and confirm that Tang Zhen was deliberately causing trouble, they would definitely not let this matter go. It was just that until now, the shop assistant had yet to figure out the specific reason. In the face of Tang Zhen's inquiry and the customers' intense gazes, she felt as if she was sitting on pins and needles. A shop assistant came in front of Tang Zhen and asked in a low voice, "Who are you? What do you want?" Tang Zhen smiled when he heard this. He said the name of a book. After which, he looked at the shop assistant whose expression had changed slightly as he quietly waited for the other party's reply. 1752 forced you to make a move. Seeing the shop assistant's reaction, Tang Zhen knew that he had come to the right place. At the moment, he could only confirm that the other party knew about the books, but he couldn't be sure how much he knew or whether the books were in the store. Although he could directly search through his memories, it would easily alert the enemy. If the other party saw that the situation was not good and destroyed the book in a desperate situation, Tang Zhen's efforts would be in vain. In truth, although Tang Zhen had acted quickly, he had still wasted some time. It was enough for those who were observant to react. If the other party's vigilance was high enough, he could completely speculate that someone had their eyes on those books from the encounter with the librarian Master Waller. The fact that the other party had spent so much effort to move a few books showed that they had different meanings and must have placed great importance on them. Therefore, Tang Zhen simply revealed his identity and let the other party know his intention of coming. He planned to lure the snake out of its hole. As long as the other party responded, he would be able to follow the clues and find useful clues for himself. Sure enough, just as Tang Zhen had expected, when the shop assistant heard the name of the book mentioned by Tang Zhen, his expression became unnatural. He even secretly gave his companion a look. From this, it could be seen that the relationship between the employees was not simple. They had worked together for a long time and had long developed a tacit understanding. The shop assistants on the opposite side also responded. When the short sword shattered earlier, they had already focused all their attention on Tang Zhen. Their expressions were uncertain. On the surface, Tang Zhen seemed to be unaware, but in reality, he had long been observing the surroundings and paying attention to the every move of those shop assistants. Soon, he noticed that a shop assistant in the corner had turned around secretly, as if he was using some kind of item to send a message. He extended his spiritual power and locked onto the shop assistant. The information that the other party was communicating with entered his eyes. Someone is looking for those books and is causing trouble in the shop. What should we do? Keep the other party in check. I'll figure out his background and then make plans. Should we control this guy first? If we let him continue to cause trouble, our reputation will be ruined. You guys act according to the situation. Don't make too big of a commotion, so as not to affect our plan. Understood, we know our limits. After the exchange between both parties ended, that shop assistant turned around and swept a glance at Tang Zhen. A trace of cold glint flashed across his eyes. It seemed that he had already made up his mind and was prepared to show Tang Zhen what he could do. The tribesmen were not united, and there were also disputes between factions. However, these facts were mostly hidden, and few people knew about them. At this moment, the customers were still waiting for a reply. They wanted to know if this was a coincidence or if the store was selling problematic products. This matter did not cause them any losses. The purpose of stopping now was only to watch the show. The shop assistant who was in charge of explaining looked at his companion, only to see him secretly make a hand gesture. He immediately understood his companion's plan. Reaching out to signal the customer not to be excited, the shop assistant turned to look at Tang Zhen and said in a disdainful tone, "Everyone, listen to me. We've just found out that this gentleman was sent by our competitor. This person's purpose is to cause trouble and ruin our store's reputation. Don't be used by him, or you'll really be fooled. As for the problematic antiques, they must have done something to them. That was why he was so sure that there was a problem with the dagger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known that there was a problem if he hadn't touched antiques before." Everyone only needed to think for a moment to understand. When the customers around them heard this, they seemed to come to a realization and seemed to think that the shop assistant's words made sense. After all, the matter just now was indeed a little unreasonable. If Tang Zhen was said to be deliberately causing trouble, then it would make sense. Therefore, they looked at Tang Zhen one after another. There was doubt in their eyes, as well as reprimand. There were even people who directly opened their mouths and asked him to prove his innocence. People like them were just here to watch a show. Tang Zhen originally couldn't be bothered with these Teroboros people. However, he thought of his plan to lure the snake out of its hole and decided to play with them for a while. Since you're so sure that I've tampered with the items here, you must have enough evidence. Then let me ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Is there anything that I've tampered with? One or two items could be tampered with, but it was impossible for all the items to be tampered with. That kind of thing would never happen. So, as long as you take out an authentic one to prove your innocence, it will be considered that you did not deceive the customer. I've already given you a chance to prove your innocence. What do you think of this? After hearing Tang Zhen's words, those customers felt that it made sense. They turned their heads to look at the shop assistant again, wanting to see how he would respond. The shop assistant was a little embarrassed. The incident just now made him worried. What if he picked out an item and it suddenly broke? What should he do? Seeing his companion's awkward expression, another shop assistant stood up and said loudly to the customers, "Everyone, please be quiet. I've just informed the ground guards. They'll arrive at the scene very soon and figure out the cause and effect of the incident." This was a matter of honor and integrity, so he could not take it lightly. Therefore, our shop is temporarily closed. Please leave for the time being to avoid any misunderstandings. Hearing that the shop had already called the police, the customers stopped talking and turned to leave. As for whether the store really called the police or what would happen next, the customers didn't care at all, so as not to get themselves into trouble. The only regret was that he could not see the results at the first moment, which could not satisfy his curiosity. After all the customers left, only Tang Zhen and the shop assistants were left in the shop. The scene began to become quiet. Tang Zhen merely stood quietly on the spot. He smiled as he sized up the shop assistant standing in front of him, wanting to see their next action. "What is your background? Now you should tell me, right?" the shop assistant said with a fake smile. Compared to before, his smile now had a trace of contempt and a smug smile of victory. Tang Zhen gently shook his head when he heard this. "I can't say that you're not qualified." Hearing Tang Zhen's words, the coldness on the shop assistant's face became even more intense. He suddenly took out a gun and pointed it at Tang Zhen. As he took out his pistol, the rest of the shop assistants also took out their weapons from under their robes and surrounded Tang Zhen. The atmosphere in the shop became tense. However, Tang Zhen, who was in the middle, did not have a change in his expression. His gaze swept across the other party's proud face and a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. "You trash are qualified to threaten me with a gun." As soon as he finished speaking, the shop assistants felt a burning sensation in their hands, as if they were holding a piece of red-hot iron. They were so frightened that they quickly threw their weapons on the ground. But even so, their palms were still severely burned, and the weapons on the ground seemed to be melting. They had been completely deformed. Upon seeing this abnormal and strange scene, the expressions of those shop assistants changed drastically. They looked at Tang Zhen as though they had seen a ghost. Their eyes were filled with an uncontrollable fear. This method was too terrifying. It could actually destroy the enemy's weapon without a sound. What else could deal with him? At this moment, the danger level of Tang Zhen in the store assistant's heart had already rapidly increased. If he could kill Tang Zhen, he would definitely not hold back. Once again, they extended their hands to their waists. This time, they actually took out high-frequency vibration daggers. The armor-piercing stiletto with a terrifying rotation speed was brandished straight at Tang Zhen. Using the shop as a cover and carrying so many weapons at the same time, these guys were obviously not good people. 1753 reinforcements. 1. Tang Zhen was in no hurry when faced with the weapons that were coming at him. He casually waved his hand from his original spot and caused those fatal attacks to disappear. The shop assistants were even more miserable this time. Their bodies flew out and smashed into various objects, making "hualala" sounds. The 2 consecutive failed attacks had also caused these shop assistants to clearly realize that they were simply not Tang Zhen's match. The strength of both parties was not on the same level. They were similarly clear that Tang Zhen was merely unwilling to kill them. Otherwise, the few shop assistants would have long become corpses. The shop assistants were not stupid. They knew that they were not as good as him, so if they continued to overestimate their abilities, they would really be courting death. However, their identities were not simple, and the things they did were not simple. They could not compromise easily. The shop assistant who was the first to communicate with Tang Zhen crawled up. He rubbed his arm and asked Tang Zhen, "Sir, what do you want to do? Must we fight to the death?" Although they were not afraid of death, they couldn't die casually. This was the mentality of these shop assistants. Tang Zhen didn't bother with the other party. The few shop assistants didn't have any sincerity at all. What they were doing now was just a stalling tactic. Tang Zhen's line of sight swept across the few shop assistants and landed on their gloomy faces. He quickly revealed a surprised expression. "You guys aren't from the Tarobo tribe? This is interesting." It turned out that the shop assistant in front of him only had the appearance, and her appearance did not match the form of her soul. It was as if a malicious ghost had possessed her and borrowed her body. The customers probably didn't expect that all the employees in the shop were from unknown races. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's words, the expressions of the few shop assistants really changed as their bodies began to tremble violently. Compared to the faint killing intent that they had revealed earlier, their expressions were now ferocious, and there was even a hint of madness in their eyes. Tang Zhen's words had already touched on their greatest secret. Once it was revealed, the consequences would be too ghastly to imagine. At this moment, it was time for someone to make a sacrifice. The shop assistant opposite Tang Zhen revealed a determined expression. One of his hands quietly reached for his waist while quietly approaching Tang Zhen. The atmosphere in the shop quieted down again, but the killing intent was even stronger. "Go to hell." That shop assistant was the closest to Tang Zhen. At this moment, he suddenly rushed forward in an attempt to protect Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen laughed softly when he saw this. He used a slightly mocking tone and said, "I've seen through you and you want to die together with me. Unfortunately, you're not worthy." As soon as he finished speaking, the staff who was trying to rush over froze. Then, her feet floated off the ground with a face full of horror, like a puppet suspended in the air. Clang! A crisp sound was heard, and something fell from his waist. It looked like a cigarette box. Tang Zhen extended his hand and beckoned, causing the box to fly into his hand. When the shop assistants beside him saw this, their expressions turned extremely ugly, and there was a faint trace of despair in their anger. Miniature space collapse bomb. "Do you really think that this thing can kill me?" At the same time Tang Zhen sneered, he threw the bomb on the ground and lightly stepped on it with his foot. The shop assistant at the side looked as if he had seen a ghost. After cursing, "Damn it," he turned around and ran without hesitation, afraid that he would be involved. Pa! With a crisp sound, the box suddenly shattered. Then, With the box as the center, whether it was the ground or the surrounding items, everything was sucked into a vortex and continuously disappeared. The effective range of the space collapse bomb was 10 meters, and no matter what object was in it, it was almost impossible to avoid being swallowed. However, when the explosion occurred, Tang Zhen was standing at the center of the collapse. The terrifying devouring force did not seem to have any effect on him. The entire process of the explosion and collapse only took a fraction of a second, but all the objects in the range of the explosion disappeared. Then, everything returned to normal. The shop assistant who tried to die with Tang Zhen had been swallowed by the vortex, leaving no trace behind. The staff who witnessed the entire scene had indescribable fear on their faces. In their eyes, this was simply impossible. Monster! A shop assistant shouted in horror. He subconsciously picked up a long spear beside him and threw it at Tang Zhen, who was at the point of collapse. You're looking for death. Before the flying spear could even approach Tang Zhen, it strangely changed direction and was reflected back at the shop assistant. The shop assistant couldn't dodge in time and was nailed to the wall by the spear. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. At this moment, the shop was already in a mess. A few frightened shop assistants looked at Tang Zhen and actually did not know what to do. From the beginning to the end, Tang Zhen had been toying with them as if he was toying with a few ants. An indescribable feeling of sorrow welled up in their hearts. The staff felt that their lives were no longer in their control, and their every move was like that of a caged beast. At this moment, 3 figures suddenly walked out from behind the shop, breaking the current deadlock. They seemed to be wearing some kind of device that caused the air around them to constantly distort, making it impossible to see their specific appearance. With the appearance of the 3 people, the originally helpless shop assistant seemed to have a backbone, and her expression became more stable. After these 3 people appeared, they sized up the area around Tang Zhen that had been devoured. A trace of surprise flashed in their eyes. At the same time, they also tried their best to hide their fear. Where are you from, and what's your purpose in looking for those books? A hoarse voice came over. It was unclear who was talking among the 3 people, but the person who was communicating was Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen, however, stared at the human figure on the far left. He softly laughed. My goal should be the same as yours. Our purpose? We don't have any purpose, are you joking? When he noticed that Tang Zhen had been staring at him, the figure on the left seemed to be a little uncomfortable. After confirming that he had failed to conceal his traces, Tang Zhen already knew that he was the one who had spoken. Tang Zhen shook his head. He looked at the figure and said, "Cut the crap. I'm here today to take back those books. If you give it, we'll mind our own business. If you don't, I'm sure you don't want to know what the consequences will be." The corner of the human figure's mouth twitched when he heard Tang Zhen's words. His eyes revealed killing intent as he said, "Can I take it as you are threatening me?" "It's not a threat, but a friendly warning." Tang Zhen looked at the human figure in front of him. His tone was filled with disdain. Although the 3 in front of him were as strong as king-level cultivators and might have other tricks up their sleeves, he still didn't take them seriously. The other party seemed to have been provoked. They snorted softly and launched an attack at the same time. The 3 of them were extremely confident in their own means. They attacked fiercely the moment they attacked, and a simple punch or kick was enough to penetrate alloy armor. Although he didn't have the support of a cultivator's skills and could only use pure brute force, the other party's martial skills seemed to be very skilled. Their cooperation was also very tacit, enough to deal with a powerful enemy. In addition to their own strength, the 3 enemies were also wearing a special armor that could enhance their strength. At the same time, it could simulate the skills of cultivators and attack the enemies. Clearly, the other party had come prepared. The purpose of their sudden attack was to capture Tang Zhen. If it was a normal cultivator in Lusheng, they would probably be at a disadvantage. However, their opponent was a world overlord, and their actions were no different from showing off their skills in front of an expert. After the attacks of the 3 enemies were launched, it was as if a clay ox had entered the sea. Tang Zhen, who had suffered the attack, was actually not injured in the slightest. He merely looked at them with a cold smile on his face. "Something's wrong, retreat," that hoarse voice sounded once again. After discovering that the attacks of the 3 people were actually ineffective against Tang Zhen, he immediately realized that the enemy was too powerful and chose to retreat without the slightest hesitation. "You want to run now, have you asked me?" Tang Zhen's cold laughter entered their ears. The 3 enemies became alert in their hearts. Just as they were prepared to dodge Tang Zhen's attack, they suddenly felt that their entire bodies were powerless and they softly fell to the ground. Damn it, what's going on? The hoarse voice was filled with confusion and fear. He really couldn't understand what had happened. Why had he lost his strength for no reason? As for the few shop assistants beside him, they had long been like stranded fish, lying on the ground in a mess. Only their eyes rolled from time to time. They were the meat on the chopping board. At this moment, their lives were completely in Tang Zhen's control. 1754 Clone Puppet 1. Now, can you tell me where the books are? Tang Zhen slowly squatted down. He looked at the man who had spoken to him earlier and gently removed his mask. A very ordinary-looking face appeared. It seemed to have no special characteristics. If one had a brief contact with it, it would be difficult to leave a deep impression. It could be said that even if he was thrown into a crowd, he would not attract much attention. The seemingly ordinary appearance was very effective in hiding oneself. If he was not mistaken, this face should have been carefully designed after data analysis. From a small perspective, one could see a big one. It was certain that the other party did not want too many people to know of his existence. Even his face had been tampered with. With a light flick of his finger, the masks of the other two enemies also fell off. Soon after, 3 identical faces appeared in front of Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen's brows twitched when he saw this strange scene. Subsequently, he revealed a trace of interest. 3 identical faces. Are you triplets or clones? While he was speaking, a drop of blood flew out from the glabella of each of the 3 enemies and floated in front of Tang Zhen. A vast amount of spiritual energy swept over the blood, and even the most sophisticated instrument could not compare to it. In an instant, the most accurate analysis was made. So they're all clones, but they can control from a distance through a spiritual link. They also use the replicated soul fluctuations of the original body, but they're in the position of servants. Tang Zhen became more and more interested. The mastermind behind this matter was clearly a very interesting person. The other party was trying to find the database of the Tarobo people's spiritual fluctuations. His actions were secretive and strange, and he even had such a special clone expert under him. He did not know if there were any limitations to this cloning technique. Otherwise, as long as the other party wanted to, they could create an army of powerhouses at any time. Although he didn't know the true strength of the other party, judging from the information he had, it was clearly not a simple organization. They had the same goal, but the other party had more information. He wondered if there was any possibility of cooperation. When he thought of this, Tang Zhen looked at one of the clones and said in a very casual tone, I know you've seen everything. Now, I'll ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. You one thing, are you going to give me those books or not? The clone was silent and only looked at Tang Zhen quietly. If you don't want to answer, do you really think I can't do anything to you? As Tang Zhen spoke, he reached out to the head of one of the clones and began to search his memory. A few seconds later, Tang Zhen released his hand. He did not even look at the unconscious clone as a cold smile flashed across his face. You're really ruthless. You're completely treating them as battle machines. The memories in their minds are terrifyingly simple. If I'm not wrong, the memories of clones are regularly cleaned, right? This way, I can perfectly hide my tracks. Even if I encounter a situation like this, I can easily escape from danger. Originally, I was only interested in books, but now, I'm also a little interested in you. After hearing Tang Zhen's words, the remaining 2 clones were silent for a few breaths. Then, one of them said in a low voice, Tell me, are you cultivator Liu Cheng? Tang Zhen's methods were already clear enough. As long as the other party wasn't a fool, they would definitely be able to guess his background. His current question was only to confirm it. So what if I am? So what if I am not? Tang Zhen retorted. The other party seemed to be very concerned about his identity. There was not much hostility in his tone. As for the completely crippled clone, the other party did not pay any attention to it at all, as if he did not care about such a loss. If you're Liu Cheng's cultivator, then we have a common enemy. Maybe we can cooperate. If you're not, you'd better leave immediately. Those books are not things you can come into contact with, they will only bring you disaster. The clone's tone was very calm, as if everything was under his control. He did not care about the situation in front of him at all. The smile on Tang Zhen's face became even wider when he heard this. Tell me, how do you plan to cooperate? By saying this, he had admitted his identity as Liu Cheng's cultivator. On one hand, he dispelled the other party's concerns, and on the other hand, there was nothing to hide. At this time, the Turobo people on the tourist planet had probably already known about the arrival of Liu Cheng's cultivator. This mysterious man was not simple, so it was impossible for him not to know about this. The reason you're looking for those books, the clone continued, is it to find the hidden clues in the books, and thus find the true location of the Land of Souls. Home of Souls. When Tang Zhen heard this, he curiously asked, what's the home of the soul? Is it the place where the Turobo people store their soul memories? That's right, the Land of Souls is just an ancient name, and it's also recorded in books. Hearing the other party mention those books again, Tang Zhen thought of the question in his heart and took the opportunity to ask, I haven't read those books, but according to what you said, the author must have left something useful in them. Then can you tell me who the other party is and how he was able to come into contact with these secrets and preserve them through the books? Tang Zhen's question seemed to be very difficult to answer. However, the other party hesitated for a moment before softly explaining, actually, no one knows the identity of the author of these books. This is because every time he reincarnates, he changes his appearance and even gender. However, he was also full of adventurous spirit. Not only had he followed Turobo's expeditionary fleet to invade other planes many times, but he had also been to many mysterious places. In this process, the author wrote down his experiences in a special ciphertext. Because he concealed it very well, no one discovered the secrets hidden in these books for more than 100 years after he donated them to the library. Until one day, a scholar accidentally flipped through these books, which were more like diaries, and then happened to discover the secret. Although the words used in these books were obscure and difficult to understand, if one were to analyze them carefully, one would discover that there was special content hidden in these books. As long as one of the books is damaged, it will be impossible to read it normally and become a pile of waste. Tang Zhen nodded when he heard the other party's explanation. However, he was secretly thinking in his heart. Some people knew that they couldn't let others know the secret, but they were unwilling to keep it in their hearts. Therefore, they used some special methods to tell the secret. The chances of this secret being discovered by others were extremely low. It might even be impossible for others to ever discover it, until it was drowned out by the long river of history. It could only be considered a coincidence that the secret of these books had been discovered and deciphered. Perhaps even the author had not expected this. So, after your research, you discovered that there were records about the Land of Souls in the books, and that's why you went through so much trouble to get those books out. Tang Zhen looked at the clone opposite him. His eyes seemed to be filled with doubt as he said in a puzzled tone, if I'm not wrong, you should be a true blue Turobo man. So, why are you deliberately searching for the home of souls? Upon hearing Tang Zhen's question, the clone lowered his head as if he didn't want to answer the question. Tang Zhen wasn't in a hurry. This was the other party's secret. If he didn't want to say it, he had no choice. At this moment, he seemed to be in control of the entire situation. However, regardless of whether it was the shop assistant or the clone expert, they were all chess pieces that could be abandoned at any time. If Tang Zhen did not want the clues that he had obtained with great difficulty to be completely cut off, he must have sufficient patience. 1755 Biological Battleship in the Deep Ocean. 1. If a secret was related to life and death, and was not known, then the best way was to turn a blind eye to it and not hear it. The more he knew, the more trouble he would have, and it would also increase unnecessary risks. It should be known that the people who could best keep secrets in this world were the dead. Therefore, in order to keep some secrets, many people had inexplicably lost their lives. The home of the soul was a matter of life and death for the entire tribesmen. It was of great significance, and it could be said that every tribesman should do their best to keep it hidden. Not searching for its information and deliberately fading its existence from his memory was also an excellent means of protection. If all the Turobo people did so, then this secret would become the secret of the entire race. Although everyone would still know about it, it would be hidden even deeper and more secretive. However, the mastermind behind the scenes in front of him did the exact opposite, as if he was only satisfied after finding out the real secret. If he was from a lower race, it would be understandable, but there was an irreconcilable hatred between the two sides. However, if the mastermind behind this was a tribesman, it would be a little unbelievable. This was the true black sheep, the mortal enemy of all the tribesmen. If they succeeded, they might put the entire race in danger. Tang Zhen had a kind of intuition that the other party was definitely not searching so persistently in order to satisfy his curiosity. Instead, it was due to some kind of hidden purpose. Just as he was thinking to himself, the controlled clone continued to speak. If you choose to cooperate, then we will act together in the following process and search for the location of the home of souls. The mysterious person's tone seemed to have a trace of anticipation. He was very optimistic about Tang Zhen's strength. With the addition of such an expert, it was no different from adding wings to a tiger. Although the clone's strength was strong, it was in a state of being crushed when facing Tang Zhen. It was very obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. Those who achieve great things don't care about trifles. As long as they can be used by me, even if they are enemies 1 second, they can become allies the next. After pondering for a moment, Tang Zhen stared at the other party and said indifferently, "Since you know my identity, then you must also be very clear that the tribesmen and I are mortal enemies. If I really did find out about the home of souls, I'm sure you know what the outcome would be even if I don't tell you." Cutting the weeds and removing the roots, the moment Tang Zhen discovered the soul village, it was also the day of the Turobo people's disaster. Since the war had already begun, they would naturally use all means to attack the enemy. No matter if it was the cultivators of Lusheng or the tribesmen, they would not miss any opportunity. Tang Zhen was telling the other party that only by cooperating with him would one truly become the enemy of the entire world. The controlled clone was silent for a few breaths before he looked up at Tang Zhen and said, "The grudge between you and the tribesmen has nothing to do with me. My goal is to find the home of souls. I won't explain the reason for this, but you'll naturally know when the time is right." The mysterious person did not explain his true motive. Tang Zhen also did not pursue the matter. Some secrets would naturally reveal themselves as time passed. Tang Zhen made up his mind. Since the other party knew about the clues to the soul village, it was necessary to cooperate. Even if the enemy's background was unknown, Tang Zhen did not care about it at all. As the saying went, those with great skill were bold. Even if it was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, he would still dare to take a trip. After the cooperation between the two sides was finalized, Tang Zhen removed the restrictions on the clones and the staff. He was then invited to the back of the shop and took a small aircraft to a secret location on the tourist planet. During this period, the two clones remained silent and did not speak a word to Tang Zhen. They were like real puppets. The aircraft shuttled through the mountains and finally landed on the sea. It flew for another 1,000 kilometers and then plunged down. The other party's lair was hidden under the ocean, but the depth was somewhat beyond Tang Zhen's expectations. After diving for tens of thousands of meters, it suddenly changed direction and continued to advance along the trench. 10 minutes later, a huge warship appeared in front of Tang Zhen. It was extremely conspicuous in the dark trench. The appearance of the battleship resembled a giant aquatic creature. The surface of the battleship had specks of fluorescent light flashing on it, making it look like a galaxy of stars. After the aircraft slowly approached the battleship, it was wrapped in an energy field and entered the battleship from a hidden position. During the entire process, the terrifying pressure of the seawater seemed to have disappeared completely, and it did not affect the aircraft at all. "Your Excellency, please follow us." After the aircraft landed, the clone, who had not spoken throughout, suddenly turned around and made an inviting gesture to Tang Zhen. Then, he walked out of the aircraft first. Tang Zhen followed closely behind. He walked into the interior of the battleship, which was flickering with fluorescent light and looked like the abdominal cavity of a living creature. The two clones flew in front. Tang Zhen followed them while looking around. Throughout the entire journey, he could see the ceiling above his head that was like a rib cage. It was bright and dark as if it was breathing. There were also red and green fruit-like glands that drooped down like grapes. However, they were too large, some of them even the size of houses. In addition to these strange glands, there were also many strange-looking organs crisscrossing inside the warship, even squirming gently like living creatures. Although Tang Zhen knew of the existence of a biological warship, it was his first time entering the interior of such a functional biological warship. Everything he saw and heard along the way was rather novel. After flying for a few minutes, an extremely spacious area appeared in front of Tang Zhen. If the previous location was the abdominal area of the biological warship, then this was the heart area of the warship. When Tang Zhenjiang entered this space, the rib-like walls flickered with light. There was also a huge spindle-shaped object above his head that was emitting white light. The light grew brighter and brighter, illuminating the entire space. "Welcome to my warship," Sir Tang Zhen. A slightly strange sound came from the other side. Soon after, a huge transparent slime bubble dropped from the sky and hung a few meters away from Tang Zhen. In the mucus bubble, there was a creature the size of a baby. It had an exposed brain and its body was like a combination of a squid and a shark. It was wrapped in the mucus. At this moment, it was using its huge eyes to look at Tang Zhen. That strange sound was obviously coming from its mouth. Although the voice was a little strange, Tang Zhen could still tell that this voice was the mysterious person behind the scenes who controlled the clones. To be able to figure out my identity in such a short time, it seems that your intelligence-gathering ability is very strong. Although Tang Zhen did not hide his tracks, it was still not an easy task to successfully lock onto his identity. The hidden strength of the other party might be far more powerful than he imagined. The monster in the slime bubble was actually the same as the clones. It was a puppet that was controlled remotely and not the real body. If Tang Zhen's guess was correct, this puppet might have the ability to control the biological warship. It might look unremarkable, but it was the core of the entire biological warship. The creature inside the slime bubble laughed. It blew bubbles and swam 2 rounds inside before saying to Tang Zhen, "When I received the information, even I was shocked. I really didn't expect you to be the commander of the cultivators in Lusheng. If the higher-ups of the Tarobo people knew that you were inside my warship, they would probably capture you even if they had to evaporate the entire ocean, right?" Tang Zhen laughed softly when he heard this. He used an indifferent tone to say, "If that's the case, the Tarobo people would probably want to kill you more. Compared to me, you're actually in more danger." The creature swimming in the water was quiet for a moment when it heard this. It raised its head and looked at Tang Zhen. Its tone contained an indescribable hatred. "That's why I invited you to work with me. You and I have a common enemy, and our ultimate goal is to make the Tarobo people disappear completely." 1756 The Land of Souls and the Soul-Gnawing Beasts. 1. No matter how deep one's emotions were hidden, there would always be a time when clues would be revealed. No matter how good a person was at acting, they could not hide from the observation of people with a heart. Even if he was controlling a puppet, he could still reveal some clues, not to mention that the other party did not deliberately hide it. At this moment, Tang Zhen could confirm that the person hiding behind the scenes might have a bone-deep enmity with the Tarobo people. Although he did not know the other party's specific identity, and since they had come into contact, the other party had not revealed much information. However, one thing was for sure, the mysterious man really hated the tribesmen. In the laws of heaven and earth, there was naturally no lack of lust in the world of mortals. As a realm lord, Tang Zhen was extremely sensitive to emotional changes. When he was communicating with the other party, he could feel a hatred that seeped deep into the bone, even to the point of irreconcilable hatred. What kind of deep hatred could have caused him to accumulate such a shocking amount of resentment that he would not hesitate to cooperate with her in order to find the home of souls? It was not that Tang Zhen was self-deprecating, but to most of the Tarobo people, Lu Cheng's cultivators were no different from demons, and they would avoid them like the plague. Especially since he was the commander-in-chief of the allied army of cultivators in Lu City, a devil among devils, how many people would dare to come into contact with him easily? The fact that the other party could ignore this clearly showed that he was a ruthless person who would do anything to achieve his goal. When dealing with such a fellow, even Tang Zhen would be more cautious and guard against being schemed against by the other party. Even an unremarkable character could influence the battle situation under the circumstances of coincidence, not to mention that the other party's strength was not weak. After making up his mind in his heart, Tang Zhen looked at the creature in the water, whose face was filled with hatred, and gently nodded his head. "Since I've come here, I've already decided to cooperate with you. However, I still have to remind you that if you dare to play any tricks, I'll definitely make you regret it." Upon hearing Tang Zhen's warning, the creature in the water let out a strange, ha-ha, laugh. Its expression was somewhat sinister. "Don't worry, I know what I want. I can't be bothered with other things. Sir, why don't you take a look at this item first, then tell me what you think?" The creature in the water replied. Then, he pointed to the side, and a transparent object like a water column immediately rose from the ground. A beautiful pattern kept flashing in the water pillar. It looked like a rune or a map, and it was impossible to figure out what it was. If one observed carefully, they would find that these lines seemed to extend infinitely, making one dizzy, as if their souls were being sucked into them. This pattern was not simple. Tang Zhen took a few glances before frowning slightly. He turned around and looked at the creature in the water. What is this? Is this the location of the home of souls? The other party nodded and said in a certain tone, that's right, these are the coordinates deduced and simulated based on the clues in the book. As long as the hint is there, we'll be able to find the location of the soul village. There won't be any mistakes. Tang Zhen sneered when he saw the confident expression of the creature in the water. However, he was a little disappointed in his heart. He had thought that the other party had gotten hold of some useful clues, but now it seemed like his expectations had been too high. If the land of souls could be found so easily, the Terobans would be too small. No matter how stupid they were, they wouldn't be able to find clues so easily. The picture in front of him could only be considered a clue at most, but it might not be the true answer. Otherwise, why would the other party cooperate with him? As long as he searched according to the answer, what place could he not find? Even if the clues really came from those few books, Tang Zhen would still not believe it easily unless he personally read and analyzed it and confirmed that there was no problem with the records. Tang Zhen looked at the creature in the water when he thought of this. He softly sneered, what's the use of all these mysterious things? Do you really think that you can lock onto the location of the home of souls with these things? If I had to say, I'm afraid you're also confused and can't determine the specific location, right? Hearing Tang Zhen's ridicule, the creature in the water did not get angry. After swimming around in the water, it used a cold and indifferent voice to say, you don't need to provoke me with these words. I won't take out those books for you to verify. Please tell me first, what do you see in this scene? When Tang Zhen heard this, he understood that this mysterious person was determined. Hence, he did not say anything more. Looking at the pattern again, he pondered for a while and said, if I'm not wrong, the home of the Terobo people's souls is not in the three-dimensional space but hidden in the lower dimensional space, right? Hearing Tang Zhen's reply, the creature in the water revealed a trace of a smile and gently nodded. You're indeed the supreme commander of the cultivators of Lusheng. You saw through the mystery of this pattern with a single glance. It's indeed as you said, the land of souls is in the two-dimensional world. This pattern was the password hidden in the book. It was composed of nearly 100 independent words. It was actually a paragraph of secret key words to enter the two-dimensional world. After finding the entrance, he could use the text on the secret key to enter the soul village. The problem is that we only have the secret key text, but we don't have the necessary item to write the text, the blood of a special creature. When the creature in the water spoke up to this point, it looked at Tang Zhen without blinking. It then asked with an expectant tone, according to the information I have, cultivators from Lucheng once invaded the Terobo star system, and those special creatures also appeared near the battlefield. There were no longer any special creatures in the Terobo galaxy. The world of Lusheng was full of heaven and earth energy, so there was a high chance that it had survived. Sir Tang Zhen, you come from the world of Lusheng. Do you know the traces of this creature? Special creatures, what are they? Can you be more specific? Tang Zhen frowned slightly. He secretly thought that the main reason why the other party was cooperating with him might be related to that special creature. There are many names for this type of creature, such as the nightmare devil, the multi-dimensional insect, and the soul-gnawing beast Suan Ni. Tang Zhen's brows twitched when he heard the words, soul-gnawing beast, mentioned by the aquatic creature. His mind immediately recalled his encounter with the soul-gnawing beast. The wreckage of the Terobo star system will be used as its base. After being captured, it will self-destruct its origin and hope that one day, it will receive Tang Zhen's help to return to the Terobo star system to retrieve what belongs to it. It turned out that the thing that the soul-gnawing beast was referring to was actually related to the soul village. This was really out of Tang Zhen's expectations. Although Tang Zhen felt surprised in his heart, he did not show it on his face. Instead, he waited for the aquatic creature to finish speaking before gently nodding his head. I'll look for traces of this special creature, but it will take some time, it's fine. I've waited for so many years, so this little bit of time won't make a difference. If you find it, you can contact me through this item. The cultivators of Lusheng City were about to arrive, and the tourist planet would become a battlefield. The creatures in the water naturally would not be in danger to avoid being affected by the war. As the creature in the water spoke, a tentacle suddenly dropped down from the sky. A fist-sized crystal was wrapped around it. Tang Zhen took it and examined it before putting it away in his storage space. Then, he extended his hand. Where are the books? If you don't take them out now, aren't you showing no sincerity in our cooperation? The creature in the water shook its head and said in a firm tone, "I can't give it to you now. What if you find that special creature and crack the coordinates of the home of souls? What if you leave me behind?" Seeing that the creature in the water had rejected him, Tang Zhen did not force it. He smiled before turning around and leaving. After he found out about the book's true function, he had already expected this. He was just casually testing the waters earlier. Seeing Tang Zhen leave, the creature in the water did not try to stop him. It only coldly looked at Tang Zhen's back. Its eyes rolled around, and no one knew what it was thinking. Following the guidance of the clone, Tang Zhen left the biological warship and headed straight to the sea. Although the water pressure in the deep sea was enough to flatten steel, it didn't have any effect on the Sector Lord cultivators who were crossing the void. Not long after Tang Zhen left, the biological warship hidden in the trench also activated and disappeared without a trace. 1757 Big Bear and Little 6-1 After Tang Zhen returned to the surface, he first contacted the 5 Sector Lord brothers. He had to return to the War Tower and recall the reincarnation mirror that was guarding the Supreme Tower. At the same time, he had to prepare for the battle that was about to happen. The reason for summoning the reincarnation mirror was naturally because the soul-gnawing beast was residing in it. Furthermore, it was sleeping in the most hidden corner and would not come out easily. However, this matter was related to her, so it was impossible for the soul-gnawing beast not to figure it out. He was familiar with the 5 Sector Lord brothers, nature, and knew that they were suitable to cause trouble behind enemy lines. Hence, Tang Zhen wasn't prepared to bring them back. Instead, he wanted to keep them to continue causing trouble for the Tarobo people. After searching for the other spiritual fluctuations, their spiritual fluctuations collided with each other. Tang Zhen then informed the 5 Sector Lord brothers of his arrangements. First of all, he wanted to hear their own thoughts. If the other party was unwilling, Tang Zhen would not force them. In the end, after hearing Tang Zhen's arrangements, the 5 Sector Lord brothers didn't hesitate at all and agreed to it. "Don't worry, Sir Tang Zhen. We 5 brothers will definitely not leave until we turn this tourist planet upside down." Hearing the assurance of the Sector Lord boss, Tang Zhen couldn't help but feel sorry for the Tarobo people on the tourist planet. They were afraid that they would have a hard time dealing with these 5 people who didn't know how to behave. Because of the appearance of the 5 brothers, the tourist planet was now in chaos. The ground security forces were attacking everywhere, but they were either left with a nose full of dust or were beaten up until they fled like rats. It was simply miserable. After hearing that many of the Taroboro's people had lost contact, a large number of tourists began to leave in a hurry, afraid that they would be added to the list of missing people. If this situation continued, this tourist planet would probably fall into chaos before Lu Cheng's army arrived. After the arrangements for the tourist planet were done, Tang Zhen took out his identity card and activated the ultra-long distance teleportation to return to the War Tower. The scene in front of him changed. Tang Zhen had already appeared in a huge square, surrounded by cultivators. Although the interior of the War Tower was huge, there was not much entertainment. In order to pass the time, most of the cultivators in the tower would gather in the square and cultivate. Compared to the foundation stone platform, the skills of the cultivators in the War Tower were more complete, and there were more resources that could be exchanged. Since the cultivators in the War Tower were lucky enough to enter, they naturally would not miss such a God-given opportunity. After seeing Tang Zhen's appearance, the cultivators of Lusheng saluted him. As the commander of the Alliance army, there were very few cultivators of Lusheng who didn't know him. Tang Zhen wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he chatted with the cultivators of Lusheng that he knew or didn't know. He didn't put on the airs of a world overlord. Just as they were speaking, another large group of people approached. Tang Zhen swept his gaze over them. They were all residents of the Holy Dragon City. There were even a few that he was particularly familiar with. "Big Bear, Little 6, where are you 2 going?" The 2 figures in the crowd suddenly stopped on the spot when they heard this. After which, they turned their heads and looked at Tang Zhen's position. The one with the size of a small mountain was Big Bear, who had followed Tang Zhen since the Holy Dragon City was established. After being promoted to King-tier cultivator, the man-eating demon king bloodline in his body was activated, and his attributes were abnormally strong. He rarely had any opponents in the same level. The young man named Little 6 was actually a special tower that Tang Zhen had created using the foundation stone of the giant tower and a trace of his own blood essence. Because the transformation was very thorough, before the transformation, anyone would think that he was a normal cultivator of Lu Cheng. After the two of them saw Tang Zhen, a trace of surprise flashed in their eyes as they hurriedly walked forward. As his cultivation deepened, Tang Zhen either lived in seclusion or spent most of his time outside. He had less and less interaction with the residents of the Tower City, and many of them had not seen each other for decades. Nouveau riche captain, Bone Cat, old Wan Qianxin. After a few decades, Da Shang was no longer the silly big guy who asked for candy the moment they met. Xiaolu was also no longer the quiet little boy who only knew how to follow Da Shang around and cause trouble. Tang Zhen could not help but feel rueful in his heart when he saw this scene. He had clearly missed out on many things during these years of running around. City Lord, you've returned. After bowing to Tang Zhen, the big bear scratched his bald head and asked Tang Zhen with a smile. Although he was already a king-level cultivator, in front of Tang Zhen, Da Shang still looked like his original self. He was very honest. You're back. You two seem to be in a hurry. What are you planning to do? Upon hearing Tang Zhen's question, Little Six replied, Brother Da Shang and I have gathered some points. We're going to take a look at the platform of the War Tower to see if there are any suitable cultivator skills for us. Although they both had their own talents and abilities, they were still cultivators of Lu Cheng. In order to exert their own combat power to the extreme, they naturally had to master the corresponding cultivator skills. That's a good thing. However, although the items in the War Tower are good, the points required far exceed that of the cornerstone platform. Do you guys have enough points? Upon hearing Tang Zhen's question, Da Shang and the other man exchanged glances as their faces revealed a dejected expression. It was Little Six who spoke up and explained to Tang Zhen, City Lord, even though the two of us participated in the battle on the commercial planet, there were too many cultivators involved, so we didn't gain much. Big Brother Bear knew that I wanted to exchange for a cultivator skill, so he took the initiative to give me his points, so that I can learn the skill first and use it to deal with the upcoming battle. After hearing Little Six's explanation, Tang Zhen nodded his head and turned around to walk towards the exchange platform. After taking a few steps, he saw that Da Shang and the other man were still standing at the same spot. Tang Zhen smiled and waved his hand, aren't we going to the exchange platform? What are you two still doing? Hearing this, Da Shang and the other man quickly followed. Their faces were full of joy and excitement, like children being led by their parents to buy candy. As he walked to the exchange platform of the War Tower, he met more and more cultivators. Obviously, they were the same as Big Bear and Little Six, all here to exchange for supplies and cultivator skills. When they saw Tang Zhen's arrival, the cultivators in the building made way for him. At the same time, they stared at him intently, wanting to see what he was going to do. As a world overlord, he would be the center of attention wherever he went. Tang Zhen didn't care at all. He beckoned Big Bear and Little Six to come forward and asked the two of them about the cultivator skills they wanted to exchange. Da Shang was the first to speak as he said to Tang Zhen, I want a cultivator skill that is similar to group buffs, so that my subordinates can have faster speed and more agile reactions. The longer the duration, the better. After awakening the bloodline of the ogre, the number of ogre warriors under Big Bear's command increased. This time, Tang Zhen launched an invasion on the Turobo people, and among them was the ogre army led by Big Bear. This army was made up of ogres, the lowest of which was a lord. They were all fully armored and looked like meat grinders on the battlefield. As the ogres were almost immune to physical damage and were equipped with anti-demon armor that could weaken energy attacks, even the cultivators in the city were no match for the ogres. However, because of their huge size, their movement speed and reaction speed had always been the disadvantages of the ogre warriors. Even if their shock hammers could easily flatten heavy tanks, they had to be able to hit the enemy first. After hearing Da Shang's explanation, Tang Zhen revealed a satisfied expression. It was clear that Da Shang had already learned how to think and understand how to increase the combat power of the group. When he thought of this, Tang Zhen looked at Little Six. He was also extremely concerned about this young man who had a slight connection with him. Tell me, what kind of cultivator skill do you want? After hearing Tang Zhen ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Little Six thought for a moment and said in a slightly hesitant tone, I've analyzed my combat form and found that after my body size has been enlarged, my defense has always been a problem. Even though the energy shield was effective, it would not last long against the weapons of the Turobo people. Although the injuries of the main body would gradually recover, they would still be affected during battle. In serious cases, they would even be forced to withdraw from the battle. That's why I want a cultivator's skill that can greatly improve my own defense. At the very least, it can ensure that I can persist until the end of the battle and not leave halfway. When Little Six said this, his expression was a little sad, but it was immediately replaced by determination. Tang Zhen understood Little Six's difficulties. His body size after transformation was too huge and he was destined to become the focus of the battlefield. While he possessed powerful destructive power, he would also be focused on by the enemy. Even if his defensive power was extremely strong, he was afraid that he would not be able to withstand the overwhelming attacks. It was inevitable that he would have to retreat halfway. After hearing the requests of the two, Tang Zhen was a little hesitant. This was because he was very familiar with the redeeming skills of the War Tower. Even if the two of them had enough points, they might not be able to redeeming a suitable cultivator skill. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that he was the only one who could solve their problem. 1758 Tang Zhen's gift 1. Although the power of the cultivator's skills on the tower's platform was not bad, it still depended on the cultivator's own strength. It wasn't that there weren't any good skills, some of which could destroy the world, but they weren't suitable for the two of them. It wasn't impossible to tailor a cultivator's skill. Tang Zhen himself could do it. However, he needed enough time, and what he lacked the most was time. After thinking about it, he could only find another way. Fortunately, this matter couldn't stump Tang Zhen. Since one path couldn't work, he would have to find another way. There would always be a way to solve the problem. As he thought of this, Tang Zhen looked at Big Bear and Little Six, signaling them to follow him into the distance. The interior of the War Tower was extremely spacious. The three of them moved through the crowd, trying to find a quiet place. After walking for a while, the three of them finally arrived at an open-air tavern at the edge of the square. They found a table and sat down. Although it was located at the edge, there were also many cultivators in the tavern. After those toasting customers saw Tang Zhen, they all stood up to welcome him and then continued to toasting. Even for world overlords, they were still customers when they entered the inn. If they were restricted by their status, it would affect their mood instead. In times of war, they were subordinates, and in times of leisure, they were brothers in life and death. This was the only way to be free and at ease. Because of its huge size, Big Bear could not sit on a chair, so it could only sit on the ground. There were many cultivators like him in the surroundings, and there were even cultivators who were much larger than the Big Bear. They didn't like the feeling of being compressed, so they always maintained their original form. The cultivators of Lu City were used to this. They drank and chatted with each other without any scruples. Looking at the current scene, who would have thought that this was the interior of a super war fortress? Although the War Tower was a pure war machine, it tried its best to simulate the environment of the tower, making the cultivators feel like they were at home. Traveling to another world could easily take decades or even centuries, and the cultivators of Lusheng were not made of metal, stone, iron, or wood, so how could they not be homesick? The tower was home, and the War Tower could also be home. No matter what, he could not treat his own people badly. After waiting for the Big Bear duo to sit down, Tang Zhen ordered people to serve wine and food. He softly asked, "Do you know why I called you here?" Da Shang shook his head and stared at Tang Zhen. There was a trace of doubt on his face. Little Six's brain was obviously smarter than Big Bear's. After hearing Tang Zhen's question, he asked in a low voice, "My guess is that even though there are many skills in the War Tower, none of them are suitable for us, so you asked us to leave." Tang Zhen smiled when he heard this. He revealed an expression of approval towards Little Six and gently nodded his head. "You're right, for ordinary cultivators, the skills of the War Tower are enough to meet their needs. However, the two of you are special. Even the most top-notch cultivation technique may not be able to meet your requirements. You don't have enough battle points. Even if I give you some, you can't cross the level limit of cultivators. Even I can't do anything. There's no order without rules, so I have to set an example. Since that's the case, there's no need to waste time. As for your needs, I'll help you solve them. What do you think?" When Little Six and Little Six heard this, they immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. They stood up at the same time and bowed to Tang Zhen to thank him. The two of them couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Originally, they were only looking forward to obtaining sesame, but who knew that in the blink of an eye, they would obtain a watermelon. This harvest was really too great. As for how to repay them, the two of them did not even think about it. What kind of status did Tang Zhen have? Even a strand of leg hair was thicker than their waists. Even if the two of them sold themselves, they would not be able to repay him. Since Tang Zhen had opened his mouth to help, he would naturally give it away as a reward. It was impossible for him to do such a thing as an equivalent exchange. As long as he could remember this favor in his heart and never forget it, it was better than anything else. At this time, the two were full of anticipation. This had nothing to do with greed, but was entirely due to the yearning for power. Tang Zhen was now a second realm world overlord. Once he made a move, it would definitely be extraordinary. In some aspects, even the foundation stone platform couldn't be compared to him. Who would be willing to sell the truly good things to the cornerstone platform? They would all keep them in their own pockets in case they couldn't get them when they needed them again. Tang Zhen didn't make them wait for long. He summoned the scales of destiny in his mental space and ordered suitable equipment for the two of them at the price of 1,000 destiny gold coins. 1,000 destiny gold coins didn't sound like a lot, but its value was clear. If it were to be converted to other currencies, it would definitely be an astronomical figure. If it wasn't for Big Bear and Little Six being close, Tang Zhen wouldn't be so generous. At most, he would give some battle points. Not long after, the required items were conjured and fell into Tang Zhen's hands. Tang Zhen took a look and felt that it was worth it. Any one of these two items could be called a divine artifact. After throwing an item that looked like a horn to Da Shang, Tang Zhen introduced it. This is the Horn of Agility. It can affect cultivators in the same camp within a 10-kilometer radius, increasing their reaction speed and agility by 3 times. The duration is 1 hour, which should be enough for you. Da Shang was overjoyed when he heard this. He held the ancient bugle horn in his hand, which was made of an unknown material, and wanted to try blowing it a few times right now. Da Shang had never even dared to think about such a terrifying increase in attributes. He now understood the value of the swift horn. Tang Zhen noticed Da Shang's restless appearance and reminded with a smile, "You have to be careful when using this equipment. It's not without restrictions, but it can only be used once every 3 days. If it's a random test and you delay the battle, you'll regret it." Upon hearing Tang Zhen's words, Da Shang hurriedly and carefully put away the horn. He had an expression of being a precious treasure. Although he had a rough appearance, it didn't mean that he was really stupid. Just based on the attributes that Tang Zhen had mentioned earlier, it was sufficient to prove that this swift horn was a godly weapon that could only be encountered but not sought. In his heart, he secretly made up his mind that in the future, other than himself, no one should even think about touching this horn. What if it was damaged? Ignoring the big bear's vigilant expression, Tang Zhen turned his head to look at Little Six and handed over an item that looked like a crown. This equipment can create a folded and distorted space around you, which can effectively resist physical and energy attacks. No matter how big you are, it won't be a problem. Of course, this equipment wasn't truly invincible. If you encountered a spirit emperor, there was a danger of being defeated. If a realm lord attacked, it could help you block 3 attacks at most. Even though it's not perfect, it's more than enough for you. Even if hundreds of cultivators of the same level attack you, they won't be able to hurt you at all. You don't have to worry about anything, just attack. Just like the Horn of Swiftness, this equipment also has a use limit. After being activated once, the next time it can be used is 1 month later. Little Six listened attentively, not daring to miss any details. The excitement on his face grew. On the battlefield of life and death, even a slight advantage could turn the tide of the battle and determine the final victory, defeat, or survival. Not to mention their own strength, the increase in strength of a cultivator by top-grade equipment was by no means as simple as it seemed on the surface. It could be regarded as a second life. With this equipment, he, who already had the advantage of size and was invincible among his peers, would be able to completely crush his enemies. Even when facing a nomological king, he was not afraid at all and could even kill enemies above his level. Top-grade equipment was indeed powerful. It was no wonder that countless cultivators would go after it like a flock of ducks. There was obviously a reason for this. Thinking up to this point, Little Six once again bowed to Tang Zhen. Although he did not open his mouth to thank him, his heart was already filled with endless gratitude. Tang Zhen waved his hand to stop him when he saw this. He spoke to Little Six in a sincere and earnest manner. "After so many years, I'm sure you know where you came from and understand the difference between you and the other residents of the city. As long as you're in Holy Dragon City, you're no different from anyone else. Especially since you have my blood in you, you must not be weaker than anyone else in your life. Do you understand?" Hearing this, Little Six smiled and nodded firmly. 1759 The true origin of the Home of Souls. 1 After giving the 2 valuable pieces of equipment to Da Shang and Little Six and chatting in the tavern for a while, Tang Zhen got up and left. The war was coming, and he had inadvertently obtained a clue about the Soul Village. Tang Zhen had a lot of things to deal with now, so he really didn't have time to drink and reminisce. Perhaps, one day in the future, when the Holy Dragon Battle Zone dominated the world of Lusheng, Tang Zhen would truly have the leisure time to drink tea and brew wine, and smile as he watched the changes of the situation. When he arrived at his command hall, Tang Zhen contacted the cultivators who were left behind in the scarred territory through the communication function of the War Tower. The functions of the War Tower were comprehensive and incomparable to ordinary towers. Especially in terms of communication and teleportation. It was extremely convenient. Although everyone knew how powerful the War Towers were, the cost of using them was too high. In particular, Tang Zhen's method of renting 10 war towers at once was a rare and expensive method. Some city lords spent their entire lives transforming their own cities in the hope of turning them into war cities. This kind of war tower was different from the real one. It wasn't a cornerstone platform, and its functions weren't as complete. However, it was still a weapon of war, and it made the cultivators in the war tower even more powerful. Almost every city lord wished to own a private war tower, but the massive investment of resources was enough to make 99% of the city lords flinch. Although Tang Zhen also had such thoughts, he clearly understood in his heart that it was impossible for him to reach this goal with the resources he currently possessed. It didn't take long for the foundation stone platform of the cracked territory to be connected to the war tower, and a cultivator from the war tower appeared in front of Tang Zhen. The search for the Home of Souls could not be done without the participation of soul-gnawing beasts. The reincarnation mirror could also be used in the following war, so Tang Zhen decided to get it together. After receiving Tang Zhen's order, the cultivators guarding the rift didn't dare to disobey. They quickly used a special method to contact the reincarnation mirror. The giant tower was still crowded with people. The reincarnation mirror was in charge of guarding this place. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's call, the overseer in the reincarnation mirror didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly ran into the tower and activated the teleportation through the cornerstone platform. There was a special teleportation channel between the war tower and the cornerstone platform. Even if they were separated by a distant plane, they could still reach it in an instant. As for the giant tower, even if there was no guardian, it could still operate as usual without any worry of any trouble. With a flash of light, the reincarnation mirror's figure appeared on the huge teleportation platform. It slowly flew in front of Tang Zhen. "City Lord, I've missed you to death." The guard's sneaky voice was heard. This guy had lived for an unknown amount of time, but he had always shown people his slippery and mischievous image, which had not changed for many years. Tang Zhen revealed a helpless expression. He had once reminded the overseer in the past that there was no need for him to use such an appearance to show others. In the end, this guy did not change no matter what he was taught, and he always had this rascal look. "Cut the crap. I've summoned you here because I have something very important for you to do. I hope you can complete it with your heart." Seeing Tang Zhen's serious expression, the overseer also withdrew his smile. At the same time, he patted his chest and guaranteed that he would definitely not disappoint Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen smiled and nodded. He knew that Lin Dong was not perfunctory. The overseer's promise was very valuable. The two sides had worked together more than once, and he had done his best to complete every mission. "I hope that you can send your elite troops and think of a way to infiltrate the Turobo fleet. Then, you can act at the critical moment and deal the enemy a fatal blow." Spirit body cultivators were best at creating fear, bewitching people's hearts, or possessing a target to control them. Even the cultivators of Lusheng could not compare to them in this aspect. Since he had an advantage in this aspect, he naturally had to make use of it reasonably and create as much trouble for the enemy as possible. It was foreseeable that when the spirit body cultivators invaded the Turobo battleships, they would probably cause chaos and panic before they even fought. After hearing Tang Zhen's request, the overseer immediately expressed that he could set off to carry out the mission at any time. "Don't worry, I have something that I need the help of a soul-gnawing beast to solve. Help me get her out first." Hearing that Tang Zhen wanted to find a soul-gnawing beast, the overseer was stunned for a moment. Soon after, he revealed a depressed expression. "My lord, can you please take that little devil away so that she can no longer stay in the reincarnation mirror?" Tang Zhen felt curious in his heart when he saw the overseer's bitter face. He inquired about what exactly had happened. "You may not know this, but ever since he entered the reincarnation mirror, he's been sleeping all day. His snores are even louder than thunder, and he hasn't stopped for a moment. Perhaps it's the innate ability of the soul-gnawing beast, but her snores can't be blocked at all. Can you imagine the feeling of having snores ringing in your ear all the time? That's simply a kind of torture. However, they couldn't disturb her while she was sleeping, or she would fly into a rage and cause chaos in the reincarnation mirror. The few worlds that I've painstakingly built were smashed to smithereens by this person in a fit of anger. You can't even look for her to judge because this ancestor is simply unreasonable." When the overseer said this, his expression was one of despair. Clearly, he had been tormented by the soul-gnawing beast's snores. Tang Zhen smiled and consoled the overseer after he heard this. The overseer's helplessness actually had his own reasons. Otherwise, with his strength, how could he not be able to deal with a soul-gnawing beast? The overseer was completely giving face to Tang Zhen, that's why he didn't bother with the soul-gnawing beast. Otherwise, he would have kicked her out long ago. Let's get her out. Maybe after this, the soul-gnawing beast won't come back. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's words, the watcher, who was originally complaining, was stunned for a moment. He then asked in a solemn tone, "City Lord, what do you mean by this? Could it be that the soul-gnawing beast will lose its life because of this?" Although he was complaining, the guard was still worried about the safety of the soul-gnawing beast. "Don't worry. At most, I'll use some of her blood essence. It won't endanger her life. Moreover, this matter is actually related to her. It's only right that she does something." The overseer did not say anything more. He turned around and waved his hand at the reincarnation mirror. Then, a figure flew out. Pa! The figure landed on the ground with a crisp sound, like the collision of metal. "Who's disturbing this old lady's sleep? Do you want to die?" At the same time as the voice sounded, the figure suddenly leapt up. His eyes were as wide as bells as they fell on Tang Zhen and the guard. The soul-gnawing beast had only spoken halfway when it heard Tang Zhen's cold snort, causing its body to tremble in fear. This kind of terrifying strength immediately made the soul-gnawing beast become obedient, because she was simply no match for it. "You are Tang Zhen." When it saw the person in front of it, the soul-gnawing beast's eyes flashed with shock. It scratched its head and asked, "You're already so strong. How long have I been sleeping?" "At least 1,000 years, right?" The overseer's mouth twitched as he thought to himself, if you stay in the reincarnation mirror for 1,000 years, a large group of spirit cultivators will probably go crazy because of your snoring. "It's not 1,000 years, it's only a few decades." Tang Zhen looked at the soul-gnawing beast and said in an indifferent tone, "Back then, you and I had an agreement. If one day you came to the Tarobo star system, you hoped that I would help you retrieve an item. Now, it's time for me to fulfill my promise." The soul-gnawing beast was stunned for a moment when it heard Tang Zhen's words. Soon after, it revealed an expression of wild joy. "Is what you said true? All right, let's go now." The soul-gnawing beast's expression was somewhat impatient. Retrieving the item that belonged to her had already become her obsession. Once there was an opportunity to complete it, she would try it even if it meant risking her life. Tang Zhen indicated to the soul-gnawing beast not to be anxious. He still had a lot of information that he needed to understand. The soul-gnawing beast in front of him might be able to give him an answer. "First, tell me, do you know about the Home of Souls?" Hearing the words, "Home of Souls," the soul-gnawing beast curled its lips in disdain and said in a cold voice, "What bullshit Home of Souls? It's just a name given by those shameless Tarobo people." After hearing the soul-gnawing beast's answer, Tang Zhen knew that the other party definitely knew about the Soul Village. He continued to ask, "Tell me in detail what's going on with the Home of Souls. Remember not to miss out anything." Seeing Tang Zhen's grave expression, the soul-gnawing beast did not dare to be perfunctory and hurriedly told him the information it knew. 1760 The two-dimensional world in the book 1. The soul-gnawing beast's face was filled with disdain and hatred at the mention of the Land of Souls. It was obvious that this mysterious place that stored the information of the Tarobo people's souls had a great connection with her. While Tang Zhen and the overseer were waiting, the soul-gnawing beast sorted out the memories of its bloodline inheritance and began to slowly explain. The so-called home of the soul was just a name given by the people of Teroboros, and even the people of Teroboros rarely knew of it. The name was only passed down among the first generation of Teros, and only a small portion of them knew about it. The so-called home of the soul was actually a very special book. It was special because of the materials used to make the book and the special functions it had. According to the soul-gnawing beast, the pages of this book were actually made from the skin of the soul-gnawing beast's ancestor. Due to the influence of the mysterious power, the thickness of the book could not be counted, and it seemed that one could never turn to the last page. This book recorded the names of all the Teroborians, and whenever a Teroborian was born, the corresponding name would appear on the page. It wasn't as simple as a name. It was a record of soul information and would be updated at an appropriate time. It could be said that this book was a book of life and death in the other world, and it held the lives of all the tribesmen. Once the soul records here were erased, the tribesmen would no longer have a channel to download soul memories. The immortal Terobo people would also become a joke. The ink used to record the soul's memories was actually the blood of the soul-gnawing beast race. Other than this special ink, nothing else could leave a mark on the pages. Because the book carried a two-dimensional world, the contents inside were constantly changing, and anything unbelievable could happen. In order to erase the names of the Terobo people, the blood of the soul-gnawing beasts was also needed. In this unique world, the blood of the soul-gnawing beasts was the most powerful weapon. The guardians of the books also had the blood of soul-gnawing beasts, and were used to deal with intruders. If Tang Zhen wanted to enter the soul land, the assistance of the soul-gnawing beast was indispensable. Other than her blood being able to kill enemies, she also had a magical ability, dissolving blood to absorb. To put it bluntly, the ink used to write these words came from soul-gnawing beasts, which had great activity and a strong sense of identity with their own race. When the soul-gnawing beast activated its innate ability, the blood would be absorbed by the soul-gnawing beast like a swallow returning to its nest. The things that the soul-gnawing beasts wanted to retrieve were the blood that had their names written on it, as well as the soul-gnawing beast's crystal cores that were hidden in the deepest depths. Those crystal cores contained all the inheritance of the soul-gnawing beast race. Hearing the soul-gnawing beast's explanation, Tang Zhen suddenly came to a realization. There were actually so many things to say. This home of souls is so important to the tribesmen. If it is destroyed, it will be a devastating blow to their morale. It was better to take the firewood from the bottom of the cauldron than to stop the boiling. If that's the case, then it's better to do it as soon as possible, and try to completely destroy the home of souls before the battle between the two sides. Tang Zhen made up his mind. He looked at the soul-gnawing beast again and asked in a solemn tone, "Think about it carefully again, if you missed any details. If I'm not here, we'll set off immediately." The situation on the battlefield was changing, and the opportunity was fleeting. It really could not be delayed. The soul-gnawing beast shook its head. She had already said everything that needed to be said. If there was anything that she had missed out, she would be able to remind Tang Zhen at any time. After some thought, the soul-gnawing beast said, "I can't enter the home of souls with my main body, so I can only possess you in another form. Before that, I'll give you a portion of blood to ensure that you can enter the soul world smoothly, and at the same time, you'll have the means to protect yourself." Tang Zhen nodded and asked what they should do. "You need to take off your clothes, and then I'll turn into a tattoo. This way, not only will it be hidden, but it'll also be convenient for us to communicate in time and use my innate ability." Hearing the soul-gnawing beast's request, the clothes on Tang Zhen's body suddenly disappeared, revealing his well-built body that was like a piece of art. The soul-gnawing beast glanced at him and seemed to be a little embarrassed. However, it immediately turned into a gray mist and floated onto Tang Zhen's body. In the blink of an eye, a ferocious beast tattoo appeared on Tang Zhen's body. His eyes were crimson red and the scales on his body made him look like a skeleton. The tattoo looked so alive that it seemed as if one's soul would be devoured by just one look. "All right, here's the blood you wanted," he said. The soul-gnawing beast's voice sounded as if it was in pain. Clearly, the blood was very precious, otherwise she wouldn't be in this state. Tang Zhen casually picked up the bottle that had appeared out of thin air. He used his spiritual energy to examine it before putting on his clothes again. After signaling the guards to take the reincarnation mirror and move, Tang Zhen used his authority as the commander-in-chief to give orders to the 10 war towers. After encountering the Terobo fleet, there's no need to rush into battle. Wait for the general attack order. Tang Zhen took out the ball in his hand and casually activated it. The round ball appeared to have lost its gravity as it slowly floated up from Tang Zhen's hand. When it rose to a height of around 10 meters, it suddenly erupted with brilliant light. A hidden signal was sent out. This special communication method was very similar to quantum communication, but it was faster and more stable. It could be received quickly even if it was several planets away. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, an image popped up on the ball, with an unknown coordinate marked on it. "Let's meet here, see you there." Along with the image was a cold voice. It was the creature in the water that he had seen last time. Tang Zhen took a glance and discovered that the coordinates were near the tourist planet. He quickly headed there. This time, he was still piloting a transport ship. Because it had been modified by the Tarobo engineers, its speed was unbelievably fast. The Star-class voyage was long and boring. Tang Zhen turned on the automatic navigation system, then sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to rest. According to the soul-gnawing beast, once you enter the soul land, your original strength will be sealed. Moreover, due to the special nature of the two-dimensional world, a lot of common knowledge does not apply there. According to normal understanding, there was no such thing as a height in the two-dimensional world. In fact, it was true. Being in it, even if he had a high level of consciousness, he couldn't do it. This was the dimensional limit. However, if one's strength was strong enough, one could also break through the dimensional limit and do things that were inconceivable to two-dimensional creatures. The souls of the Tarobo people stored in the home of the soul would live like normal people in there to ensure that they do not lose their vitality. Those guards were hidden among them. If Tang Zhen was discovered, he would be hunted down. As long as he was covered by the blood of the soul-gnawing beast, even if Tang Zhen was a sector lord, he might be completely obliterated. It could be said that the operation this time was quite dangerous. If he was not careful, he would fail miserably. In addition to the guardians of the soul village, Tang Zhen also had to be wary of the mysterious behind-the-scenes manipulator. The other party's intentions were unknown, and it was difficult to guarantee that it would cause harm to Tang Zhen at the critical moment. One must always be wary of others. If this fellow really harbored evil intentions, Tang Zhen would guarantee that he would not be able to return. The soul-gnawing beast suddenly opened its mouth while Tang Zhen was thinking, waking him up from his thoughts. "My lord, you can actually use some special abilities in the home of souls." Tang Zhen's face revealed an expression of interest. He was still thinking about how he would fight the guardian if he didn't have the cultivator skill. He didn't think that there was a solution. "Tell me, how do you use your special ability? What are the conditions?" 1761 The deal 1. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's question, the soul-gnawing beast explained in a neither hurried nor slow manner. This unique two-dimensional world, the home of souls, uses books as a medium, and the contents of this special world are constructed through words. Words can create life, and naturally, they can also create all things, including the special power I mentioned. If you want to activate and use this special power, the blood of our soul-gnawing beast clan is the best medium. As long as you have enough blood, you will be able to move freely in the land of souls, and the guardians may not be able to do anything to you. The simplest method of attack is to use a weapon condensed from blood to attack the enemy. Or, he could use the blood to construct a special pattern to imprison the enemy. As long as the blood was not removed, the enemy would never be able to escape. This was due to the characteristics of the two-dimensional world. Because there was no concept of height, the enemy would never be able to step out of this circle. A more advanced attack is to use the power of words, such as writing special runes such as water, fire, humidity, and heat. You can obtain similar abilities and launch large-scale attacks, and the most advanced means is to change the plot through textbooks and create any kind of disaster or item that can be imagined. If you can do that and launch an attack, then the two-dimensional world that the entire page holds will become blank. After hearing the soul-gnawing beast's introduction, Tang Zhen finally realized that the blood of the soul-gnawing beast actually had such a great use. No wonder the mastermind behind the scenes had made a request for Tang Zhen to find the soul-gnawing beast. It seemed like this was the foundation of their cooperation. Without the blood of the soul-gnawing beast, one would not be able to enter the home of souls. After entering, the blood of the soul-gnawing beast would be even more needed as a protective talisman. The other party's plan was not bad, but Tang Zhen might not let him have his wish. The soul-gnawing beast's blood was in his hands. How much he would be given would be entirely up to Tang Zhen. Under such circumstances, even if the other party had the specific coordinates of the soul land, they might not be able to take the initiative. By the way, how did you know all this information? According to my understanding of you, you should be a four-dimensional being that can change forms, right? Tang Zhen was curious in his heart as he casually asked. No, the soul-gnawing beast shook its head. Actually, we, the soul-gnawing beast clan, came from the two-dimensional world. We evolved and leveled up in the process of constantly devouring souls. In the end, we became an existence close to the four-dimensional world. The soul-gnawing beast sighed with a hint of desolation. However, it has been proven that the higher the dimension, the more dangerous it is. It is far inferior to the low-dimensional world. If it wasn't for the constant increase in our own levels, our soul-gnawing beast clan wouldn't have encountered the Tarobo people, and we wouldn't even have been made into special books that contain soul memories. If I had a choice, I would prefer the lower-dimensional world. As long as one could hide their tracks well and not be discovered easily, they could even live as long as the heavens and earth. As for the problem of resources, there was no need to worry about it, because the two-dimensional world was a world of imagination. As long as you can grasp the dimensional world's laws, you can create things with your will. You don't need to worry about your survival at all. Tang Zhen felt a trace of doubt in his heart when he heard the soul-gnawing beast's explanation. Since the soul-gnawing beasts had abilities similar to that of four-dimensional beings, why didn't they cross the timeline and think of a way to stop the racial crisis back then? When he raised this question, the soul-gnawing beast revealed a helpless smile, indicating that ordinary four-dimensional creatures were not omnipotent and had no way of traversing the long river of time. All the soul-gnawing beasts could do was to travel back and forth in their own timelines, and they could not easily change them. Because once he did that, it would lead to a series of collapse of time, and if he was not careful, he would even lose his life. Only superior life forms from higher dimensions could truly change their own fate and affect the trajectory of life forms from lower dimensions. This was because they had a true immortal body. 1 second after they collapsed and died, they would be reborn in the next. It was just that for this kind of high-dimensional life form, the low-dimensional life form was similar to bacteria, so they were not interested in it at all. The journey was long and Tang Zhen had nothing to do. Thus, he started to chat with the soul-gnawing beasts. Even though the inheritance of the soul-gnawing beasts was incomplete, they still knew quite a lot of strange information. Some of them were things that Tang Zhen had never come into contact with. This caused him to sigh from time to time as he listened attentively. After an unknown period of time, the transport ship arrived at its destination. The meeting place that the mysterious man had agreed to meet at was actually a ruin of a space battlefield. The location was very well hidden. As far as the eye could see, one could see countless garbage scattered in space. There were wreckages of various battleships, as well as the corpses of strange creatures. It was unknown how many years they had been here. Under the extremely low temperature in space, these objects all emitted a faint light, forming a special sea of starlight. Tang Zhen did not have to wait for long. The biological battleship piloted by the mysterious person appeared from the ruins and slowly approached his location. Tang Zhen finally saw the true appearance of the biological battleship hidden deep in the trench. It turned out to be a strange species that looked like a lobster, but it had an extremely ferocious appearance. On the surface of the biological battleship, there seemed to be a faint layer of energy shield that allowed it to move freely in the universe. When the biological warship appeared, Tang Zhen's transport ship received a message from the other party, requesting him to meet up in the biological warship. Tang Zhen did not hesitate. He controlled the transport ship and flew toward the biological battleship. He quickly entered it. After putting the transport ship into the storage ring, Tang Zhen was led by the clone cultivator to the command hall where the aquatic creatures were located. Within the huge drop of water that was falling from the sky, that aquatic creature seemed to have been waiting for a long time. After seeing Tang Zhen, its eyes widened into round circles as though it was filled with anticipation. "Sir Tang Zhen, how have you been? If I'm not wrong, you should have already obtained the blood of the soul-gnawing beast, right? Fortunately, I did not fail you." Tang Zhen nodded. After hearing Tang Zhen's reply, the aquatic creature excitedly waved its hands and feet. He shuttled back and forth in the huge drop of water like a frightened fish, and he kept making strange sounds. If Tang Zhen did not guess wrongly, the other party should be expressing the excitement in his heart. However, his actions were a little too strange. "Ha ha ha, Sir Tang Zhen is truly extraordinary. It is truly my honor to have the opportunity to work with you." After the aquatic creature spoke up to this point, it extended its hand to Tang Zhen and said, "Sir, please give me the blood of the soul-gnawing beast. We just need to wait for a moment, and we'll know the real coordinates of the soul village. To tell you the truth, I've been waiting for this day for too long, and I can't wait. However, Tang Zhen shook his head. He looked at the creature in the water as the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a soft smile. There's no rush. Since I've brought the blood of the soul-gnawing beast, shouldn't you let me see those books to make sure you're not lying to me? Shui Zongsheng's lightbulb-like eyes widened as he sized up Tang Zhen. Soon after, he revealed a pensive expression. Tang Zhen was wary of the creatures in the water, but how could the other party not be wary of Tang Zhen? According to the information he had collected, he could confirm that Tang Zhen was definitely not an ordinary cultivator. If those books were to fall into his hands, he would probably be able to decipher them in an instant. How about this? I can give you 3 of the 6 books first, and you give me half of the soul-gnawing beast's blood. After we confirm that there are no problems, we can complete the next deal. Tang Zhen nodded his head when he heard the suggestion of the aquatic creature. He was not worried that the other party would deceive him. If the other party dared to do so, he guaranteed that it would only take a second to turn this biological battleship into new space trash. Let the trade begin. These are the books you need. The creature in the water waved its hand, and 3 tentacles drooped down. Each tentacle had an ancient-looking book wrapped around it. This is the soul-gnawing beast's blood that you wanted. It wasn't easy to obtain it, so remember not to waste it. After saying this, Tang Zhen threw a transparent bottle at the creature in the water. There were 10 drops of blood from the soul-gnawing beast inside. The aquatic creature extended its arm out of the viscous bubble and grabbed the bottle that was suspended in the air. It carefully examined it. After observing for about a minute, the creature in the water laughed proudly. However, as it laughed, it started to cry. Tang Zhen ignored him upon seeing this. He merely swiftly browsed through the contents of the book and confirmed that this aquatic creature did not deceive him. There was indeed a secret hidden in the books, but because the 6 books were a whole, it was impossible to know the real secret by looking at these 3 books alone. Tang Zhen asked the monster in the water for the remaining few books. However, the other party shook his head. It was obvious that he did not intend to continue the transaction. You and I both held back. This is the best result. Otherwise, I'm afraid this cooperation will immediately be over. Tang Zhen smiled when he saw this. He casually put away the few books and quietly waited for it to find the true coordinates of the soul village. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling that something was wrong with the creature's attitude, as if it was trying to play some tricks. 1762 Tracking. Entrance. After the creature in the water refused the deal, the atmosphere became a little strange. In fact, both parties were taking what they needed. Tang Zhen was after the secret in the book while the mastermind behind the scenes was after the soul-gnawing beast's blood. When they obtained what they wanted, it was time to reveal their true intentions. Perhaps in the next second, the 2 sides would completely fall out. Under Tang Zhen's gaze, the aquatic creature seemed to be frowning in deep thought as it held the soul-gnawing beast's blood. It was as if there was something that it could not understand. Hee, let's see how long you can keep pretending. Tang Zhen was also not anxious. He merely quietly watched from the side. He wanted to know what kind of tricks the mastermind behind the scenes was planning to play. At this moment, the creature in the water looked at Tang Zhen and revealed a strange smile on its face. Bang! There seemed to be a muffled sound, and the bubble that the creature was in suddenly became muddy, completely blocking its figure. Can't you wait? I knew you were unreliable. Tang Zhen coldly snorted. He waved his hand and hacked forward. The huge drop of sticky liquid suddenly exploded. The sticky bubble was wrapped by the lightning and burst into pieces in an instant. An indescribable strange smell hit him in the face. The corpse of the creature in the water fell to the ground. Its fragile body was completely unable to withstand Tang Zhen's attack. At this moment, it looked just like a lump of rotten meat. This aquatic creature was a puppet to begin with and could be abandoned at any time by the mastermind behind the scenes, so it was not surprising that it was killed. However, the bottle in his hand had disappeared, and there were no fragments of the container. It was probably taken away by some special means. Tang Zhen did not find it strange in the slightest. It was as if this scene had long been within his expectations. The golden cicada has escaped its shell. You've underestimated the means of the cultivators of Lusheng. Tang Zhen's tone contained a trace of ridicule. The other party thought that he had succeeded, but he did not know that he had also fallen into a trap. From the beginning, Tang Zhen didn't believe the other party. The current situation also proved that his guess wasn't wrong. In order to prevent the other party from not keeping his promise, Tang Zhen had tampered with the soul-gnawing beast's blood. No matter where the blood was brought to, he would be able to roughly sense it. Therefore, he could confirm that the soul-gnawing beast's blood had indeed been taken away and was not in the biological warship. What surprised Tang Zhen was that in just an instant, the soul-gnawing beast's blood had already reached an extremely far distance from him. He wondered how the mastermind behind this had done it. The most likely possibility was that the other party had used some special teleportation method to successfully deceive him. With the means of the controller behind the scenes, it was not difficult to achieve this. He spread his mind power all over the biological warship, but there was no sign of life. It felt like a corpse. The biological battleship had life, but it was dead. This situation was enough to prove that the entire biological warship was under the control of the other party. After obtaining the soul-gnawing beast blood, there was no need to keep the warship. The mastermind behind the scenes had also racked his brains. In order to not arouse Tang Zhen's suspicion, he had even directly boarded a biological battleship that was of great value. Unfortunately, he would never have imagined that Tang Zhen had been on guard against him since a long time ago. Even if the other party had carefully inspected him earlier, he would definitely not have discovered the hidden secret. The secret techniques of a sector lord, how could they be fathomed by the tribesmen? Tang Zhen's figure flashed as he left the biological warship. Just as he was leaving, the huge biological battleship suddenly exploded. Then, as if it had encountered a strong acid, it instantly melted a pool of mucus floating in space. This was clearly caused by some special means. Otherwise, the metal covering the biological warship would not have melted so easily. Tang Zhen merely laughed coldly when he saw this. The mastermind behind the scenes tried to destroy all the clues and even hoped to kill Tang Zhen as well. Unfortunately, it was destined that his wish would not be fulfilled. If the mastermind behind the scenes was willing to cooperate well and both sides were to search for the Soul Village together, then even if the other party was a Terobo, Tang Zhen would show him mercy. It was a pity that the other party didn't take the opportunity seriously. When they met again, both sides would be enemies. Tang Zhen would definitely make the controller regret it. Releasing his mental energy, Tang Zhen locked onto the location of the blood from a distance. He then took out the transport ship and headed straight in the direction where the controller had escaped. The distance between both parties was too far. Even with Tang Zhen's means, he was unable to catch up within a short period of time. Fortunately, Tang Zhen wasn't in a hurry. He only needed to follow behind and find the location of the Soul Village. In the vast starry sky, a strangely shaped spaceship appeared and slowly approached the huge planet in front of them. At first glance, the planet was in ruins, the kind that was covered in dust. After getting closer, one could see that the planet was covered in terrifying scars. It looked like a black-gray dried orange, with damage all over its surface. This terrifying scene might have been caused by the war. Because the destruction was too severe, no living creature could survive in such a terrible place. If it wasn't necessary, no one would approach this place, or they would be asking for trouble. Even so, the spaceship continued to fly toward the planet and finally landed in a terrifying crack that ran through half the planet. After the spaceship stopped, a dozen figures got off the spaceship and slowly walked forward. They were all wearing special protective equipment. It was obvious that they had made preparations to come here. After walking for a few kilometers, the figures stopped. In front of them, there was a black hole-like object that was slowly rotating silently. The black hole seemed to be stuck to the wall. If one didn't get close, they wouldn't be able to find it. The party members observed for a while, and a hint of joy appeared on their faces. According to the records in the book, the crack in the land of souls is here. Since it's not the official entrance, the process of entering will be very dangerous. Forcefully lowering one's own dimension, the slightest bit of carelessness would result in one losing one's life. A figure slowly said. From the voice, it was the mysterious mastermind behind the scenes. The official entrance is heavily guarded, so it's simply wishful thinking to enter it. This crack is our only choice. Although it's dangerous, there are more than a dozen of us. We can't all die, right? Another voice rang out. It was still the controller's voice, but it came from another body. This situation was very strange. It seemed like the team members were discussing with each other, but it also seemed like a person was talking to himself. Moreover, looking at their appearances, they were exactly the same. Just like the cloned cultivators, the dozen or so people in this team were all clones. However, if they were to enter the soul land, one of them must be the real body. Don't talk nonsense. Quickly use the blood of the soul-gnawing beast to open a passage. I have a feeling that Tang Zhen will definitely not let this matter rest. He might have already caught up. Another controller's voice rang out. The other figures who were originally discussing immediately shut up and looked at a figure in the team. Compared to his other companions, this clone seemed to be more intimidating. The blood of soul-gnawing beasts is limited. Even after diluting it, it's barely enough for us to use. Therefore, after we enter the soul land, we must not act rashly. We will discuss the specific action plan after we gather together. The controller's voice rang out once more, and the other members nodded at the same time. There was no error in the frequency, just like a precise machine. Then, they took out a tool similar to a tattoo gun and quickly pierced a group of strange characters on their skin. Then, they jumped into the black hole one after another. As these figures entered the black hole, the surroundings once again returned to a dead silence. This was a forbidden land, and it was impossible for any living creature to exist here. Perhaps this was also the reason why it was kept secret to this day. After another half a day, Tang Zhen's figure appeared in the crack. After searching for a while, he quickly found the black hole. Tang Zhen stood at the entrance of the black hole and observed for a while. Then, he took out the blood of the soul-gnawing beast and followed the instructions of the soul-gnawing beast to inscribe his name on his arm. Home of souls, here I come. With a light leap, Tang Zhen also entered the black hole and disappeared in an instant. 1763 The god of death is here. Tang Zhen, who had entered the black hole, felt a trace of indescribable strength being transmitted over and continuously compressing his body. This kind of compression was not the kind of compression that ordinary people understood. Instead, it was a pure qualitative change that could change the shape of a person's body in an extremely short time. Tang Zhen had a feeling that his body had turned into a piece of paper within an extremely short period of time. After that, it didn't even become a piece of paper. Instead, it had turned into a certain special form. Tang Zhen had been muddle-headed in this strange state. He had even forgotten the concept of height. Fortunately, the soul-gnawing beast kept reminding him, so he remembered his true identity and knew that he came from the outside world. After an unknown amount of time, Tang Zhen's consciousness became clear. The strange feeling on his body had also disappeared. This meant that he had already entered the home of souls, and his body had completed its transformation. This feeling was very strange. It was as if he was a pool of water and not a three-dimensional object. At this time, his vision had disappeared, and in its place was a method similar to spiritual power sensing. This sensing method was much clearer than observing with his eyes. What appeared in Fang Rui's line of sight were obstacles. If he wanted to move forward, he had to bypass these obstacles. In addition to these obstacles, there were also some moving lines that looked strange and he didn't know what they were. Soul-gnawing beast, what kind of nonsense is this? Why can't I understand a single thing? Upon hearing Tang Zhen's question, the soul-gnawing beast's faint voice sounded as it explained in a soft voice, this is your original perception affecting your judgment. Unless you completely block these consciousnesses, you will never be able to see the true form of this world. For example, the lines in front of you are the spirit bodies of the Terobans written in the blood of soul-gnawing beasts, the kind that exists in a two-dimensional form. You can think of it as a QR code, but it's more complicated. Tang Zhen frowned and pondered for a moment after hearing the soul-gnawing beast's explanation. An idea formed in his heart. Tang Zhen closed his eyes and waited for over 10 seconds before he once again observed his surroundings. Finally, he understood what was happening around him. The soul-gnawing beast had once said that the two-dimensional world was a world of imagination. The world was formed by the simplest lines and colors, and the decision on how to complete it was up to one's own. Tang Zhen treated it like an animation. In this way, the originally chaotic scene immediately became clear. There were still some buildings in front of him, but without the concept of height, they looked like drawings on paper. There were some little people in different clothes swimming around. Something's wrong. This feeling is still too strange. I need to work on it. Tang Zhen observed for a while and reprocessed the scene he saw. The originally swimming little person was forcibly added with the concept of height. Only then did he feel more comfortable. If it was a normal person's brain, it would not be able to withstand such complicated work at all. It would only take a very short time for it to overload and short-circuit. However, This would not cause too much of a burden to Tang Zhen. Moreover, it would make his movements even more convenient. Why not? Since he had already successfully entered the Soul Land, Tang Zhen naturally would not waste any time. Following the command of his thoughts, a thin and long blood line extended from his palm. To the tribesman, this was the most lethal weapon. He gently shook it at the figure in front of him, and the line of blood swept out, sweeping through the crowd. The blood lines swept across the bodies of the passers-by. They burst like bubbles and were immediately absorbed by the blood lines. Screams rang out as the passers-by fled in all directions in fear. However, the blood line was like an agile snake, constantly sweeping in all directions and devouring them one by one. This was the innate ability of the soul-gnawing beasts. When the blood lines that formed the two-dimensional Trubo people came into contact with it, they would be instantly absorbed by the blood lines. The more passers-by it devoured, the longer its health line became. It was like a poisonous snake that could grow continuously, bringing disaster to these souls. Tang Zhen's goal in coming here was to exterminate the Turobo people. Hence, he did not have any scruples when he attacked. As he continued his slaughter, the tribesmen outside would definitely panic, and this would lead to a self-destructive effect. According to the soul-gnawing beast, the Land of Souls relied on the pages of the book to carry its weight. It was unknown how many layers there were, and Tang Zhen's goal was to clear all the pages. As Tang Zhen continued to clear the area, the number of Teroboros he saw along the way decreased. However, compared to the huge number of Teroboros, this loss was nothing. After Tang Zhen had cleared an entire street, the Terobo people's guards finally received the news and started to approach Tang Zhen's location. Compared to the ordinary Turobo spirit bodies, these guards were massive, like a large ball of blood-red ink, and they looked aggressive. After approaching Tang Zhen's location, blood lines similarly gushed out from the bodies of these guards and continuously extended towards each other's location. One could tell from their actions that they wanted to use the special characteristics of this world to directly imprison Tang Zhen and then think of a way to erase him. Tang Zhen naturally would not allow the other party to do as he wished. The blood thread in his hand was swiftly withdrawn before it pierced toward a guard like a long spear. The guard's body suddenly split into two and dodged the attack of the spear. Tang Zhen did not panic when he saw this. The blood-lined spear in his hand suddenly exploded. Countless tiny blood lines extended out and suddenly pierced into the body of the guard that had been split into two. The guard let out a blood-curdling screech before being completely absorbed in the blink of an eye, as if it had been touched by a sponge. The other guards turned pale with fright when they saw Tang Zhen kill one of the guards with a raise of his hand. They did not hesitate to shoot blood arrows at Tang Zhen. There was almost no blind spot. Tang Zhen was unable to use the abilities of a cultivator, and there was no way to dodge up and down in this world. Logically speaking, Tang Zhen, who was in such a situation, was destined to be unable to dodge. However, he had the blood of a soul-gnawing beast in his hands. This substance was not only a strong spear, but also a strong shield. When those dense blood arrows shot over, Tang Zhen's blood-lined spear circled around his body and blocked those flying blood arrows. The innate ability of the soul-gnawing beast was activated. Those blood arrows were continuously absorbed and did not cause any harm to Tang Zhen. Not good, there's something wrong with this intruder. When they saw that the dense blood arrows were blocked by Tang Zhen, those guards revealed a look of fear. The amount of blood they had was limited. After this wave of attack, they had already completely exhausted all of it. Unless he devoured Tang Zhen, he would no longer have any means to deal with him. These protectors were quite decisive. When they saw that the blood arrow attack was ineffective, they did not hesitate to charge forward in an attempt to directly swallow Tang Zhen. Their speed was extremely fast. Or perhaps, it could be said that this was the ability of a guard. They had already arrived in front of Tang Zhen in the blink of an eye. Tang Zhen's large mouth was opened and swallowed into the stomach of one of the guards. Soon after, the guard began to rapidly contract, in an attempt to completely digest and dissolve Tang Zhen. When the other guards saw this, they all expressed their joy, feeling happy that they had finally eliminated a strong enemy. Who would have expected that at this moment, the guard who had devoured Tang Zhen would start to tremble violently? Immediately after, a wave of painful emotions was transmitted. Before the other guards could recover from their shock, the guard that had devoured Tang Zhen began to rapidly fade away, as if it would collapse and disappear at any moment. Come and help. The enemy is about to escape. The other guards immediately fell into chaos when they heard that guard's pained roar. After all, Tang Zhen was in their companion's stomach. They really did not know what to do. What are you waiting for? Swallow me. Don't let him escape. The guard who devoured Tang Zhen felt even more pain. He directly charged towards his companion while roaring in a loud voice, "Swallow me, hurry up." His companion couldn't avoid it, so he swallowed his companion. The companion who was swallowed couldn't escape death, but the guard who had just swallowed his companion didn't have it easy either. After a few seconds, he began to roar in pain. "Devour me, hurry up and devour me. The enemy is too dangerous. We must kill him even if we have to die." After witnessing Tang Zhen's strange ability, an indescribable fear rose in the hearts of these guards. If they were to allow him to continue wreaking havoc, the Soul Village would really be destroyed in his hands. The situation was critical. The other guards did not have the time to think. They were like big fish eating small fish as they devoured their companions one by one. They attempted to gather everyone's strength and completely melt Tang Zhen. When the last guard swallowed his companion, his body had expanded several times, and his color was so red that it glowed. However, he did not look happy at all. Instead, his face was filled with pain. As he screamed, countless sharp spikes suddenly pierced out of his body. 1764 The people of Terobo are panicking. 1. At the same time when the blood-colored sharp thorns pierced the guard, Tang Zhen seemed to have broken out of his cocoon and tore the guard's body into pieces. Even if they paid the price with their lives and the dozen over guards devoured each other, they were still unable to trap Tang Zhen. In front of the soul-gnawing beast's innate ability, the guardian simply could not hold on for long. All struggles were in vain. At this moment, there was a ball of squirming liquid in Tang Zhen's hand. It was the condensed and purified blood of the soul-gnawing beast that he had just killed. It did not seem like much, but it meant that hundreds of thousands of Teroboros had been wiped out, leaving only this small group. The soul-gnawing beast's voice rang out with a hint of excitement. "With this blood from my clansmen, you can use the snowball method to collect more blood. The more blood one had, the more powerful one's ability would be. When it reached a certain level, one would be able to cast abilities similar to a forbidden spell. At that time, it would only take one attack to clear an entire page. No matter how many page worlds there are in the Soul Village, it will be cleared sooner or later." After hearing the words of the soul-gnawing beast, Tang Zhen nodded his head and casually asked, "You once said that the purpose of entering the soul world was to find the ancestors' blood. Do you want to absorb it now?" The soul-gnawing beast expressed that it did not need it. The amount of blood that they had collected was too little. Moreover, Tang Zhen still needed to use it as a weapon. Otherwise, they would have to extract her blood. Moreover, the amount of blood was still too little, and the soul-gnawing beast did not care about it at all. He would wait until he had more to absorb, and only then would he be satisfied. "City Lord, let's hurry up. I think it won't take long for more and more guards to appear." The soul-gnawing beast reminded Tang Zhen. She wanted to destroy the Soul Village more, and she knew that the people of Terobo were not as simple as they looked. "Don't worry, not a single one of them will be able to escape." Tang Zhen sneered as he rapidly advanced forward. He quickly charged toward the area where the other Teroboros were. He would not let a single target go. During this period, even if the guards continuously rushed over, they were unable to withstand Tang Zhen's attacks. As more and more Terobo people were killed, the blood cloud surrounding Tang Zhen's body grew larger and larger. The more he killed, the stronger he became. It was like a rolling snowball. As time passed, the number of Teroboros in this page of the world was getting smaller and smaller. It would probably be a while before they were completely wiped out. Tang Zhen went on a killing spree in the Soul Village and wiped out the soul data one by one. As a result, the outside world was in an uproar. When one of the Teroboros people regularly uploaded the data of his soul, he was notified that there was a malfunction. The home of the soul was related to one's life. It had never experienced any problems over the years. The unusual situation immediately caught the attention of the Terobo man, and he quickly reported the matter to the relevant department. This was a matter of great importance, and no one dared to ignore it. The tribesman immediately looked for the reason. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't checked, but he was shocked when he did. In a short period of time, the soul data of tens of thousands of Teroborans disappeared, and the number was still increasing. The Terobo people who heard the news were all worried and didn't know what to do. Because of the existence of the soul land, they didn't have to worry about the threat of death at all. However, with the disappearance of the soul data, their eternal life might also disappear completely. At the thought that everything they had would vanish into thin air after their death, many people who knew about it even fell into a state of near collapse. The longer one lived, the more one knew how precious life was. When one learned that all of this could not be continued, it was simply the most painful torture. After the Tarobo Council of Elders learned of this change, they immediately ordered a lockdown on the news. They must not let this matter spread to avoid causing greater panic. However, paper could not contain fire. When another tribesman realized that the data of the soul could not be uploaded and informed his family and friends, the situation began to spiral out of control. After hearing the news, more and more tribesmen began to try to upload their soul data to see if they had met with the same misfortune. Most of the soul data was normal, but there were still some Taroborans whose soul data could not be uploaded. This made them extremely frightened, but at the same time, it also made them angry. Why was it that other people's soul data had no problems, but his own soul data was abnormal, and could even be erased? This wasn't fair. This was murder. They would never allow such a thing to happen. In a short time, these Tarobo people used their power and contacted their friends and family to put pressure on the Imperial Senate. These Tarobo people claimed that the Council of Elders had to provide a reasonable explanation, or they would not let the matter rest. No one dared to underestimate this declaration. Over the long years, every Tarobo citizen had accumulated enough wealth and power. They could not be underestimated. If they really wanted to stir up trouble, it would definitely set off a huge uproar. How to deal with their behavior was an extremely sensitive matter. According to the slogan of the tribesmen, each tribesman was the noblest existence, and their rights were inviolable. If they were to take action to suppress them because they were causing trouble, it would definitely arouse the dissatisfaction of the other tribesmen, which would further escalate the situation. When freedom reached a certain level, it was actually the beginning of disorder. It was not a good thing, especially for the rulers. If he was not careful, things would get out of hand and even endanger the safety of the empire. The Council of Elders of Zenith held an emergency meeting and listed this as the most urgent situation. They ordered the special department that was guarding the Land of Souls to solve this problem as soon as possible. At this moment, the only thing that could be of use was this special department. In the history of the tribesmen, there had always been a special force. They had the most powerful equipment, and their only mission was to protect the safety of the Land of Souls. Many years had passed, and the members of this special force had never been replaced, nor had they ever announced their identity to the outside world. They were a bunch of non-existent people, the toughest warriors of the Tarobo clan, guarding the lifeline of the Tarobo clan. Now that the Land of Souls had changed, the ones under the most pressure were naturally the members of this special force. Never in their dreams would they have thought that the Land of Souls, which they had been guarding all day long, would have such a terrible change. After receiving the order from the Council of Elders, the members of this special force immediately checked the entrance and sent members into the Soul Land. They soon received shocking news. An unknown enemy has invaded the Soul Village. It has been confirmed that the enemy has the blood of the soul-gnawing beast. Otherwise, they cannot enter the Soul Village. At the same time, the enemy also had a very strange ability, which could erase the data of a Taroa person's soul in the instant of contact. Normal Tarobo tribesmen would not be able to fight back against him, and even if the guards were to move in unison, they would not be able to cause any damage to him. The enemy had completely wiped out all the soul data on the first page. The soul data of over 300,000 Taroboros had been wiped out. The Taroboros divided each page of the world into one-page area, and each page could contain the data of hundreds of thousands of Taroboros, souls. According to the intel, the intruders had already broken through the barrier of the first page and were heading towards the second page. They were still wantonly wiping out the data of the Tarobo people's souls. If he wanted to save the people, he had to kill the enemy first, and at the same time, he had to have enough blood of the soul-gnawing beast, otherwise he would not be able to change the crisis in front of him. However, to the Taroa people, these two things were difficult to do. There was no need to mention how strong the enemy was. In the Soul Village, which was heavily guarded, even the hundreds of thousands of Taroboros and the Guardians were not his match. The facts had already proven that it was undoubtedly an extremely difficult task to exterminate the invaders. Even if he succeeded, he would have to pay a painful price. As for reusing the blood of the soul-gnawing beasts to code the soul data, it was a rather difficult thing. The reason was that the blood of the soul-gnawing beasts had been exhausted. Even if there were some in stock, the amount was extremely small and could not be used easily. Even if it was put into use, it would only be a drop in the bucket and would not be able to solve the current crisis. The only way was to kill the invader, snatch the soul-gnawing beast's blood from his body, and then upload the soul data again. This was a long and massive project. Unless this matter was resolved, the Teroboros would not have the time to complete the restoration. In the end, the soul-gnawing beast's blood was too bloodthirsty, which was why the tribesmen were in such a tight spot when they were in danger. 1765 The Chaos and Countermeasures. 1. If one were to observe the tribesmen closely, one would notice a unique phenomenon. There were very few children among them. The reason for this was simply because the blood of soul-gnawing beasts was too little. Unless they obtained a special birth permit, the Terobo people would never raise offspring. A child born without a special permit would not be qualified to store soul data. After a few decades, the family would have to face the pain of separation. Someone had once suggested using genetic technology to create soul-gnawing beasts to ensure that the Teruans had a sufficient population. However, after countless attempts, he had never succeeded. In the end, he could only leave it at that. The soul-gnawing beasts had a unique talent and were extremely rare. After the tribesmen created the Land of Souls, they had never given up on their search for the soul-gnawing beasts, but to no avail. Perhaps the soul-gnawing beasts that they had captured and modified back then were the only race in all the dimensions, with no other branches at all. The enemy might have information about the soul-gnawing beast in their hands, which was both a surprise and a joy to the people of Terobo. After knowing that the intruders had already entered the second page of the Soul Land, the guards became more and more anxious and began to use all means to intercept them. Intruders had the ability to cross pages, which was undoubtedly terrible news for the Guardians. If the enemy stayed on the first page, the tribesmen would be able to control their losses. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, every page of the Soul Village was sealed by a barrier. Even the tribesmen who stayed in the Home of Souls could not easily leave their own page zone, and were instead confined to a fixed area. This was done for the convenience of management. Like a dictionary, the soul data also had a certain order, and was definitely not randomly distributed in a disorderly manner. The other reason was that the tribesmen, who had always advocated fairness and justice, were also divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. The tribesmen of different levels were in different pages, and they were treated differently. In the normal section, there were only simple lines and boring furnishings. The purpose was to reduce the consumption of soul-gnawing beast blood. Such a page area could be considered the slums of the Home of Souls. The Terobo people whose soul data was stored here were mostly civilians, and their influence was not particularly great. Slums like this occupied about 70 to 80% of the Land of Souls, and it could be said that most of the Terobo people were treated like this. In addition to the slums, there were also some rich areas in the Land of Souls, and the amount of writing and writing used here was far more than that in the civilian areas. The wealthy district was no longer just decorated with simple lines. There were many more specific things for the convenience of the two-dimensional Terobo people. They could enjoy a luxurious life in the outside world, but in the Land of Souls, the two-dimensional Terobo people who lived in the rich district could also enjoy a comfortable and leisurely life. When the Teroboros needed to download the soul data, the probability of rejection would be greatly reduced because the soul data would always be active. Other than the rich and the poor, there were naturally more special areas that served a small group of people. These pages were painted with beautiful scenery and were heavily guarded. In order to ensure the safety of this area, the Teroboros tried everything they could, even using a few pages of the world as a buffer zone. Within the buffer zone, there were powerful super guardians whose purpose was to ensure the safety of the special areas. Most of the people who lived in the special page area were the senior figures of the empire. They had high positions and certain privileges. They were also far more afraid of death than ordinary Teroborans. According to the empire's elder, as the brains of the Terobo people, they had the mission of leading their people to glory, so they had to pay more attention to their own safety. If anything were to happen to him, it would be the greatest loss for the tribesmen. It was better to take precautions than to waste more blood of the soul-gnawing beasts. Just as the guards were trying to get Tang Zhen to stay on the second page, another earth-shattering news came. After wiping out more than 500,000 Teroboros, the form of the invaders' attack changed. It turned into an indescribable giant. It was surrounded by wind, fire, lightning, and everywhere it passed was like a blackboard eraser, leaving only a blank space. Not only were the soul imprints of the Terobo people wiped away, but even the buildings were not spared. After all, they were drawn with the blood of the soul-gnawing beasts. After checking, he confirmed that the first page was now empty. From the perspective of the three-dimensional world, the page was clean without any traces. Compared to the time spent on the first page, the invader only used half the time to clear the second page. A rough count showed that almost 1 million Terraborans had been killed by the other party, and their soul data had been completely wiped out. The defenders were completely annihilated. Their abilities were limited. They could control the ordinary Tarobo people, but against the invading enemy, they were completely vulnerable. If this situation continued, it wouldn't be long before the enemy broke through the second page and directly invaded the third page. In the face of an increasingly serious crisis, after a discussion, the guards of the Soul Village decided to open a passage and release the super guardians who were guarding the special area. The ordinary guards were helpless. Perhaps only the powerful super guards could successfully kill the enemy. However, when they made up their minds and reported the plan to the Council of Elders, they were immediately met with strong opposition from some of the elders. There are only a limited number of super guardians. They are the last line of security for defending the special page area. If you transfer the super guardian away and the enemy takes advantage of this, won't the special page area also suffer a disaster? Up until now, we still don't know who the enemy is and if they have any allies. How can we support your plan? It's too risky. You might be willing to take the risk, but we're not. This was a matter of life and death, so the elders of the empire did not care about their dignity and jumped out to stop the plan. Some people opposed it, while others supported it. In his eyes, if he didn't eliminate the intruders, the special page might not be safe even with the protection of the super guardian. The super guardian had to take the initiative to attack in order to ensure true safety. The speaker reminded everyone that the invading enemy had only destroyed the first and second pages so far. Compared to the total number of pages, it was nothing. On the surface, it seemed to be in great danger, but in reality, it was not as serious as he had imagined. He absolutely could not panic. Under such circumstances, it was not wise to use their final trump cards so easily and leave an opportunity for the enemy. The supreme commander of the Guardians snorted in contempt. After all was said and done, these guys were still afraid that their soul data would be erased, so they found so many high-sounding reasons. At this critical moment, one could see their true nature the best. At this moment, the Empire's elders could be said to be full of ugly expressions, and they had completely lost their usual superior demeanor. However, what the Empire elders said was not without reason. Even though the losses were heavy, it was still within the limits of what the tribesmen could bear. If the enemy could be killed in time, all losses could be recovered. Therefore, after an emergency discussion, a new plan was finally formulated. All the guards would be deployed to intercept the invading enemies. At the same time, they would thoroughly check the areas that had not been invaded to prevent the enemy from having any allies. At the same time, they mobilized the blood of the soul-gnawing beasts to arm the ordinary Tarobo people, allowing them to participate in the siege of the enemy. At the same time, a super guardian was also summoned and headed straight for the third page. 1766. All kill as many as they come. The third page of the Soul Village was already in a mess. As more and more soul-gnawing beast blood was collected, Tang Zhen's form continued to change, becoming more and more ferocious and terrifying. In this world, one's appearance was not always the same. The more things one obtained, the more changes one's body would have. At this moment, he looked like a cloud of blood, and with the soul-gnawing beast's vacuum-like ability, he left nothing behind. In the area in front of him, there was a group of Tarobo people. They were being chased by Tang Zhen and had no way to escape. In front of the blood cloud, the Tarobo people were densely packed together as they looked at Tang Zhen with fear. Having seen the terrifying scene of the blood cloud devouring, they knew very well that they would not be able to escape. Before Tang Zhen's arrival, the Tarobo people on the third page had already received the news of the invasion. They were all terrified, but they were helpless. There was no exit in the Soul Land, and it was like a cage. Where could they escape to? It seemed like they could only wait for death. This was his greatest sorrow. He knew that death was near, but he had no way to save himself. City Lord, hurry up and devour them. Kill all these Tarobo people. The soul-gnawing beast waved its fist and roared excitedly. The more Tarobo people Tang Zhen devoured, the happier she felt. In the past years, she had fantasized about this scene countless times. Now that her wish had finally come true, the joy in her heart could no longer be expressed in words. Seeing the fear and despair on the faces of the tribesmen, hearing the curses and pleas of the tribesmen, the soul-gnawing beast trembled in excitement. Even though he could not personally take action, there was no difference between him and Tang Zhen by constantly using his innate ability. "Don't worry, none of them will be able to escape," Tang Zhen replied in an indifferent manner. He was like a god looking down on ants. His tone was filled with coldness. The continuous killing had already put him in a state of excitement. The more silent he was, the more ruthless his attacks were. As he replied to the soul-gnawing beast, Tang Zhen dragged his body, which was no longer in its original form. It was like a terrifying wave of blood, as it swept towards the Tarobo people. Unable to dodge, the tribesmen screamed and cursed before being devoured by the blood cloud, vanishing into thin air. In the blink of an eye, 1/10 of the tribesmen had disappeared, as if the picture on the paper had been completely erased. As Tang Zhen continued to advance, the number of Taroboros that were devoured increased. Perhaps after a while, the third page would become a dead land. It was also at this moment that a rolling blood cloud suddenly appeared in the distance and charged straight at Tang Zhen. "My lord, the Tarobo tribe's reinforcements are here. They seem to be very powerful this time, so you have to be careful." The soul-gnawing beast's voice rang out once more, its tone carrying a hint of vigilance. Clearly, the enemy this time could not be underestimated. "You've come at the right time. The more powerful the character, the higher the blood concentration. With you here, what are we afraid of?" Tang Zhen laughed out loud. Two arms suddenly stretched out from the blood cloud that he had transformed into. As they extended to both sides, they also surrounded the remaining Tarobo people. Seeing the arrival of the reinforcements, the surviving Tarobo tribesmen thought that they were finally saved. Who would have thought that the appearance of the two arms would completely cut off their escape route? With a wave of his arm, the Tarobo people were all gathered together. Then, Shui Yun opened his mouth and swallowed them all. After eating the appetizing dessert, it's time for the main course. Let's go. After dealing with these Tarobo people, Tang Zhen turned his head to look at the blood cloud that was getting closer and closer. He grinned hideously as he charged forward. Kill them all." Seeing Tang Zhen's high fighting spirit, the soul-gnawing beast also shouted loudly, cheering for Tang Zhen. "That's right, kill them all, ha ha ha." After devouring too many Tarobo people, Tang Zhen was inevitably affected by the negative emotions. At this moment, not only were blood clouds surrounding his body, but even his eyes had become as red as blood. The desire to devour and kill was simply uncontrollable. For such an abnormal situation to occur, it might be related to the innate ability of the soul-gnawing beasts. Seemingly invincible methods would always have some drawbacks. However, as long as it did not affect his actions, Tang Zhen would not care. Tang Zhen's gaze swept over the guards that had surrounded him. He discovered that the guards in front of him were clearly stronger compared to the enemies he had encountered earlier. The higher the concentration of their blood, the more destructive it was, and the harder it was to absorb it. This was more in line with Tang Zhen's intentions. Devouring purer blood would only allow him to obtain more benefits. Both sides were determined to kill each other. As soon as they met, they immediately started fighting. It was like a fierce tiger meeting a pack of wolves. They fought each other and it was difficult to separate them. Sometimes, Tang Zhen would devour the overseer, and sometimes, the overseer would bite the blood cloud that he had transformed into. In a situation where cultivators' skills could not be used, this kind of fighting was very brutal, like a fight between wild beasts. The innate ability of the soul-gnawing beast came in handy at this time. All the guards that were attacked by Tang Zhen seemed to have been drenched in strong acid as a large piece of them was instantly corroded. However, even if this was the case, those guards still fearlessly charged forward and firmly bit onto Tang Zhen. They were fighting in a way that completely exchanged their lives for his. The tribesmen had already made up their minds. Even if they had to sacrifice the lives of all the guards, it would be worth it as long as they could kill Tang Zhen. Even though he was being attacked from both sides, Tang Zhen continued to charge left and right, continuously devouring those guards. Who would have thought that the guards seemed to be endless? After devouring one batch, another batch would immediately rush over. Behind these guards, there was an even larger shadow that was slowly approaching him. Be careful of the guy behind us. That should be a super guardian, formed from the blood essence of my race. It has a restraining effect on my devouring ability. The soul-gnawing beast reminded Tang Zhen. Towards this super guardian created by the Tarobo people, he felt fear and hatred in his heart. After fighting for so long, it's time for a decent opponent to come. Tang Zhen did not have the slightest fear. He had encountered countless powerful enemies over the years. He had always become stronger when he encountered a strong opponent and had never retreated. The soul-gnawing beast's innate ability was activated. Tang Zhen was completely unafraid of his own injuries as he controlled the guards' encirclement to launch an attack. However much blood these guards took from him, he would have to take back, and it would be the kind with interest. Tang Zhen barged through the guards' blockade and collided with the super guard. Both parties immediately started fighting. Compared to the guards that had no form, the super guard's appearance was like a terrifying strange snake. Its blood-red body tightly wrapped around Tang Zhen, and at the same time, it was constantly tightening. Tang Zhen's figure continued to change. At the same time when the super guardian wrapped around him, countless blood-colored chains flew out from around his body and similarly tightly bound the strange snake. The soul-gnawing beast also exerted its strength at the same time. Even though the blood of the same race was extremely difficult to swallow, she still exerted all her strength and continued to absorb it with all her might. However, after devouring the blood of its own kind, it was like swallowing soil. The feeling of being unable to digest it made the soul-eating beast extremely uncomfortable. "City Lord, when will you be able to get rid of this super guardian? If this continues, I'm going to die from overeating." When the soul-gnawing beast spoke, it even burped. It was clearly too full. Soon, a long spear suddenly appeared in Tang Zhen's hand after he finished speaking. He aimed it at the super guardian. If one looked closely, one would discover that the spear was completely made up of runes. Coupled with the blood of the soul-gnawing beast, there were actually flames that kept rising. "Go to hell." Following Tang Zhen's low roar, the long spear suddenly flew out and directly shot towards the super guardian. The two were already entangled and unable to separate. Seeing the flaming spear coming at him, even if the super guardian wanted to dodge, he could not. Boom! The flaming spear hit the super guardian's body. Tang Zhen took the opportunity to retreat. Soon after, he saw the super guardian being wrapped in flames as it screamed and swam around. The flames of the Land of Souls were not the same as the flames in the three-dimensional world. However, their lethality was not weakened in the slightest. In fact, they were even stronger. Not long after, the super guardian stopped struggling and was devoured by Tang Zhen in a single bite. 1767 Prelude to the Decline 1. Although the super guardians were strong, they were only compared to ordinary guardians. However, against a living soul-gnawing beast, they were still no match. No matter how high their blood concentration was, it couldn't be higher than the soul-gnawing beast. Since the day the Soul Village was built, no one had ever thought that there would be soul-gnawing beasts attacking. The suppression of the innate ability made the guard suffer in every way. Even if they paid a tragic price, they could not obtain any effect at all. Moreover, Tang Zhen was originally strong, experienced and knowledgeable. He would never stick to the old rules when doing things. After understanding the special effects of the soul-gnawing beast's blood, Tang Zhen drew inferences from one case and thought of using the runic magic circle to combine the soul-gnawing beast's blood to attack. The flaming spear was his first attempt, and it seemed to work. In this way, Tang Zhen also had a killing move and did not need to be like just now where he could only fight in a barbaric manner. With the rune spear in hand, Tang Zhen would kill as many super guardians as they came. The only disadvantage was that this kind of attack consumed a lot of the soul-gnawing beast's blood, and it had to be refined and purified. The attack just now had consumed a tenth of its stock, giving the soul-gnawing beast a headache. After dealing with the super guardian, the remaining ordinary guardians were unable to do anything to Tang Zhen. It was only a matter of time before they were dealt with. Tang Zhen's body had become even more terrifying after he had devoured the super guardians. It spread out in all directions and covered all the guardians. In the sea of blood-colored clouds, there seemed to be a constant, caw-caw, chewing sound. That was the sound of the soul-gnawing beast constantly devouring the guard. The sound was deliberately made to express the joy in their hearts. After a few dozen breaths, the remaining guards were all wiped out, and the third page was completely cleared. The soul-gnawing beast's innate ability was activated once again, directly breaking through the spatial barrier of the page area and entering the next page area. In the following period of time, Tang Zhen barged in and did not encounter any obstacles. After this battle, the guards of the Soul Village were basically wiped out. Even if they wanted to send more reinforcements, they did not have enough blood of the soul-gnawing beasts. Without a pass, it was naturally impossible to enter this unique two-dimensional world. It could be said that the connection between the two worlds would gradually be cut off. If they wanted to stop and destroy Tang Zhen, they could only rely on the current strength of the Soul Village. Even if the Tarobo people outside were burning with anxiety, they could not provide any help at all. After Tang Zhen had eliminated the main force of the Overseer and at the same time had the means to deal with the Super Guardian, there was no one in the entire Soul Village who could stop him. When the battle situation on the third page was reported back, the Taroboros people fell silent as if the end of the world had come. After learning that the entire Guardian squad had been annihilated, and even the Super Guardian had been killed, everyone knew that they had completely failed. Without the normal Guardians holding them back, and with the Super Guardians being no match for them, everyone knew what would happen to the Soul Village. It was only a matter of time before the Land of Souls was destroyed. The intruders were waving their official pens and crossing off the names on the Book of Life and Death. It would not be long before all the Taroboros people realized in horror that they could no longer upload the data of their souls. This was a disaster for the Empire, a fact that no one in the Tarobo kingdom could accept. From now on, once they encountered death, they would not be able to be reborn through clones like in the past. For intelligent beings, death was their greatest fear. The tribesmen were able to achieve their current glory because they were not afraid of death. With their greatest advantage gone, a terrifying wave would naturally sweep over, causing the Taroboros people to fall into a state of collapse. With the cultivators of Lu City invading and the imminent war, the Tarobo clan was facing their greatest crisis. If they were not careful, they would be exterminated. How to deal with this crisis and ensure the continuation of their race had become a problem that every Tarobo tribe had to consider. When this news was sent back to the Imperial Senate, it caused another uproar. No one expected the enemy who invaded the Soul Land to be so strong. Unable to send reinforcements to the Home of Souls, and unwilling to see the enemy destroy the Home of Souls, the Tarobo people were caught in a dilemma. The only thing they could do now was to destroy the Home of Souls, so that the enemy would have no chance of escaping. However, it was not worth it to destroy a rare artifact like the Home of Souls just to destroy one enemy. In addition, there was another passive method, which was to guard outside the Soul Land and wait for the enemy to leave, then think of a way to capture them. If they could obtain the blood of soul-gnawing beasts from the invaders, or find a new group of soul-gnawing beasts, then even if they suffered losses, they could gradually make up for them. Unfortunately, all of this was just a plan. Before it was realized, no one knew if there was any possibility of success. The elders of the Empire were in a dilemma. After discussing for a long time, they still couldn't find a suitable solution. In addition to the changes in the Land of Souls, the Empire's elders still had one more thing to deal with, and that was how to deal with the panic caused by this incident. When the Home of the Soul existed, the tribesmen were not afraid of death. But now that the Home of the Soul was destroyed, the tribesmen were more afraid of death than anyone else. In order to prevent them from doing anything irrational when they collapsed, the Council of Elders of the Empire naturally had to make sufficient preparations, and they could also use extreme measures when necessary. This was a matter of life and death for a race, so they could not be merciful. In the history of the tribesmen, there had been cases where they had killed their own kind in order to eliminate dissidents. However, this kind of thing was extremely secretive and very few outsiders knew about it. More than 200 years ago, there was once an organization formed by a group of Taroborians. They strongly opposed the invasion of the Taroboros to other planes, and there were even members of the Imperial Council of Elders in the organization. The influence of this organization was huge. Due to their continuous protests and propaganda, many of the Taroboros people accepted their beliefs and joined in the anti-war propaganda. In the beginning, no one paid attention to them, but as the influence of these organizations grew, they were finally noticed by the Imperial Senate. All this while, the people of Tarobo had been enjoying the benefits of war, and they had always been very supportive of war invasions. If not for these benefits gained through war, how could the tribesmen have their current glory? The Imperial Senate would never tolerate such people who enjoyed benefits but were not grateful. This was especially so as the influence of this organization was so great that it had already caused a huge impact on the stability of the Tarobo people. Thus, after a discussion with the Imperial Senate, all the leaders of this organization were secretly captured. After that, the leader of this organization was sent to an abandoned planet along with his family, leaving them to fend for themselves. According to the judgment of the Imperial Senate, Since you hate the benefits gained through war, we will give you a chance to stop coming into contact with this environment and earn the right to survive through your own efforts. Apart from this punishment, the Imperial Senate also banned them from uploading their soul data after a discussion. After all, the home of souls was also plundered from war, and it was also one of the areas that they opposed, so they naturally had no right to enjoy it. The punishment faced by these prisoners was not only limited to this. Not only were the uploading of soul data prohibited, but the download of soul data was also prohibited. The environment of the abandoned planet was extremely harsh, and the exiles of the Teroboros people were in a miserable state. In just a dozen years, all of them had died. Since the Imperial Senate banned the download of soul data, the Teroborians disappeared from the world. The soul data stored in the Land of Souls was also completely sealed in a special page. Now that the Terobo clan was in a critical situation, they had to ensure absolute control. If anyone dared to cause trouble under such circumstances, similar incidents might repeat themselves. 1768 The chaos on the capital planet. 1. As the Terobo people were helpless and could only let the situation develop, the incident of the Land of Souls finally could not be covered up. More and more tribesmen realized that their soul data could not be uploaded. After asking their friends and family, they realized that it was not the only one who had encountered such a situation. It wasn't just the planet he was on, but also the special wave people from other planets. In this way, he could rule out the cause of the equipment, but that there was a problem with the Land of Souls. When someone did the statistics and discovered that the number of Trobones who were experiencing the abnormal situation had exceeded a few million, and the news was spread to the public, the hesitant Trobones could no longer sit still. There was no big deal in the world except for death. Now that his life could not be guaranteed, it was even more terrible than the invasion of cultivators in Lu City. They couldn't imagine how they could remain calm and composed when their lives were in danger. This matter had to be resolved, or else they would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. The tribesmen who encountered the anomaly contacted each other and agreed to gather together. They headed straight to the planet where the Imperial Senate was located to seek an explanation for their encounter. In a short period of time, the capital planet of the Teroboros people became extremely lively. Countless aircraft landed continuously, filling the giant spaceport to the brim. It had been a long time since such a scene had appeared. Everyone knew that this was definitely not a good thing. Even so, they had to brace themselves to deal with it, or else it would be a big mess. However, no matter how hard the Teroboros tried, they could not change the chaotic situation before them. Those who were not granted permission to land eventually decided to disobey the order and land. Under normal circumstances, any aircraft that landed illegally at an altitude of about 10,000 meters would be intercepted by defensive weapons. As the administrative capital of the Terobo people, the defense of the Terobo planet was naturally strong. Even a fully armed super warship could not easily pose a threat to the ground. It might be destroyed in less than 10 minutes. However, when the intruders were tens of thousands of angry Teroboros, even the defense system would not shoot them down. The ground security force received an emergency order and quickly adjusted the defense system from automatic mode to manual mode to avoid causing a large-scale air crash tragedy. At the same time, a large number of flying machines were sent to intercept the tribesmen who had landed illegally and send them to a special prison. Faced with the ground guards that were intercepting them, these Teroboros people used all their strength to fly around the planet in an attempt to avoid the enemy's pursuit. In the next few minutes, the Terobo sky was filled with a spectacular display of stunts as countless aircraft flew back and forth. When they were chased to the end of the road, the private carriers would fly close to the ground and pass through the tall buildings, scaring the pedestrians away. They only had one purpose, which was to escape the arrest of the ground guards and then gather in front of the Council of Elders of the Imperium. No matter how powerful the Imperial Senate was, they could not ignore the citizens' demands, not to mention that the number of Teroborians involved in this operation had already exceeded 1 million. The ground security force must have known their intentions. Once they were intercepted and arrested, they would not let them go easily unless the matter was settled. No matter what, he could not be caught by the ground guards, or all his previous efforts would be in vain. In the face of these private transport ships that were running around, the ground security force also had difficulties. In the situation where they could not use lethal weapons to launch attacks, the process of capturing them was almost a mental breakdown. Just as the ground security force was busy, another change happened, and it happened inside the ground security force. The members of the ground security force were also Tarobo people. After realizing that they were also victims and could not upload their soul data, they took the initiative to help the Tarobo people escape arrest. They removed the arrest warrant for the private transport ship that had landed illegally and spread it across the entire communication system at the same time. The military planes that received the order would naturally give up on the target and turn to track other illegal aircraft. Although the matter would soon be discovered and the ground guards who violated the rules would also be detained, there were still countless Tarobo people who successfully escaped the capture. After the tribesmen successfully landed, they began to gather in the direction of the Imperial Senate. As they were on their way to their destination, they were once again intercepted by the ground guards. The guards set up layers of energy barriers and blocked the way forward, preventing anyone from getting close to the Council of Elders. The fighter planes in the air kept issuing warnings. If they did not obey the orders, the guards would take extreme measures. Everyone, listen up. The things you're worried about are under control. It won't be long before everything returns to normal. Please exercise restraint. Believe in the determination of the Council of Elders. They will not let the rights and interests of the people of Tarobo suffer any loss. If you continue to be stubborn and cause irreparable losses, then you will bear all the responsibility. At the same time, according to the special order of the Imperial Senate, anyone who dares to disobey the order is equivalent to a traitor, and we have the right to kill those who disobey the order on the spot. Looking at the ground guards who were pointing their guns at them, the gathered Tarobo people were extremely angry. They felt that they were being treated unfairly. Why was it that when his life was in danger and he wanted to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks? For an explanation, he encountered so many obstacles. The protesters didn't listen to the Council of Elders' explanation at all, and they even felt like they were being fooled. If what the Imperial Senate said was true, and the changes in the Land of Souls were already under control, why were there more and more people who couldn't upload the data of souls? Even a fool would know that the situation was developing in the most terrifying direction. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the entire Tarobo clan would face an unprecedented calamity. Under such circumstances, the Council of Elders was still trying to fool him and all the tribesmen. This was unforgivable. Cut the crap. We need to know what exactly happened. Don't give us such grand excuses. It's not fair that you're still not announcing the truth at this time. Get out of my way, you dogs of the Imperial Senate. Otherwise, I won't show you any mercy. The angry voices grew louder and louder. As more and more Taroboros gathered, the entire street was filled with people. If this situation continued to develop, it might not be long before the situation was completely out of control. The commander of the ground security force on the spot was sweating. He knew how dangerous the situation was. A little carelessness would cause irreparable chaos. However, facing the Tarobo people who were filled with anger and wanted to swallow him alive, he could do nothing but try to persuade them again and again. Just as the situation became more and more tense, an accident suddenly happened. Among the people who were stopped, someone suddenly threw an item at the ground guards. It easily passed through the energy barrier and landed in the center of the ground guards. Boom! A loud noise suddenly rang out. Then, the entire street shook violently a few times as if it had been flipped over by a giant hand. Countless vehicles and ground security forces were lifted into the air and turned into ashes before they even landed. Half of the street was completely turned into ruins. The dust settled. Because of the individual shields and energy shield wall, the damage to the edge was not great. The commander of the ground security force got up and looked at the terrifying crater on the ground, as well as the scattered bodies and wreckage of vehicles around it. He turned around and cursed at the Taroboros people. Damn it, it's a miniature nuclear bomb. You bunch of lunatics should all go to hell. The Trobones who had gathered to protest were stunned by the scene before them. Although they were filled with anger, they did not really plan to attack. However, the bomb that had been detonated had pushed them to the edge of the cliff. Even if this matter had nothing to do with them, they couldn't get rid of it. It might even make the situation worse. Just as they were furiously searching for the culprit and questioning him why he did that, another gunshot was heard. The commander of the ground security force, who was standing behind the energy barrier and glaring at the protesters, was shot in the head by a surprise attack. The headless body shook a few times before falling to the ground with a thud. The scene quieted down again, but the air was so heavy that it was hard to breathe. The continuous changes had stunned everyone present. Fire! Annihilate these bastards. An angry roar suddenly came from the ground guards camp, and then a hovercar suddenly opened fire. A dense barrage of bullets was fired at the gathered Turobo people, and it was impossible to stop them. With the theoretical firing rate of 3 million rounds per minute, the Turobo people on the streets were like wheat fields blown away by the wind, falling into pools of blood. 1769 Chaos grows. 1. Amidst the intense gunfire, groups of Teroboros fell to the ground. The entire street was dyed red with blood, and there were broken limbs and body parts everywhere. The bullets fired by these hoverchariots had extremely high penetrative power. Even a special steel plate that was 1 meter thick could be easily penetrated. Due to the destructive power, the weapon operators were not allowed to open fire without permission. No one would have thought that the most unlikely weapon would be used first, and that blood would flow like a river the moment it was used. Stop him, don't let him open fire again. The officer of the ground security force reacted and immediately ordered the soldiers to rush to the hover tanks in an attempt to stop the other party's slaughter. However, before they could get close, the hovercar exploded, and a figure seemed to flash through the smoke. The gunshots stopped, but the tragedy had already happened and no one could save it. The streets were dyed red with blood, and the Turobo people who were huddled together were hit by the armor-piercing bullets. The tremendous kinetic energy tore their bodies into pieces. Broken limbs were flying everywhere, and the entire street was filled with a bloody mist that only dissipated after a long time. In the face of such a terrifying weapon, as long as one was hit by it, it would be impossible to escape death. Damn it, you bunch of bastards, you actually did such a thing. Ground guards, what are you doing? This is a massacre, executioner, unforgivable. In fact, the Council of Elders of the Imperium had been monitoring from a distance the whole time. When the accident happened, everyone was caught off guard. An elder of the Imperium grabbed the communication device and roared with all his might, berating the members of the ground guards. The other elders of the Empire were also in an uproar. Even though they had prepared for the worst, they didn't expect such an unforeseen event to happen, and it was out of control. In just one round of attack, at least 100,000 of the tribesmen had died, and countless were injured. After the anger, there was a moment of silence. What had already happened, so what could he do even if he was angry? The scene of the accident was clear at a glance. 90% of the people who had fallen were the Turobans who could not upload their soul data. It could be said that they had no possibility of being reborn. Thinking of the consequences of this matter, the Empire's elders all trembled. Even the invasion of the cultivators in Lu City had not made them so worried and afraid. Stop the attack immediately and save as many people as you can. At the same time, seal off the scene. We can't let this matter spread out. The longer we delay, the better. Since it was a matter of life and death, the Council of Elders immediately gave the order, hoping to minimize the impact of the situation. Gather all our forces and find out how this happened. I don't believe that this is the doing of the tribesmen. It must be the enemy's doing. That's right, it must be those damn cultivators of Lusheng. Planet Terobo is on high alert, no one is allowed to enter or leave. At the same time, activate the planet's scanning system. Once you find any traces of the enemy, immediately launch an attack. The Council of Elders was in a mess as orders were being issued one after another. Everyone knew that a terrible storm was about to come. The Turobo people on the streets were stunned. Before they could recover from the bloody massacre, they noticed that an energy shield had appeared in the sky above the planet. Countless aircraft flew out from underground and circled the sky, covering every part of the planet. They scanned all the places they passed by, and with no blind spots, no enemy could hide. It didn't take long for the scanning system to send out a warning. One by one, red dots were marked, all of which were targets of illegal intrusion. The targets of these illegal infiltrators were all different. There were cultivators hiding in Lusheng City, stowaways, and all kinds of races without legal identities. Attack. Attack immediately. As long as it's a suspicious target, kill them on the spot. In the Council of Elders of the Imperium, the elder in charge of the global scanning system roared, and his eyes were bloodshot. There was no point in interrogating the enemies now. He only wanted to tear these despicable enemies into pieces. With the commander's orders, the scanning terminals immediately uploaded the data and locked onto suspicious targets. The ground defense weapon launched an attack from the air, setting off a ball of dazzling fire on the ground. The attack speed was amazing. The red dots were cleared one after another, but there were still many red dots left. It was not easy to lock onto them. They scurried around the surface, destroying the Tarobo people's buildings and instigating even greater panic. Ordinary people definitely didn't have such strength, so the elders of the empire unanimously determined that these people must be the cultivators who had infiltrated the city. How did so many cultivators enter planet Tarobo? Are you all trash? Another wave of hysterical roars rang out, and the imperial elders cursed the official in charge of this matter. Then, the Council of Elders issued an order that the enemies on the planet had to be completely annihilated at any cost. If they were allowed to continue their destruction, even without the Alliance army's attack, planet Trobo would be turned into ruins. The ground security forces were collectively dispatched and desperately chased after Liu Cheng's cultivators, making a mess. Just as the Imperial Senate was in a fix, the video of the guards attacking the protesters also began to spread rapidly. In just a few hours, all the Taroboros people, including those on other planets, knew about this. As much as they were shocked, they also felt extremely angry. The Imperial Senate, as the leader of the Taroboros, had always claimed that they were working hard for the strength of the Taroboros. The people of Tarobo had indeed enjoyed a lot of benefits, and they had enough trust in the Imperial Senate. However, no one expected that the Imperial Senate would do such a crazy thing and order the protesters to shoot. Even though the Imperial Senate kept saying that this was the scheme of the cultivators in Lusheng, and that they had planned it from the beginning to the end, the people of Tarobo still couldn't believe it. As time passed, more and more Tarobans were unable to upload their soul data, and when the total number had exceeded 10 million, a new round of chaos broke out. Many of the Tarobo people thought that this was a scheme of the Imperial Senate, and they were trying to hide the truth of some things. Therefore, the Tarobo people denounced the Imperial Senate through various channels and demanded that they resign, or they would refuse to listen to the orders of the Imperial Senate. When it rains, it pours. Just as the Imperial elders of Tarobo were complaining, another piece of news came. On the planets controlled by the Taroboros, traces of the cultivators of the Lu city had appeared. They wreaked havoc on these planets, causing great losses to the ground guards. The Tarobo Alliance fleet that was in charge of fighting the cultivators of the city had encountered the war tower near the tourist planet, and the two sides had a fierce battle in space. After the first clash, the Alliance fleet lost 12 heavy battleships and countless frigates. Who would have thought that the war tower would suddenly stop attacking? The two sides entered a stage of confrontation, waiting for the arrival of the final battle. More than 500,000 Tarobans had been sacrificed in this battle. Due to the inability to upload the data of their souls, the entire fleet was in a state of panic. If this matter could not be resolved properly, it might have a huge impact on the final battle and lead to the defeat of the joint fleet. The failure of the war at the front lines had been sealed off by the Senate. The tribesmen had become extremely sensitive and fragile. If they knew about the situation, they would probably collapse again. The unfortunate incident was not over yet. Not long after the battle report came from the front, a secret tribesman organization appeared. They claimed that the Tarobo people would not be able to escape this calamity, and if they continued to stay in the Tarobo galaxy, they would be destroyed. The only way to ensure the continuation of their race was to escape from this galaxy and find a new home. This organization called on the Tarobo people to join them and formed a huge expedition fleet. When the news was sent out, they had already begun to move. Due to the recent grim situation, many of the Taroboros people were disheartened and lost all confidence in the Imperial Senate. After the organization made a statement, many Taroboros responded enthusiastically. They piloted private transport ships with long-distance capabilities. They continued to join this fleet. In addition to the civilian private transport ships, there were also 10 armed Trebor warships that had defected from the military and announced that they would join the long-distance fleet. Because of the existence of these armed battleships, the nearby patrol fleet did not dare to stop them at all. They could only let them pass by swaggeringly and continue to advance toward the unknown space. 1770 The Helpless, Starship Plan 1. From the invasion of the cultivators in Lusheng to the changes in the Land of Souls, the Tarobo people were in a state of chaos. At this point, it was impossible to solve the crisis by force alone. If the foundation was shaken, the building would collapse. The Empire's elders sadly discovered that the power they had been obsessed with in the past had now become a shackle that bound them. At this moment, they were needed to turn the tide, but when the situation was laid out in front of them, they did not know what to do. He was always passive and restrained. From the moment the Liu Cheng cultivators entered the Tarobo system and attacked their base, the Tarobo people had already lost half of the war. The elders hated the invader of the Land of Souls, but they couldn't make up their minds to destroy the artifact. After all, no one could bear such a loss. Having enjoyed the benefits of being resurrected from the dead, the tribesmen would not give up so easily. Even if there was only a slight chance, they would fight for it with all their might. As time passed, the number of Teroboros who could not upload their soul data reached 100 million. Then, like a rolling snowball, it snowballed to 500 million, 1 billion, and close to 10 billion. Although they had occupied many planets, the total population of the Teroboros was less than 10 billion. One reason was that they were limited by the amount of soul-gnawing beast blood, and two, the Teroboros preferred the elite model, and were unwilling to share the resources with their own race. When the Empire's elders realized that they were also unable to upload the data of the soul, everyone knew that the last bit of hope was lost. The enemy had obviously destroyed the page where the elders of the Empire stored the soul data. It was the last area of the Land of Souls, and also the most heavily guarded. Since the intruders had already arrived there, it meant that the home of souls had been completely abandoned, and there was no possibility of a reversal. From now on, the tribesmen would no longer have the privilege of being resurrected. Perhaps after 100 years, they would all be reduced to dry bones. At this moment, the entire clan was sad. Despair began to spread among the tribesmen. Many of them were thinking about the same question. If they lost the war, how would they ensure the survival of the tribesmen? With the destruction of the Land of Souls and Liu Cheng's approach, whether they could obtain the final victory had become a serious problem that had to be seriously considered. What was even more shocking was that most of the Terobo people believed that they had no chance of winning against Liu Cheng. The advanced technology had given the Teroboros people great power, but it was their race that was powerful, not the Teroboros themselves. When the enemy was also strong and they themselves were unusually strong, the weakness of the Terobo people was completely exposed. They couldn't fly in space with their physical bodies like the cultivators in Liu Cheng. They were also unable to destroy the spaceships one by one with just cold weapons and energy attacks like the cultivators in the city. The previous battles had already shown that the weapons of the Terobo people could not gain an absolute advantage against a true cultivator. Under such circumstances, if they still stubbornly believed that they could win the war, they would definitely be gambling with the future of the Terobo people. If they won, they would be covered in injuries. If they lost, their entire race would face a disaster. Faced with the upcoming crisis, the Council of Elders of the Imperium held another meeting. This time, they were not discussing how to fight the enemy, but how to ensure the continuation of the Terobo civilization. Holding such a meeting also meant that the matter had reached a point of no delay, and they had to prepare a backup plan. In the huge well-shaped conference hall, all the elders of the Empire who were participating in the meeting had serious expressions. They knew how important the meeting was, and the outcome of the meeting would determine the future of the Terobo people. In the center of the conference room, the elder of the Imperium who was in charge of this meeting said slowly in a heavy tone, "I'm sure everyone has seen the detailed analysis of the military situation before coming here. Based on our current military strength, if we go all out, the chances of winning are only 50%. There's an irreconcilable enmity between the tribesmen and the cultivators of Liu Cheng. If we lose the war, our entire race might be wiped out. Under such circumstances, we need to make plans early. If we truly suffer defeat, we need to ensure that the seed of the Terobo civilization can continue to exist. Therefore, I suggest that we initiate the Starship plan and execute it immediately." Hearing the host's words, the surrounding elders of Terobo fell silent. They all knew the content of Project Starship. The planetary ship project would never be activated unless the race was in the most critical moment. However, no one believed that it would really be activated since the day the project was established. In a sense, this was actually a kind of humiliation. It's not the time for the final battle yet. Isn't it a little too early to start the new boat plan now? There were still some elders of the Empire who thought that the tribesmen might still have a chance of winning. They were not willing to make a conclusion so early. "You think it's too early? If we wait until the defeat to activate the planetary ship plan and are intercepted by the cultivators of Lusheng, who will be responsible for that?" After the MC heard the opposition's question, he immediately roared and rebuked with all his might. His face was full of anger and unwillingness. How could he be willing to start this plan? However, the current situation had become urgent. If he continued to worry, it would really be too late. Hearing the host's angry rebuking, the elder of the Empire who raised the objection shook his head and shut his mouth tightly. Once the planetary ship plan is carried out, there is no way to reverse it. If we want to contact our fellow tribesmen again, I'm afraid it will take a lot of effort, or we may never be able to contact them again," said another elder of the Imperium. He was not against the planetary ship project but raised his concerns. The starship plan that the Empire's elders had mentioned was to activate a carefully designed super fortress when the Teroboros were in danger of extinction, and then randomly teleport them to an unknown dimension. The fortress could hold more than 100 million Teroboros, and the internal life cycle regeneration system could ensure normal operation for 1,000 years. The weapons stored inside could also ensure the safety of the war fortresses, and they would have the power to launch a plane invasion. Since it was a random teleportation, no one, including the Teroboros people, knew where the fortress would appear. Even though they were faced with many dangers, they had also cut off the possibility of being tracked down by the enemy. If the Terobo star system was destroyed, these carefully selected seeds could also ensure the survival of the Terobo star system. Even if we can't contact them, the Starship Fortress has the ability to guarantee the safety of these seeds. We don't have to worry about them at all. If we can get out of this crisis and eliminate the cultivators in Lusheng, we'll have plenty of time to search for the Starship Fortress's location. We'll find it sooner or later. The elder who presided over the meeting seemed to have made up his mind that the Starship project had to be launched no matter what. Even if someone raised an objection, he would argue with them. In fact, most of the elders of the Imperium supported the Starboat project because they knew that even if they won in the end, they might not be the owners of the galaxy. The lower-class races that had been oppressed for a long time would definitely seize the opportunity to seize power and even attack the Terobo people. After the war, especially with the destruction of the Land of Souls, the tribesmen were no match for the low-level races that outnumbered them by 100 times. It would be fine if they won, but if they failed, they might have to leave this star system and find a new place to settle down, just like the expedition fleet. One day, when his wings were fully grown, he would come back again. 1771 Friend and Foe 1. After a discussion, the Council of Elders of the Imperium finally decided to activate the Starboat plan, and it would be carried out in a top-secret state. If the cultivators of Lu Cheng found out about it and tried to destroy it, the Terobo people would really have no hope. Just like the Home of Souls, the planetary ship project was one of the top secrets of the Teroboros people, and they had never revealed it to anyone. The war fortresses used for space jumps had already been built, but they were hidden by special means, and no one knew their specific location. The members of the Starship Fortress were not selected from the current Terobo people, but from countless embryos that had been cultivated and sealed. After the Starship project was launched, these embryos would be quickly unsealed. At the same time, special methods would be used to shorten their growth period, allowing them to go through the process of childhood, and adolescence in an extremely short time. Although they looked very similar to clones, they were also completely different. They were all real living beings, just that they did not have childhood and youth. During this process, the seed members of the fortress would be implanted with the idea of infinite loyalty to the Terobo people through special equipment. At the same time, they would also be instilled with corresponding professional skills so that they could directly participate in work after they became adults. When the Starship Fortress completed its dimensional jump, these grown seed members would work together to build a new Terobo civilization and make it flourish. Because of the special nature of the planetary ship project, the enemy had no chance to infiltrate it. Just as the destruction of the Land of Souls was a foregone conclusion, the cultivators of Lusheng City were closing in, and the people of Terobo were troubled from both inside and outside. The Starship project was officially launched. In a hidden corner of the Terobo system, there was a half-abandoned planet. More than 90% of the planet was covered in desert. On this day, the desert suddenly shook violently. Then, a terrifying crack slowly appeared in the yellow sand. The crack continued to expand until it reached a terrifying level. From the sky, it looked as if the planet had suddenly gained a round mouth. Inside the mouth was a super space warship that looked like an olive core. As the exit on the ground opened, the warship had entered the starting state. The silo's surroundings looked like they were burning with flames, and the bottom of the silo was directly connected to the core of the planet. The giant silo looked like it was in the mouth of a volcano. Plane jump program activated. Energy shield activated. Detonate the Earth's core. Core detonation complete. Auxiliary propulsion system activated. Super magnetic field maker in operation. Jump channel activated. The jump channel is open. The countdown begins. 10, 9, 8 runes. When the last number rang out, the entire abandoned planet burst like a balloon and started to collapse from the inside. The space battleship also jumped out of the silo as if it had been hit by an invisible baseball bat. It quickly plunged into the black hole that was constantly rotating in the sky. The entire planet turned into a pile of wreckage, and the black hole in the sky began to close slowly until it disappeared. The Starship plan has been successfully implemented. All the data will be destroyed immediately. I wish you a safe journey. In space, there was an unmanned AI spaceship that was monitoring this scene. After confirming that the Starship Fortress had successfully entered the wormhole, it sent a message to the Council of Elders of the Imperium, which exploded in space like a firework. After receiving the message from the intelligent spaceship, the Empire's elders looked at each other and then went to different places to fight for the fate of the Terobo people. The planetary ship project had been initiated, and they no longer had any worries. Regardless of the outcome of the war, the spark of civilization of the Terobo people would continue to burn. The Home of Souls. Tang Zhen didn't know how many pages he had killed. He only knew that he had devoured more than 10 billion Teroboros people. According to the information he had received earlier, there were only so many Teroboros. It could be said that at this moment, he had completely wiped out all the data on the souls of the Teroboros. In particular, the page area under his feet actually stored the soul data of the Empire's elders. This made Tang Zhen even more certain that this should be the core area of the Home of Souls. Tang Zhen's mission to destroy the Home of Souls had been completed. The tribesmen outside were probably in a mess, and his goal had been achieved. Soul-gnawing beast, you said that we need to obtain the crystal cores of the same race. Where should we go to find them? Since the Terobo people had been completely annihilated, there would probably not be any more battles. Tang Zhen naturally did not need to maintain the terrifying blood cloud form. Under the control of his mind, the blood that he had absorbed along the way condensed into 9 blood-red dragons, which danced and circled around his body. The crystal core of my race should be in a more hidden location in the Soul Land. You can try to go to the deeper pages, and you might be able to find the hidden location of the crystal core. The soul-gnawing beast's tone was a little hesitant. She was also unable to accurately determine the exact location of the crystal core and could only let Tang Zhen try to find it. After hearing the soul-gnawing beast's words, Zhen Tang didn't waste any time and directly transmigrated to a new page. Try to sense it again. Is the crystal core here? After hearing Tang Zhen's words, the soul-gnawing beast searched for a while before revealing a strange expression. The crystal cores of my race aren't here, but I found some very interesting things. City Lord, do you want to go and take a look? Tang Zhen revealed a trace of curiosity when he heard the soul-gnawing beast's words. Soon after, he followed the soul-gnawing beast's guidance and rapidly advanced forward. It didn't take long before he saw a figure standing in front of an enclosed area. Although there was no specific appearance in the two-dimensional world, Tang Zhen was able to recognize the other party's identity. I didn't expect to meet you here. It seems we are fated. Tang Zhen spoke in an indifferent tone as he looked at the human figure in front of him. That human figure looked at Tang Zhen, who had suddenly appeared. He was initially stunned for a moment before a bitter smile appeared on his face. Sir Tang Zhen is indeed powerful. If I'm not wrong, the entire Soul Land should have been cleared by you, right? Tang Zhen smiled but did not say anything. He was an invader to begin with. The fact that he was able to enter this place was enough to explain everything. Seeing that Tang Zhen did not say anything, the mastermind behind the scenes smiled and continued, Sir Tang Zhen, do you know why I've spent so much effort to enter this place? You speak, I'll listen. If your answer satisfies me, I might let you die a more painful death. Tang Zhen admired this scum of the Terobo people. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have been able to find the Home of Souls so easily. Hearing Tang Zhen's words, the mastermind behind the scenes gently shook his head. It seemed that he did not care if he could leave this place alive. Sir Tang Zhen might not know this, but there are at least 3,000 tribesmen imprisoned in this prison. They were forbidden from uploading or downloading soul data, and they were locked up in this small area like animals. It could be said that they were better off dead. The reason they were imprisoned was because they opposed the invasion of the Terobo people, and as a result, they were hated by the Imperial Senate. A few thousand people were secretly captured and thrown to an abandoned planet to be tortured for more than 10 years before they all died tragically. My family and I were all victims of this incident. I was lucky enough to escape the disaster, but my family left me because of it. From that moment on, I swore that I would destroy the home of souls and save my family. If there's a chance, even if I have to destroy the entire Tarobo system, I won't hesitate to do so." When the mastermind said this, a smile appeared on his face. He then said with a slightly emotional tone, "Actually, I should thank cultivator Liu Cheng. If it weren't for the teachings of those prisoners of war, I wouldn't have been able to master some magical means, let alone have the strength to save my loved ones." Tang Zhen frowned when he heard this. He looked at the mastermind behind the scenes and said, "If that's the case, then where are the cultivators in distress that you came into contact with back then?" "Don't worry, Sir Tang Zhen. I'm not an ungrateful person. I've properly arranged for the cultivators who helped me to stay in a secret place. Moreover, I've been secretly searching for cultivator prisoners of war all these years. First, I was entrusted by the cultivators of Liu Cheng, and second, I want to thank them for their help." Tang Zhen smiled. He extended his hand and pointed at the person controlling the situation behind the scenes. Liu Cheng's cultivators clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. "I'll pay back what they owe you. I'll spare your life for now. As for your friends and family, I can also help you save them." The mastermind behind the scenes bowed to Tang Zhen after hearing this. He only stood up after a long time. 1772 Getting out of trouble and revealing, 1. To Tang Zhen, the mastermind behind the scenes was only a small pawn that was not worth mentioning. Compared to the entire invasion war, it was even more insignificant. If it wasn't for the fact that he held the secret of the Soul Village, Tang Zhen would have been able to track him down and capture him when they first met. Those crude and shallow tricks were simply laughable to the extreme in Tang Zhen's eyes. The series of events that followed were just for the sake of safety, so as not to affect the plan to invade the Soul Land. The plan had been completed, and the mastermind behind the scenes no longer had any value to be used. Since both parties had met, there was no possibility that Tang Zhen would let him off. With his strength, he only needed to move a finger and he could turn the other party into ashes in an instant. However, what the person behind the scenes did saved his life. Just based on the fact that he had helped many cultivators in distress and had properly settled them, Tang Zhen had no reason to kill him. To Tang Zhen, even the lives of 100 Tarobo people were not as important as the life of a cultivator from Lu City. So what if the person behind the scenes deliberately said this to save his life? It was fine as long as this matter was true. Tang Zhen was not interested in understanding the other party's initial goal. He only wanted the results. If the other party dared to deceive him on this matter, Tang Zhen would definitely extract his soul, refine his blood, and burn his bones to ashes even if he had to go to the ends of the earth. "You got the blood of the soul-gnawing beast from me earlier. Other than to enter the soul world, your main purpose was to break this barrier, right?" Tang Zhen took 2 steps forward. He looked at the circle that was drawn using the blood of the soul-gnawing beast and asked the person controlling the situation behind the scenes. "That's right, that's what I was thinking at the time. Other than the blood of the soul-gnawing beast, nothing can break the cage. It's just that I didn't expect it to be so difficult to sneak in. All 10 of my clones were killed by the guards, and even I barely made it here. As such, the blood of the soul-gnawing beast is insufficient, and I'm helpless." The mastermind behind the scenes sighed softly. As the saying goes, man's plans are not as good as heaven's plans. Even if he had used all his tricks, in the end, he still missed by 1 step. Tang Zhen snorted softly. He extended his hand and pointed at the controller behind the scenes. However, he did not say anything. The other party thought he was smart. If he had told the truth earlier, there would not have been so many twists and turns. "Take a step back. Leave this to me." When the mastermind behind the scenes heard this, he hurriedly retreated far away and then sized her up with a concerned look. The only reason he was unable to break out of the cage was because he had too little blood of the soul-gnawing beast. However, it was an easy task for Tang Zhen. Reaching out and pressing on the cage, the soul-gnawing beast's innate ability was activated. The indestructible cage in the eyes of the behind-the-scenes controller disappeared in an instant, like snow thrown into a furnace. Immediately after that, several thousand dumbfounded Tarobo people appeared before Tang Zhen. Their souls had been imprisoned for too long and were now completely rigid. After Tang Zhen took a glance, he turned his head to look at the person in charge behind the scenes who was walking over. He frowned slightly and said, "Now that they've become like this, how are you going to help them leave? Do you have other means?" "Don't worry, Sir Tang Zhen. I've already made preparations before coming here. I estimate that in about 2 hours, the equipment I prepared in advance will be activated and automatically download the soul data. As for their current state, they should be able to recover after a period of recuperation. It seems that you're well prepared. In that case, I'll be able to avoid some trouble. Tang Zhen nodded. You said that you'll download the soul data in 2 hours, so I'll give you 3 hours. After that, I'll seal this soul land and take it away. Time is of the essence, so you're on your own. After hearing Tang Zhen's words, the controller behind the scenes repeatedly thanked him. He understood how precious time was under special circumstances. Tang Zhen was already giving him a great deal of care by giving him 3 hours of time. When he thought up to here, the mastermind behind the scenes no longer hesitated. He said to Tang Zhen, Sir Tang Zhen, after I bring these people out, I will immediately leave the Terobo star system. As for those cultivators, I've arranged for them to stay in a secret location. These are the specific coordinates, you can send someone to pick them up at any time. When the mastermind said this, he told Tang Zhen an address and bowed once again. Yes, Tang Zhen nodded, I still have other things to do, so I won't be here to accompany you. If you're really at the end of your rope, you can also come here. The Lusheng world is vast, and the Terobo galaxy can't compare to it. There must be a place for you all to stay. After Tang Zhen finished speaking, he was about to turn around and leave, preparing to continue searching for the crystal cores of the soul-gnawing beast race. Who asked him to hear an old voice just as he turned around? It was obviously not from the controller. Your Excellency, please wait. Tang Zhen turned around and saw a young man slowly walking out from the group of dumbfounded Terobo people. The old voice came from his mouth, and with his young face, it made people feel a little strange. What do you want? Tang Zhen glanced at the surprised and happy controller before looking at the prisoner who had stepped out of the crowd and asked in a faint voice. The prisoner seemed to have just been freed from his restraints, so his mind was still not working. He opened his mouth and said a few words, but none of them could be connected. The controller looked on anxiously from the side. He wanted to help but didn't know where to start. Tang Zhen, who was beside him, gently snapped his fingers. An obscure fluctuation spread out. The eyes of the prisoner who was originally stammering suddenly had an additional trace of spirit. Thank you for your help, sir. I just wanted to ask, are you really not going to let the Terobo people go? That's right, we won't stop until Trobo is destroyed. Tang Zhen nodded. The invasion this time had mobilized a total of 10 war towers and consumed countless resources. With such a large force, if he did not take back the principal and interest, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? The prisoner sighed with a complicated expression. Although he was imprisoned by the Imperial Senate, he was still a Terobo man. Now that his race was facing a disaster, and even the land of souls was not spared, he naturally felt a lot of unwillingness and helplessness. Tang Zhen swept his eyes over the other party. He really did not have the time to chat idly with him. He coldly asked, do you have anything else to do? If not, I'll take my leave first. The prisoner shook his head and seemed to be struggling. In the end, he said, actually, there's something I want to tell you, sir. It's related to the top secret of the Terobo people. Even if you destroy the Terobo star system, the Terobo clan will still have a trump card, and they will still have the power to rise again. Tang Zhen smiled after hearing the other party's words. If I'm not mistaken, you're talking about the Star Boat project, aren't you? Upon hearing Tang Zhen's words, the prisoner was stunned for a moment as an incredulous expression appeared on his face. Yes, I'm talking about the Star Boat project, but how did you know? The planetary ship project was related to the continuation of the race. In the entire Terobo clan, only the Empire's elders knew about this, and they would definitely not leak this information. Tang Zhen smiled and did not say anything. He naturally would not tell the prisoner in front of him that the Starship project was a secret that the soul-gnawing beast had discovered after devouring the soul data of the Empire's elder. The soul-gnawing beast had already told Tang Zhen the moment it learned of this secret. In fact, the information that Tang Zhen had was far more than the prisoner in front of him. I'm already aware of this matter, and I naturally have a way to deal with it. The question is, why are you telling me this? Don't you wish for the Terobo civilization to continue to develop? The prisoner sneered and shook his head. Of course, I don't wish for the destruction of the Terobo civilization, but it has nothing to do with the Starship project. Perhaps you don't know what kind of ideas those seeds will be instilled with. They would take plundering as their mission and slaughter as their glory. As long as they could rebuild the Tarobo civilization in the shortest time possible, they would pay any price. They're a bunch of lunatics, a bunch of killing machines. They'll only bring endless disasters wherever they go. 1773. The defensive forces fighting to the death at this point, the prisoner's face was already filled with anger. War will bring benefits to the tribesmen, but it will also bring disaster. Your presence here is the best example. Instead of letting this group of butchers go on a killing spree, it was better to destroy them directly to prevent the lives of the other planes from being lost. Moreover, they were not pure Toruans, but had undergone special genetic modification, so it was not an exaggeration to call them monsters. Even if the Imperial Senate tried to quibble and called them the new Teroboros people, they couldn't hide the fact. They're a whole new race of slaughter, a bunch of war machines, and have nothing to do with the real Teroboros. The prisoner bowed to Tang Zhen when he spoke up to this point. The reason why I'm telling you all this is that I hope you can stop the Starship project and prevent more disasters from happening to the other races. At the same time, I hope that Your Excellency can show mercy. The civilization of Tarobo has developed for tens of thousands of years. If it is destroyed, it will be a loss for all intelligent life. When the prisoner was speaking, Tang Zhen had been silently listening. After he finished speaking, Tang Zhen shook his head. What you say makes sense, but there are some things that cannot be stopped. As soon as a war begins, the result is filled with the unknown. As for stopping the planetary ship project, it was probably too late. If I'm not wrong, the Starship project should have already started when I arrived here. With the destruction of the Land of Souls and the advancement of the Alliance Army, the Imperial Senate didn't dare to hesitate anymore. If I'm wrong and the Star Boat project has not been activated, it can only be said that the Council of Elders of the Imperium is full of idiots. Tang Zhen directly turned around and left after he said this. Through the memories that he had obtained from the soul-gnawing beast, Tang Zhen was extremely clear about the details of the planetary ship project. He knew that it was clearly too late for him to stop it now. In fact, it was very normal for such a thing to happen. In times of peace, one should be prepared for danger and leave enough backup plans. Only then would one have the capital to turn the tables in the event of an accident. After winning this invasion war, Tang Zhen would think of a way to deal with these fish that had escaped the net. Even if the Starship Fortress had already escaped far away, there would be a day where their traces would be exposed. As for whether or not he would exterminate the Tarobo people, that would depend on their luck. If there were only a few of them left, there was no need for Tang Zhen to mobilize a large force to pursue them. The world of Lusheng had made countless enemies and powerful civilizations. If they had killed all of them out of fear of revenge, the world of Lusheng would not have developed to its current state. In the following time, Tang Zhen and the soul-gnawing beast went through all the pages of the Soul Land and finally found the crystal core of the soul-gnawing beast's race. These crystal cores contained the soul-gnawing beast clan's secret technique inheritance. Tang Zhen would not be contaminated by it, and handed them all over to the soul-gnawing beast. Obtaining these crystal cores was equivalent to obtaining the control of the Soul Land, and he could take them away at any time. After the soul-gnawing beast told Tang Zhen the way to leave and how to collect the books, it stayed in the Soul Village and fell into a deep sleep. She had absorbed too much blood from her own race and obtained a large amount of secret technique inheritances. It would take at least 1,000 years for her to completely digest them. To the soul-gnawing beasts, time was something that could be completely ignored. Even those dragons that slept for decades had to admit defeat in front of the soul-gnawing beasts. Calculating the time, the mastermind behind the scenes and the prisoners should have already left the Soul Land. Tang Zhen chanted the incantation that the soul-gnawing beast had taught him. His figure slowly faded and he left the Soul Village in an instant. After leaving this special two-dimensional world, his body was like a dry sponge falling into the water. It began to change shape rapidly and adapt to the rules of the three-dimensional world. Tang Zhen's body had just returned to normal when he felt a wave of danger. He did not hesitate to teleport and dodge. Countless beams of light were shot at the spot where he had just stopped, and there were dense weapons all around, launching continuous attacks at him at a terrifying speed. A bunch of clowns. How dare you be so arrogant when you're about to die? Tang Zhen coldly snorted as he picked up the thick book floating beside him. Immediately after, countless white flames burst out with him as the center. After coming into contact with these terrifying flames, those weapons that were attacking Tang Zhen suddenly went silent. In the blink of an eye, they turned into balls of molten metal, and metal vapor filled the entire space. What followed was a series of explosions, mixed with the screams of the Teroboros. With just this wave of attack, who knew how many members of the defense force would be turned into ashes? You wouldn't even have the chance to escape. Tang Zhen observed his surroundings and discovered that he was inside a metal fortress. The thick books that formed the home of souls were previously suspended on a metal platform. After dealing with the enemy who ambushed him, Tang Zhen's figure soared into the sky. The metal barrier was unable to stop his advance at all and was pierced through in the blink of an eye. Only after he rushed to the outside world did Tang Zhen realize that he was in the middle of a mountain range. There were all sorts of armed war chariots on the ground and densely packed flying devices above his head. At the same time he appeared, a dense attack once again came from all directions. Its target was naturally Tang Zhen, who was floating in midair. You're still trying to play this game? Alright, I'll play with you guys for a while. Tang Zhen coldly laughed. Countless runes formed a thick shield out of thin air and blocked those terrifying attacks that had no blind spots. It was as if raindrops were hitting on tiles, causing water to splash continuously, but the tiles were not damaged at all. Tang Zhen, who was at the center of the attack, appeared like a dazzling sun at this moment. This was a strange scene that was created after the energy attack was dispersed. Too weak, too weak. With this little ability, you dare to compete with our Lu Cheng army? Tang Zhen's tone contained a ridicule as he threw a punch forward. A mountain peak not far away suddenly exploded and was instantly razed to the ground. The guards and all kinds of chariots around the mountain peak were buried by the rolling rocks, and there were no traces of life left. Witnessing this destructive scene, the members of the defense force who participated in the encirclement were frightened, but even so, no one retreated. Everyone was clear that if they retreated now, it would mean that they had given up their last hope. When the Guardian Squad was first established, it was to ensure that Soul Village would not be damaged in the slightest. Every member had made a vow when they joined that they would protect this place with their lives. Tang Zhen's sudden intrusion gave the members of the Guardian Squad a fierce slap in the face. As a large number of soul data was erased, the members of the Guardian Squad became even more ashamed and indignant. This was the most merciless torture of mockery. The thing they had sworn to protect with their lives was now being wantonly destroyed by intruders, and they were helpless. Only the members of the defense force knew how they had spent this period of time. Almost every moment, they were gritting their teeth and holding back all their energy, wanting to take revenge and wash away the shame. Before Tang Zhen came out, the guards had issued a military order to fight to the death and not retreat. They had to capture and kill the intruders. At this moment, when they saw that Tang Zhen had killed nearly 10,000 members of the defense force with a single move, they became even crazier. They went all out and poured their ammunition at Tang Zhen's position. The attacks became more and more intense, but what sent chills down everyone's spine was that the intruder in the center was completely unscathed. It was as if these attacks, which could easily destroy a city, were as gentle as a drizzle. Then, the invader raised his hand again, and the attack from the other direction suddenly stopped. All the people, horses, and chariots were instantly turned into crystal-clear ice sculptures. They shattered on the ground like resplendent gemstones from the shock wave. This cruel and bloody scene made the guards feel even more desperate. The invaders' strength had far exceeded their imagination. Perhaps in the next second, they would also die without an intact corpse. As expected, in the next moment, their premonition came true. Countless silver wind blades appeared out of thin air and swept toward the remaining two directions. They were like the sharpest blades in the world, cutting flesh and metal into pieces, requesting for close-range weapon lock-on. Activate the super-gravity field. Use as much firepower as you can and immediately launch an attack on our location. The commander of the defense force laughed bitterly and waved his hand at the mecha troops beside him. Then, almost 1,000 Terobo people Ace Mecha Masters flew off the ground at the same time and launched a suicidal attack on the intruders. They had no way out. Even if they couldn't kill the intruders, they had to risk their lives to deal them a heavy blow. Like sharp swords, the figures rushed to the center of the battlefield, only to fall like fireworks. Just as the mecha troops were almost wiped out, an overwhelming attack came, completely covering the land within a 100-kilometer radius. 1774 The invader is dead. The use of superweapons to launch a ground attack was a strategy that had already been set up beforehand. It was meant to destroy both jade and common stone if the interception failed. Since they had already paid such a huge price, they could not let the intruders escape no matter what. Otherwise, it would no longer be a matter of face but a threat to the entire capital planet. Once the invader who destroyed the Land of Souls came out, he would be like a tiger out of its cage. Who knew how many lives he would devour? With the Land of Souls destroyed and unable to be resurrected, it was an unquestionable choice to sacrifice a small number of people in exchange for the safety of more people. When the guards failed to intercept, the attack that was set in advance arrived. The first to be activated was a special magnetic field jammer that had the ability to seal off a specific area and prevent teleportation. The purpose of this technology was to guard the important areas of the Teroboros people, preventing them from using teleportation and other means to sneak in. After rigorous tests, it was confirmed that such equipment had excellent effects. As long as one was in the area of interference, teleportation would not work normally. This also cut off the possibility of the invader teleporting away, and it was absolutely impossible for him to dodge the next attack. In the blink of an eye, the real attack had arrived. Within a radius of 100 li, it was as if an invisible fist had smashed into the ground, and the ground instantly caved into a bottomless depth. This was a super-gravity weapon used by the Terobo people, capable of indiscriminate attack in a designated area. Even if the target had an extremely strong defense, it still couldn't resist the additional damage brought by this gravity attack. If it was an ordinary target, they would have been turned into dust by this attack. There was no possibility of escape. What followed the super-gravity attack was the gamma-ray cannon located in close space. This weapon was developed to imitate the gamma-ray burst and had a terrifying destructive power. In the history of the Terobo people's invasion of other planes, they had used this special weapon before. It attacked the ground from outer space, and the final result was naturally the annihilation of the entire planet. These 2 rounds of attacks were enough to destroy everything. However, the Teroboros had more tricks up their sleeves. They had gathered all their weapons here and bombarded the ground that had been destroyed for a long time. When the attack was launched, the Imperial Senate was also paying close attention to this place. Although they were sad about the loss of the guards, as long as they could eliminate the intruders, it was worth it. Eliminate the invaders, steal the blood of the soul-gnawing beasts, and rebuild the soul village. If they succeeded, their greatest threat would be gone. Then, the Terobo people would be united. No matter how strong the cultivators in Lusheng were, they would be doomed to run back to their nest. No species can withstand such a powerful attack. The invader will die, of course. If it wasn't for the protective measures taken in advance, these attacks would be enough to cause heavy damage to a planet, more than enough to deal with the invaders. Those barbarian lower-class races don't understand how powerful the Teroboros are. Seeing the secret base being covered in all kinds of terrifying attacks, the elders of the Imperium's breathing quickened, and their faces were filled with excitement. There was a hint of expectation in their eyes. In their opinion, no matter how strong the intruders were, they were doomed to have no chance of escaping under such an overwhelming attack. The final victory would always belong to the tribesmen. Attack, continue to attack, do not hesitate. Our enemy is too strong. We can't give him a chance to turn the tables. Many elders of Zenith waved their fists and shouted, and their faces were full of joy after venting their frustration. During this period of time, they were suppressed to the point that they almost went crazy, and they finally got to release it today. Seeing that his side had regained the upper hand, his mood was naturally incomparably carefree, and he wished he could personally go into battle to cheer them on. The imposing manner of the past had long since ceased to exist. Instead, they were more like a group of gamblers who had seen the hope of turning the tables. The terrifying attack lasted for nearly a minute before it slowly subsided. The secret base that was originally heavily guarded had now completely disappeared. What appeared before everyone's eyes was a terrifying bottomless pit. The soil and gravel that had been bombarded countless times had now turned into dust. This wasn't ordinary dust, it was a special state that appeared after the crystallization of soil and gravel and countless attacks. They were piled up loosely, and a gust of wind could sweep up a 100-meter thick layer of dust, activate the life signature detector and search the entire battlefield. I want to see if the invader is dead, an elder of the Empire shouted impatiently as he stared at the projection in front of him with a terrifying expression. The other elders of the Empire were the same. They held their breaths and clenched their fists, waiting anxiously for the results of the detection. Time seemed to have slowed down, making people feel as if a day was a year. The life detector's image appeared in front of the elder of the Empire. The area within 100 miles was dead silent, and there was no sign of life at all. Ha ha ha, Dead, the invader is finally dead. With the cheer of an elder of the Imperium, the entire meeting hall of the Heavenly Well was filled with cheers. Everyone was expressing their joy in their own ways. It was as if he had finally gotten what he wanted after going through a lot of hardships. That kind of carefree and excited feeling could not be described with words. It's good that he's dead. He deserved it, and his death is not to be regretted. Continue the search and see if you can find any blood of the soul-gnawing beast. Don't miss anything. The soul-gnawing beast's blood had an undying characteristic. Even after suffering such a terrifying attack, there was a great possibility that it could be preserved. This was also one of the reasons why the Empire's elders dared to launch an attack back then. Otherwise, they might not have dared to do so. Just as the Empire's elders were celebrating, there was a sudden change on the life force detector's interface. An almost imperceptible red dot suddenly appeared. At first, it was very light, but then its color became darker and darker, as red as blood. A crisp notification sound rang out, indicating that there was still an aura of life in the center of the battlefield. What's going on with Yingluo? Tell me what's going on. Didn't they say that the invader was dead? What's this? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Under such an attack, there's no way an intruder can survive. Hurry up and check if there's something wrong with the instrument. It's over, it's all over now, Yingluo. As the life signature detector's notification sounded, the excited elders of the Empire were frozen in place. The smile on his face gradually collapsed, replaced by despair and disbelief, and finally turned into hysterical madness. They could not believe that the intruders were still alive even after such a terrifying attack. In the face of such a powerful enemy, the elders of the Empire felt despair and anger, but they also felt an uncontrollable fear. So this was the opponent of the Tarobo people. No wonder they dared to invade the Tarobo system and destroy the land of souls so unscrupulously. It was because they were strong enough to ignore the attacks of the Tarobo people's weapons. Even in a hopeless situation, they could not be completely annihilated. 1775 Tang Zhen's declaration of war. After the change, the atmosphere of despair spread in the meeting hall, and everyone felt their mouths go dry. The beeps of the life detector were more and more frequent. The elder of the Imperium's heart was beating like a soul-chasing war drum. After hearing the continuous beeps, some of the Empire's elders' legs trembled, and they collapsed on their seats. The life detector had a complete set of functions. Not only could it detect the existence of life, but it could also display the life level of the target. When the target was locked on, the target's strength would be displayed in the form of data. This equipment was mainly used on battlefields and was one of the essential items for boarding warships to prevent any fish from escaping. Under normal circumstances, the value of an ordinary life form was only around 100. Some stronger races could reach a value of more than 200. Anyone who exceeded this number would be classified as a dangerous target and would be the primary target of attack on the battlefield. However, the numbers displayed on the life form in front of them made the eyes of the elders of the Empire widen. They either thought that they had seen wrongly or that the life detector had malfunctioned. 10,000 plus. This was equivalent to 100 times the strength of an ordinary life. It had far exceeded their imagination. This was definitely not as simple as the sum of 100 ordinary creatures. It was a super life form of a completely different level, and its strength was unbelievably powerful. The 10,000 combat value was the upper limit of the life signature detector, so the current display was not an exact number. It could only be said that the upper limit had become the base. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? An elder of the Imperium looked at the numbers on the monitor in a daze with an expression of disbelief. In the history of the invasion, the Taroboros had encountered races with high combat score, but no matter how strong the natives were, they had never reached such a ridiculous level. No wonder the other party could invade the land of souls and withstand such a terrifying attack without dying. It was because he was a monster. What are you still doing? Attack. Continue to attack. We can't let him out. An elder of the Imperium came back to his senses and roared at the top of his voice. His voice was sharp and piercing. After hearing his words, the other elders of the Empire came to a realization and roared as they launched their attacks at all costs, taking advantage of his weakness to take his life. After the other party suffered an attack, it was impossible for him to be unscathed. This was the best opportunity to strike. Who knew that just as they finished speaking, they saw a figure slowly appear from the ashes in the center of the battlefield. His clothes seemed to be in tatters, but his body was not injured in the slightest. His aura was as sharp as a knife, making people not dare to look at him directly. Under countless gazes, this person slowly raised his head. His gaze pierced through the illusory image and landed on the elders of the empire. The eyes seemed to be emotionless, but they cut their bodies and souls like sharp blades, making the elders of the empire feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. And this was only through the screen. If the other party were to stand in front of them, perhaps he only needed to look at them to make these empire elders tremble in fear. After a dozen breaths, the young man who walked out of the ruins spoke, his voice low and cold. I know you can hear me. Since there's a chance to communicate, I have to inform you of something. Cultivator Liu Cheng has entered the Tarobo star system this time to rescue your companions who were captured by you all back then and to welcome them back to their hometown. You invaded the Wildlands war zone and caused a lot of slaughter. You'll have to pay back the amount of people you killed, not one less. Hearing that, the elders of the Imperium were furious. They shouted, arrogant, but they did not seem to have any confidence. Tang Zhen seemed to have anticipated the reaction of the Tarobo people. A hint of mockery appeared on his face as if he was mocking them for being strong on the outside but weak on the inside. From now on, enjoy the rest of your time. Maybe it won't be long before Cultivator Liu Cheng appears in front of you. My name is Tang Zhen, and I was once a cultivator from the Wilderness War Zone. Now, I'm the commander-in-chief of the Liu Cheng Cultivator Alliance Army. We won't stop until we level the Tarobo star system. Tang Zhen's voice had just faded when the drone used to monitor the battlefield suddenly exploded. The original image disappeared. The meeting hall was deathly silent. None of the Empire's elders made a sound. At this moment, Tang Zhen's words were echoing in their minds. Perhaps from this moment on, the Tarobo civilization, which had a long history, had truly begun its countdown. He waved his hand and destroyed the life detector in the sky above the battlefield. Tang Zhen's figure soared into the sky and headed straight to outer space. The enemy is trying to escape. Attack immediately. We can't let him leave. Those defensive units that had detected Tang Zhen's figure began to launch continuous attacks at him, but they were easily dodged. In the blink of an eye, Tang Zhen's figure was already standing in the sky. Boom! The seemingly sturdy planetary shield had a huge hole in it in the blink of an eye, and the energy that escaped from it bloomed like fireworks. After breaking through the shield, Tang Zhen looked down from the sky before his figure disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he had already returned to the interior of the war tower. PFF'd. Tang Zhen's expression changed slightly as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Before it even landed on the ground, it had already dissipated like clouds. After spitting out the blood, he looked much better. Using a planet-destroying weapon against me. I'm afraid these Tarobo people are really mad. With his cultivation at the second realm of the Sector Lord realm, he had long surpassed the level of ordinary life forms. The blood he spat out earlier was just waste that was discharged when his body was recovering. Under the relentless attacks of the Taroboro's people, even with his extraordinary strength, he could not avoid being injured. Fortunately, this kind of injury only temporarily affected his combat power. As long as he recuperated carefully, he would recover in a short time. A cold glint flashed across Tang Zhen's eyes after he picked out an item that had a wondrous healing effect from his treasured collection and consumed it. Now that all the necessary preparations had been completed and the tribesmen were facing internal and external problems, it was a godsend opportunity for the cultivators of the tower to make their move. Following his summoning, the Realm Lord cultivators who were involved in the invasion gathered together. After a brief discussion, Tang Zhen officially gave the order to attack. The war tower, which had been waiting for a long time, immediately took action, heading straight for the fleet of Tarobo that had stopped near the industrial planet. It didn't take long before the two sides officially started fighting. From the very beginning, this war was destined to be a battle of life and death. It was destined to not end peacefully. For a moment, the entire outer space was filled with dazzling light. Whether it was the war towers or the warships of the Tarobo people, all of them were firing at full force, vowing to annihilate the other party. A strange light beam shot out from the war tower, sweeping through space like a whip. Anything that was touched by it would disappear in an instant. As the 10 beams of light swept across, one by one, the Tarobo battleships were cut in half, turning into pieces of space debris. The Taroboros were not to be outdone either. All sorts of terrifying weapons rained down on the war tower, causing the energy shield to be riddled with holes. From time to time, there would be attacks that would break through the defense and cause damage to the war tower, leaving behind terrifying scars. However, in the course of the battle, the war tower was like a brave warrior that had fallen into the enemy's formation. It kept pressing forward and was getting closer and closer to the Trobo fleet. Seeing this, the fleet commander quickly ordered them to retreat while maintaining a suppressive attack. They definitely wouldn't allow the war tower to get close. When the fleet commander realized that retreating could not solve the problem, he ordered the activation of the energy absorption device to prevent the Lu Cheng cultivators from launching a close-range attack. In the last battle, Lu Cheng's cultivators could fly through space with their physical bodies and cause heavy damage to the battleships alone. This incident had become a nightmare for all the members of the fleet. They would never allow such a thing to happen again. At the back of the Tarobo camp, there was a special space battleship equipped with energy absorption equipment specially developed by the Tarobo people. It could cover a range of up to 10,000 kilometers. Although the effect of this device was greatly reduced for king-level cultivators, it would still cause some trouble for the cultivators in Lu Cheng. As a result, the energy-absorbing device had become a major target of attack after the battle. More than 30% of the attacks were directed at the warship. The people of Taroboros knew this as well, so they put more effort into the protection of the energy-absorbing device. Moreover, the modified energy absorption device could directly supplement the absorbed energy to the energy shield. The more violent the attack was, the stronger the defense of the energy shield. They had thought that with the intimidation of the energy absorption device, the cultivators of Lusheng would not dare to engage in close combat. Who knew that not long after the battle between the two sides, a change suddenly occurred in the fleet. One after another, the Taroboros went berserk. They had strange smiles on their faces as they mercilessly attacked their comrades. In an instant, the fleet was thrown into chaos. The fleet's guards took the opportunity to suppress them. Who would have thought that these members were fearless? Even if they were killed on the spot, their corpses could still continue to attack. At the same time, ghostly figures shuttled back and forth wantonly inside the starship, and shrill screams rang out. Wherever the ghostly shadow passed by, the Tarobo people fell to the ground one after another like dried corpses, their blood completely sucked dry. 1776. Knowing all the secrets of the Tarobo people, one Tang Zhen had long expected the change in the Tarobo fleet. When he sent the guards to infiltrate the Tarobo fleet, it was an ambush set up by Tang Zhen. When the two sides officially went to war, these spirit body cultivators would cause an unexpected disturbance to the Tarobo fleet. Of course, the success of the plan still depended on how it was carried out. If one move didn't work, there would naturally be another. The overseer didn't let Tang Zhen down. He led the spirit body cultivators and actually didn't use the energy absorbing device. Other than that, they also caused the tribesmen to fall into a state of chaos, unable to fully engage in battle. The opportunity on the battlefield was fleeting. When the fleet of Tarobo was attacked, the war tower took the opportunity to attack. The 10 towers of war moved in different directions and surrounded the warships of the Taroboros people. The time for the final battle had officially arrived. The gate of the city was opened, and countless cultivators rushed out like black smoke toward the warships. Da Shang led his ogre army and used the teleportation function of the war tower to board one of the Taroboros warships. Although sound couldn't be transmitted in space, as he blew the horn, the ogres in heavy armor roared excitedly. They waved the terrifying weapons in their hands and smashed the Tarobo battleships under their feet. In the blink of an eye, the battleships were riddled with holes. Such a brutal method of attack left the Tarobo people dumbfounded, yet they were helpless. Before the battle with the cultivators of Lusheng, the tribesmen would have scoffed at such a way of fighting and thought that it was impossible. However, the experience of fighting Lu Cheng's cultivators had made them realize how shallow their knowledge was. Even in the space of the forbidden land of life, these cultivators were still extremely powerful. They used the most brutal methods to force the cultivators to retreat. As long as the saber was in their hands, the cultivators of Lu Cheng could kill 3 of them, even if they were in the netherworld. The seemingly indestructible space battleships could not withstand such extreme violent attacks at all and could be broken through at any time. As long as the outer shell was damaged, the last barrier of the Tarobo people would no longer exist. After Da Shang looked around, he patted his waist and a special weapon that looked like an axe appeared in his hand. With a roar, he actually tore open the damaged outer shell of the battleship with his bare hands and jumped in. Seeing this, the other ogres followed the big bear and jumped into the warship. As long as the ogres touched a Terobo man, they would smash him with their hammers without hesitation, turning him into a puddle of meat. At the same time as the ogre army launched their attack, Little Six had also transformed into a 10,000-foot-tall giant. He wore the crown of Kui-Kan on his head, which was extremely eye-catching in space. He reached out and grabbed a Terobo's patrol ship. Then, he held it in his arms like a weapon and swept it around in space. The warships of the Teroboro's people dodged repeatedly, but there were still warships that were blown up one after another, turning into fireworks. The air was filled with the Teroboro's people who had activated their survival equipment. They looked at the invincible six-armed giant with fear in their eyes. The rest of the cultivators were like ants, boarding the chaotic Terobo battleships one after another. What followed was a brutal and intense battle to seize the battleships. At this point, the outcome of the war was already decided. In close combat, the Teroboros were no match for the cultivators of the Lusheng kingdom. The more they resisted, the more miserable their deaths would be. Some of the Terobo battleships saw that the situation was not good and were ready to turn around and escape, but the surroundings of the battlefield had long been sealed off by the war towers. Any Teroboro's warship that tried to escape would either be trapped by the energy chains of the war tower or be blown to smithereens. After a few hours, the battle was over. The entire outer space was filled with flying wreckage. Countless corpses of the Teroboros were thrown out of the battleships, covering the entire area. Even the cultivators of Lusheng were shocked by such a tragic scene. None of the Teroboros who participated in the battle survived. More than half of the warships were completely destroyed in the battle. As for the special battleship with the energy absorption device, it had been completely controlled by the spirit body cultivator and was well preserved. When Lu Cheng's cultivators boarded the warship, they found that there were corpses and wreckage everywhere. The Terobo people who tried to resist had all been killed by the spirit body cultivators. From the beginning to the end, none of the sector lord cultivators, including Tang Zhen, had personally participated. These sector lords were clear in their hearts that the Lu Cheng cultivators could easily deal with this kind of chaotic enemy. They didn't need to fight for the credit. In the meeting hall of the war tower, Tang Zhen was sitting on a huge throne. From the start of the battle to the end, he had not said a word. When the Terobo people on the last warship were taken control, Tang Zhen nodded and slowly spoke. All cultivators of the tower, listen up. Clean up the battlefield as quickly as possible. After that, the war tower will head straight for the capital planet of the tribesmen. The people of Terobo had lost the support they had for their rebirth. They were in a constant state of panic and had long lost the will to fight. We must use the fastest speed to completely destroy the capital of the Terobo tribe. Then, it will be time for us to reap the fruits of our victory. Tang Zhen's voice resounded through the 10 war towers. The sector lords all nodded their heads in agreement, no one objected. The current situation was very clear. Even though the Terobo people were not weak, they were still no match for the cultivators from Lu Cheng. Under such circumstances, there was no need to waste any more time. The most important thing was to defeat the enemy and finish harvesting the spoils as soon as possible. In the end, everything was for the sake of profit. The war tower was not free to use. It required a huge rent. If the war could end in a short time, it would naturally save a lot of money. As the participants and benefactors of this war, the sector lords were the same as Tang Zhen. They had to consider the problem of income and expenditure. After Tang Zhen gave the order to attack, he took out the coordinates given to him by the mastermind and asked a sector lord to personally head to the target location and bring back the hidden cultivators. If there was a trap, this sector lord would follow the mental imprint provided by Tang Zhen and kill the people behind the scenes. As for himself, he had to use this time to recuperate, and at the same time, carefully sort out the memories that the soul-gnawing beast had copied for him. It was definitely not an easy task for one person to deal with the soul memories of over 10 billion Terobo people. However, Tang Zhen had to do it personally. The reason why he placed so much importance on these soul memories was because all the secrets of the Teroboro's people were contained within them. Tang Zhen wasn't interested in things like wealth. However, the information regarding technology was priceless. After he had sorted out these memories, he would store them in different categories so that the Holy Dragon City's researchers could access and study them at any time. With this precious data, the strength of the Holy Dragon battle zone could be seen. It could be said that the greatest gain of this invasion was these scattered soul memories, which could not be compared with any other material. After the meeting ended, Tang Zhen entered the secret room in the war tower and began to organize his memory. The trivial matters in his memory were all deleted directly, while the useful information was kept. After the sorting was completed, Tang Zhen would be processed a second time, or even a third time, to ensure the accuracy of the data. In the process of processing the memories, Tang Zhen had always maintained the perspective of a bystander to prevent himself from being affected by the emotions in these memories. To Tang Zhen, savoring the life experiences of these Turobo people was also a form of special training. Cultivation cultivated one's will and heart. When one's strength reached his level, the improvement of one's realm relied more on comprehension. Tang Zhen hadn't been at the second realm for long, but his strength had been steadily increasing. This was something to be happy about. Now that he had digested and absorbed the memories of the Turobo people, his cultivation base showed signs of rapid improvement. To Tang Zhen, this was definitely an unexpected joy. Due to the special wave of people being able to be reborn continuously, the capacity of these soul memories was also quite large. This caused Tang Zhen's processing speed to not be very fast. Unknowingly, Tang Zhen had already completely immersed himself in this atmosphere and had forgotten about the flow of time. It was as if he had gone through countless reincarnations, witnessing the joy, sorrow, and joy of the tribesmen, coming and going one after another. He also learned more and more secrets about the Teroboros people, such as the coordinates of certain special dimensions, certain top-secret military bases, or the hidden locations of certain family wealth. If an ordinary person's brain had stored such a large amount of information, they would have gone completely crazy or died of exhaustion. However, to a sector lord, they were special life forms. No matter how many memories they had, they wouldn't be affected at all. 1777 Cannon Fodder Fleet delivered to the door. Just as Tang Zhen was recuperating and sorting out the memories of the Teroboros people, the 10 war towers were already approaching the capital planet. As they advanced, the war tower was once again intercepted by the tribesmen. Everyone knew that once the war tower entered the capital planet, the Teroboros would have no way out. It was because of this reason that the tribesmen decided to take the initiative to attack and regain the initiative. Not only did they mobilize all the warships they could, but even private transport ships were forcibly recruited. These private transport ships were sent to the factory to be equipped with weapons so that they could participate in the war against Lu Cheng's cultivators. People were bound to die in war. Even if the cultivators in Lusheng were very strong and had the upper hand in the war, they would still suffer losses. Terobo's strategy was simple, which was to use a sea of cannon fodder warships to continuously deplete the strength of the cultivators in Lusheng. By the time the war tower reached the capital planet, the Teroboros would be on high alert, and their chances of winning would increase again. This was also the only battle tactic that the Terobo people could use at the moment. As for schemes and intrigues, even if they wanted to use them, the cultivators in Lusheng would fall for them. When the war call was issued, not only did the tribesmen receive it, but there were also various lower-class races. Their numbers were even greater, and they were definitely the most ideal cannon fodder for land battles. With simple equipment, they could be used on the battlefield in batches to consume the effective strength of the cultivators in Lusheng. Unfortunately, space battles were different from ground battles. The main combat power was still various battleships, and infantry was rarely used. Otherwise, if a massive number of soldiers were to be dragged into the battle, they would be of some use. The tribesmen would not feel any heartache if the lower-class races died. Therefore, the main force in the air battle was still the Terobo people, while the infantry, which was mainly made up of lower-class races, was mainly responsible for the internal defense of the planet. When the lower-class races were really needed, it would probably be the end of the war. When the cultivators of Lusheng forcefully entered the major planets, a ground war would inevitably break out. The atmosphere in the Terobo system, which had entered a state of war, became more and more tense. In the sky above the various planets, battleships of different types entered space. After they finished assembling, they began to march towards the location of the war tower. Not long after the main fleet of Turobo was annihilated, a super-large mixed fleet appeared in front of the war tower. There were tens of thousands of battleships in formation. They were like a school of fish in the ocean as they approached the war tower. This was a life-for-a-life fighting style. Killing one was enough, killing two was a profit. This did not mean that the Teroboros were not afraid of death, but that more than 90% of the battleships used intelligent piloting systems, and there were no operators at all. After learning of the military's tactics, the Terobo people were naturally unwilling to be cannon fodder. They could donate their private transport ships, but they would definitely not go to the battlefield themselves. Furthermore, the previous attack by the spirit body cultivators had left the Turobo people with lingering fear. In order to prevent such a thing from happening again, they decided to use artificial intelligence. With that, the spirit body cultivator had no target to attack and the unpredictable and strange techniques were useless. However, the Turobo people miscalculated once again. They had never dreamed that there would be an unusual existence like Tang Zhen among the cultivators in Lu City. Back then, Tang Zhen had lit up all the lost stars in one go. It wasn't that there was no one who had done this in the future, but there was definitely no one who had done it before. Among the precept powers that he had mastered, there was a special precept that even the cornerstone platform did not have. It could control all kinds of electronic and machinery, including artificial intelligence. It was just that this kind of technological law required the support of spiritual power. The stronger the spiritual power, the more powerful the means used. If he was only a law cultivator and his sea of spirit was not strong enough, he might not be able to deal with such a large number of Turobo warships. However, as a Realm Lord second realm cultivator, his sea of spirit was vast and boundless. It was more than enough to deal with such a situation. What the Turoboros were doing was no different from giving away equipment for free. Fortunately, they did not know about it, or they would not have done it even if they were beaten to death. In addition to Tang Zhen's special ability, there were also some cultivators in Lusheng who had similar abilities. They could throw the operating system of the warship into chaos and turn it into a pile of scrap metal floating in space. Therefore, when the two sides encountered each other, the Turobo people were aggressive, but the cultivators in Lu Cheng were extremely quiet and had no intention of attacking. There must be a reason for this abnormality. This situation was obviously not right. Just as the Turoboros people were feeling extremely puzzled and were about to launch an attack, they saw a figure slowly walking out of one of the war towers. He was wearing a set of exquisitely designed purple gold armor that was covered in magnificent and strange runes. He also had a cloak made of flames behind him, making him look like a god who had descended. As if he was taking a stroll on the ground, he slowly walked to the front of both camps, as if the sea of battleships of the Turoboros people did not exist. The Turobo people were stunned by the strange behavior of the other party, but when they saw the other party's face, they immediately gritted their teeth in anger. Tang Zhen, it's actually Tang Zhen. By now, the people of Turobo had already known that the leader of the enemy who invaded the Turobo star system was the cultivator in Lusheng, Tang Zhen, who was in front of them. He was also the one who destroyed the home of souls and escaped from the heavy attacks. Due to Tang Zhen's existence, not only were the lives of the Turobo people no longer guaranteed, but they were also facing the danger of extinction. The people of Turobo hated the cultivators of Lusheng, but they hated Tang Zhen even more. If it wasn't for his existence, this war wouldn't have happened. It was also because of his existence that countless Turobo people's homes were destroyed, and even their own lives were lost. Kill him at all costs. The commander of the fleet roared loudly. Because of the invasion of the cultivators in Lusheng, he had lost contact with many of his friends and family. They were probably buried in this cruel war. The commander's hatred exploded at this moment, and he vented it all on the young man in front of him. He wanted to tear him into pieces. The other tribesmen were the same. They did not care about the cause of the war. They only knew that the cultivators of Lusheng were their enemies, and the young man in front of them was the culprit. However, just as the order to attack was given, and all the Turobo people were holding back their anger, something strange happened. The operating system of all the warships suddenly malfunctioned, and the modified cannon fodder warships controlled by artificial intelligence no longer accepted any orders. The battle had started at the start, but in the end, such a strange thing had happened. This was simply fatal. An ominous feeling rose in the hearts of the fleet members, and they couldn't suppress it at all. Damn it, quickly go and find out what happened. The fleet commander's face was twisted. He knew better than anyone that this was too strange. It might be the cultivators of Lusheng City again. The other party had affected the entire fleet without a sound. The terrifying ability of the cultivators in Lusheng City made the fleet commander feel a chill in his bones. Hearing the commander's order, the other fleet members hurriedly checked, but after half a day of hard work, there was no result. The thought of the Tower of War and the man the tribesmen called the Butcher made the fleet members feel as if a knife was placed on their necks. Commander, I didn't find anything out of the ordinary, but the operating system is not working. The fleet commander's expression became more and more solemn as he heard his subordinates report. He smiled bitterly as if he had already foreseen his end. Everyone, listen up. Get ready for close combat. Even if the warship can't be used, we'll fight to the death. Hearing the order of the warship commander, the fleet's members showed a trace of despair, but it quickly turned into determination. Fight to the death and not retreat. The same slogan came out of the fleet members' mouths. They were already determined to die. Even if the situation was extremely disadvantageous to them, even if they were facing certain death, they still refused to give up. The fleet commander had a proud expression on his face as he listened to the angry roars that kept coming from the communicator. He turned to look at Tang Zhen on the screen. So what if you have control of the warship? No matter what the final result is, the tribesmen will never admit defeat. However, just as this thought rose in his mind, he saw Tang Zhen on the screen, who seemed to have heard the roars of the Tarobo people, reveal a mocking smile. Then, Tang Zhen gently raised his hand. The artificial intelligence-controlled modified warships actually started up at the same time as he commanded. The muzzles of the cannons were aimed at the military warships. Countless beams of light were fired at the same time, locking onto the military warship of the Tarobo tribe. The attack was upon them in an instant. The commander laughed bitterly. Following the explosion of the warship, they instantly turned into fireworks in space. 1778 Rescue, 1 under Tang Zhen's control, they didn't waste a single soldier to defeat the Special Task Force Squadron. In this battle, a total of 15 Tarobo ships were destroyed, 35 captured ships, and tens of thousands of AI-controlled modified ships. The Taroboros could be said to have dug their own trap. Tang Zhen had absorbed the memories of the Taroboros and naturally knew all the secrets of the warship. By using its own ability to invade the enemy's warships, it only needed to control the main warship, which was equivalent to controlling all the subordinate warships controlled by the artificial intelligence. In fact, under such circumstances, it did not seem necessary to destroy the 15 warships, including the command ship, and they could be incorporated into the camp of the war tower. However, Tang Zhen still did it. This was because he insisted that blood must be shed when the war started. Destroying these main battleships of Tarobo City was also a way to show his determination. Even if he had the absolute advantage, even if the tribesmen could not fight back, he would not show mercy. There were too many Taroboros, and their technology was not weak. If Dongshan rose again, they might take revenge on the Lusheng world. Furthermore, the tribesmen had once destroyed a war zone. To the cultivators of Lusheng, it was definitely a great humiliation. Now that they had finally found an opportunity to take revenge, even if Tang Zhen wanted to let them go, the other cultivators in the city would not let them go. Tang Zhen dared to bet that if he were to stop now, the platform in the Tower World's war zone would immediately post a mission targeting the Tarobo people. Facing a common enemy, no cornerstone platform would stand by and do nothing in the face of such a thing. If he really did that, he reckoned that when he returned to the world of the tower and went to other battlefields, the cornerstone platforms belonging to each battlefield would not give him a good face. After the 15 main battleships of the Taroboros were destroyed, groups of cultivators swarmed out of the tower behind Tang Zhen and headed straight for the crippled battleships. The warship could not be moved, but there were still enemies inside and they needed to be cleaned up. After a while, there was naturally another battle. However, to Tang Zhen, these things had nothing to do with him. He still needed to sort out the memories of the Tarobo people's souls, and his injuries had yet to heal. Tang Zhen would still be busy when they arrived at the capital planet of the Tarobo people. In the heavily guarded military base, a military transport ship of the Tarobo people slowly landed. The cargo ship's hatch opened, and a group of fully armed Tarobo soldiers ran out, guarding the exit. All of you, get down. Hurry up. A group of people slowly walked out of the transport ship with a roar. They were all in different shapes and sizes, and they were all wearing electromagnetic shackles. This sinister thing could not only restrict movement, but once it was broken by force or the power was turned off, it would immediately explode and kill the person who restricted it. This was a group of prisoners who had been brought here by the tribesmen decades ago. They had finally regained their freedom, but were now captured again. Although they had the same experience, they were in completely different moods. Back then, they were defeated and captured, and they were treated worse than pigs and dogs. Countless people had died on this land. At that time, their mood was incomparably sorrowful. They didn't know where their hope lay, and they lived like the walking dead. Now that they had been captured again, they no longer felt fear, because this time, it should be the tribesmen who felt fear. Everyone knew that the Turobo people were scared, which was why they went around capturing cultivators in distress, preparing to use them as bargaining chips. Therefore, even when faced with the guns of the Turobo people, these cultivators in distress still held their heads high and puffed out their chests, their faces filled with contemptuous smiles. However, in the eyes of the Teroboros people, this smile was the greatest mockery, making them feel both embarrassed and angry. Damned lowly race, can't you walk? You're courting death. The first angry roar was heard again. Then, a Terobo man with a steel whip raised his hand and ruthlessly whipped the body of a cultivator in distress. This kind of steel whip was extremely flexible and would leave a bloody wound on the cultivator's body. The cultivator's skin immediately split open. The cultivator who was whipped did not change his expression. He only sneered at the Terobo man and cursed, "Bastard." Seeing this, the other cultivators in trouble quickly came to help their companions. However, the electromagnetic shackles burst with a strong current and knocked them to the ground. As for the cultivators in distress behind them, they were blocked by the Terobo soldiers and could not approach at all. They could only curse and roar. "All of you better behave, or I'll kill you all." Looking at the fallen cultivators on the ground, the tribesmen with steel whips laughed evilly and continued to whip their bodies. After the destruction of the Home of Souls, many of the tribesmen fell into a state of madness, and this tribesman before him was one of them. At this moment, he was venting his anger on the cultivator in trouble. The more he slapped, the more he felt. At the same time, he cursed, "You damn bastards. I should kill you all so that you don't pollute the air of the Teroboros." When the other Turobo soldiers saw this, they only looked on coldly from the side, and none of them stopped him. However, no matter how the tribesmen whipped him, the fallen cultivator only laughed coldly and cursed loudly, as if he didn't care at all. Damn it. Seeing this, the Terobo man flew into a rage out of humiliation, as he pulled out a gun from his waist. He grabbed the collar of a cultivator in distress and pointed the muzzle of his gun at the other party's forehead. He shouted in exasperation, "Hurry up and kowtow to me. Otherwise, I'll shoot your head off." The blood-covered fallen cultivator chuckled and stared into the eyes of the Turobo people. He said in a mocking tone, "You're feeling guilty and timid. Knowing that the Allied army is coming, you're all afraid, right? Ha ha ha, to think that you tribesmen would have such a day. This is karma. I'll tell you the truth, I've lived long enough. Just fucking kill me." Hearing the cultivator's mockery, the Teroboros man roared and raised his gun, aiming it at the cultivator's forehead. Blood instantly flowed out. The fallen cultivator in the pool of blood was still sneering. The killing intent in his eyes sent chills down the Terobo people's spines. When he turned around to look at the other cultivators in distress, he found that their expressions were the same, as if he was a clown, making a final struggle before the end of the world. "You lowly races." The steel whip-wielding Terobo man's voice trembled. For some reason, he felt an irrepressible fear rising in his heart. He couldn't wait to roar to vent the endless suppressing feeling that was driving him crazy. "Just you wait, I'll kill you all sooner or later. No matter what price I have to pay, I'll kill you all." After a few moments of silence, the Terobo man suddenly laughed sinisterly, his eyes filled with an indescribable madness. "Is that so? I'm afraid you won't be able to wait for that day." The sudden voice stunned everyone. The Turobo soldiers raised their guns and looked around as if they were facing a great enemy. Crack! With a series of sounds, the electromagnetic shackles that bound the cultivators in distress fell off automatically for some reason. At the same time, blood-stained sabers and swords appeared out of thin air in front of these cultivators in distress, their blades shining with cold light. "What are you waiting for? Have you forgotten your status? Hurry up and pick up your weapons. Chop these bastards into pieces." After hearing this, the cultivators in distress roared in anger. They grabbed the weapons in front of them and slashed at the Teroboros people nearby. The Turobo soldiers were caught off guard and fell to the ground in droves, blood and broken limbs flying everywhere. The cultivator who had a gun pointed at his head earlier leapt up, picked up the sword in front of him, and pounced on the steel whip-wielding Turobo man. "Don't kill me, please don't kill me." The tribesmen, who had been arrogantly thinking about how to kill these fallen cultivators, were now trembling and begging for mercy with fear on their faces. "Hee, are you afraid? It's too late." As soon as the cultivator in distress finished speaking, he pulled the saber in his hand fiercely, and the head that was still opening its mouth rolled to the side. "Bah, trash, The cultivator in distress stood up with his sword in hand. He saw that his surroundings had turned into a hellish battlefield. The corpses of the Tarobo people were everywhere. In the sky above him, there were nearly 100 cultivators in black battle armors. They exuded a terrifying aura and were killing the collapsing Tarobo people. There was another figure standing with his hands behind his back. He was covered in white bone armor and was full of killing intent. It's the Bone Emperor. Brothers, the cultivators from the Savage War Zone have come to rescue us. The cultivators from Lusheng City, who came from the Savage Barren War Zone, quickly recognized the figure. They were extremely excited and immediately shouted in unison. 1779 Stay and don't leave. It made sense for Bone Emperor to be here. The 100 cultivators from Lusheng City who followed him were all cultivators who once belonged to the Savage War Zone. After joining the Holy Dragon City, their strength was no longer what it was before. Time couldn't erase everything. In the hearts of these cultivators, they always remembered the blood feud. Many years ago, the tribesmen had ambushed the Burish War Zone and trapped millions of cultivators in the other world. At the same time, the tribesmen had taken the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on the Burish War Zone. At that time, the Wildlands was ranked at the bottom of the 3,000 battlefields, and their overall strength was far inferior to the tribesmen, so they had lost the battle with great losses. If it were not for Tang Zhen's help, these cultivators would never be able to return to the world of Lusheng. They were destined to be lonely souls and wandering in foreign lands for the rest of their lives. If he didn't take revenge, he wouldn't be human. When the news of the attack on the Tarobo star system spread, the cultivators of Lusheng who originally belonged to the Wilderness War Zone all rushed to sign up and participate, just to take revenge for the blood feud that had happened back then. Tang Zhen didn't let them down. As long as the cultivators from the wilderness were willing to participate in the war, as long as their strength had reached the Lord tier, they could follow. When Tang Zhen ordered the search for the cultivators in distress, the cultivators from Lusheng City, who were originally from the Wilderness War Zone, took the initiative to take on this task. They were eager to see their former companions and to know how many of them had survived after so many years. Blood River Emperor, Silver Wing Emperor, Bone Emperor, and the others each led a group of cultivators. They'd been on the move for days and had already found a large number of cultivators. Every time they found a group of cultivators in distress, they would be sent back by a transport ship. After many years of suffering, what cultivators in distress needed the most was rest and recuperation. Along the way, the cultivators from the Sacred Dragon War Zone had been barging into the tribesmen's territory, causing a huge ruckus and giving the tribesmen a headache. The pent-up anger in his heart finally got a chance to vent. At the same time, because of what happened to the fallen cultivators, his hatred for the Tarobo people grew. The military base in front of them wasn't part of their original plan because they didn't know the location. It was Tang Zhen who informed Blood River King and the others immediately after he found out about Tarobo's secret. He told them not to let go of these secret military bases so as not to miss out on the imprisoned cultivators of Lusheng. However, as soon as Bone Emperor and the others snuck in, they saw the Tarobo people bullying the cultivators in distress. They were all furious. As his name suggested, Bone King had killed countless people and piled up the bones of his enemies. Due to the fact that the Tarobo man had humiliated the cultivator in distress, the Bone Emperor had changed his plan to evacuate immediately after saving the people. He had ordered a bloodbath in the military base, not letting a single person escape. Hurry up. After you kill the enemy, board the ship and leave immediately. Even though they had the upper hand, it would not be long before the tribesmen's reinforcements arrived. Although the cultivators of Lu Cheng were strong, they did not have the advantage in numbers. They didn't have the abnormal strength like Tang Zhen, who could resist the planet-destroying attack. The strongest in the rescue team, Bone Emperor, was only at the Spirit Emperor realm. As for the other cultivators in Lusheng, they were all king-level cultivators. They were good enough for a surprise attack, but they were not good enough for a head-on battle. Hearing Bone Emperor's order, the cultivators in trouble didn't hesitate. They quickly helped their companions and headed toward the transport ship in the center of the field. It didn't take long for all the cultivators in distress to board the ship and fly straight into the sky. Bone Emperor and the others didn't board the ship. Their duty was to cover the retreat. They still had a mission to carry out before the cultivators successfully left. Just as the battleship took off, there were signs of aircraft appearing in the distance, flying toward the military base. The previous attack was a sneak attack, which caught the Tarobo tribe off guard. However, What they were about to face next was a head-on battle. With a wave of his hand, a strange weapon that looked like a battery appeared in front of the Lu Cheng cultivators and wrapped their bodies. This kind of cannon was similar to a ship's cannon. The fist-sized 6-barrel muzzle at the front was flashing with runes, and one could tell that it was extraordinary power at a glance. This was a weapon specially developed by the Holy Dragon City for king-level cultivators. It was easy to carry and powerful. One round of attack was enough to level a mountain. The moment the fort was activated, world energy gathered and quickly poured into the rune. These runes provided the power to levitate, and at the same time, they could also charge the fort, making the already powerful weapons even more destructive. Nearly 100 floating turrets were floating in the air, forming a 3-dimensional defensive formation. When the ground guard's aircraft approached, these turrets opened fire at the same time. A dense rain of bullets rained down on the aircraft. Not only could these runic ammunition easily penetrate the outer shell of the aircraft, but they also had additional abilities such as poison and corrosion. The chances of survival after being hit were close to zero. The aircraft at the forefront was shot down one after another, falling to the ground with thick smoke. The pilot had no chance of escaping at all. At the same time as the cultivators of Lusheng launched their attacks, the aircraft of the ground guards also opened fire at the same time, causing the energy shield on the mobile battery to flash continuously, as if it could collapse at any time. Increase the firepower. We'll retreat immediately after we hold on for a while. The Bone Emperor maneuvered the mobile artilleries around in the air, fighting the Terobo's aircrafts. The floating artilleries combined with the mobility of the king-level cultivators and the special skills of the Lu Cheng cultivators made it impossible for the Terobo people to defend against them. The aircrafts were extremely fast, but Bone Emperor was even faster. It was like a sharp blade, cutting the enemy forces into pieces. The other cultivators of Lusheng City also followed suit, weaving in and out in the air, beating the reinforcement ground guards into fleeing like rats. "It's almost time, let's retreat," he said. Seeing that the transport ship had successfully retreated, Bone Emperor and the others immediately put away the floating cannons and rushed to the ground to hide. At this time, if they entered space, they would definitely be intercepted by the Outer Space Patrol. With just 100 of them, it was impossible to resist a special task force fleet that was full of space. Therefore, the best way was to return to the surface and look for an opportunity to continue causing destruction while waiting for the arrival of the war tower. As for the cultivators who had escaped earlier, they had a high chance of escaping successfully because they had evacuated in time and were received by special personnel after leaving the planet. The heavily injured ground guards immediately began to chase after them. However, after these cultivators landed on the ground, they were like raindrops falling into the sea, unable to find any trace of them. The Terobo people, who had suffered a great loss, were not satisfied. They had almost turned the entire planet upside down, but they could not find any trace of the cultivators in Lu Cheng. The commander of the ground security force flew into a rage and scolded his subordinates. Then, he mobilized the servant army formed by the lower races and began to dig 3 feet into the ground to search. Who knew that while they were chasing, Lu Cheng's cultivators would suddenly appear and create chaos everywhere, causing the Terobo people to be in chaos. After the destruction of the Land of Souls and several consecutive losses, the tribesmen were like birds startled by the mere twang of a bow. They were afraid that the cultivators of the Tower City would come to their doorstep. What he was afraid of came. As the cultivators of Lusheng caused more and more trouble, the tribesmen could no longer take it. They rushed to the ground guards station and demanded that they capture the cultivators of Lusheng. The ground security force was also in a terrible state. They had paid a high price in the pursuit of Lu Cheng's cultivators, and the number of casualties was even more shocking. Even so, they still managed to catch the cultivators in Lu City. Some lower-class races even took the opportunity to cause trouble, making the already chaotic scene even more unbearable. The power of the Terobo people had already been lost, and the only thing they could do now was to barely maintain the current situation. But sooner or later, the chaos would erupt like a volcano and could no longer be controlled. 1780 Internal strife among the Terobo people. 1. At the entrance of the ground security force, the gathered Terobo people refused to disperse. Instead, their numbers were increasing. They had come here more than once, but they had never received a satisfactory answer. On the contrary, the cultivators in Lu Cheng had caused more and more trouble. Many of the tribesmen had already made up their minds. If the situation was still out of control, they would leave this place and seek refuge on other planets. Most people were not optimistic about this method. The current Tarobo galaxy was in a mess, and almost everywhere was the same. Even the capital planet, which was the only safe place, had a strict entry system in place. Even the people of Tarobo were not allowed to land on it. The reason for this situation was that more and more cultivators from Lusheng City had been disguising themselves as the tribesmen to infiltrate the capital planet and cause destruction. As the core capital of the Taroboros people, the armed defense here was bound to be extremely powerful. If the Allied army were to attack head-on, they would inevitably suffer losses. Although war was a confrontation of blood and fire, it was also a contest of wits. To be able to destroy the enemy with the smallest price, which commander would be willing to exchange their lives for it? In fact, the cultivators of Lusheng were better at sneaking into the enemy's rear to cause destruction and cause chaos. Therefore, when the war tower was heading straight for the capital planet, some cultivators had already started to move in advance to prepare for the final battle. Due to the news being blocked, the Teroborians on the other planets did not know that the capital planet was also in chaos. In fact, it was not even as stable as the other planets. Almost every day, cultivators from the city would wreak havoc. The tribesmen were on tenterhooks, afraid that they would be caught up in the attacks of the cultivators. Furthermore, the cultivators of Lusheng City were elusive and carried storage equipment, so there was no need to worry about logistics. The weapons they carried were even more powerful. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of causing too much damage and turning the capital city into ruins, which would affect the harvest of the spoils of war, the capital city would have been in ruins by now. Whether it was the cultivators of Lusheng City or the tribesmen, they did not lack destructive weapons. Similar to nuclear weapons, however, even if the cultivators in the city were holding back, the military facilities were still being attacked continuously, causing great damage to the planet's defense system. As a last resort, the capital planet had already begun to impose martial law, and the military base was even more heavily guarded. The Taroboros people were not allowed to leave their homes easily. When they entered and left various places, they would also be subjected to layers of checks. The once bustling streets were now filled with armed robots. The sky above them was also filled with armed aircraft. It was not the best choice to go to the capital planet under such circumstances. In front of the ground security force headquarters, the meeting was still going on. The gathered Tarobo people did not notice that there were more than a dozen figures in the crowd who had remained silent. They were actually cultivators of Lusheng, and they had already completed the identity swap, turning into Tarobo people. He lived in seclusion and tried not to communicate with others, so the possibility of being exposed was extremely low. Lu Cheng's cultivators had mysterious and strange methods, so it was easy for them to disguise as a native. Even if the Taroboros knew of this technique, they had no way of dealing with it. It was impossible to inspect every single Taroboros on the planet in a short period of time. The ground security force was confused, but they couldn't find Lu Cheng, which was the real reason. After waiting for a while, the cultivators of Lusheng who had been hiding for a long time finally made their move when they saw the Tarobo people getting more and more agitated after not receiving an explanation. They quietly opened the bottles in their hands, and a colorless and odorless special potion that could make people extremely irritable began to spread rapidly among the crowd. Due to the deliberate control of the cultivators in Lusheng, the gas remained within the designated range and did not spread to the front of the Tarobo soldiers to prevent their helmets from detecting the abnormal gas. The Tarobo people nearby had unknowingly breathed in a large amount of the special gas, and the anger in their hearts was growing. Call the commander of the ground security force out. He must give us an explanation today, or we will not let this go. A Tarobo man roared as he pushed the security guards in front of him. His expression was twisted and terrifying. The other Tarobo people did the same, roaring as they charged at the barrier in front of them. Even the weapons in the soldiers' hands seemed to have lost their threat. Seeing that the situation was out of control, the soldiers in charge of intercepting fired a warning shot and activated a special force field device. This kind of equipment would produce an invisible force that would prevent the gathered crowd from moving forward and constantly push them back. Under the influence of the potion, the originally furious Tarobo people completely lost control. Many of them even took out their weapons and pointed them at the ground guards. Bang! Following the sound of a gunshot, the Tarobo soldiers fell to the ground, causing the eyes of the Tarobo soldiers to light up. Almost all the armed Tarobo people chose to attack the soldiers because of the uncontrollable anger in their hearts. It seemed that only by doing this could they feel happy. As for the consequences, no one cared at all. After the Tarobo soldiers were attacked, the defense system of the ground guards was activated. The floating turrets automatically locked onto the armed men and fired beams of light, burning them into black charcoal. For the automatic defense system, these attackers were dangerous targets that had to be eliminated immediately. The ground guards who had been attacked also received the order to return fire and began to attack the crowd. The screams were endless. In the state of chaos, the Tarobo soldiers did not notice that the voice was actually ringing in their minds and not from their communication devices. When the chaotic scene became more and more out of control, the commander of the ground security force, who had been hiding, appeared and loudly ordered to stop the attack. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He really didn't think that he would cause such a big problem just by hiding for a while. The incident that had happened in the imperial capital had not been resolved yet, and now he was in trouble again. Therefore, the moment he heard the news, the commander subconsciously thought that cultivator Lu Cheng was up to no good. As it turned out, he had guessed the answer, but it was too late. During the exchange of fire, a dozen private transport ships suddenly appeared. After approaching the security forces' headquarters, they launched a series of attacks. Because of the impending war, most of the private transport ships were allowed to be equipped with weapons and participate in the defense system of the planet. The dozens of private transport ships were the same. However, after they were modified, their original owners secretly took them out and took the opportunity to attack the ground guards. The reason why they would do such a thing was also related to the cultivators of Lu Cheng. The minds of the Tarobo people had been manipulated, and they were now like puppets under the command of the cultivators in the city. The attack of more than a dozen private transport ships escalated the chaos again. For a time, there were constant explosions in the sky above the city, and the two sides were engaged in a fierce battle. The chaotic battle lasted for several hours, and the final result was naturally that both sides suffered losses. The entire city was also affected, almost turning into ruins. In this chaotic battle, the commander of the ground security force was attacked and killed, and a large number of security force soldiers were killed. With the weapons of the Tarobo civilians, they naturally could not do this. The cultivators of the city tower had secretly attacked the entire process, and they were only scapegoats. Due to the heavy casualties, the situation could not be resolved peacefully. After the Taroboros people who participated in the attack realized this, they either joined the rebel organization or tried to escape into space. The cultivators hiding in other cities also took the opportunity to attack the pre-assigned targets, causing the ground guards to be in chaos. This kind of tactic was very effective. The entire planet slowly went out of control, and the lower-class races who had been bewitched also started to take advantage of the situation. As the situation was getting more and more dangerous, the Taroboros people were either restlessly staying at home or quickly boarding transport ships to other planets to avoid the disaster. With the help of the cultivators of the city tower, the planet had already gone out of control before the war tower even arrived. It was gradually occupied by the rebels and the lower races. The ground guards had tried to counterattack more than once, but they had failed every time. They even had to retreat into space under the attack of the rebels. 1781 The determination of the Taroboros. 1. There were more than 100,000 battleships of various types gathered in the outer space of the capital planet. Battleships of different sizes gathered together and almost covered the entire outer space of the capital planet. It was definitely a magnificent scene that had never been seen before. This was all the Trebor family had. From the earliest antique models to the latest new battleships, almost all types of battleships could be seen here. This was a terrifying number, which proved the strength of the tribesmen. If they did not encounter an opponent like Lu Cheng, there would not be many enemies who could do anything to them. It was with these warships that the Taroboros completed their conquest of one dimension after another, accumulating a terrifying amount of war wealth. Without the accumulation of wealth, it would be impossible to build so many warships. It was like a cycle. It could be said that the tribesmen were the biggest beneficiaries of the war's benefits. They used this snowball method to strengthen themselves, until they achieved today's glory. It was just that the wheel of fortune had turned, and the peak of prosperity was bound to turn into decline. Today was finally the day they paid the price. In the command center of the fleet in outer space, the officers in charge of commanding the battle all had heavy expressions because they had just heard an infuriating piece of news. In just a few days, all the planets except the capital planet had large-scale riots. The ground security forces were unable to suppress them, and most of the areas were occupied by the lower-class races, causing countless Tarobo people to die. The tribesmen were overconfident and tried to use these lower-class races as cannon fodder, and the other party took advantage of this opportunity. They used the weapons provided by the Taroboros people and had an absolute advantage in numbers to beat the ground guards into fleeing. The war was coming, and this was another heavy blow to the people of Tarobo. Other than the capital planet, they had no other way out. Damn bastard. It must be those cultivators from Lusheng City. Fuck. A Tarobo officer cursed loudly. Although no one around him responded, they all had the same thought. Even if they were given enough weapons, a group of low-class races would not be a match for the Taroboros. Therefore, the cultivators of Lu Cheng must be colluding with each other behind this matter. But even if he knew the truth, what could he do? Not to mention the other planets, the internal strife on the capital planet alone had not subsided. The members of the special forces were running around all day, chasing after the cultivators who were constantly destroying the city. However, until now, they had little success. The cultivators seemed to be teasing the Tarobo people. They clearly had the power to destroy a city, but they only destroyed the core buildings. The purpose was to create panic and make the Tarobo people panic, causing chaos without a fight. Although they were angry, this matter was not something they could interfere with. Even if they were caught, so what? They could not change the situation. Their main task now was to defend the line of defense in outer space. They must not let cultivators from Lu Cheng land on the capital planet. Just as the officers were discussing in low voices, the main figures of the meeting arrived, and the scene was silent. The supreme commander in charge of the battle was a meritorious figure of the Tarobo clan with the title of War God. In the past 1,000 years, he had led the fleet under his command and conquered dozens of planes. When they invaded the Lusheng world, he had helped to make the battle plan. Although he did not directly participate in the war, he could not get rid of his involvement. If the Lu Cheng cultivators won, as the main schemer back then, he would be doomed. Therefore, for the sake of his own life and to protect the interests of the Tarobo people, he forced the retired war god to come out and command the defense of the capital planet. Sitting on a floating chair, the white-haired military god Tarobo looked around with a dignified expression. According to the information we just received, the enemy has broken through the second line of defense and is only a day away from the capital planet. Tomorrow, at this time, there will be a battle of life and death. At this point, military god Tarobo looked at the officers before him and said in a cold tone, "I really don't want to waste my breath on you because of your incompetence, but this war is of great importance. I have to reiterate that even if I have to sacrifice your lives, we must not let the cultivators of Lusheng City get close to the capital planet. If we lose this line of defense again, the enemy will charge straight in, and the Tarobo civilization will no longer exist. Even if you're not killed by the enemy, you'll be forced to flee in space like stray dogs." The surrounding Tarobo officers were silent, but their faces were filled with indignation. Even if the war god didn't say it, they knew in their hearts that they had no way out. They had to either defeat the invaders or die on the battlefield. Otherwise, even if they survived, they would be better off dead. Seeing that the Tarobo officers did not speak, the commander-in-chief was silent for a few breaths before asking again, "What I want to know now is whether all the combat units participating in this defensive battle have arrived. If all of you are here, immediately follow the plan we discussed earlier and deploy them around the planet." Upon hearing the god of war's question, a Tarobo officer stood up and touched a button on his seat. He pointed at the projection and said, 3 space fortresses, 1,000 heavy battleships are all in position, a total of 10,000 frigates and assault ships are also in position. In addition, there were 120,000 private transport ships that had been modified. Due to the previous incident, the ships were all man-made this time. Every battleship is equipped with a floating robot. When any member of the fleet is in an abnormal state, the robot will shoot them on the spot. In order to prevent the spirit body cultivators from ambushing them or for the artificial intelligence to suddenly go out of control, the Tarobo tribe had racked their brains. Even if they had to kill their own people, they would not show any mercy. They could clearly distinguish which was more important, and they would not let their petty kindness affect the overall situation. The officer switched to the interface and continued, "Other than these main battleships, there are also 200,000 artificial and intelligent mechas. They are responsible for participating in the battle to attack the war tower. There were a total of 400,000 fighter planes in charge of guarding the place, all of which were equipped with miniature nuclear bombs. An energy absorption device used to deal with enemies. Currently, only one has been successfully installed. The remaining two were destroyed by the enemy during the construction process and can no longer be sent to the battlefield in time. The faces of the Tarobo military officers changed slightly when they heard the data. Such a terrifying battle formation not only meant that the Tarobo people had been wiped out, but it also meant how terrifying the enemy was. This was only the force involved in the interception in outer space. Inside the capital planet, there were a large number of ground troops waiting for their arrival. However, everyone knew that if the outer space failed, no matter how many people the ground troops had, they would not be a match for the Lu Cheng cultivator. The other party only needed to launch an attack from outer space to completely turn this planet into ruins. There would be no place to hide even if they wanted to. The commander-in-chief listened to his subordinate's report and nodded lightly, a contemplative look on his face. Now that the tribesmen had given it their all, if they still could not defeat the enemy, then it could only be said that the tribesmen were fated to die. If that's the case, then pass on my orders. All combat units, according to the plan, enter the designated combat positions. Also, inform the heavy warships to use their destructive weapons. As soon as they see the enemy's war tower approaching, fire it without hesitation. After hearing the Supreme Commander's words, the officers' expressions changed slightly, and they seemed to be in a difficult position. Even the people of Taroboros rarely used destructive weapons because not only would they cause heavy damage to their enemies, but they could also easily suffer a backlash. For example, the black hole bomb loaded on the heavy battleships could create a terrifying collapsing vortex that devoured all matter nearby. Although the tribesmen had the ability to create black holes, they could not control them perfectly. They would only use such a weapon if they were going to die with their enemy. Supreme Commander, isn't this order inappropriate? If we use a destructive weapon right from the start of the battle, we'll easily suffer huge losses. Upon hearing the doubts raised by an officer, the commander-in-chief sneered and said in an emotionless tone, "If you don't use this method, do you think you are a match for the enemy?" If he hesitated even a little, he would be swallowed by the enemy, not even leaving his bones. In a true battle, one couldn't take any chances and had to fight to the death. In order to obtain victory, one must have the courage to sacrifice and not be overcautious. So what if they were affected? As long as they could severely injure the enemy or even defeat them, they had to do it. A true warrior should die on the battlefield and not live an ignoble life. In the past, the tribesmen had lost their true drive because they could be reborn from the dead, which was why they were defeated by their enemies one after another. As long as we win this war, the tribesmen will be reborn from the ashes. From then on, we will be able to move unhindered across the thousands of dimensions, and no one will be our match. After hearing the commander-in-chief's words, the Tarobo military officers saluted at the same time, expressing that they would not back down from this battle. 1782 The Battle of the Capital Planet. 1 In the vast space, a large black shadow slowly appeared. Compared to the vast universe, the planet was also a speck of dust. However, compared to the living beings, this black shadow was simply too huge. When they approached, the black shadow revealed its true appearance. It was actually a super fleet of countless warships. However, these battleships were unmanned, and their surfaces were full of traces of war, as if they were wandering ghost ships. This was a team of almost 100,000 warships of all kinds. Under the control of special means, they guarded the 10 huge war towers. They were like a group of terrifying predators swimming in the sea of stars, closing in on the capital planet of Tarobo, waiting for a feast of war. Inside the war tower, all the cultivators were ready for battle, waiting for the order. All the sector lord experts were also present. They knew that this was the most crucial battle, so they naturally had no reason to be absent. Tang Zhen wore a specially made battle armor and stood on the top of the war tower. He looked at the densely packed Tarobo people warships around the capital planet. Even at this moment, you're still struggling fearlessly. A cold glint flickered in Tang Zhen's eyes. When he saw this scene, he knew that the tribesmen had already prepared themselves to fight to the death. It was the same for Lu Cheng's cultivators. Victory or defeat would be decided in this battle, and both sides would go all out. As the distance between the two parties closed, the Tarobo tribe could not hold back any longer and launched the first attack. In the enemy's camp, countless beams of light suddenly appeared and shot towards the direction of the war tower. Because these attacks were too dense, it looked like a vast ocean of light from a distance. Anything that stood in the way would be turned into dust in an instant. At the same time the Terua attacked, the 10 war towers retaliated at the same time. 10 giant pillars of light intertwined with runes gathered at one point and then exploded in front of the formation. A massive energy shield blocked the beam of light from the Teroboros, and a terrifying explosion followed. The scattered energy waves were like ripples in a pond, spreading out between the two camps in all directions. As the energy shock wave covered the area, sparks kept flashing between the two camps. Those were battleships that were destroyed and exploded in the impact. After the first wave of attacks, the two sides were evenly matched. Throughout this process, the war tower never stopped moving forward, getting closer and closer to the fleet of the Teroboros. When the two warships were about to come into contact, the second wave of attacks from the Terobo people arrived. This time, they were using destructive weapons. Black hole bombs were fired from the Terobo's fleet and landed on the formation of the war tower. Then, terrifying black holes appeared one after another, devouring the modified unmanned warships. Other than these terrifying black holes, there were also many bombs that instantly compressed the surrounding space to the extreme after they exploded. The advancing modified battleship was compressed into a two-dimensional state similar to a piece of paper in the blink of an eye, and then completely disappeared from this dimension. This was the destructive weapon of the Terobo people. It had a limited firing range, and while it destroyed the enemy, it also destroyed itself. As expected, after the destructive weapons were launched, the Terobo fleet was also affected. The warships at the outermost layer were swallowed one after another, like a piece of a pie being eaten. When the Teroboros used their destructive weapons, all 10 of the war towers activated their energy shields. Then, thick muzzles rapidly emerged from the top of the war towers. Giant light bullets shot out from the muzzles of the cannons and landed in the ranks of the Teroboros before they bloomed like fireworks. Countless specks of light floated within the Terobo's fleet, and any object touched by them would instantly vanish. They were like countless fireflies, dancing freely in the midst of the Terobo fleet, devouring the warships in an instant. In the process of devouring, the size of these light spots kept increasing, turning into new light balls. When the ball of light grew to a certain size, it would explode again, repeating its previous devouring behavior. And NBSP, in the blink of an eye, the Terobo fleet was like a leaf that had been gnawed at by insects, riddled with holes. In the face of such a strange attack, the Terobo warships nearby kept moving to avoid being devoured by the strange light balls. When the Terobo warship could not avoid it and could only use the weapons on the ship to attack the ball of light, an even more terrifying scene happened. The fiercer the Terobo people's attacks, the faster the Yuan seals grew. After a single wave of attacks, nearly 30% of the Terobo warships were covered in these light spots. Seeing this, the supreme commander of the battle immediately gave the order for a full-on attack. Then, all the Terobo warships accelerated at the same time, ready to engage in close combat with the war floor. For a moment, the space was filled with flying battleships. They were like a swarm of bees that had their nest blown up, launching attacks at the war tower. At the same time as the tribesmen launched their attack, the modified warships that were guarding the war tower began to counterattack. Under Tang Zhen's control, these modified warships were using a one-for-one tactic as they launched a suicidal attack on the Terobo warships. The light from the explosions almost connected into one, making the enemy ships feel as if they were in a sea of fire, not knowing where to go. In the fierce battle, more and more space garbage piled up and drifted, almost filling the entire battlefield. The Terobo battleship was unable to avoid the attacks while it was traveling, so it could only bite its head and charge forward, sparks flying all over its surface. On the contrary, the unmanned warships controlled by Tang Zhen did not have any scruples during the voyage. Even if they had turned into blazing fireballs, they still chased after the Terobo warships relentlessly. The tribesmen were forced into a corner and could only bite the bullet and accept the challenge. The end result was often that both sides would perish together. The cultivators of Lusheng and the tribesmen used this kind of strategy that would harm both the enemy and themselves, constantly depleting each other's strength. Before they knew it, both sides had completely mixed up. It was as if the commanders of both sides had been waiting for this moment. Almost at the same time, they gave similar attack orders. Countless cultivators swarmed out of the war tower, and the Terobo clan's mecha and fighter jets also appeared at the same time. In the huge battleships, countless figures shuttled back and forth. The cultivators in Lusheng armor fought with the mechas and fighter planes. The scene was tragic and spectacular. In order to deal with Lu Cheng's attack, the Tarobo people had not only summoned all the military's combat mechas, but also recruited a large number of mecha operators from the public. Since the battleships could not get close to the war tower, the mechas and fighter planes' mission was to attack the war tower at close range and destroy it completely. These mechas were equipped with miniature nuclear bombs. When the intelligent control system detected the death of the pilot, it would automatically detonate the miniature nuclear bombs. The Taroboros' method was rather sinister. When the miniature nuclear bombs exploded, not only did they engulf a large number of cultivators in the city, but even their mechas and fighter jets were also affected. The 10 war towers were surrounded, and then they were enveloped by the continuous explosions. There were more and more corpses around them, and it was not an exaggeration to say that the corpses were piled up like mountains. The soul teleportation formation on the war tower was activated, and invisible waves swept across the battlefield, collecting the souls of the cultivators who died in the war tower, waiting for the right opportunity to help them complete their rebirth. As for the dead Tarobo people, most of their souls were very weak. When the explosion occurred, they had basically disappeared. It's about time, everyone, please attack the enemy together. Seeing that the Taroboros people had already used their final technique, Tang Zhen beckoned to the surrounding sector lords and led the charge into the battlefield. These cultivators were the main force of this war. It was no exaggeration to say that even if all the cultivators in the other Lusheng added up, they couldn't be compared to these cultivators. A sector lord could invade a world, and with over 100 of them attacking at the same time, how could the Tarobo people defend? From the moment the battle started, Commander Tarobo had been watching Tang Zhen and the other sector lords. The moment they attacked, he also gave the order to attack. The energy absorption device was suddenly activated, and all the world energy on the battlefield was absorbed. If it were a cultivator who was not strong, he would probably become a cripple in an instant. The cultivators in Lusheng City who were fighting suddenly slowed down for a second. This was a special situation when the energy absorption device was activated instantly. Fortunately, all the participants were king-level cultivators. Although they couldn't use many of their skills in this environment, they could still continue fighting. The 3 space fortresses that didn't participate in the battle suddenly attacked Tang Zhen and the others. 3 giant light pillars were like blades, sweeping towards the sector lords. 1783 direct attack flagship to capture the bandits, first capture the leader. On a bitter battlefield, the commander's importance was unquestionable, and he played a decisive role. Tang Zhen was the commander of the cultivators in Lusheng, and he had personally destroyed the Home of Souls. He had long become the main target of the Tarobo people. In the eyes of the Tarobo people, as long as they killed Tang Zhen, they would be able to deal a heavy blow to the Allied forces and would be a decisive factor in the outcome of this war. In addition, the cultivators in Lu City respected the strong. The higher the position, the stronger the strength. During every battle, they would take the lead and lead the cultivators in the city to kill the enemies. Especially in a war of this scale, the cultivators of Lu Cheng would definitely not stand by and watch. The only difference was when they would act. Hence, from the start of the battle, Commander Tarobo had been staring at the war tower, waiting for Tang Zhen and the other sector lords to act. Knowing how strong a sector lord was, the tribesmen would naturally be prepared. Their secret weapon was the 3 space fortresses. As the most powerful weapon of war of the Taroboros, the space fortress had a complete set of functions. It could be said that this was a mobile planet that was armed to the teeth. However, these space fortresses were the same as the war towers. They were top-tier strategic weapons and required countless resources to operate. The original purpose of building the space fortress was to prepare for war invasion, but later on, he realized that it was not worth it to drive it. If there was no need, the Taroboros would not use their space fortress. The heavy battleships they had were enough to deal with most of their enemies. Before the battle, the commander had already ordered that the space fortresses didn't need to participate in the battle, but to wait for orders to attack the sector lords. In a battle between experts, one strike could determine life and death. The Taroboros were trying to use the terrifying offensive power of the space fortress to turn the tide. At this moment, 3 giant pillars of light cut through the 2 camps, turning everything in their path into dust, regardless of friend or foe. The tribesmen had gone mad and were even starting to kill their own people. Everyone, the attack that the enemy has specially prepared for us is here. Seeing the attack from the space fortress, Tang Zhen wasn't surprised at all. He only informed the sector lord beside him. Stop, Just as the space fortress launched its attack, all the Sector Lord cultivators, including Tang Zhen, used their best defensive techniques and clashed with the attack. One Sector Lord might not be able to defend against a space fortress attack, but with 100 of them working together, it was easy. Cultivators of Lucheng, retreat quickly. When Tang Zhen and the others attacked, the cultivators in Lusheng City dodged into the distance or used various defensive methods to avoid being affected by the battle. It was as if a sun had suddenly appeared in outer space, and its piercing light enveloped the entire battlefield. However, this light did not bring hope or life, but pure destruction. Take this opportunity and kill our way over. In this terrifying energy collision, the Sector Lord cultivators passed through the light ocean and headed straight for the space fortress. The tribesmen had also discovered the intentions of the Sector Lords. Countless cannons locked onto them, and the concentrated attacks left no gaps. The seemingly powerful attack had little effect. Even the Tarobo people's ultimate attack could be dodged. This cannon fire blockade naturally couldn't do anything to the Sector Lords. With a few flashes, the Sector Lords were like bullets, charging into the fortress. As the Taroboro's people watched in despair, the massacre began. Ever since the Sector Lord cultivators charged in, the space fortress that was originally shining with light began to sink into darkness. Violent explosions occurred from time to time, and they came from the inside. It was obvious that they had suffered heavy losses. It was just that this war fortress was too big. Even with a Sector Lord's strength, it would take some time to clear it out. In less than a minute, the three space fortresses were in complete chaos. Unless the invading Sector Lord practitioners were destroyed, their fate was sealed. When the Sector Lord cultivators were attacking the space fortresses and other heavy battleships, Tang Zhen had already taken the lead and charged into the core area of the special fleet. After obtaining the memories of the Tarobo people, Tang Zhen would naturally be on guard against the attacks of the space fortress. Moreover, he had already made preparations before the battle. This way, the trump card of the Tarobo people would lose its element of surprise and would not be able to achieve the desired effect. After the threat of the space fortress was resolved, the only target that Tang Zhen needed to clear was the command warship of Tarobo Bo. If the three space fortresses were the hands and feet, then the command battleship was the brain. Tang Zhen was executing the decapitation operation. In the chaos of the army, taking the head of a general, with a Sector Lord acting, the target naturally wouldn't be those small fries. The Tarobo people also knew that the command warship could not be lost, so they had set up layers of defenses. At this time, hundreds of fully armed heavy warships were blocking in front of Tang Zhen and the others. They were like an iron wall, surrounding the command ship in the center and firing at the cultivators in the building. Even though the battlefield was in a mess, the battleships did not move an inch away from the battlefield, guarding the area. Tang Zhen and the others were like phantoms as they continued to advance under the attack of the heavy battleships. At the same time, they also released attacks that made the spies fear them. With a wave of his hand, countless fire dragons appeared in space. They were close to 100 meters long, and they shuttled back and forth between the heavy battleships, burning through the hull or destroying the weapons. More fire dragons chased after the surrounding frigates, turning into a terrible sea of fire and melting them into liquid. Other than the fire dragon, there were all sorts of strange life forms. They were all energy life forms, and were given terrifying powers by the Sector Lords. When the surrounding heavy warships fell into chaos and were hit until they were dizzy, Tang Zhen had already killed his way to the central area. Just as he broke through the defense, there was movement from the Taroboros again. Countless figures flew out from the heavy battleship in the center. These enemies were of different shapes and sizes, and they were covered in strange equipment from head to toe. They looked like a combination of flesh and machinery. Their bodies seemed to have been specially modified. One could even see their squirming internal organs on the transparent armor. The interceptors were the same as Lu Cheng. They could fly in space with just their bodies, and they waved their weapons in an attempt to stop the Sector Lord. Tang Zhen frowned slightly after he clearly saw the appearance of these interceptors. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. These damn Tarobo people are animals. One of the Sector Lords that followed Tang Zhen cursed. How could they not see that these people were all cultivators from Lu City? It was just that after the inhumane transformation, he became neither human nor ghost. God knew how much suffering he had suffered back then. Under the Tarobo people's control, the cultivators of the Lusheng kingdom had become killing machines, swarming towards the Sector Lord cultivators. Most of these modified cultivators had the strength of king-level cultivators, and some of them were even comparable to nomological kings. Under the control of the Teroboros, they were not afraid of death. They were fighting with their lives on the line, and they had no qualms at all. 1784 The Supreme Commander's request, this bunch of bastards, they actually used this kind of thing to disgust us. A world overlord beside Tang Zhen cursed. He could tell that these people were all cultivators from Lu City. Although they were only left with their bodies, they still couldn't kill them. At a time like this, you can't care about anything else. Kill. The other sector lord roared as he slashed out with his blade, cutting the 10 or so interceptors in front of him into two. His face was filled with malevolence. Seeing the Lu Cheng cultivator's body being so demeaning, the sector lord felt extreme pain and anger. Although it was the fate of the Lu Sheng cultivators to die on the battlefield, he would never allow anyone to insult them. His attack just now was to help them escape as soon as possible. The other sector lords also made their moves, and like chopping melons and vegetables, they cleared out the interceptors one after another. It didn't take long for them to break through the defense of the interceptors. Don't hesitate after you enter. Kill without mercy. Tang Zhen's voice was transmitted over. His tone was as cold as ice. Actually, even without him saying anything, those sector lord cultivators would have done the same as well, because they were also filled with anger. These sector lords roamed the plains and killed countless people. Although there were internal killings, they would never do such a despicable thing. The other party's actions had completely challenged their bottom line, and they had to take revenge. The special wave command ship's outer shell may be sturdy, but in the eyes of a sector lord, it was no different from paper. Tang Zhen directly threw a punch, and a deep pit with a diameter of dozens of meters immediately appeared on the bow of the command ship. Flames were spurting out from the edge. In a flash, he had already rushed into the interior of the command ship. The damaged area was littered with the corpses of many Teroboros. Other than that, there were also many other Teroboros approaching. They were dressed in mecha-like combat suits and were constantly shooting at Tang Zhen with weapons in their hands. If you still dare to struggle, I'll send you on your way. Tang Zhen's tone contained an indescribable iciness. He was suppressing a trace of fury in his heart. He had come to save the cultivators in trouble, but the scene just now made him feel like he had been slapped in the face. To a powerhouse of his level, life and death had long been indifferent, even to the extent that he didn't care about his own life. However, he couldn't just sit by and do nothing about the tragic fate of the cultivators in his battle zone. He had to seek justice for them. After a low roar, rolling flames spread out from his body and engulfed the enemies in an instant. Under the intense fire, the enemy was completely annihilated. These blazing flames were just like his current mood. He could not wait to burn all the tribesmen into ashes so that he could vent the anger in his heart. A flaming carpet spread out in front of him. Tang Zhen stepped on the flames and slowly advanced. In the process of advancing, this flaming carpet had devoured the lives of countless Terobo people. Tang Zhen wasn't the only one killing. The other sector lord cultivators were also barging into the command ship, tangling with the Terobo people who were fighting to the death. In the center of the command ship, the commander-in-chief was sitting in the command chair with a dark expression. Your Excellency God of War, the enemy has already entered the command ship. You'd better retreat as soon as possible. A Terobo officer rushed in and shouted at the commander-in-chief. Looking at his flustered subordinates, the supreme commander waved his hand and said in a calm tone, I already said before the battle that this line of defense is our last barrier. As long as the line of defense is here, we are here. If the line of defense is broken, where can we escape to? As long as the capital planet fell, the entire Terobo galaxy would fall into the hands of the enemy. They would be hunted down by the cultivators in the city. The current me is the source of a disaster. No matter where I go, I will bring disaster to the tribesmen. If that's the case, it's better to just wait here quietly and be buried in the vast starry sky with the warriors of Terobo who died in battle. I've spent more than half of my life on the battlefield, so it's a worthy death for me to die on the battlefield. The only thing I feel sorry for is that I can't protect the safety of the Terobo family before I die. Even if I die, I'll be filled with regret. Hearing the commander-in-chief's words, the Terobo officer was slightly taken aback, but he still rushed over and prepared to bring him to the escape warship. Unfortunately, he was no match for the commander-in-chief. This white-haired old man actually had the strength of a king-level cultivator. After easily taking down the officer who had tried to persuade him to leave, the commander-in-chief waved his hand and said in a nonchalant tone, "I can't leave this place, and neither can the others. You can stay here and sacrifice your last drop of blood to protect Torobo." After saying that, he walked to a wall that looked like a display cabinet and focused on the items on it. These items were his life's treasures. They represented the civilizations he had personally destroyed. These items represented his memories and were proof he could show off to others. Unfortunately, it would not be long before these spoils of war would fall into the hands of others. At the same time, an item that represented the Torobo civilization would be added to the list. The sound of footsteps was heard. The commander turned around and saw a young man with a cold face standing behind him. After seeing the other party's appearance, the Supreme Commander chuckled, but there was a hint of pride on his face. He was not like a loser, who seemed to have nothing to do with what was happening outside. "Sir Tang Zhen, what do you think of my collection? If you like it, I'll give it to you." Tang Zhen's eyes swept over those souvenirs. After sizing them up a few times, he shook his head in disdain. "I don't like this kind of flashy but useless thing. Moreover, this is your spoils of war, not mine. Actually, I prefer things like the home of the soul. It gives me a sense of accomplishment." The Supreme Commander smiled and said in a calm tone, "Oh, really? If that's the case, then I have to congratulate you, because your wish has been fulfilled." Tang Zhen shook his head when he heard the Supreme Commander's words. "Not yet. Other than the books on the Land of Souls, my collection also includes your head and the heads of all the Torobo people who invaded the wildlands. I'll only feel a sense of accomplishment when I've gathered all the things I want." After hearing Tang Zhen's words, the commander-in-chief frowned slightly and asked hesitantly, "Based on my understanding of the world of Lusheng, you are a world that is extremely tolerant. If the Torobo clan is willing to submit to you, can you spare the innocent?" Tang Zhen laughed softly and shook his head. "Among the cultivators in Lusheng, there are indeed natives from the conquered worlds. However, they are different from the Torobo people. They belong to the conqueror and had no right to choose. They also had no chance to rise again. On the other hand, you've invaded the world of Lusheng and your hands are stained with the blood of countless cultivators in Lusheng. The enmity between us is irreconcilable and can never be resolved." A hint of disappointment appeared on the Supreme Commander's face when he heard this. "I know you won't agree, but I still want to try. Although it's impossible for you to really exterminate the Teroboro's people, it'll be extremely difficult for you to rise again. The tribesmen no longer have the drive they once had. Even if there are survivors, it's probably just wishful thinking to rebuild their civilization from the ruins." Tang Zhen nodded when he heard the sigh of the Supreme Commander. "You're right. As long as I, Tang Zhen, am still alive, you Torobo people will never be able to rise up again." Tang Zhen's words were incomparably firm. It was as though he had made an oath that was powerful and resounded, and he would definitely fulfill it in his life. Unlike other enemies, he would never give them a chance to rise again. Even if they had already carried out the Starship project, he would find a way to completely destroy them. When the Supreme Commander heard this, he could only reply with a bitter smile. 1785 Landing on the ground. After hearing Tang Zhen's words, the commander-in-chief was clear that the other party would definitely not let the Torobo people off. From the commander-in-chief's point of view, if cultivator Lu Cheng had lost, he would not have given him a chance to rise again. Raising a tiger to cause trouble would lead to endless trouble. Tang Zhen was clearly the same type of person as him. Since that was the case, the commander had completely given up. "In that case, Sir Tang Zhen, are you going to take my head and use it as a trophy to show off?" When the Supreme Commander spoke, he stared at Tang Zhen without blinking. His eyes were still filled with pride. Even though he was the general of a defeated army, he was still qualified to face Tang Zhen as a victor, as he was the main participant in the destruction of a Lu City war zone. Between warriors, victory and loss were the most important, because he had once stepped on the enemy in front of him. With this battle, he could die without regrets. "You're right. However, I don't want you to die so easily. That would be too easy for you." Tang Zhen nodded. "I want you to apologize to the cultivators of Lusheng who were killed. You have to pay the price for your mistakes, and this can't be solved by death." After hearing Tang Zhen's words, the Supreme Commander sneered and said in a disdainful tone, "Perhaps I can't control the outcome of a war, but I can decide my own fate. If I want to die, do you think you can stop me?" It would be a fool's dream to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Him to apologize to the enemy. Is that so? Then why don't you just die and let me see? Tang Zhen's eyes were fixed on the Supreme Commander. There was a trace of ridicule in his eyes as if he was looking at a clown. Do you really think that I can't tell that you've already consumed poison? Wasting time with me is just waiting for the poison to take effect and kill you. I can tell you this, even if you die, I can still bring your soul back. When I let you die, you can then scatter your soul. Ha 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 ha. A miserable laugh was heard. Blood flowed out of the Supreme Commander's eyes and mouth. He raised his hand with great difficulty and pointed at Tang Zhen. Since that's the case, I'd like to experience Sir Tang Zhen's methods and see if you can really snatch me back from the hands of the god of death. As soon as he finished speaking, the commander-in-chief fell to the ground and died. There seemed to be a trace of unwillingness still remaining on his face. Based on his understanding of the cultivators in Lusheng, since Tang Zhen was able to say this, he was afraid that he could really do it. However, even if he was unwilling, it was in vain. Tang Zhen coldly laughed as he looked at the corpse on the ground. Don't worry, I always do what I say. I believe that it won't be long before we meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand toward the ground, and the Supreme Commander's corpse was kept into the soul space. In that special place, it was impossible for the Supreme Commander's soul to dissipate, and he could not escape even if he wanted to. However, it was not the time to resurrect him yet. Tang Zhen still had to press on and attack the capital planet's ground. Breaking through the Turobo's command ship meant that the enemy's defensive line had been completely destroyed, and their defeat was certain. The next thing that Tang Zhen had to do was to blow up the command ship and let the Turobo people know that they had lost the battle. After informing the surrounding sector Lord Cultivators to retreat immediately, Tang Zhen flashed and appeared outside the command ship. Under his command, the 10 war towers once again launched a concentrated fire attack. Their target was the command warship that had been completely cleared. Under the gazes of the Lu Cheng cultivators and the Turobo people, 10 beams of light shot out and struck the command warship at the same time. This was not using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken, but a ceremony to announce the official start of the tribesmen's destruction. With a violent explosion, the command warship, which had been in service for more than 300 years and had made great contributions, was completely reduced to dust. The special wave of people who witnessed this scene felt that their faith and persistence had collapsed in an instant. This battle had been completely lost, and their persistence was meaningless. What awaited them was either death or a constant flight. The Teroboros were on the verge of collapse, and some of the battleships began to flee. They did not want to waste their lives in this meaningless battle. The cultivators of Lusheng were in high spirits, and began to crush the battleships in a one-sided battle. In the vast outer space, the Teroboros people were fleeing in all directions with their survival equipment activated. However, in the face of cultivators from Lu Cheng, they had no chance to escape. If they chose to escape, it would mean the end of their lives. The battle lasted for 3 hours, and the last Turobo man was killed. The cultivators in the building regrouped and charged toward the capital planet. Other than the 10 war floors, the tens of thousands of private battleships and the captured Turobo battleships were also in the ranks of attacking the ground after the battle. All the cultivators in Lusheng City were mobilized. They flew in the sky, and there was almost no gap as they rushed to the ground. The near-space defense weapons and the ground-air defense system were activated at the same time in an attempt to intercept the descending cultivators. However, these locations had long been on the attack list. Even with the combined firepower of the close-space defense system and the ground-air defense weapons, it was still impossible for them to fight against 10 war towers and nearly 100,000 battleships. After just one round of attacks, these defensive weapons all went silent, and the planet was covered in ruins. Then, the cultivators of Lu Cheng headed straight to the location of the weapons and cleared out the Turobo people who were guarding the ground. At this moment, all the Turoboros people on the planet were looking up at the sky. Their faces were filled with fear and despair. Everyone had witnessed the fierce battle in outer space, and they knew that the Turobo race, which had once dominated the entire galaxy and invaded many dimensions, had now been completely defeated. They had enjoyed the joy of countless victories, but now they finally felt the pain of defeat. This feeling made them feel like knives were twisting in their hearts, but they could do nothing about it. Even the powerful Turobo fleet had been defeated. What other means did they have to fight against these fiendish cultivators? Quietly waiting for death to befall them was perhaps their only choice. The distance between the sky and the ground seemed to be very far. The Turoboros hoped that the cultivator would never land, but in the blink of an eye, he was already above their heads. The ground security force that had been waiting for a long time, as well as the low-level mercenaries recruited by the Tarobo people, immediately launched an attack on the cultivators in the building. Regardless of whether they were a match for the Lu Cheng cultivators, they had no other choice. Even if they avoided the battle, the Lu Cheng cultivators would not let them go. They could only blame themselves for being part of the Tarobo camp. The two sides were in a situation where they would not rest until one of them was dead, and simply surrendering would not solve anything. At this moment, the capital planet was filled with flames of war and smoke. Countless buildings had collapsed in the battle. The once picturesque capital planet was now like a burning hell. There was no place for peace. War was a merciless meat grinder that devoured life. When it appeared, it did not matter whether they were men or women, old or young. As long as they were within its range of destruction, there was little possibility of escape. This was a calamity that the Tarobo people could not avoid. The only difference was that they were the ones who brought this upon others in the past, but now, they were the ones who had to bear the pain and despair. 1786. The end of the war. 1. In the sky, the 10 war towers were like stars hanging above their heads, as if they would fall to the ground in the next second. A huge shadow fell on the ground, blocking the sunlight that shone on the ground, as if the light would never come. The fear that pressed down on their hearts made the Tarobo tribe soldier shiver. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair. They had seen too many deaths and were already numb. Since they had nowhere to run, they might as well leave it to fate. Other than the war tower, there were also countless huge warships floating in the sky, shuttling back and forth like a school of fish in the ocean. These weapons of war that once belonged to the Taroboros were now turned around and held against their own necks. What accompanied these war weapons was thick smoke that seemed to have a faint blood color and an undispersed smell of blood. The close-range air battle had already ended, but the real ground battle had just begun. This war that spanned the entire planet was definitely not something that could be ended in a short time. The ground was different from the open space, and the enemy had more hiding places. Compared to the other planets, the enemies on the capital planet were much more tenacious. They were indeed the elite forces of the Tarobo people. They used all the means at their disposal to resist the attacks of the cultivators from Lu Cheng. A crossfire could happen anywhere. As for Tang Zhen and the other sector lord cultivators, after they successfully landed on the capital planet, they stopped their attacks. What happened next didn't require them to act. Now that the enemy's defeat was set, the sector lords naturally couldn't interfere and left the chance to the Lu Cheng cultivators. However, the destruction of the capital planet did not mean the end of the war. These sector lords still had to move out, heading to the other planets to collect their spoils. Tang Zhen's mission was to stay on capital planet and be in charge of cleaning up the aftermath of the war. This was not a simple matter as it involved too many things. In order to ensure that they could reap as much spoils of war as possible, the cultivators of Lu Cheng did not cause too much damage to planet Tarobo. Otherwise, after they won, they would probably only get a pile of junk. The value of an intact item was naturally different from that of trash. Even if most cultivators in Lusheng didn't care about technological weapons, they could still be rewarded with a lot of battle merits when they got them on the cornerstone platform. Not to mention, a place like the Tarobo system was a rare high-tech dimension. Many of the materials here were of extremely high value. Even if the warship was torn apart and sold as scrap metal, it could be sold for a good price. In the long history of the Tarobo civilization, the wealth they had accumulated was definitely not limited to scrap metal. There were also other precious resources. Compared to the wealth of the entire Tarobo system, the world origin was nothing. These sector lords didn't lack it. For example, the number of world origins obtained in the Holy Dragon Battle Zone in a year far exceeded the total amount obtained in the Tarobo galaxy. Of course, this did not mean that Tang Zhen would give up on the drawing. They were all his spoils of war. There was no reason for him not to take them away. This was especially so after he obtained the memories of the Tarobo people. There were no longer any secrets in the Tarobo star system in Tang Zhen's eyes. It would take a certain amount of time just to arrange for people to retrieve those hidden resources. Moreover, there were some things that Tang Zhen had to personally handle. In the following period of time, he probably wouldn't be able to rest for even a moment and would be running around searching for things. While the war was still going on, Tang Zhen had already finished dealing with the trivial matters and began to lead a group of cultivators to dig 3 feet deep in the capital planet in search of treasures. The so-called treasures were not gold, silver, or jewelry, but the underground armory and emergency supplies of the tribesmen. These were the places where the tribesmen's accumulated wealth was stored. Even though they had once mobilized resources from here to deal with the invasion of the cultivators in Lucheng, there was still a large amount of stock left. However, the locations of these warehouses were extremely well hidden, and even the mobilization of military supplies was completed through robots. Other than a few people in charge, no one else knew the exact location. They only knew that there was such a place. Other people might not know, but Tang Zhen was very clear. He led a group of cultivators from Lucheng and arrived at the target location in the shortest time possible. Tang Zhen only needed to point out the location, and the cultivators from Lucheng began to tear down the walls. They were also very professional in doing this kind of thing. No matter how strong the defense was, it couldn't stop the destruction of these cultivators. It didn't take long for them to rush into the underground space. The huge underground warehouse was filled with all kinds of war materials. The cultivators' task was to move everything away. Tang Zhen placed his hands behind his back as he paced around. His gaze swept over the newly maintained supplies. From now on, these things would belong to him. Rows of fighter aircraft appeared in front of him. They were smooth and elegant, and were one of the main fighter aircraft that had served in the Tarobo army. More than 100 years ago, the figures of these fighter planes would appear every time the Tarobo tribe invaded the plain and attacked targets on the ground. However, with the development of technology, these fighter planes, which had once made great military achievements, gradually withdrew from the military service and could only be stored as combat supplies. Compared to the current fighter planes, this type of fighter plane's performance was slightly lacking. However, it was still more than enough to be distributed to the various large cities in the Holy Dragon War Zone for reconnaissance missions. Of course, this distribution was not free. If the towers in the war zone wanted to get it, they had to pay a certain price. As time passed, the skyscrapers in the Sacred Dragon War Zone had passed their breastfeeding period. Now that their strength had continued to grow, it was finally time to feed the war zone back. As the supreme commander of the war, Tang Zhen had the priority to distribute. These fighter jets already belonged to Tang Zhen and were not included in the distribution of war dividends. If the other cultivators wanted them, they had to buy them with battle points. According to Tang Zhen's instructions, these fighter planes were sealed by Lu Cheng's storage equipment and would only be unsealed when the time was right. With hundreds of cultivators working together, the cleaning process was naturally very fast. It didn't take long for the entire underground warehouse to be cleaned up. After clearing this place, Tang Zhen and the other cultivators boarded the battleship and headed straight to the next location. Perhaps due to their unique racial habits, the tribesmen liked to hide things underground. Regardless of whether they were useful or not, they would do so. After digging for a few days, they had obtained countless resources, which made Tang Zhen a little impatient. Coincidentally, there was another urgent matter that needed to be dealt with, so Tang Zhen entrusted the matter to others to continue excavating the treasures of the Tarobo people. Tang Zhen had carefully marked out the locations of the hidden treasures, whether it was within or outside the planet. The Lu Cheng cultivators only needed to search according to the map. During the period of searching for supplies, the enemies on the capital planet were completely wiped out. The entire planet was covered in corpses and ruins. After the war on the capital planet ended, other than one war tower that continued to guard the planet, the remaining 9 war towers all left and headed to other planets to eliminate the remaining enemies. Tang Zhen had already finished his preparations. He quietly left Capital Planet in search of the space fortress that was launched during the Starship project. With the victory of this war, the space fortress, whose location was unknown, was the biggest hidden danger left. Therefore, after handling the matter properly, Tang Zhen led a fleet and began to chase in the direction that he had vaguely sensed using a secret technique. 1787 sealed off the continent 1 in the boundless universe. Dozens of heavy battleships of the Tarobo people were slowly sailing in an unknown direction. It was a long journey, and they didn't know when they would reach the end. Relying on the warship as a means of transportation was naturally the best choice. The galaxy and battleships were products filled with the aura of science and technology, but the controller did not come from the world of science and technology civilization. These heavy battleships carried 100,000 king-level cultivators, as well as a large number of lower-class races in charge of steering the battleships. Compared to the Taroboros, these lower-class races were much luckier. They had only just found a new master. The dust had not been washed away, and he had embarked on a new path. However, he did not know when he would be able to find the traces of the enemy this time. The long journey was lonely and boring. Many interstellar travelers would choose to enter the hibernation chamber and would only wake up automatically when they arrived at their destination. Fortunately, the cultivators of Lusheng City spent most of their time immersed in cultivation and didn't care much about the outside world. No matter how long the journey was, it was just opening and closing one's eyes. Before they knew it, the fleet had left the Tarobo star system and arrived at an unknown space. The abandoned planet where the starship fortress was hidden was right there, but it had been destroyed long ago. As far as the eye could see, there was only a sea of meteorites and the twinkling starlight in the distance. In the command ship located at the center of the fleet, Tang Zhen had personally arranged a runic magic circle to strengthen his sense of the Tarobo people's bloodline. Tang Zhen finally opened his eyes after traveling in an unknown galaxy for nearly a month. A trace of joy was revealed on his face. The tribesmen thought that their plan was flawless, but they had underestimated the means of the cultivators in the city. Even if they escaped to an unknown dimension, Tang Zhen would still have a way to find them. In fact, even Tang Zhen was unable to accurately determine the exact location of the planetary ship. He could only rely on a trace of the Tarobo people's bloodline to search for it, like searching for a needle in a haystack. Just a moment ago, he had sensed the bloodline aura of the Tarobo people. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough for Tang Zhen. Give the order to stop. The entrance to the enemy's plane should be nearby. I need to confirm its exact location. Although the myriad of planes seemed to not interact with each other, in reality, they were entangled like a mess, one linked to the other. As long as he could find the hidden key node, he would be able to enter it smoothly. This was also the reason why Tang Zhen had been wandering around in the unknown galaxy. If the other party had escaped from this area, he would definitely have left behind some traces that could not be erased. After the fleet stopped, Tang Zhen's spiritual force spread out and started to search the surroundings carefully. After a long time, he found an unusual area. After repeatedly confirming it, he found that it was what he was looking for. After locking on to that location, Tang Zhen forcefully opened up a space channel with the cooperation of nearly 1,000 cultivators from Lucheng. With Tang Zhen's current strength, it was not too difficult to open up a spatial tunnel. However, it was only suitable for him to use. In order for the fleet to pass through, they had to stabilize it. Although this process was not responsible, it required a large number of people to assist. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Lucheng cultivators would use the cornerstone platform to open up the plane channel. It was simple and convenient. After the space channel was opened, the huge fleet began to enter. After the last warship entered, the cultivators who helped maintain the channel and Tang Zhen also entered at the same time. The unstable spatial channel flickered a few times before it burst like a bubble and disappeared. A dark tunnel suddenly appeared between the mountains, as if a hole had appeared in the sky. Then, huge battleships slowly flew out, and the shadows they cast made the beasts in the mountains shiver. They didn't know what was in the sky, but they were instinctively afraid. They lay on the ground, not daring to move. In fact, the beasts were not afraid of the huge battleships, but the passengers inside. The aura that the cultivators in the building subconsciously emitted was even more terrifying than the aura of their natural enemies to these native creatures. After passing through the transmission channel, Tang Zhen's spiritual force was released and enveloped an area of 10,000 miles. This was his habit. After arriving in a new world, he always liked to use his spiritual power to explore the surrounding environment and determine what kind of world it was. Through the information they had gathered, they could determine the level of strength of this world and then formulate a detailed plan of action. However, the result of the investigation caused Tang Zhen to reveal a trace of a strange expression. If his senses were not wrong, this should be a high-energy plane. In the vast mountains, there were a large number of ferocious beasts hidden. Many of them were as strong as law cultivators, and some were even stronger than them. However, what was strange was that there was not a single cultivator within the radius of 10,000 miles. It was completely the world of fierce beasts. Such a situation was extremely rare. At least, Tang Zhen had never seen such a situation in the plains that he had been to. The reason for this was because of the greed of cultivators. In order to obtain enough resources, no dangerous place could stop them. Through his spiritual power detection, he could confirm that there were countless natural treasures within a radius of 10,000 miles. In the face of such a super treasure house, there was no reason for the cultivators to miss it. However, there were no traces of cultivators' activities in this mountain. Even after Tang Zhen searched repeatedly, he did not find anything. This kind of thing was very strange. After Tang Zhen thought about it, he ordered reconnaissance planes to be sent out to investigate further in order to obtain more detailed information. At the same time, he ordered the battleship to stand by and activate the optical invisibility state. He would make further plans after he had obtained enough information. A day later, the reconnaissance fighter aircraft sent back information. Tang Zhen finally understood the environment he was in. It turned out that this was a completely sealed continent, surrounded by stormy waves. In the sea, there were countless terrifying marine creatures. In addition, there was a circle of strange energy field in the distance, which surrounded the continent. It was because of the existence of this energy field that the continent was always in a closed state. The things inside could not leave, and the creatures outside could not enter. Only then did Tang Zhen come to a sudden realization. It was likely that some unknown deviation had occurred when they were opening the spatial tunnel. Hence, they had unintentionally entered this sealed continent. This was a good thing, but it was also a bad thing. The good thing was that this resource-rich continent had now been monopolized by them. Even if they ransacked the land, no one would affect them. The disadvantages were also very obvious. According to Tang Zhen's guess, this kind of energy field must be extremely strong. Otherwise, it would be impossible for no cultivators to barge in. There was no doubt that there were cultivators in such a high-energy plane. However, if even they could not break in, it could completely explain the problem. The cultivators outside couldn't enter, and it would be difficult for Tang Zhen to go out. Even if he could go out, the heavy warship might not be able to. As for what the truth was, he still needed to personally investigate it before he could make a conclusion. Since we're free, let's go take a look around. There are many good things here. When Tang Zhen gave the order, he even smiled at the Lu Cheng cultivator beside him and said that if he didn't have important matters to attend to, he might have also turned around. A continent that had not been touched by cultivators was bound to be filled with treasures. Even Tang Zhen was unable to resist the joy of searching and discovering. 1788 Breaking the barrier. 1. In the vast and calm lake, a few huge creatures that were nearly 100 meters long, like colorful feathered snakes, were swimming slowly on the surface of the water. They seemed to be at ease. In the sky above the lake, there were a few giant birds with a wingspan of more than 10 meters, constantly chirping. They seemed to want to capture the water beasts in the lake, but they were also afraid of the fierce beasts floating on the water. They circled around a dozen times before slowly leaving. When the giant beasts in the water saw this, they raised waves proudly and continued to wander around the lake. The lake was their territory. In this water, no fierce beast was their opponent. Ripples appeared on the calm surface of the lake, and a fist-sized object hung on a thin thread fell from the sky, gently falling into the lake. The whole process was like a mosquito swimming in water, not making much noise. However, the huge bodies of the feathered snake-like beast suddenly stiffened. They turned to look at the place where the thin thread fell, and their eyes flashed with excitement and greed. Roar! The ferocious beast in the water let out a sharp cry and went straight to where the silk thread was, raising a white line on the surface of the lake. Then, the lake began to boil as countless aquatic creatures emerged from it and headed straight for the same spot. It was as if the object hanging on the thin thread was the most delicious thing in the world, and he would devour it even if he had to risk his life. A group of black shadows entangled with each other, neither giving way to the other. An intense battle also unfolded in the lake. In the blink of an eye, blood-red waves appeared in the clear lake. It was unknown how many fierce beasts had lost their lives in the fight. Even though they were covered in wounds and had even lost their lives, these ferocious beasts in the water were still fighting for it with all their might, unwilling to take a step back. In the process of fighting for it, the largest water beast finally had the advantage and snatched the fist-sized thing, swallowing it in one gulp. However, before it could taste the delicious food, it felt a terrifying force pulling its head out of the water. The giant beast in the water struggled with all its might, but it was of no use. In the blink of an eye, its body was pulled by the thin silk thread and completely suspended in the air. This situation was extremely strange. The hair-like thread easily withstood the terrifying weight of the giant beast and pulled it toward the distant mountain peak. Only then did the beasts in the water notice that there was a very small creature standing on the cliff at the edge of the lake. Although it was not comparable to them in size, it emitted a terrifying aura that made the beast shiver and scatter in an instant. He was afraid that if he was too slow, he would end up in a similar situation. Only the ferocious beast in the water that was caught by the thin thread was pulled towards the cliff and was finally suspended in the rapid flow of the waterfall. Although he was still struggling, he couldn't get rid of the thin thread's grip. It was as if all his efforts were in vain. Although it looks ferocious, it's the best delicacy. I didn't waste my time. As he watched the huge beast in the water that was continuously struggling in the waterfall, Tang Zhen casually waved his hand and a metal pot suddenly appeared in the air. I've obtained this thing for many years, but I've never used it before. Today, I'll try it and see if it's as magical as the legends say. This pot looked ordinary, but it was actually a secret treasure. It could become incomparably huge in an instant. The runic magic circle at the bottom of the pot used the energy of heaven and earth as fuel, and with a thought, it could produce a raging fire. Using this pot to cook all kinds of heavenly treasures could make their taste incomparably delicious. At the same time, it could refine their essence to the greatest extent. After consuming it, it could help a cultivator increase their strength. This was the war trophy that Tang Zhen had obtained back in the true immortal plane. However, he had never used it before. Today, he had seen the excellent ingredients in the huge lake, so he had taken it out again. With a wave of his hand, the giant beast in the water was cut open and its stomach was torn open. Then, it was washed clean by the rapid waterfall. The next moment, the giant beast in the water was cut into pieces by an invisible force and fell into the big pot that completely filled the top of the cliff. The raging fire also started to burn. A stream of clear spring water was poured into the pot, covering all the meat pieces in the water. Dense bubbles also rose slowly in the pot. Not long after, a fragrance wafted through the air, making one drool just by smelling it. As the meat was being cooked, the pot slowly shrank, and the essence of the vicious beast meat was being extracted. Tang Zhen was not in a hurry. He merely slowly controlled the flame. After nearly a day, the large pot finally became the size of a basin. This 100-meter-long giant beast was finally boiled into half a pot of fresh soup, and the taste was extremely tempting. Fresh soup and fine wine, sitting on the peak of the mountain, watching the clouds rise and fall with a smile. During this period of time, Tang Zhen had been busy fighting the Turobo people and could not rest for a moment. Now, he finally had a chance to rest. As there were no cultivators on the continent beneath his feet, it had always maintained its original and natural appearance. Being in such an environment made Tang Zhen feel extremely comfortable. After enjoying the perfect meal, Tang Zhen set off once again and headed straight to the deep sea outside the continent. With the speed of a sector lord, even if this continent was 100,000 miles long, Tang Zhen could still cross it in a short time. It did not take long for Tang Zhen to arrive in the sky above the vast ocean. It was unknown what kind of power had affected the ocean, but the waves here were turbulent, and violent storms appeared from time to time. In the short time that Tang Zhen had arrived, he had already seen several terrifying tornadoes wandering around the boundless sea. However, it didn't take long for the sea to suddenly become as flat as a mirror. The apocalyptic scene from before seemed to be just an illusion. Interesting. It feels like this isn't a natural force, but rather a man-made one. After Tang Zhen said this, he continued to advance into the distance. About half an hour later, he finally saw the energy field that the reconnaissance aircraft had discovered. It was like an invisible barrier that covered the entire continent. Tang Zhen gave it a try and discovered that this barrier was not simple. Even with his strength, he would need to spend a great amount of effort in order to break it. He was not in a hurry to break it to avoid triggering unknown changes. Instead, he dove into the deep sea along the barrier and confirmed that there was a barrier at the bottom of the sea. They couldn't even cross the sky and the sea. If they wanted to leave the continent, they could only force their way out. After thinking up to this point, Tang Zhen returned to the surface of the sea and started to study how to break the energy barrier. He spent 3 days in deep thought. During this time, he did not move at all, as if he was a wooden statue. During this period, there were huge sea creatures that tried to attack him, but before they could get close, they were ground into flesh and blood by the invisible force. The flesh and blood attracted the other sea monsters to come closer. After which, the previous scene repeated. Unknowingly, the sea around Tang Zhen was already covered with the corpses of giant sea monsters. I see, I understand. Tang Zhen, who was quietly sitting on the surface of the sea, suddenly opened his mouth. He extended his hand and gently waved it at the surface of the sea. The corpses of the sea beasts instantly turned into white bones, and the blood essence in their bodies gathered together. Using the blood essence of these sea beasts as ink, Tang Zhen quickly drew several hundred runes and suddenly smashed them toward the energy barrier in front of him. After these runes landed on the energy barrier, they were like dyes, causing the originally invisible energy barrier to be exposed. This was not the only change. After a few dozen breaths, the impregnable barrier suddenly became much softer. Tang Zhen extended his hand and pressed. That barrier appeared to be filled with elasticity as it tightly wrapped around his hand. It's almost time. Tang Zhen's voice had just sounded when his body suddenly retreated nearly 100 miles. After which, he suddenly accelerated and charged toward the area filled with symbols with lightning speed. PFF'd. It was just like a finger forcefully pressing against a balloon. The invisible energy that had transformed into a tangible form wrapped around Tang Zhen's body, preventing him from leaving this sealed continent. However, Tang Zhen was like an all, focusing all his power on one point. The barrier couldn't get any energy, so it naturally couldn't block the attack of a sector lord. Pa! A crisp sound seemed to ring out beside his ears. Immediately after, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. Tang Zhen had already left the sealed continent and appeared in the outside world. 1789 The world in the crystal ball. After leaving the sealed continent, Tang Zhen looked at his surroundings and was slightly stunned. This was because what appeared before him was not an ocean, nor was it land. Instead, it was a secret room with a strange design. In the room, there were more than a dozen crystal ball-like transparent objects. There were land and water in them, and they looked like models. In addition, there were also a few scattered items, most of which were covered in dust, as if no one had come here for a long time. After seeing this scene, Tang Zhen's heart trembled slightly. He hurriedly carefully observed the crystal ball behind him as his expression became increasingly solemn. At this moment, he was certain that the crystal ball in front of him was a sealed continent. Everything inside seemed to have been shrunk countless times. To be able to contain an entire continent in a small crystal ball and form a world of its own seemed to be a little better than the method of storing sumeru in a mustard seed. Only a highly developed cultivation civilization might be able to create something similar. However, it was still quite difficult to reach the level of sealing off the continent. This required sufficient strength and time to develop. Only then could it finally form a sealed continent, a land of resources. Perhaps it was because it was stored in the secret chamber that the sealed continent had developed to this extent and had never been disturbed by the outside world. Tang Zhen slowly stood up when he thought of this. At the same time, he revealed a pondering expression. Compared to the creator's use of mental energy to freely derive all things, this method might be more time-consuming, and it would not be able to control the development trajectory of the created world. However, the advantage was also very obvious. It didn't have a very high requirement for the creator's strength, and even those who weren't creators could do it. From Tang Zhen's point of view, this method of creating a special world was like a seed. Regardless of whether it was an adult or a child, it could be sown. It didn't matter who planted the seeds. The key was the technique to create the seeds. That was the key to everything. After thinking up to this point, Tang Zhen's heart burned with passion. He had never expected that he would unintentionally enter such a special dimension in order to hunt down the remaining enemies of the Tarobo clan. If he could obtain the technique to create seeds, he would be able to mass-produce worlds similar to the sealed continent, and the benefits he would obtain would be countless. Tang Zhen turned his head and looked at the 10+ crystal balls beside him when he thought of this. He focused his attention and observed them. At this time, he discovered that among the crystal balls, only the sealed continent was the most perfect. The rest of the crystal balls were much worse. Either the land area wasn't big enough, and it was at most an island with only simple low-level creatures, or it was like a rotten egg, obviously a failure with no value. There were also some crystal balls that created special environments that didn't seem suitable for living creatures to live in. However, they could produce some special minerals that were probably useful. After observing it for a while, Tang Zhen casually waved his hand and sent all the crystal balls into his soul space. These things were of great value, so he had to take them with him to make it easier for him to continue his research. Tang Zhen walked to the door of the secret room after he checked the room once again and kept all the items. Since such an important thing was stored, the defense here was naturally extremely tight. Moreover, this was a kind of cultivation civilization that Tang Zhen had never come into contact with. The process of cracking it took quite a bit of effort. Crack, a soft sound echoed out as the door of the secret room that was blocking Tang Zhen's way slowly opened. Immediately after, a long and deep passage appeared before his eyes. Tang Zhen was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he used his mental energy to probe around and discovered that the tunnel in front of him was filled with defensive warning formations. If he was not careful, he would trigger the alarm and be attacked by the formation. However, the owner of the secret room probably never dreamed that someone would appear in the sealed continent. At the same time, he broke through the outer shell of the sealed continent and came to the real world. He opened the door to the secret room. After confirming the existence of these runic matrices, Tang Zhen was not in a hurry. He began to study and crack them while also learning the knowledge of this cultivation civilization. In the past few years, Tang Zhen had read countless ancient books and records. Those were the essence of the civilizations of various dimensions and races, allowing him to accumulate rich knowledge. Therefore, even when he was faced with an unfamiliar cultivation civilization, he was not afraid at all. He could also make a specific analysis of the civilization in a very short time. Without anyone disturbing him, Tang Zhen used a day's time to completely crack the defensive warning array in the tunnel. At the same time, he also understood the specific operating principle. Tang Zhen, who was itching for a fight, casually restarted the broken runic array. However, these were all improved versions. By the time the original owner of the secret chamber wanted to enter, he would definitely be trapped by the runes and be badly battered. This was actually Tang Zhen's method of exchange. One must know that after the runic magic circle was created, even if there was a slight increase in its power, it would mean that its value would increase by several times. After Tang Zhen's modification, the might of these runic formations had increased by 3 to 4 times. Once he cracked them, he would definitely be able to grasp the entire operating principle. Even if it wasn't enough to exchange for the crystal balls, it wasn't much. However, looking at the appearance of this secret room, it was likely that the original owner had long passed away. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the secret room to be sealed for so many years without being opened. After everything was settled, Tang Zhen slowly walked out of the underground passage. When he came out, he discovered that he was in a super ruin. The ruin spanned hundreds of miles, and from time to time, he could see buildings that were thousands of feet tall. These buildings were also very strange. They looked neither gold nor wood, as if they were plants that grew from the ground. Rather than calling this place a building ruin, it would be better to call it a giant dead forest. The dead trees were naturally the buildings of all sizes. There were some traces left in the ruins. It was obvious that someone had been here, but they had not found the location of the secret room. It seems that my luck is not bad. This secret room should be an ownerless item. It has been lost for at least 1,000 years. It doesn't matter if I take it away. After releasing his mental force, Tang Zhen discovered that there were indeed cultivators in the ruins. They were scattered in every corner of the ruins. Looking at their appearance, they seemed to be searching for something in the ruins. Each of them had a serious expression, staring at the ground under their feet with full concentration. Tang Zhen was determined to obtain the technology to create the crystal ball. At the same time, he didn't have a good understanding of the specific situation of this plane. Naturally, he had to keep a low profile. With a slight thought, Tang Zhen's body began to change. His clothes also became exactly the same as those native cultivators. Soon after, Tang Zhen flew into the sky and slowly flew toward the location of the native cultivators. It didn't take long for Tang Zhen to arrive at the location of the nearest group of cultivators and slowly landed on the ground. Seeing Tang Zhen suddenly appear in front of them, the group of cultivators revealed a vigilant look. They stood up and constantly sized him up. Their strength was not high, only equivalent to the Lord-level cultivators of Lushan. They did not have a trace of murderous aura, so they probably did not participate in battles often. "Who are you, and what business do you have here?" One of the cultivators on the other side suddenly spoke in a language that Tang Zhen had never heard before. Fortunately, he had the mysterious language translator, and Tang Zhen was able to easily understand the content of the other party's words. "I'm just a passerby. I saw you guys looking for something here, so I came over to take a look out of curiosity." The other party nodded after hearing Tang Zhen's explanation. He did not have much doubt. Firstly, Tang Zhen had concealed his cultivation, causing the other party to mistakenly think that he was just an ordinary cultivator and that his strength was similar to them. Secondly, It was common to see lone cultivators in these ruins. Most of them were bold and skilled, and no one was willing to provoke them unless necessary. If that's the case, then you should leave as soon as possible. We've already taken over this place, so you should move to another location. The cultivator on the other side said in a calm tone, with a hint of warning. Tang Zhen naturally would not leave so easily. His gaze swept across the items in the other party's hands and his eyes narrowed slightly. He found a person squatting on the ground in the distance, carefully pushing away the soil and picking up a sesame-sized crystal. His face was full of joy. They were looking around the ruins. Their target should be this kind of crystal. Tang Zhen also happened to have a similar thing in his hands. Those were the things he had collected in the secret chamber when he put away the crystal ball. In addition, there were some things he could not recognize, which were all stored in his mind space. Can you tell me what that crystal is and why you are looking for it? Tang Zhen asked the cultivator who had spoken earlier. At the same time, he activated his cultivation technique and silently affected the other party's thoughts. That cultivator was stunned for a moment. He originally didn't want to pay attention to Tang Zhen, but he couldn't help but open his mouth and say, "How come you don't even know about this?" That's void sand used to make the creation ball's crystal wall. It only exists in places that have encountered void storms. Naturally, we're looking for these things to sell them in large trading companies to obtain cultivation resources. When he said this, he looked at Tang Zhen with a puzzled expression. He did not know why he had to waste his breath explaining this. All the cultivators who came to these ruins knew about the origin of the void sand, so why would he say anything? At the thought of this, the cultivator was on guard. Was there something wrong with the young man in front of him? 1790 The World of the Artisans 1 The cultivator who spoke looked at Tang Zhen. There was a trace of vigilance in his eyes, as well as an unnoticeable joy. He placed his hands behind his back and made a hand gesture to his companions. At the same time, he asked Tang Zhen, "Brother, you look unfamiliar. It should be your first time coming to these ruins. May I know where you are from?" While he was speaking, the surrounding cultivators slowly spread out and blocked Tang Zhen's path. Tang Zhen merely smiled faintly when he saw the other party's actions. Obviously, the question just now had aroused the other party's suspicion. However, there must be a reason for them to be so sensitive. "Where do you think I'm from?" Tang Zhen retorted. He looked at the cultivator in front of him who had a stiff expression and was calculating in his heart. "Yingluo, I think you're something that came out of the creation ball." When the cultivator said this, he suddenly attacked Tang Zhen's vital points. Regardless of whether Tang Zhen's identity was as he had guessed, there was no problem in subduing him first. If it was, then he would treat it as an unexpected fortune. If it wasn't, then he would just make do with the mistake and kill people after subduing them. His companions also cooperated with each other and attacked Tang Zhen from all directions. From their appearance, it was clear that this was not the first time they had done such a thing. This was the world of cultivators. It was cruel and bloody, and one would be schemed against if they were not careful. Seeing that Tang Zhen had already been surrounded, that cultivator revealed a malevolent expression. "I don't care who you are, just die." From his point of view, Tang Zhen was currently surrounded and had no possibility of escaping. "Oh, really? Why do I feel like you'll be the ones to die?" Tang Zhen's face revealed a trace of disdain as he looked at the attack that came toward him. He merely waved his hand gently. The cultivator's expression changed drastically. Then, his body flew backward like a broken kite, blood spurting from his mouth. As for the cultivators next to them, they were instantly frozen on the spot. Ice thorns burst out of their blood vessels and pierced their bodies like honeycombs. The only surviving cultivator who fell to the ground saw this and was so scared that he kept retreating on the ground, his eyes filled with horror. When he saw Tang Zhen kill his companion with a wave of his hand, how could he not realize that he had already gotten himself into big trouble? This cultivator of unknown origin was not a terrifying existence that they could fight against. They had lost their lives in vain because of their greed. "Who exactly are you, Junjun?" Before the cultivator who spat out blood could finish his words, he was sucked into Tang Zhen's hand. Then, he fell to the ground like a pile of mud. In this short period of time, his memory had been searched by Tang Zhen before he died. "It turns out that they thought I was a creature that had escaped from the creation ball and wanted to capture me and sell me at the auction house for money." Tang Zhen laughed. He had indeed rushed out from the creation ball. However, he was not a creature from the creation ball. At most, he could be considered an intruder by accident. Through this cultivator's memories, Tang Zhen knew that the crystal ball in his hand was called an creation ball. It indeed had the ability to create living things. However, creation spheres were also divided into different grades. The most ordinary creation spheres could only promote the growth of a plant or a certain living creature. Due to the difference in the strength of the creator, the grade of the materials used, and the grade of the creation ball, the level of the creation ball was also different. The highest grade of creation ball had the ability to create everything and create a world. This was the sealed continent in Tang Zhen's hands. However, an creation ball of this level was extremely rare and wouldn't easily appear. Not only did it require the creator to have extraordinary strength and top-grade materials, but it also required a long time to catalyze it before it could finally form a situation similar to the sealed continent. It could be said that Tang Zhen's luck was quite good. He had just arrived in this plane and had already obtained a valuable treasure. As for how the creation sphere was made and what materials were needed, they were all controlled by the aristocratic families and academies on this plane. Ordinary cultivators had no chance to come into contact with them at all. The only thing they could do was to provide all kinds of materials to the artisans who had mastered the secret technique of creation. When he had enough wealth, he could find a place to impart knowledge and slowly learn this knowledge. They were known as gatherers, and they made up 90% of the cultivators on this plane. This was a completely different world. There were all kinds of strange species, and 90% of them were created by artisans. The items created by artisans covered all aspects of life. Whether it was clothing, food, housing, transportation, or cultivation resources, they were all inseparable from the shadow of an artisan. The plant-like buildings that Tang Zhen had seen in the ruins earlier were special species that were cultivated by an artisan thousands of years ago. They could be seen frequently in this plane. If Tang Zhen wanted to learn the knowledge of an artisan through formal channels, he would also have to spend a large amount of money and find a place to specifically teach. In this plane, it was common for creatures from the creation ball to escape. If these creatures were rare, they could be exchanged for a large amount of wealth once caught. Either the original owner paid money to redeem it, or it was directly handed over to the auction house for auction. In the case of such a thing, cultivators would fight to capture it. In fact, under normal circumstances, the creatures in the creation ball could not pass through the crystal wall at all. Only through the special incantation set by the creator could the object in the creation ball be released. The reason for this could be that there was a loophole in the creation ball's production process. It had become a defective product. Or, the creatures inside had mutated and gained great power, which allowed them to break through the crystal wall and come to the outside world. From Tang Zhen's point of view, this kind of creation ball was more like a small chiliocosm, while the plane under his feet was a large chiliocosm. After Tang Zhen finished analyzing the memories he had obtained, he searched the corpses of the gatherers and chose a direction to continue moving. According to the gatherer's memory, there was a large city about 1,000 miles ahead, and the knowledge of the creation sphere that he wanted to learn was there. The distance of 1,000 miles was covered in the blink of an eye. At this moment, an incomparably huge city appeared in front of Tang Zhen's eyes. The buildings here were of all kinds of strange shapes and truly widened one's eyes. Buildings made of grass and trees, mud and stone, flesh and blood, and some other unknown things could also be used as buildings. There were also all sorts of strange animals and plants in the city. The colors and folk customs were unique, decorating the city like a fairy tale world. The clothes of the residents here were also quite unique. They were gorgeous and flamboyant, as if they were going to a ball. His concealed trail landed in a small alley by the side of the street. Tang Zhen walked out and slowly advanced along the lively main street. The reason why this city was so prosperous was entirely because of the existence of the Creation Academy. It could be said that the entire city was serving it. While Tang Zhen was walking, he could see a forest of shops on both sides of the street. Most of them were selling various kinds of materials. From time to time, gatherers, as well as men and women in academy uniforms, would come in and out, making the place very lively. An artisan was a very expensive profession. From the beginning to the end, the money invested was like a bottomless pit. Even if one was extremely rich, they wouldn't be able to afford such a consumption. Hence, these artisans would try to create some simple items to sell during the learning process. This way, they could alleviate the financial pressure during the learning process. When he thought of this, Tang Zhen casually took out a coin and shook it in his palm. The coins used in this plane were a special metal that could only be produced in a special creation ball. It was precisely because of the uniqueness of this metal that it was chosen as a currency. Even if outsiders wanted to replicate it, they could not do so. After searching the corpses of the gatherers, Tang Zhen had only managed to gather 100 coins. Compared to the amount of money he had to spend to learn, it was not even a fraction of it. Tang Zhen, who possessed the balance of fate, naturally wouldn't worry about money because he could use destiny gold coins to exchange for it. Summoning the scales of fate in his mind, Tang Zhen proposed to use the gold coin of fate to exchange for the coins of this plane. The result was unexpected. A single coin of destiny had been exchanged for tens of millions of this world's currency. It only took 10 destiny gold coins for Tang Zhen to become a billionaire, so how could he still worry about money? 1791 Encounter at the shop. 1. Tang Zhen was not in a hurry to head to the academy. Instead, he first went to the shops on both sides of the street to take a look and deepen his understanding of this world. Tang Zhen could be said to be at a loss when he saw the items being sold in those shops. This was because he simply did not know what use these items had. However, when he saw the students of the School of Creation choosing materials, he knew that these items must have special uses. Otherwise, they would not have spent so much gold coins to buy them. Tang Zhen became more and more interested, and he was determined to figure out the secret of the creator. As for the matter of finding the Starship Fortress, there was no need to rush it. It was more important to obtain the knowledge of the artisans. After making up his mind, Tang Zhen continued to stroll around. At the same time, he analyzed and organized the information he had gathered. In addition to all kinds of materials, some shops also sold finished creation orbs, but there were very few customers. Although there were only simple items in these creation spheres, they were very expensive. The cheapest one was sold for more than 100,000 gold coins. As long as the creation ball was bought, the shop operator would provide the corresponding incantation, making it convenient for the buyer to take out the items inside. However, after an item was taken out, it could not be put back in. This process involved the mysterious power of the law and was irreversible. Tang Zhen looked around for a while and discovered that there was no lack of creation orbs that were worth millions in the shop in front of him. However, even so, the items inside were still not considered too precious. Compared to the sealed continent in his hands, the difference was not just a little. From this, he could be sure how valuable the creation sphere he had obtained by accident was. When the shop owner saw Tang Zhen staring at the creation ball, he hurriedly went forward and introduced, "Sir, which creation sphere do you like? If there's anything you don't understand, I can introduce it to you." Seeing the shop owner open his mouth, Tang Zhen casually pointed to an creation ball in front of him and said, "This looks interesting, can you tell me what's inside?" The shop owner glanced at the creation sphere that Tang Zhen had pointed at. He smiled and explained, "You really have a good eye. This creation sphere has an extraordinary origin. It's the work of a disciple of a master in our city's academy. There was a 1-hectare fertile field with a special type of aquatic grass growing there. The seeds of this aquatic grass were extremely delicious and many artisans used them as food. And every 10 years, the size of this fertile land will increase by a bit. After you buy it, you can completely treat it as a family heirloom and give it to your descendants. It's definitely worth the money." Tang Zhen nodded his head. This creation sphere was only the size of an egg, yet there was a fertile field inside. It was truly extremely strange. If an ordinary person had such a thing, as long as there were no accidents, they would not have to worry about going hungry. "This item is not bad, but I wonder what the price is." Tang Zhen looked at the shop owner and asked in an indifferent tone, "The price is not high, only 500,000 gold coins. I can guarantee that this is the lowest price. You will not be able to buy it anywhere else. One of these creation spheres couldn't even be sold in 10 days to half a month." Now that someone was interested, the shop owner naturally had to do his best to promote it. 500,000. That's not too expensive. Tang Zhen had hundreds of millions of gold coins. He could casually take out 500,000 gold coins. Moreover, he had no interest in haggling. When the shop owner next to him heard this, a hint of joy appeared on his face. Just as he was about to continue his victorious pursuit, someone suddenly interrupted him, "You're such a black-hearted boss. This kind of inferior-grade fertile farmland creation ball only has a plot of land, and it costs at most 200,000 yuan. You actually asked for 500,000 yuan. Aren't you afraid that people will find out and cause you trouble? The shop owner's mouth twitched when he heard this. He turned to look at the source of the voice and saw a tall girl in a black gold embossed short skirt staring at him. This girl's appearance was very unique. The proportion of her facial features was extremely perfect, and there was a heroic spirit between her brows. Coupled with a neat outfit and a pair of black gold stamped boots that wrapped around her calves, she would definitely make people's eyes light up. However, the shop owner's pupils shrank, and his face turned bitter. He shook his head at the girl and said, "Don't talk nonsense. The quality of my fertile farmland creation ball is absolutely guaranteed. How can it be compared with those defective products?" The girl pointed at the shop owner and said, "Don't give me that. My friend bought an creation sphere from you a few days ago, but after he returned, he discovered that it was full of loopholes. She doesn't need that money and can't be bothered to find trouble with you, but I can't just watch her suffer. I'm here today to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For a refund, you hear me." After saying this, the girl took out an egg-sized creation ball from her pocket and placed it on the counter. Tang Zhen glanced around and discovered that there was a fruit tree in the creation sphere. It was covered with exquisite and clear fruits. What made people feel uncomfortable was that these fruits were full of insect eyes. Some of them had completely rotted, and insects could be seen crawling around on the fruits. No wonder this girl would come to the shop owner to return the goods. Anyone who saw such a fruit would feel uncomfortable. The shop owner glanced at the creation ball and rolled his eyes. Just as he was about to explain, the girl in black spoke again, "You don't have to explain to me. Everyone knows the truth. I'm just asking you today if you want to return the goods. If you want to return the goods, I'll let this matter go. I don't want to be a busybody. But if you don't return it, I'll go to the academy and tell everyone about this. Let's see who will come to buy things from you in the future." After hearing the girl's words, the shop owner quickly nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll return the goods now. I just hope that you won't go around spouting nonsense. I've also been deceived." The girl pouted and muttered in a disdainful tone, "I'd be a fool to believe you. Everyone on the street knows about you. You're always looking for outsiders to do your dirty work." The shop owner's mouth twitched, but he didn't dare to refute, because he knew this girl's background, and he couldn't afford to offend her. Seeing that the shop owner had gone back to withdraw the money, the girl turned her head to look at Tang Zhen. She then pointed at the fertile farmland creation ball and said, "This creation sphere also has flaws. Although it looks good now, it will be different in the later stages. There will definitely be a lack of water and pests in the seaweed field. After the reduction in yield and death, it's already not bad to have a tenth of the harvest." After sizing up Tang Zhen, the girl thought for a moment and said, "If you want to buy an creation sphere, it's best to go to the Academy's specialized store to buy it. Although the price is a bit expensive, at least the quality is guaranteed. If you insist on buying from these private stores, then it's best to spend money to hire an artisan apprentice to help you appraise it, so as to avoid any losses when buying defective products." Tang Zhen smiled and nodded when he heard the girl's explanation. "Thank you for your reminder. I really don't know anything about this. Also, I want to buy a few creation spheres. Can I hire you as a consultant?" After hearing Tang Zhen's words, the girl frowned and said with hesitation, "It's not that you can't treat me, but my taste is very high, and the fee is very expensive. You have to pay me 100,000 gold coins for each creation ball you choose. If you think it's too expensive, you can find someone else." The smile on Tang Zhen's face became even wider when he heard the girl's words. Since the other party dared to state such a price, she definitely had absolute confidence. Since that was the case, he couldn't miss this opportunity. If he could really pick a few good quality creation orbs, it would be convenient for him to analyze them, no problem. "I'll hire you. I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. I'm not familiar with this place." Hearing Tang Zhen agree to her condition, the girl curiously sized him up. After which, she casually received the box that the shop owner handed over. After checking the gold coins inside and confirming that there were no problems, the girl ignored the shop owner's bitter face and waved her hand at Tang Zhen. "Let's go, the car is outside. I'll take you to buy a real high-quality creation ball." Tang Zhen smiled when he heard this. He ignored the shop owner who wanted to say something but hesitated as he followed the girl and slowly left. 1792 It's not easy to be an artisan. Seeing the girl and Tang Zhen walk out the door, the shop owner heaved a sigh of relief as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. At the same time, he secretly cursed his bad luck. Having run a shop in this city for many years, he naturally knew the identity of the girl in black. This was also the reason why he didn't dare to pester her too much when she asked for a refund. If he couldn't bear to part with small profits, he would suffer greater losses. The shop owner could still tell which was more important. The shop owner felt very regretful that he didn't get any money from Tang Zhen. He probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. His ability to observe people's expressions was not bad. He could see that Tang Zhen was definitely a rich fat sheep, and he didn't know much about the creation sphere. However, the shop owner did not understand that offending the girl in black might only affect his business, but if he were to scam Tang Zhen, he might lose his life. Tang Zhen would never show mercy to those who deceived him, regardless of the other party's identity. The shop owner didn't know that so far, nearly 100 plain worlds had directly or indirectly ceased to exist because of this fat sheep. Of course, one could not lump things together. On this matter, even if Tang Zhen knew that he had been deceived, he would perhaps only smile indifferently. Things that were flawed in the eyes of others might not be worthless to him. Analyzing the reasons for the failure of a piece of work was also a part of the learning process. Tang Zhen walked to the street and saw a strange car parked on the side of the road. The car had 6 wheels, and 4 long legs curled up in its fur like those of a kangaroo. The soles of the feet were very strange, somewhat like the feet of a goose. Its body was like a convertible sports car with 2 comfortable seats. If one looked closely, one could see that its surface was wriggling slightly. After seeing the girl in black, the car even shook and made a snorting sound. This was a vehicle that was a combination of flesh and machinery. Tang Zhen had seen similar things before, but they were definitely not as perfect as the one in front of him. The artisans of this world were indeed extraordinary. No matter what, I have to take control of this plane. I have complete control over it. This was the first time Tang Zhen had such a thought. He wanted to completely control a world and not destroy it for the sake of plundering resources. If this world was included in their pocket, it would produce profits that were 10 or even hundreds of times higher than plundering. The significance of this to the Holy Dragon War Zone was too great. Just obtaining the knowledge of an artisan wouldn't bring him any benefits in a short time, and it would take many years to spread it. How could it compare to directly controlling the entire world? Invading and plundering was far more direct and straightforward than taking complete control of a plane. It could be said that everything was for the purpose of destruction, and anyone who resisted would be killed without mercy. And controlling a plane without shedding a drop of blood required more planning and deployment, which took a lot of time. Of course, the benefits would be greater. If it was the child of the plane who did this, he might be very familiar with it. However, this was the first time Tang Zhen had done this. The experience of helping Loki in the true immortal plane was at most an aid. The real person who did it was Loki, and he had been an outsider from the beginning to the end. This matter was a challenge to Tang Zhen. However, it was easier to stimulate his fighting spirit. Moreover, he was enjoying it. The black-clothed girl smiled when she saw Tang Zhen sizing up her car without turning his eyes away. She mistakenly thought that he was very interested in her car. With a hint of pride in her voice, the girl pointed at the car and said, "It looks good, doesn't it? It's a gift from my grandfather. There's only one in the entire city." Tang Zhen nodded his head. Even with his experience, he was unable to find too many flaws. It was indeed a very interesting item. If I'm not wrong, this car can not only travel on land but also dive into the water, right? Tang Zhen said after thinking for a while. Hearing Tang Zhen's words, a trace of surprise flashed across the black-clothed girl's face. It was the first time that an outsider had seen through the hidden function of the car. "Tell me, how did you know? You haven't heard people talk about this car before, have you?" Tang Zhen pointed at the front of the car when he heard the black-clothed girl's question. There was an extremely inconspicuous organ there that was covered by hair. This should be the gills of the car. They can breathe underwater and provide oxygen for the passengers. When the back of the seat is in the water, it should be able to pop out a bright flesh membrane, so that the passenger can see the scenery outside. Looking at the surprised girl, Tang Zhen walked to the front of the car and pointed at the 4 legs and the hidden tail. When you encounter special environments or enter the water, 4 legs and a tail that looks like a fishtail will come in handy, right? He asked. The girl in black pouted. The feeling of having all her secrets seen through was really uncomfortable. "You're quite knowledgeable." Get in the car now. I'll take you to buy an creation ball. Although the car's secret had been discovered by Tang Zhen, the girl in black didn't care. This wasn't a big deal. So what if she knew? It was not a big deal to be able to see it, but to be able to create it was a real skill. After the two of them got into the car, the girl grabbed onto the two antennas on the driver's seat. Then, the 6 wheels started to spin crazily, and the car flew away. Although it was fast, the car knew how to avoid pedestrians on the road. It was completely automatic, which made the driver very relaxed. While driving, the girl turned her head to look at Tang Zhen and asked, "You don't look like a local. Are you here to buy a creation ball or for something else?" "The purpose of my coming here is to learn the knowledge of creation until I become an artisan," Tang Zhen said indifferently. "Since you're from here, can you explain to me the specific learning process of an artisan?" The dark-skinned girl wasn't surprised when she heard Tang Zhen say that he wanted to become an artisan. After all, most of the foreigners came for this goal. It's not easy to become an artisan. You must first have enough talent, enough cultivation, and also enough money to support you. After you have all of these, it will be a long learning and research process. Becoming an artisan isn't easy, and 90% of people choose to give up during this process. When the girl spoke up to this point, she turned her head and looked at Tang Zhen. She used a slightly consoling tone and said, "So, before you make a decision, you must think carefully. If you're not sure you can handle this, then it's best to give up as soon as possible. Becoming an artisan isn't as simple as you think." Tang Zhen could tell that the other party was doing this for his own good. He smiled and expressed his gratitude, saying that he had already considered it before coming. When the other party heard this, he no longer tried to persuade him. There was no shortage of dream seekers like Tang Zhen in this city. Every year, there were at least 80,000, if not 100,000, dream seekers. However, most people came with passion, but they ran into walls everywhere. In the end, they could only leave quietly in a daze. It could be said that less than 1 in 100 people would be able to stay. Moreover, in the future learning process, a large number of people would be eliminated. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before this slightly mysterious young man beside him would leave the city quietly. For the rest of the time, neither of them spoke. It was not until a huge building complex appeared in front of them that the car slowly came to a stop. The buildings here were even more unique. From time to time, strange animals and plants could be seen in front of them, running around the pedestrians. Most of them were pets, and 99% of them had been created by artisans. Many of them were unique. Of course, if an artisan grasped a specific creation formula, he could mass-produce the items. This was especially true for daily necessities with high consumption rates. Just a single creation formula was worth a fortune. This is the city's Creator Academy. It is ranked 53rd in the entire world. Its level isn't particularly high, but its strength can't be underestimated. Every artisan academy has its own specialty. This academy's specialty is its relaxed environment and rich ancient books. In this aspect, it can be ranked in the top 10 among all the academies. The black-clothed girl introduced the place to Tang Zhen as they walked. From her tone and words, it was as though she had returned to her own home, appearing free and relaxed. Tang Zhen acted as a loyal listener. At this moment, he had memorized every word that the other party had said. It might come in handy at a critical moment. If he wanted to plan for a plane, he couldn't miss any information. Comprehensive intelligence was the necessary foundation for carrying out operations. Since Tang Zhen had already made up his mind, he would think of a way to let the cultivators in Lusheng infiltrate this world and then quietly cast a large net. When the net was closed, the world would be under his control. 1793 The official store 1. As the two of them spoke, they had already passed through the long flesh carpet and arrived in front of a strange building that looked like a watermelon. The flesh carpet extended all the way into the building. People were coming in and out constantly, and it looked very lively. There was no need for the two of them to walk. The flesh carpet wriggled and sent the two of them into the building, just like an automatic elevator. According to the girl in black's explanation, this flesh carpet was also a creature created by an artisan. It had the ability to clean itself and move objects, so it was very popular with the rich. After entering the building, they saw beautiful creatures that looked like little sprites everywhere. Their bodies were shimmering with colorful fluorescent light, and they scattered spots of light as they flew. "Welcome. If you need anything, please let me know. I can help you arrange it." After seeing Tang Zhen and his companion enter, a foot-tall little fairy with transparent wings flew over and spoke with a delicate and pleasant voice. Go do your work. I'm very familiar with this place, so I'll be in charge of guiding you. Although the little fairy in front of him was only a creature created by an artisan, the black-clothed girl still maintained sufficient courtesy. This caused Tang Zhen to have a higher opinion of her. Please take your time to look around. If there's anything you need, you can call me and my partner. The seven-colored fairy flapped her wings and saluted Tang Zhen and the black-clothed girl before slowly flying toward the counter not far away. Now, tell me what kind of creation sphere you're going to buy. I'll take you there directly and save time. The black-clothed girl, who was hired by someone, quickly entered her role and used a very formal expression to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Tang Zhen thought for a moment and then replied with a certain tone, I'm going to buy a few creation orbs from the lowest to the highest level to slowly study them in the future. Can I buy them all here? After hearing Tang Zhen's words, the girl's face revealed a trace of surprise. After which, she gently shook her head. You definitely can't buy the highest grade creation spheres here. Their value is too high. You have to go to the largest auction house in the capital. There will occasionally be something you want there. Creation spheres that are a few grades lower can be bought here, but they're very expensive. Are you sure you want to buy a few from the highest to the lowest? Tang Zhen nodded his head, indicating that he did indeed intend to do so. All right, I hope you have enough gold coins in your pocket. This will require a lot of money. The girl shrugged her shoulders and led Tang Zhen to a row of counters. She began to introduce the products here to him. This was a shop that specialized in selling creation spheres. Most of the teachers and apprentices in the academy would choose to sell them here after they had completed their production. There were also some artisan apprentices who contacted the shops and sent their works to them for consignment sale. However, most of these works had some flaws. In the shops run by the academy, the customers were often experts. They could distinguish the flaws, so naturally, they would not buy it. If people knew who the author was, not only would they not be able to sell it, but their reputation would also be affected. Therefore, the quality of the creation balls here was basically guaranteed. Therefore, the creation spheres sold in civilian shops were either defective products like this or the works of self-taught apprentices. This is the lowest grade creation ball, and it should be the work of some apprentice. Do you see the label here? It has already been appraised, and it belongs to the 1-star 1 grade quality. There were 9 levels in star class, from 1 to 9. 9 stars was the highest, and each star class was further divided into 9 levels. This star is also white in color, which means that this is the lowest quality. Above it are silver star, gold star, and purple star, 3 grades. Tang Zhen repeatedly nodded his head as he listened to the girl's introduction. The system of the creator was indeed quite perfect. It had actually been refined to such a degree. The more this was the case, the more he couldn't miss this plane. He had to find a way to control it. At this moment, he couldn't help but secretly rejoice. If he hadn't discovered this special plane first and had been discovered by the other towers, the artisan civilization would have been destroyed. If that was the case, it would definitely cause heartache. Tang Zhen looked at the black-clothed girl when he thought of this. He used a slightly puzzled tone and asked, since it's such a low-level creation ball, why is it placed here and at such a high price? Upon hearing Tang Zhen's question, the girl revealed an expression of, as expected. Once again, she confirmed that Tang Zhen really knew nothing about the artisan realm. However, the more she thought about it, the more she admired Tang Zhen's eyesight. He was able to tell all the functions of her car with just a glance. This was obviously a kind of ability. You only see the level of this creation sphere, but you don't know the value of this plant. According to the creator's imagination, this should be a heavenly treasure that could increase one's cultivation after consuming it. It was a special plant that had not been recorded before. Since he had passed the appraisal, it meant that he had already succeeded, or he was only one step away from success. That was why he was qualified to be placed here. Of course, this wasn't a mature plant, and it was impossible to determine if it could bear the expected fruit. It would take at least 10 to 20 years to get a specific answer. It's because there's a certain gambling nature to it, otherwise it wouldn't be worth only 10,000 gold coins, but at least 100,000 gold coins. After hearing the black-clothed girl's explanation, Tang Zhen waved his hand at the little fairy beside him. After which, he pointed at the creation sphere in front of him. I'll buy this creation sphere, but I want to buy the others. Do you want a unified payment or a separate payment? After hearing Tang Zhen's words, the little fairy said that she could settle the bill together, but she needed to be at the side and be responsible for recording. Tang Zhen nodded. He looked at the black-clothed girl and indicated for her to continue leading the way and introducing the place. Having easily earned 100,000 gold coins, the girl was obviously very happy. She was even more serious when choosing and introducing. Tang Zhen listened carefully at the side and discovered that there was indeed a reason for the other party's high price. It was because the creation spheres she had chosen were indeed of the best quality. The black-clothed girl didn't even look at the creation spheres that had minor flaws but weren't problematic. Either he didn't choose, or he would choose the best. Her approach was in line with Tang Zhen's intentions. One's vision was picky enough, and one's pocket of money was sufficient. The cooperation was quite good. The two of them walked around the shop and finally chose more than 80 creation orbs. Their total value had already exceeded 50 million gold coins. However, Tang Zhen still wasn't satisfied. This was because he wanted an even higher grade creation ball. However, the girl refused to help him choose. Faced with Tang Zhen's puzzled expression, the girl explained, "It's not that I don't want to earn this money, but those high-level creation spheres involve too much knowledge, which has long exceeded the upper limit of my knowledge. But if you're willing to wait, I can find an expert to help you, but the identification fee will not be 100,000 gold coins, but 1,000,000 gold coins." Hearing the black-clothed girl's explanation, Tang Zhen nodded his head. The other party was very professional and did not choose to deceive because of money. "In that case, I'll have to trouble you to help me find an appraiser. Since I'm already here, I naturally don't want to leave with regrets." As Tang Zhen spoke, he first paid for the 80 creation balls and then placed a bag of gold coins in the girl's hand. The largest denomination of a gold coin in this world was 10,000. Above that, there was a special gold card, with a maximum denomination of 10 million. They existed for the convenience of artisans. For ordinary people, a single gold coin would take a long time to earn. The black-clothed girl received the remuneration that Tang Zhen paid. A trace of a smile appeared on her face as she stretched out her hand and snapped her fingers. "You're a very straightforward person. Since that's the case, I'll give you face and give you a 20% discount." When the girl spoke up to this point, she first took out some gold coins and returned them to Tang Zhen. She did not have the slightest expression of heartache. Then, she took out an item from her pocket, fiddled with it a few times, and shouted, "Old man, I've found a business for you to make some extra money. I'll appraise one creation sphere for 800,000 gold coins. I'm in the Academy's shop. If you want to make money, come quickly." 1794 Low-profile sector lord. The girl in black had earned over 8 million gold coins from Tang Zhen just by helping him appraise it. Even after a 20% discount, it was still over 6 million. Of course, the other party earned money through his own ability. Moreover, the price was clearly marked. The creation balls that he helped Tang Zhen choose were also the best of the best. Just based on this point, he had a clear conscience when he took the money. To an ordinary person, 6 million gold was an astronomical figure. To an artisan, however, it might not even be enough to cover the cost of a single research. The girl in black might have been used to this amount of gold coins, so even though she had a huge amount of money, her expression did not change, and her speech and behavior did not change at all. As for the appraisal price of 800,000 for the next pill, Tang Zhen similarly didn't care. With his status, the gold coins in this world were no different from dung. In addition, he was very interested in the appraiser. To be able to be called by the girl in black to save the situation and to dare to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For such a price, he must be an expert. Keeping in touch with such a person would be very helpful for his future plans. Now that the opportunity was in front of him, he naturally would not miss it. It didn't take long for a series of screams to come from the store's entrance. Then, an old man with white hair and a tattered robe rushed in. He was unruly, unbothered by trifles, and indeed had the attitude of a master. "Where are you? Who wants me to appraise you? I don't have much time, so come and see me." After the old man entered the store, he shouted at the top of his lungs. The customers next to him wanted to protest, but after seeing the old man's appearance, they all obediently shut their mouths. Tang Zhen's eyes rolled slightly when he saw this. The corner of his mouth revealed a smile. "I'm here, hurry over." The girl in black waved at the old man. When the old man saw her, he quickly ran over. Looking at Tang Zhen in front of him, the old man took out a round ball from his waist. After fiddling with it with his hand, he said, "I've already started my own timer. I have half an hour before I have to leave. What kind of creation sphere do you want to buy? Tell me quickly and I'll take you to choose." When the old man spoke, he had an anxious expression on his face, as if he had something urgent to do. The girl in black saw this and immediately said in a slightly dissatisfied tone, "Hey, how can you treat the customers I introduced to you with this kind of attitude? If you do this again, I won't give you any more chances to earn extra money in the future." The old man revealed a difficult expression when he heard the black-clothed girl's words. After which, he squeezed out an ugly smile towards Tang Zhen. "Little brother, what kind of creation ball do you want? Just tell me, and I promise you won't waste this appraisal fee." Tang Zhen smiled when he saw the interaction between the black-clothed girl and the old man. He felt that it was quite interesting. How could Tang Zhen, who had been paying attention and observing, not see that the relationship between these two people was very close? They should be grandfather and grandson. Their identities were not simple either, which could be seen from the expressions of the customers in the store. They should be very well known in the academy. Regardless of the identity of the two, Tang Zhen only wanted to buy in creation sphere and then think of a way to enter the academy through this grandfather and grandson duo. After telling his request to the old man, the other party nodded and directly brought Tang Zhen and the other person to the second floor of the shop. The creation balls here were all of high quality and easily cost tens of millions. Usually, very few customers could enter and visit. It could be seen that the old man was very familiar with this place. After he went upstairs, he continuously introduced it to Tang Zhen. Compared to the black-clothed girl's explanation, it was more concise and to the point. This was the difference between realms. Although the girl in black also had a deep knowledge of creation, she was still far from the old man. After choosing for a while, Tang Zhen put several creation spheres into his pocket and paid a huge amount of gold coins. The gold coins that were originally exchanged were not enough to pay for the goods. Tang Zhen exchanged some more and temporarily stored the rest. In the days to come, there were still many places where he would need to spend gold coins. These were probably far from enough. After the transaction was completed, the old man happily received the gold coins from Tang Zhen and turned around to leave. Looking at his appearance, he seemed to be really in a hurry. Seeing this, the girl in black quickly stood in front of him and reminded him, "Don't go and buy all that rubbish anymore. Our house is filled with junk. Believe it or not, I'll throw them out if you buy more." The old man chuckled and agreed, but his eyes betrayed his inner thoughts. Seeing this, the girl in black sighed softly, but did not say anything more. "You don't have to leave in a hurry, sir. I still have one thing that I hope you can help me with." Tang Zhen took this opportunity to tell them about his preparation to learn creation knowledge. He also expressed that he was unfamiliar with this place and hoped that they would be able to help him. After hearing Tang Zhen's request, the old man sized him up, indicating that this was not a problem. As long as they followed the normal procedures, anyone was qualified to apply for the academy. However, whether they could successfully apply and to what extent they could develop would depend entirely on their own efforts. Whether they helped or not, it didn't really matter. However, the old man still told Tang Zhen the specific process and then gave him something like a business card. He said that if he encountered a problem that he couldn't solve, he could take this out. Tang Zhen expressed his thanks before the three of them bid each other farewell. After leaving the shop, Tang Zhen followed the old man's instructions and found the registration location. After paying the registration fee, Tang Zhen was led to do some tests. Although this was a threshold, it was an easy task for him. After a few hours of hard work, Tang Zhen officially joined the academy. From now on, he could freely learn the knowledge of creation. Tang Zhen did not choose the dormitory provided by the academy. He walked around the city twice and bought a semi-underground house. The house was built on the grass halfway up the hill. It didn't look particularly eye-catching on the outside, but the space inside was quite large. There weren't many residents around here. If Tang Zhen stayed here, he could minimize the number of times he was disturbed by outsiders. After settling down, Tang Zhen began his formal studies. After officially coming into contact with the artisan profession, Tang Zhen discovered that this was indeed a money-burning profession. Whether it was various books or materials used for experiments, they all required a large amount of gold coins. Even if one had the relevant knowledge, it was not easy to successfully complete the production. It also required repeated experiments to achieve the perfect fusion of materials. In this process, an apprentice artisan needed to be highly focused, have a meticulous observation, and have sufficient physical strength to ensure the completion of the final experiment. Fortunately, this was an easy task for Tang Zhen. This also allowed his learning speed to become extremely fast. He only used a very short time to complete the most basic steps. However, becoming an artisan was only the beginning. After completing the introductory steps, Tang Zhen frequently went in and out of the classroom and the library. He often visited the more famous artisans in the academy. The old man's name card was very useful at this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to meet those artisans so easily. This world was somewhat similar to the wizard world. If one wanted to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For knowledge from the masters of creation, they would also have to pay a certain price. Fortunately, Tang Zhen didn't lack gold coins. This also allowed him to not encounter any obstacles in the process of learning. The creation knowledge he grasped also increased. Although he frequently entered and exited the academy, Tang Zhen's performance was extremely low-key. It was to the extent that many students did not know that such a student had appeared in the academy. This was the result that Tang Zhen wanted. At this moment, he had yet to formulate a corresponding invasion plan. It was really not appropriate for him to attract the attention of too many people. According to his analysis, there might be a creator-level powerhouse in this high-energy plane. Once he attracted their attention, it would definitely have a great impact on his plan. This was definitely not the result that Tang Zhen wanted. Although Tang Zhen had already reached the second realm of the Realm Lord and was only a step away from the third realm, there was still a huge gap between him and a true creator. Tang Zhen would definitely not rashly make a move before he was completely confident. He did not want to fail at the last step. 1795 The way to open the crystal wall. 1. In the secret underground room, Tang Zhen had set up a runic magic circle to prevent others from peeking into his secret. The sealed continent water creation sphere that he had brought out from the ruins was placed on the table. Runes were constantly flashing on the energy crystal wall. Through the knowledge of creation that he had learned over the past few days, Tang Zhen could basically confirm that the sealed continent was definitely the best creation ball. An creation ball of this level would definitely cause a sensation if it was taken out, and it would lead to countless people coveting and snatching it. It could be said that the sealed continent was comparable to a small plane. Perhaps, it was because of this that Tang Zhen accidentally entered the spatial passage when he was opening it. However, it was easy for this thing to enter, but it was extremely difficult to come out. When he first opened the space passage, he had to stabilize it with the help of thousands of cultivators in Lusheng City, which allowed dozens of heavy warships to enter. When he came out, he had spent a lot of effort, and this method had a considerable drawback. The sealed continent would be destroyed if he was not careful. The creation ball wasn't a real world. It looked powerful on the surface, but it was actually quite fragile. If Tang Zhen were to grasp the ultimate code of the creation ball, he would be able to destroy it in an instant. It could be said that the life and death of all living things within the creation ball were completely in the hands of the creator. Frequent internal damage would also make the internal structure of the creation ball unstable, and there was a danger of the crystal wall collapsing. When the creation sphere's crystal wall collapsed, the things inside would directly appear in this world, and they would appear in their original normal volume. The violent changes would not only lead to the death of the creatures inside the creation ball, but also cause great damage to the outside world. According to the ancient records, there was once a high-grade creation ball that suddenly exploded, and a city was instantly submerged in a flood. Countless strange man-eating fish wreaked havoc in the flood, devouring all kinds of living creatures, causing huge losses. To this day, that area was still a country of water, and the man-eating strange fish formed groups, making it impossible to kill them all. Also, due to the changes in the creation sphere, the entire city was buried by land that appeared out of thin air. It was as if a piece of a map had been removed and a new picture had been pasted. It was precisely because of these various reasons that Tang Zhen didn't dare to easily crack the creation ball to avoid causing harm to the cultivators inside. At this moment, there were only two paths in front of Tang Zhen. He could either obtain the ultimate control password of this creation sphere or crack it by force. Although the creator of the sealed continent had long disappeared after the passage of time, Tang Zhen could still exchange for the ultimate password through the balance of fate. However, according to the scales of fate's usual style, it would probably cost an astronomical figure. In order to invade the Tarobo star system, Tang Zhen had already invested 90% of his destiny gold coins into the war. Therefore, even if the scales of destiny were to offer a price, he might not be able to afford it. After trying it out, it was just as he had expected. Even if he took out all the remaining destiny's gold coins, he still couldn't lift the end of the scale. It didn't even show any signs of moving. Tang Zhen could only choose to give up on the shortcut when he saw this. He started to study the feasibility of forcefully breaking it. However, if he were to break it by force, it would put the cultivators in the sealed continent in danger. There were 100,000 king-level cultivators here. If an accident were to happen, Tang Zhen would be heartbroken. Therefore, Tang Zhen would never use this method unless he had no other choice. He would rather waste more time to think of other ways than to play with the lives of the cultivators in Lucheng. In fact, in addition to these two methods, Tang Zhen had another method. That was to find a way to find the specific origin of the sealed continent and then find the real password to crack it. However, after so many years, the ground where the secret chamber was located had already turned into ruins. If Tang Zhen wanted to find the password through the traces, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Perhaps this world's top artisans could open the sealed continent, but whether it was the value of the ball or the cultivators inside, he must not let them know. After researching for half a day, Tang Zhen was unable to find a satisfactory solution. He could only give up for the time being. After adjusting his condition, Tang Zhen took out a low-grade creation ball from his storage equipment and began to use the most brutal method to crack it. He hoped to find a way to open the sealed continent. Before he knew it, more than a month had passed. Tang Zhen was walking on the streets of the city. He was preparing to gather some materials to make the final preparations to break the crystal wall that sealed the continent. After this period of study, he had already mastered all the basic courses of creation and was now learning more advanced knowledge. The artisans who had come into contact with him were all amazed by his learning progress. They believed that it wouldn't be long before he had the qualifications to take the one-star artisan examination. This kind of learning speed was extremely rare in the entire academy. It was only because Tang Zhen had deliberately kept a low profile that his reputation would have soared. He only used a little more than a month's time to complete what other apprentices would need 10 years or even decades to complete. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a monster. Tang Zhen himself did not feel that there was anything amazing about it. After all, his true strength was there. It was only natural for him to obtain his current results. Moreover, his goal wasn't just to become a one-star artisan. He still had many things to learn as a top-notch 9-star artisan. However, this did not delay him from carrying out his own plan. After thinking for a period of time, Tang Zhen had already formulated a plan to solve the problem. It was absolutely impossible to contact the world of Lusheng directly and let the cultivators of Lusheng force their way in. That would attract the attention of the powerhouses in this world, and it might backfire. At that time, Tang Zhen could only choose to fight head-on. Moreover, he could not guarantee that he would obtain the final victory. Tang Zhen's plan was to use the sealed continent as a transit point and let Lu Cheng's cultivators enter the sealed continent. After that, they would enter this world through the sealed continent. Although this process was slightly complicated, it would not attract the attention of the local powerhouses, and it could be completely done without anyone knowing. The premise of this plan was to be able to freely enter and exit the sealed continent, otherwise everything would be a dream. Tang Zhen's idea was to cultivate a special creature that could bring people in and out of the creation sphere. Ordinary creatures could not do this at all. Therefore, Tang Zhen was preparing to cultivate a super-dimensional creature similar to the soul-gnawing beast that could switch between the third and fourth dimensions. Although the idea was good, it was not easy to realize. Fortunately, he had the most important material in his hands, which was the blood of the soul-gnawing beast. As long as the blood of the soul-gnawing beast was improved, some special materials were added, and then combined with an artisan's secret technique, he could create a creation ball that could breed such a creature. Before he purchased the materials, he had already simulated this set of manufacturing formula countless times in his mind. Only when he was 90% confident did Tang Zhen start to act. During this day, he went around the material shops in the city, searching for the things he needed. After that, he went to the Academy's trading platform to post a request for purchase, expressing that he would purchase the materials he wanted at all costs. He was only 3 materials away from the required materials for the experiment, and they were all very rare items that could not be bought at ordinary shops. Advanced artisans might be able to come into contact with these materials, but low-ranked artisans had never even heard of these 3 materials. Tang Zhen had already made up his mind. If he still couldn't gather the things he wanted, he could only buy them through the scales of fate. Although the number of Destiny's gold coins was decreasing the more he used them, Tang Zhen would never hesitate as long as he could complete his plan. Just as Tang Zhen was patiently waiting, he suddenly received a notice. There was already news of the materials he wanted, but the owner wanted to discuss the price with him face to face. Tang Zhen was overjoyed when he heard this. He hurriedly put down the work in his hand and headed straight for the place where the other party had agreed to trade. When he arrived, he saw that the trader was none other than the black-clothed girl who had helped him appraise the creation ball. However, her current appearance was completely different from before. Her entire body was wrapped in a white tight-fitting one-piece garment, revealing her slender legs and graceful figure. His upper body was covered in a white feather coat, and a pair of huge wings on his back were folded, trembling from time to time. With the golden crown on her head and her pretty face full of heroic spirit, she really looked like an angel. 1796 The deal in the tavern. 1. The girl's outfit was so stunning that the people who passed by her would often look at her. The girl, on the other hand, looked indifferent, as if she was used to this kind of situation. Everyone loved beauty, even cultivators. When Tang Zhen ordered people to design the armor for the cultivators in Lusheng, he would emphasize that it was as beautiful as possible. However, in addition to its beauty, the clothes were also suitable for flying, but ordinary people would not be able to tell. After seeing Tang Zhen, the girl waved her hand at him and invited him to sit on the chair. After Tang Zhen sat down, the girl in front of him patted her body. Soon after, the feathers that wrapped around her body trembled gently before they automatically fell off. After the feather fell to the ground, the thing quietly lay at the girl's feet. Then, it revealed its eyes and mouth from the feather and kept pecking at the beans the girl had thrown on the ground. Tang Zhen took a glance and discovered that the beans were not simple. They should have been refined using special materials. Ordinary food should not be able to support this special species. No wonder it was not popularized in the city. What an interesting little thing. Did your grandfather give it to you again? Tang Zhen shifted his gaze away and asked the girl with a smile. It's not my grandfather this time, it's my father. Of course, I've contributed too. Because it was my suggestion, he specially cultivated this kind of winged bird and gave me the first one. The girl's face flashed with pride. Tang Zhen nodded his head and casually praised. He also casually sized up the surrounding environment. This was a habit that he had long developed. He had to be on guard against any possible danger, and it was not something that could be easily changed. This was a rather unique tavern. It was built in the middle of a huge tree that was shaped like a flower vase. The inside was decorated with emerald green vines, the seats were twisted branches, and the wine vessels were all kinds of flowers. The wine inside was also colorful and pleasing to the eye, emitting a faint rainbow light. What are you drinking? This tavern's juice is very famous. Do you want a glass? Tang Zhen nodded. He looked at the girl and asked, I didn't expect to find the materials in your hands after searching for so long. This is a little beyond my expectations. The girl put down the wine glass, took out 3 small boxes from somewhere, and placed them in front of Tang Zhen. The things you want are too unpopular. I'm afraid ordinary creators have never even heard of them. I just happened to see the request message and remembered that I have these materials in my collection. It seems that my luck is not bad. Tang Zhen used his eyes to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The other party. After obtaining permission, he opened the box and checked it. It was indeed the 3 sets of materials he needed, but the amount was not much, and he did not know if it was enough. Tang Zhen closed the box and asked, Forgive me for being presumptuous. I'm afraid that these materials are not enough for me. If you still have any in stock, you can sell them all to me. I guarantee that the price will satisfy you. The girl shook her head. Tang Zhen could not help but feel a little disappointed when he saw this. It's not a matter of money. If I had more, I would definitely bring them all to you. In fact, these materials were obtained from the ruins, and I only brought some back along the way. If you want them, you can only go to the ruins to find them. Tang Zhen smiled. There was no difficulty for him to explore the remains. However, when he asked for the location of the ruins, the other party shook his head. I can't tell you the location of the ruins because it's a secret shared by all of us. However, we'll be going there again soon. If you're willing to pay the price, we can take you with us. At that time, you won't need to buy materials from me. You can collect them yourself and get as many as you want. Tang Zhen thought for a moment before nodding his head in agreement. The materials in his hands were enough for him to use. If he succeeded, there was no need to search for them. If he failed, it wouldn't be too late to follow the other party. That's good. Why don't you tell me the specific time of the operation? If necessary, I'll contact you in advance. The girl nodded. She was unconcerned about whether Tang Zhen would follow. Ruins weren't treasures. Even if one took the risk, they might not necessarily gain anything. In such a situation, having a few more teammates would allow them to take care of each other, which would greatly enhance their safety. In fact, 90% of the ruins were broken creation spheres with all kinds of strange things inside. In most cases, there was only danger and no wealth. Furthermore, the latecomers would have to pay enough money to join the organization as compensation for the secret. No one would refuse such a thing when they could get benefits. In this world, there were even people who specialized in searching for ruins and auctioning off adventure slots to earn enough gold coins. After inquiring about the price of the materials, both parties completed the transaction. If you want to participate in the exploration of the ruins, you can find me in the laboratory on the east side of the academy. My name is Leah. The girl got up and left her seat. At the same time, she threw a few gold coins into the flowers beside her to pay for the wine. Oh right, you haven't said your name yet. This is very impolite. Looking at the girl who had turned around to ask, Tang Zhen reported her name before nodding his head and bidding her farewell. Leah chuckled, turned around, and snapped her fingers at the winged bird. The strange creature extended its two little wings and flapped them continuously as it left the ground. As he followed Leah to the door, the winged bird suddenly approached her and wrapped itself around her like a piece of clothing. After wrapping Leah's graceful body in it, the bird suddenly spread its wings and flapped them gently. Goodbye. As soon as she finished speaking, Leah tapped the ground with the tip of her foot and flew off the ground like an elegant swan, another creature created by an artisan. Interesting. Even ordinary people can use it freely. Tang Zhen looked at Leah, who had disappeared in the air, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. Then, he turned around and headed straight for the laboratory rented by the academy. A true artisan would definitely have his own laboratory. Tang Zhen had yet to make any preparations for the time being. Therefore, he could only rent the academy's facilities. According to the college's requirements, Tang Zhen paid enough gold coins to rent a top-class laboratory. After sealing off the laboratory and ensuring that no one would disturb him, Tang Zhen began his first attempt. Even though he had extraordinary strength and the experimental process had been simulated countless times, there were still various changes that could happen in the actual operation. Tang Zhen did not dare to be careless. In this aspect, he was a pure newbie. Tang Zhen processed the materials one by one according to the knowledge of creation he had mastered. After the preparation work was completed, he began to use the runic magic circle to fuse and catalyze the materials. After this step was completed, it was time to create the crystal wall of the creation ball, and then activate the special array inside, officially beginning the creation process. Tang Zhen had completed every step meticulously. However, he kept feeling that something was wrong. It was as if he was not creating a life but an object. Why do I have a feeling that this experiment will fail? Tang Zhen muttered to himself. After which, he shook his head and laughed softly. It was just a small experiment, yet he was already worried about the gains and losses. This was not in his character. However, this kind of feeling also made Tang Zhen feel quite interested. It was as if he was a true artisan apprentice, moving step by step towards his dream. After all the work was completed, an creation sphere appeared in front of Tang Zhen. However, it was chaotic inside. As for the results of the experiment, he would have to wait for some time. If an embryo appeared, it would mean that Tang Zhen's experiment was a success. If it was still chaotic, it would mean that his experiment had failed. After placing the creation ball into the catalyst device, Tang Zhen sat cross-legged and began his daily cultivation. By the time he opened his eyes, the catalysis time was up, and the preset beeping sound kept ringing. He walked to the front of the catalyst and opened the tightly shut alloy door. When he saw the creation ball inside, Tang Zhen shook his head. The creation sphere was like a rotten egg, looking extremely muddy. It was obvious that his experiment had failed. 1797. An interesting blabber bird, one, judging from the current situation, perhaps I should reserve a spot in the exploration group and collect more materials for future use. Tang Zhen had a feeling that the following experiment might still encounter failure. He had underestimated creation. He had always thought that he could create the special creature he wanted with his terrifying accumulation of knowledge and the creation knowledge he had recently mastered. However, reality had already proven that he had failed. The artisans and the cultivators of Lusheng were two completely different cultivation systems. There were some aspects that he could learn from, but there were many aspects that were completely different. He had to study them in depth and carefully. Although the first experiment failed, Tang Zhen was not discouraged. After all, this matter was already within his expectations. After sorting out his emotions and reviewing the experiment steps from yesterday, he began a new experiment. 3 days later, Tang Zhen shook his head gloomily as he looked at the failed creation sphere. He was a sector lord, yet he had failed his experiments time and time again. If he didn't have any thoughts about it, he would be lying to himself. After analyzing the specific reasons for the failure, Tang Zhen first eliminated the problem with the technique. He would never make a mistake in this kind of thing. There were two possible reasons for his failure. The first was that he didn't have enough knowledge. After all, he had only grasped the basic knowledge of an artisan so far. Even with his own experience and knowledge, he still couldn't perfectly realize the plan, so failure was only natural. Furthermore, the special creature that he wanted to create would definitely not be a simple thing. Just its ability to freely change dimensions was far beyond that of ordinary creatures. Only by mastering more advanced knowledge of creation and combining it with his own experience would he have a chance of success. I'm still too impatient. However, these experiments weren't in vain. At least I found some loopholes. I can avoid similar mistakes in the next experiment. After Tang Zhen summed up his experience, he cleaned up the laboratory and walked out of the door. This experiment had cost him close to 10 million gold coins. For an apprentice artisan, this was an inconceivable amount of money. Even the experiments of high-ranked artisans rarely had such a huge consumption. From this, one could see how extraordinary Tang Zhen's experiments were. Perhaps, there would be even more consumption before the experiment was successful. Given Tang Zhen's style of seeking perfection, it was not impossible for him to spend over 100 million. After passing through the huge campus, Tang Zhen arrived in front of a building that looked like a huge conch according to the address that Leah had given him. Beside it was a jade-green lake. Before they came, Tang Zhen had already inquired about it. The men and women who entered and left this place had already obtained the qualifications of an artisan. They were forbidden from entering without permission. Even if Tang Zhen wanted to find someone, he would have to first reveal his identity. After which, a group of reverie birds squatting at the entrance would pass on the message. Looking at the kingfisher-like little bird with colorful feathers in front of him, Tang Zhen expressed that he was looking for Leah. After hearing Tang Zhen's words, those tongue birds exchanged glances with each other. However, they did not immediately report the matter. Instead, they started to brazenly discuss it. Brothers, did you see that? Here comes another idiot who's wooing big sister Leah. Let me count how many there are today. Damn it, my claws are not enough. Brother, hurry up and go back. Big sister Leah is mine. You have no chance. Bribe me and buy me some good food. Maybe I'll be happy and help you pass on a message. Tang Zhen could not help but be at a loss whether to laugh or cry when he saw the group of blabbering birds discussing noisily and completely ignoring him who was standing beside them. Since when did a flock of birds become so gossipy? Of course, this also meant that this girl named Leah was quite popular in the academy, and she must have many suitors. Considering her figure, looks, background, and talent, it was only natural that she had so many suitors. Don't talk nonsense here. Why don't you get to work? Do you need a beating? It was unknown when an owl flew over from the distance. When it saw this group of blabbering birds chirping in front of Tang Zhen, it immediately reprimanded them in a stern tone. He's looking for big sister Leah. Didn't you tell us not to disturb her? Yes, boss, you said it. Why don't you admit it? Now, I'm getting old. That's understandable, understandable. How can you be our boss if you're so forgetful? Why don't you just give it to me? Another wave of chattering and discussion caused Tang Zhen and the owl to frown at the same time. This group of little things was really a little annoying. Shut up. Whoever opens their mouth again will have no bird food for this afternoon. The owl let out a loud roar. This move was indeed effective. The bunch of blabbermouths immediately covered their mouths with their wings, as if they were saying, I won't open my mouth. When the owl saw this, it took 2 steps on the ground in satisfaction. Soon after, it turned its head and looked at Tang Zhen. Miss Leah once said not to let strangers disturb her experiment. Please go back, she won't see you. Tang Zhen nodded. Since the other party had something to say, he only needed to pass the message over. It was not necessary for him to meet them. You can help me tell Leah that Tang Zhen has decided to participate in her relic exploration operation. Then, ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Her to tell me the specific time of the operation. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's words, the owl nodded its head. After telling him to wait a moment, it flapped its wings and flew into the building. Tang Zhen waited for the other party's reply before quietly standing at the door. His gaze would occasionally sweep across the artisans in formal attire. Artisans were divided into 9 ranks, from high to low. The specific ranks could be seen from the badges they wore. The men and women entering and leaving were basically 1-star to 2-star low-ranked artisans. As for the 3-star and above artisans, their experiments often required a lot of time. It was absolutely normal for them to disappear for 3 to 5 years. As for the clothing that Tang Zhen was wearing, it was one of the most popular ones this year. It was low-key yet luxurious, causing those artisans who knew their stuff to not dare to look down on him. A man depends on his clothes and a horse depends on his saddle. Tang Zhen would never do such a thing as pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. That was purely looking for trouble for himself. While he was waiting, another young man slowly walked over. He was holding a basket of fruits in his hands. They were as crystal clear as gems and had a strange fragrance. Ignoring Tang Zhen, who was standing at the side, the youth walked to the front of the copycat bird and said with a smile, "Hello, these are my gifts for you. They are the latest fruits cultivated by intermediate artisans. Each of them is exceptionally sweet." After saying this, the young man placed the fruit in front of the tongue birds and motioned for them to taste it. Those tongue reapers looked at the young man in front of them, then at the fruits on the ground, their eyes blinking non-stop. "Guys, this guy is bribing us again. Do you want to accept this gift? You hungry ghost, you were scolded by Big Sister Leah last time. Don't you remember? I can't take it. I definitely can't take it. Miss Leah is mine. No one is allowed to snatch her from me. I think we should just eat his fruits and not help him. Wouldn't that be perfect?" Tang Zhen looked at the young man with a strange expression when he heard the contents of the chatterbox's discussion. The young man also showed a trace of embarrassment, but it disappeared in a flash. He then took out a bottle of crystal clear liquid from his pocket and gently unscrewed the lid. An intoxicating sweet smell spread. Even Tang Zhen gently nodded his head after smelling it. This kind of fragrance was really too rare. The eyes of the blabbering birds were wide open as they stared at the bottle in the young man's hand. Their eyes were filled with desire. Seeing this, the young man smirked and said in a tempting tone, "Isn't it especially sweet? Let me tell you, this is top-grade flower honey cultivated by an advanced artisan. A sip will be enough to last you a year. As long as you help me send a message to Miss Leah, I'll give this bottle of flower honey to her. I promise I won't go back on my word." Tang Zhen could tell that these blabbering birds were indeed tempted. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food. Although they were still hesitating, it wouldn't be long before someone who couldn't resist the temptation would appear. Sure enough, just as this thought rose in his mind, he saw a blabbermouth bird fly out and grab the flower honey in the young man's hand. "Give me the letter. For the sake of good food, I can even throw away my life." The young man chuckled and quickly took out an exquisite ring from his pocket and handed it to the back-tongued bird. "You just have to give this ring to Miss Leah and you don't have to worry about anything else. She definitely knows how to read the contents inside." The tongue bird nodded and turned around to send the ring into the building. At the same time, it grabbed the honey bottle with its claws, refusing to let go. However, he didn't expect to be hit by an owl after flying for a short while. Then, he was smashed to the ground by the owl's wings. "You brat, how dare you accept bribes again? I'll beat you to death. Old man, don't be in a hurry to kill me. Let me eat the nectar first, or I won't be satisfied even if I die." When the other reverie birds saw this, they either jeered or tried to stop the fight. It was simply too lively. Tang Zhen's eyes were filled with a smile as he looked at the copycat bird that was hugging the bottle and not letting go no matter what. It was rolling and crawling around on the ground. "Leah, you're out," a cry of surprise came from the side. Then, the young man ran straight to a figure at the door with an excited face. When Tang Zhen raised his head, he saw the girl named Leah standing not far away. She was wearing a long robe that was similar to a lab coat. She was also smiling as she sized up the talking birds that were running around. The big clothes with some stains could not hide her graceful figure, but it had a different kind of beauty. Her black and purple hair gently fell to her shoulders, and her hair fluttered in the breeze. This scene made the young man, who was about to rush forward, dumbfounded, and his face was filled with an intoxicated expression of happiness. 1798 Being low-key will attract hate. Upon hearing the young man's shout, Leah glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, but her expression didn't change. Anyone who was pestered all day would subconsciously feel disgusted and annoyed. Especially the person in front of him, who usually had a bad reputation, but was always pestering him. However, due to the relationship between the elders, Leah didn't want to be too rude. She just kept a normal distance, hoping that the other party would back off. However, there would always be some people who would not give up until they achieved their goals, because they knew how great the benefits were after they achieved their goals. Without paying attention to the other party's question, Leah walked in front of Tang Zhen and gently nodded to greet him. When the young man saw this, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. "We've decided to take action after sunrise tomorrow. If you want to go, you'll have to pay 100,000 gold coins and gather at the academy's gate tomorrow morning." After hearing Leah's words, Zhen Tang took out a gold card and handed it to her. "These are the gold coins you asked for. I'll be there on time tomorrow morning." After he finished speaking, Tang Zhen turned around and was about to leave. Wait a moment. After hearing Leah's words, Tang Zhen slowly turned around and used his eyes to ask, "Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks." Her what else she wanted. In order to ensure your own safety, you'd better purchase all the materials and equipment you need according to the list I provided you. This is for you and for the team. If something unexpected happens, these resources will come in handy. As Leah spoke, she handed a piece of paper to Tang Zhen. It was filled with delicate handwriting. Tang Zhen took a glance and smiled to express his thanks. "Hey, are you guys going to explore the ruins? Take me with you. I'm very experienced. I can definitely guarantee Miss Leah's safety." The young man beside him jumped out, his face full of urgency. Leah's brows furrowed slightly. After thinking for a while, she looked at the young man and said in a calm tone, "You can join if you want to. This can enhance the team's strength. But are you sure you can take the pain?" The young man's expression changed when he heard Leah's questioning words. He then waved his fist and said loudly, "Leah, you don't understand me. I'm actually a very strong and brave person. When you encounter danger, you just need to hide behind me, and I'll protect you." At this point, the young man's face was filled with determination. There was even a hint of anticipation in his eyes, trying to get Leah's praise. In the end, the other party only nodded slightly and extended his hand. The young man was overjoyed. He quickly walked over and was about to hold Leah's hand. "I'm asking you to pay the gold coins. If you don't have any, you can pay me tomorrow morning." The young man was stunned. He awkwardly retracted his hand and quickly took out 3 gold cards from his pocket. "This is 300,000 gold coins. I want 3 people to go with me. They are my guards and they can guarantee that you will not be hurt, Leah." It was dangerous to explore the ruins. In order to ensure his own safety, the young man would bring his own guards no matter what. However, she could never admit to this, so she used taking care of Leah as an excuse to prevent others from thinking that she was incompetent. Unfortunately, in the eyes of Tang Zhen and Leah, the other party's behavior was extremely ridiculous. They only needed a glance to see through his inner thoughts. Tang Zhen was too lazy to care about such people and matters. Seeing that there was nothing left for him to do, he turned around and left. He did not notice that Leah's eyes were still on him. Tang Zhen's learning speed was extremely fast and he was extremely talented. Although not many people knew about this, it didn't include Leah. Her grandfather was the dean of the academy. He was eccentric, but no one dared to question his knowledge in the field of creation. Although she came from an extraordinary family, Leah herself was also extraordinarily talented and hardworking. She was obviously a different kind of person from the ignorant and incompetent young man in front of her. When Leah accidentally learned that Tang Zhen had used only a short month to complete the basic knowledge of an artisan and had the ability to obtain the qualifications of an artisan, her heart was filled with shock. Even with her extraordinary talent and the guidance of 3 true artisans at home, it still took her 5 years to obtain the qualifications of an artisan. Even so, he had caused a sensation in the academy and was called a genius. However, when compared to Tang Zhen's speed, her reputation as a genius did not seem to live up to her name. His grandfather had mentioned Tang Zhen more than once, saying that if he successfully advanced to the artisan realm and could maintain this speed, perhaps a legend would be born in their academy. However, the field of creation was broad and profound, and talent could only determine the starting point. Whether one could reach the peak of the artisan realm in the end was something that no one could be sure of. Therefore, even though Tang Zhen had displayed such a devilish side, the academy did not make any big movements. They only maintained their observation in the dark. If he could still maintain this speed after becoming an artisan, the academy would support Tang Zhen no matter how many resources they had to spend. After Leah found out about this, she was secretly shocked and curious, but at the same time, she was also filled with an unwillingness to admit defeat. Geniuses always like to compete with each other. The last time she heard the news that Tang Zhen wanted to purchase materials, Leah had contacted him immediately. She wanted to take this opportunity to see what was different about him. After some observation, Leah didn't get much useful information, but she felt that the man was very mysterious. Therefore, she decided to take the opportunity to explore the remains and carefully observe Tang Zhen again. She wanted to see what secret this man was hiding. When Leah was staring at Tang Zhen, the young man beside her also noticed this scene. He was stunned for a moment, then he looked at Tang Zhen. In contrast to Leah's slightly curious and confused gaze, the young man's eyes flickered with a hint of fierceness. This was the first time he had seen Leah look at someone like that, and a sense of danger immediately rose in his heart. As if he had thought of something, the young man's lips curled into a sneer, but it disappeared in a flash. When he turned to look at Leah again, he realized that she had already walked into the building, leaving only her graceful back. "Leah, you're mine. No one can take you away from me. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop my plan." Thinking of the benefits that he would get if his plan succeeded, the young man smiled proudly. To gain both fame and fortune, to have a beauty in his arms, in order to get all of this, so what if he killed a few blind guys? After Tang Zhen left the academy, he began to purchase supplies according to the list provided by Leah. Although with his strength, he could traverse Blade Mountain Flame Sea Guild as if it were flat ground, the means of an artisan couldn't be underestimated. Back when he had rushed out of the sealed continent's crystal wall, he had spent 3 days thinking about it. From this, it could be seen how extraordinary the means of an artisan were. Although Tang Zhen had absolute confidence in his own strength, there were times when strength did not represent everything. It was like having the brute force to break a stone tablet but not being able to freely operate a spacecraft. There was no connection between the two. Therefore, he still had to make the necessary preparations. Due to the existence of the academy, the city was rich in resources. Basically, the items listed on Leah's list could be bought. Even if there were some things that could be bought or not, Tang Zhen would store them all in his pocket. This kind of shopping feeling that he had not felt for a long time also caused him to feel quite emotional. From the day he became a cultivator of Lu Cheng, most of the things he had were obtained through war. It seemed that he had not gone shopping for a long time. He remembered that the last time he went shopping was in his original world decades ago. At that time, he was still struggling to make a living. Decades passed in the blink of an eye, and many things in his memory no longer existed. After being away from his homeland for so many years, he had gradually forgotten the scenery of his homeland. He had long since gotten used to wandering and killing in the various plains. Now that he had finally calmed his heart, Tang Zhen could not help but feel a trace of emotion. Although he had already broken away from the level of ordinary life, his emotions that belonged to ordinary people had never been erased. "I haven't returned home for decades. I wonder what my hometown has become. If there is a chance, I still want to go to the original world to take a look. Although the greater world is wonderful and gorgeous, my original world is my root." Tang Zhen secretly sighed. He was just about to turn around and return to his residence when he discovered that he was being followed not long after he left. A trace of coldness flashed across Tang Zhen's eyes. His expression did not change as he continued to walk forward. 1799. Do you think you can kill me with your abilities? Tang Zhen continued to advance. The pursuers were sneaky and thought that they had concealed themselves very cleverly. However, they did not know that Tang Zhen had already discovered them. Unless a creator personally acted, even a world overlord expert would not be able to track Tang Zhen without exposing himself. Tang Zhen had already determined the number of enemies when he discovered that he was being followed. There were a total of 5 people who were hiding in the crowd and following him. This group of people clearly had ill intentions. There was a trace of killing intent hidden in their eyes, which also showed that they were not just following them. Tang Zhen did not feel any nervousness when he discovered that someone was following him. Instead, he felt that it was a little ridiculous. It was as if a few hungry wolves were chasing after prey covered in sackcloth, but they did not know that under the sackcloth was a terrifying overlord dragon. They were planning to kill Tang Zhen in their hearts, but they didn't know that when they had this thought, one of their feet had already stepped into the gates of hell. However, in the group of cultivators, killing and being killed were the most common things. When they took the lives of others, they were actually holding a knife to their own neck. However, Tang Zhen was a little curious in his heart. In order to completely control the artisan plane, he had already done his best to hide himself and had never had any friction with anyone. Where did the other party's killing intent come from? After thinking about it, the scene that had just happened and the figure of that young man appeared in Tang Zhen's mind. Although the young man tried his best to cover it up, how could he hide it from Tang Zhen's eyes? The acting that he thought was perfect was actually full of flaws in his eyes. It was obvious that he was trying to woo Leah. In order to get a chance to meet her, he was even willing to please those blabbermouths. Whether it was the basket of fruits or the fragrant flower honey, none of them were things that ordinary people could get their hands on. The fact that the other party was able to do this showed that he was very concerned about this matter, but from another perspective, it was also enough to show that he had ulterior motives. He was willing to spend so much money even to deal with a group of blabbermouths, which showed that he was determined to win. Leah's background, as well as her looks and talents, must have been the reason why the young man had taken action. During this process, if someone were to obstruct his plan, it was highly possible that he would take some extreme measures. Perhaps in his eyes, he had already become a competitor, so he had sent someone to follow him and even prepared to kill him. He was inexplicably treated as a love rival and was even planning to use extreme means to kill him. This was really an undeserved disaster. Tang Zhen coldly snorted when he thought of this. Tang Zhen would never be polite to this kind of blind fellow. As long as he provoked him, he would definitely make the other party regret it for life. After walking to the end of the street, Tang Zhen paused for a moment before turning around and walking out of the city. The 5 cultivators who were secretly following him revealed a trace of joy when they saw this. Tang Zhen had chosen to go outside the city, which made it easier for them to make a move. According to the information that they had just obtained, this Tang Zhen was an outsider. Usually, only one person would enter and leave. Even if they killed him, it was estimated that not many people would notice. They loved this kind of prey the most, because it would save them a lot of trouble. Tang Zhen only stopped after he walked all the way to the strange forest outside the city. This strange forest had existed for a long time, and it was said to be the work of an artisan. The vines had the ability to automatically capture flying insects, and sometimes, they could even cause harm to pedestrians who accidentally entered. When it had been created, it had only been used to catch mosquitoes, but it had mutated in the end. That artisan had casually thrown it outside the city, and it had slowly grown to its current scale. That was why very few people came here. Even if there was a battle, no one would notice it. You've followed me for so long, it's time to make a move, right? Tang Zhen looked behind him and asked in a cold voice. So you've already discovered it. I was wondering why you would come here. You must have some qualms, right? The 5 cultivators no longer hid. They openly appeared in front of Tang Zhen and spoke in a gloomy tone. Oh, what do I have to worry about? Tang Zhen smiled as he looked at the cultivator opposite him. At the same time, he sealed off the surrounding space to ensure that outsiders would not be able to discover the abnormality here. You're carrying a huge amount of money, you're low-key, and your background is unknown. No matter how I look at it, I feel that there's a problem. Could it be that you committed a crime somewhere else, so you changed your name and came here to hide from the disaster? When that cultivator spoke up to this point, a trace of pride appeared on his face. He once again sized up Tang Zhen. We are also entrusted by someone. Someone wants your life, but if you are sensible, there may be room for negotiation. As long as you give us 10 million gold coins, we can let you go and fake your death so that you can give us an explanation when we return. However, from now on, you are not allowed to set foot in this city. Otherwise, the day you appear will be the day you die. Tang Zhen nodded after hearing the other party's words. These 5 cultivators had a good plan. They wanted to earn the commission and at the same time, they wanted to frame the victim. The other party said that he would be able to keep his life after paying the money. There was a 10% chance that it was true, but there was a 90% chance that he was lying. If he was just an ordinary cultivator and believed that it was true, he might have been killed after handing over the gold coins. Coldly sizing up the 5 cultivators, Tang Zhen shook his head, feeling a little bored. He was obviously an ant that could be killed with a slap, but now he dared to threaten him. Obviously, he had been too low-key. In the end, even a nobody dared to jump out. Not only did they want to kill him, but they were even prepared to take the opportunity to extort him. Perhaps after this matter is over, I should be more high profile, just like those children of the plain, dazzling no matter where I go. Naturally, there were benefits to this. He could greatly increase his influence and then attract a large number of followers. He could use the local forces to realize his plans. This was the way the child of the plain did things. He had always been single-handed, which was completely different from the way the cultivators in Lusheng City did things. When Tang Zhen thought up to here, he could not help but ponder whether he should recruit a group of local cultivators and have them help him realize his plan. With this thought in mind, Tang Zhen looked at the 5 cultivators in front of him again. A faint disappointment flashed in his eyes. Even if he wanted to take in local cultivators, it would definitely not be these 5 guys in front of him. They were not qualified at all. Only one of them was comparable to a lord cultivator, and the other 4 were even weaker. How much use could subordinates with such strength be? Since it was of no use, he would just dispose of it. Tang Zhen looked at the 5 people opposite him and said with an indifferent tone, I'm sure this isn't the first time you've done something like this. However, you can only consider yourself unlucky to have met me today. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and waved at the other party. The 5 cultivators were sneering at first, but in an instant, they felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and their faces were filled with fear. They discovered that their bodies had completely lost control, and the blood in their bodies seemed to be burning, as if their bodies were about to explode. The fear of death welled up in their hearts. They looked at the young man who they had treated as a fat sheep and were prepared to extort before killing him. It was as if they were looking at the most terrifying thing in the world. No, don't. The leader of the 5 cultivators squeezed out these words with all his strength. It was his last struggle. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt the pressure on his body lighten. The other party seemed to really have the intention of letting them go. He was overjoyed. As long as he could avoid the crisis in front of him, it meant that there were infinite possibilities. It was not impossible for him to find strong reinforcements to help him kill Tang Zhen. Without any hesitation, the leader of the cultivators shouted, Please let us go. No matter what you ask, the 5 of us promise to do it. Your promises are worthless in my eyes. Tang Zhen's ice-cold voice resounded. Soon after, the leader of the cultivators felt his scalp go numb as he lost control of his body once again. By the time he came back to his senses, he saw that the young man's palm was clasping his head, and a trace of indescribable horror was faintly emitting from the young man's body. It was as if the end of the world had arrived, and his heart was filled with despair. Crack! That leader seemed to have heard a crisp sound. Soon after, his head was crushed into pieces by Tang Zhen like an egg. 1800 Lia's visit. 1 With a crisp sound, the cultivator in Tang Zhen's hand had his skull crushed and fell to the ground. The other 4 cultivators also groaned, and wisps of snake-like azure flames sprang out of their bodies, completely enveloping them. In the blink of an eye, a few piles of ashes appeared on the ground and scattered in the wind. It seems that my guess was correct. These people are indeed related to that young man. After searching the memories of the leader of the cultivators, Tang Zhen already knew the cause and effect. He was sure that this matter was instigated by the young man. They had done assassinations more than once for different reasons. It could be said that they had countless vengeful souls in their hands. Because most of his targets were ordinary people, and he had handled it perfectly, he had never left any traces. That young man was their big customer. He was very generous and both parties had cooperated many times. Just because he was afraid that Tang Zhen would delay his plan, the young man did not hesitate to kill him. It was enough to show how sinister his heart was. Perhaps in his eyes, he didn't care about human lives at all and did everything he liked. Tang Zhen would definitely not let such a person off. Of course, this kind of thing didn't need to be rushed. He would let him live for 2 more days, and when the remains were explored, he would send him to heaven. Tang Zhen removed his mental energy barrier when he thought of this and slowly walked toward the city. Just as he was about to reach his house's entrance, Tang Zhen saw a few youths by the side of the street pushing and shoving a pair of younger siblings. During this period of time, he had seen this pair of siblings several times. Every time, he would observe them from a distance and knew that they should be picking up garbage for a living. The siblings' clothes were tattered and they were small and weak. At this time, they were beaten to the ground by these teenagers and wounds appeared on their bodies in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the young men became even more excited and started punching and kicking. The older sister protected her younger brother and let the other party kick and hit her, but she did not make a sound. The younger brother, who was pressed down, kept struggling and tried to get up to fight back, but he was protected by his sister. He could only curse in anger. Tang Zhen frowned slightly when he saw this. His finger moved slightly, and those bullying young men stood stiffly on the spot. Their faces were filled with fear. Then, like marionettes, they raised their hands at the same time and slapped their companions. Pa, 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 pa. The crisp sound of the slap lingered in their ears, and the faces of those teenagers became red and swollen, tears and snot flowing out of their eyes from the pain. The pair of siblings on the ground were dumbfounded. They looked at the strange scene in front of them and did not know what to do for a moment. If you bully others in the future, it won't be a slap, but a gourmand. Do you understand? Tang Zhen's voice sounded. There was a trace of iciness in his tone. He just couldn't stand the behavior of these youths and gave them a small punishment. Otherwise, how could these youths have survived? Hearing this, the teenagers all nodded their heads vigorously, afraid that they would be slapped again if they hesitated. Get lost. As soon as he finished speaking, the teenagers broke free of their shackles and ran away, crying and wailing, as if they were avoiding a flood or a ferocious beast. The pair of siblings crawled up from the ground. They ignored the pain on their bodies and hurriedly thanked Tang Zhen. At this moment, how could the siblings not guess that it was Tang Zhen who helped them get rid of the crisis? They were also very grateful in their hearts. They were used to the fickleness of human nature. For the siblings, having someone to help them when they were in trouble was like a bonfire in the winter, making their hearts feel warm. You're welcome. Why are you siblings in such dire straits? Are you homeless? Hearing Tang Zhen's words, the siblings exchanged glances and gently nodded. The younger brother was slow with his words, so it was the older sister who explained, "A year ago, father brought me and my brother to the city, saying that he wanted to save money for my brother to learn the art of creation. However, I didn't expect that after only a few months, father would fall from the roof and die. My brother and I don't have a place to live, so we can only wander on the streets. We want to work for others, but no one wants us to do it." When the elder sister said this, her dust-covered face revealed a touch of shyness, and there was a bitter helplessness between her brows that could not be dissolved. The younger brother clenched his fist stubbornly and gritted his teeth tightly. He couldn't bear to look at his sister's wound. Looking at the sister and brother, they were also pitiful people. Tang Zhen thought about how he was always alone and would more or less make people suspicious. He said to the sister and brother, "That house is my home and I need someone to clean it. If you're willing, I can hire you. We'll provide you with food and accommodation, and you'll be paid 10 gold coins a month. What do you think?" The siblings were startled when they heard Tang Zhen's words. Soon after, they hurriedly thanked him. The brother and sister knew that Tang Zhen wanted to help them. There was only gratitude in their hearts. They would definitely not be ungrateful and reject Tang Zhen's good intentions. "Since that's the case, you guys can come with me." Tang Zhen was about to bring the siblings back home when he said this. However, he had just taken a few steps when he suddenly turned his head and looked at the sky. At this moment, a figure was floating in the air. There was a pair of pure white wings on his back that were gently flapping in the sunlight. That figure circled once when he saw the gaze that Tang Zhen threw over before slowly landing on the ground like a swan. Looking at the beautiful figure that descended from the sky, the siblings were stunned for a moment. The other party's appearance and temperament made them feel even more inferior. "Leah, why are you here?" A trace of surprise flashed across Tang Zhen's eyes as he curiously asked when he saw the girl keeping her wings. "I happened to be passing by and saw the scene just now." A hint of slyness flashed in Leah's eyes as she asked with a smile, "What did you do just now?" You could actually control someone's hands and feet from a distance. Those few hits were really satisfying. It was obvious that she couldn't bear to see the young men bullying the siblings, so she said such words, "It's just some small tricks. If you're interested, I can teach you." This world's development in the field of creation was amazing, but in terms of combat, it was extremely clumsy and couldn't be compared to the world of Lusheng. Even simple object controlling techniques piqued Leah's interest. "If there's a chance, I'll ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. You for advice. In addition, you have to pay attention to the young man you meet in the academy. He's a very sinister person, and he may be harmful to you." Tang Zhen nodded his head. He already knew about this matter and had already resolved it. That young man wouldn't live for long and Tang Zhen didn't put this kind of trash in his heart. However, judging from Leah's appearance, she might not have been passing by, but had come specifically to tell him about this. "Thank you, I've troubled you to make this trip." Leah chuckled. Since Tang Zhen had already seen through it, there was no need for her to deny it. "My house is right in front. Why don't we go in and have a seat? At the same time, I still have some questions to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks." Leah's family was very knowledgeable. She might know some of the questions that Tang Zhen couldn't understand. Now that there was an opportunity, she naturally had to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Leah didn't refuse and followed Tang Zhen to the house in front. At this time, the sun was just right. The carpet-like green grass was soft and pleasing to the eye. Tang Zhen simply took out a parasol chair from his storage equipment and placed it on the grass. There were also storage equipment in this world, but most of them were cultivated by artisans using special methods. Different styles would result in different spaces. However, most of them only had a space of a few cubic meters. Moreover, the storage methods were different. They could not be compared with the storage equipment made by Tang Zhen. Upon seeing this, Leah chuckled and asked Tang Zhen, "I didn't expect you to only have these things in your storage equipment. Could it be that your storage equipment has such a huge space that you can store whatever you want? I just like to sit down and have a cup of tea in a place with beautiful scenery, so I carry these things with me. There's actually no harm in relaxing appropriately." As Tang Zhen spoke, he took out the tea boiling equipment and started to skillfully fiddle with it. Leah patted the bird's wings on her body, and the wings fell off automatically, swaying left and right on the ground. "I'll have to trouble you to help me look after it. This is the food for the winged bird. Just feed it a dozen or so." Waving at her sister, Leah took out an emerald green bottle and handed it to her with a smile. The elder sister nodded and took the bottle. She brought her younger brother to a place far away. Clearly, she wanted to avoid hearing the conversation between Tang Zhen and the other person. She's a very sensible girl, but her life is a little tough. Leah sighed and slowly sat on the chair. She turned to look at Tang Zhen. "Tell me, what do you want to ask? I'm in a good mood today, so I can give you a 20% discount. 1801 tea for guests 1." After hearing Leah's words, Tang Zhen chuckled and activated the runic magic circle on the stove. Leah looked at the flickering runes on the stove curiously. She felt that these runes were very profound, completely different from the runes that artisans were good at. Perhaps it's from some ruins, an item of the ancient artisans. If Grandpa sees it, he might be able to recognize its origin. Leah's grandfather loved to collect items from ruins and spent a lot of money. Even the dean of the academy was often troubled by money. Tang Zhen didn't know what was going on in Leah's mind. He continued to slowly adjust the fire and appeared to be very engrossed. The ice in the crystal jade pot slowly melted, and then the surface of the jade pot was covered with cold air, making people feel a little cool. The ice used to brew tea came from a certain plane. It was a gift specially collected by the cultivators of the Holy Dragon City for Tang Zhen. He also liked to brew tea with this kind of expensive ice. Leah watched Tang Zhen's operation without blinking. She felt that his temperament was a little mysterious, and the curiosity in her eyes became more and more intense. Not long after, the cold air on the surface of the jade pot subsided and the water began to boil. Tang Zhen took out an emerald green tree branch and plucked a few leaves that were as transparent as jasper. He rubbed the leaf with his fingers and threw it into the jade pot. Soon, the water in the pot turned emerald green. At the same time, an extremely strange tea fragrance spread out, refreshing one's heart and mind. It was as if one's body and soul had become much more transparent. He took out 2 fiery red gemstone-like cups, poured the tea into them, and handed them to Leah. This tea is very good for cultivators. You can try it, I guarantee you won't be disappointed. Leah nodded in thanks and picked up the teacup to take a sip. It was slightly hot, but in the blink of an eye, it became cool and appetizing. At the same time, the fragrance of the tea wafted through the air, washing her body like a spring. It was as if after drinking this mouthful of tea, his entire body had become lighter by a few kilograms, and he felt as if he was floating in the air. Leah's family background was extraordinary, and she had tasted countless exotic delicacies, but she had never tasted such a strange tea before. Where did this Tang Zhen get such good stuff? If it was a new product of an artisan, he should have received some news about it, right? Leah was puzzled, but she didn't show it on her face. She continued to kiss her lips and taste it carefully. After drinking a cup of tea, Leah turned to look at Tang Zhen and said in a negotiating tone, I really like this tea. If you're willing, can you exchange some for me? When my grandfather and father were doing experiments, they would always stay at home for a long time, so it was inevitable that they would be tired and absent-minded. If I could drink a cup of tea like this during the process of work, it should be very helpful to them. Of course, if you find it difficult, you don't have to be embarrassed to refuse. I don't want to take away someone's love. It's fine, I still have some. Tang Zhen nodded. He took out 2 jade boxes from his storage equipment and placed them in front of Leah. This contains the polar ice essence used to make tea, as well as the tea leaves we used just now. There are 30 pieces in total. Since you want to express your filial piety, I naturally have no reason to refuse. The corner of Leah's mouth lifted into a smile that was like a blooming flower as she nodded at Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen didn't feel anything. On the contrary, the sister and brother beside him were a little absent-minded. The younger brother's eyes were even more straight. Leah touched the jade box and said softly, Thank you, but I've never taken things from others for free. How about this? If you have any questions about creation, I can help you ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. My grandfather. The starting price for him to help someone answer a question is 1 million gold coins. Why don't you ask? Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. A few more so that you won't lose money. Although Leah was about to become a 3-star artisan, there was still a huge gap between her and her grandfather. It was obviously more fair and sincere for his grandfather to answer the questions. One look at Tang Zhen's items and one could tell that they weren't ordinary. Leah didn't want to take advantage of others, especially Tang Zhen. Perhaps it was the influence of her competitive heart, but she subconsciously did not want Tang Zhen to look down on her. Tang Zhen didn't force him. An equivalent exchange was a rule between artisans. His relationship with Leah was ordinary, so there was no need to be too calculative over this matter. When he thought of this, Tang Zhen pointed out a few problems that he could not understand. These were also the problems that he had encountered in his experiment. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's question, Leah's brows furrowed slightly. She even had a feeling that she didn't understand what he was saying. She was only a step away from becoming a 3-star artisan, but Tang Zhen didn't even have the qualifications to become an artisan. By right, she should have understood Tang Zhen's question. However, the truth was as such. She had never heard of some of Tang Zhen's thoughts. However, when she thought about it carefully, she felt that they were very reasonable. Grandpa's praise is indeed correct. This Tang Zhen is indeed extraordinary. I reckon that Grandpa will also be full of praise after hearing his words. Leah had a premonition that Tang Zhen's experiment wasn't simple. It might even have reached or exceeded the ability of a 3-star artisan. If he succeeded, it might mean that he would skip the initial stage and directly become a 3-star artisan. When she realized this, Leah was both envious and amazed. At the same time, she was also a little jealous. The two of them chatted for about half an hour before Leah stood up and gently stretched her waist. Leah's curves were exposed in her special, tight-fitting flight suit, especially her long, straight legs. The sunlight scattered on her long hair. As it gently trembled, it reflected a thread of purple luster, causing Tang Zhen to quietly praise her in his heart. Perhaps it was because of the love of the heavens that such an elf was created. Her every move was exceptionally eye-catching. Thank you for your hospitality. It's getting late, and I still have experiments to complete. As for your question, I'll ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. My grandfather, and I'll tell you the answer tomorrow. Leah snapped her fingers as she spoke. Then, she saw the winged bird that had been rolling on the ground jump up from the grass and fly towards her. When the bird was on Leah's body, it was as beautiful as an angel's. However, at this moment, it looked like an old hen, falling awkwardly as it flew. Look at your dirty appearance, are you being naughty again? After hearing Leah's words, the winged bird's body trembled slightly. After throwing away the grass, it wrapped around Leah's body like clothes. Leah extended her wings and flapped them a few times. She smiled at the siblings in thanks, and at the same time, she tapped the ground lightly with the tip of her foot and flew into the sky in the blink of an eye. Leah's strength was not yet at the Lord tier, so she could not fly. The winged bird was probably her mode of transportation. After Leah left, the siblings came over and were ready to help Tang Zhen clean up the table. There's no need to trouble yourself, I can do it myself. Tang Zhen pointed at the remaining tea in the jade pot and said to the siblings, you are all ordinary people. This tea is of great benefit to you. Share it and drink it. Tang Zhen's words weren't empty. With the things that he, a realm lord, took out to treat his guests, how could they be ordinary? After drinking it, it would definitely have the effect of cleansing one's marrow and bones. The brother and sister duo had long seen that Tang Zhen was not an ordinary person. That jade teapot was also definitely not an ordinary item. Although there was not much tea left, it was enough for each person to have a cup. Take a bath after drinking the tea, and then take the money I gave you to buy 2 sets of clothes. From now on, treat this place as your home, and don't have any psychological burden. Tang Zhen took out a bag of gold coins and handed it to his sister. When you buy clothes, buy some daily necessities, including food and the like. We don't have these at home, so we have to buy them on the spot. I'll take a long time to do experiments, and sometimes I'll be out for a long time. You don't have to worry about me, just keep the house clean. If there's anything you can't solve, just wait for me to come back and deal with it. The brother and sister nodded at the same time, then poured out the tea from the jade pot and carefully took a sip. Shocked expressions appeared on the siblings' faces. They had never dreamed that there would be such a magical drink in the world. After drinking it, they felt like they were flying in the sky. Without any hesitation, the two of them drank the tea in one gulp. They did not move for a long time, their faces full of reminiscence. 1802 How is he not dead yet? When the next morning arrived, Tang Zhen directly headed to the entrance of the academy. When he arrived at his destination, there were already a few people waiting there. There was also a group of strange-looking birds next to them. The passers-by seemed to know the origin of this giant bird, so even if they passed by, they would not stop to observe it for too long. Tang Zhen, on the other hand, was very interested. He walked to the entrance of the academy and slowly sized it up. These strange birds were very large. They looked like griffins, but they were obviously stronger. They should be the type that could travel long distances with heavy loads. In the middle of the birds was a strange house, which was about 100 square meters. A few men and women in light armor stood at the side and were discussing something in a low voice. Their gazes stopped on Tang Zhen for a few seconds after they saw him walking over. However, when Tang Zhen walked over, they shifted their gazes away as though they did not see him. Tang Zhen did not mind. He slowly walked to the front of the house and carefully sized it up. The house was beautifully decorated, like a small palace. It was made of a kind of light but tough wood. Around the house, there were also thick ropes hanging down to the ground, looking extremely tough. This house was probably hanging from the big bird's body and used as a passenger cabin. It was really a unique and creative idea. Compared to sleeping in the open while riding on the big bird, this was more comfortable and free. In order to do this, the stability and coordination of the big bird must be well controlled. A slight error would cause the house to sway left and right, like a small boat in the wind. If that was the case, it would be better to ride the big bird directly, which would save him from the pain of seasickness. As for the furnishings inside the house, they had all been treated by a soft bag and were firmly fixed to the ground, so they could not be easily moved. This was also to prevent hurting the passengers. Otherwise, they might lose their lives if they hit the important parts. It had stopped at the entrance of the academy early in the morning, and there were a few men and women dressed as adventurers next to it. This must be the means of transportation for this trip. Tang Zhen had sat on a huge dragon in a battleship before. In the past, he was used to teleporting. However, this was the first time he had taken such a transportation tool. This kind of travel experience was quite interesting. Just as Tang Zhen was sizing up the house, another group of people walked out from the academy. They were also wearing light armors and capes, the standard adventurer attire. When the men and women who were talking saw this, they immediately smiled and waved at them. "Leah, you're here, let's set off immediately. I can't wait," a woman said loudly. From their expressions, it was obvious that they were very familiar with each other. Tang Zhen turned his head and saw Leah in the crowd. Her black, golden-patterned light armor made her look tall and slender. Apart from her, there were a few other females, but most of them were apprentices. Although their looks weren't bad, they simply couldn't compare to her. There were also a few artisans, but they were all one-star artisans. Although they looked no different from young people, they were much older than Leah. Among this group of people, Leah's artisan rank was the highest, and she seemed to be the leader. After greeting the few men and women from before, Leah turned her head to look at Tang Zhen and gently nodded her head. There was a trace of a smile in her eyes. Tang Zhen nodded in response, but they didn't talk. "Leah, you're here too. Thank God I'm not late." An excited voice was heard. Then, the young man who delivered the fruits yesterday came over with two strong men. The gazes of these two men were like blades, and they were completely incompatible with the aura of an artisan. It was as if they were two different kinds of people. Tang Zhen swept his eyes over the young man. There was no change in his expression. It was as though yesterday's incident had never happened. Leah didn't respond to him. Instead, she said to her companions, "Yesterday, there were 4 people who wanted to join our team. I've already collected 400,000 gold coins from them as agreed. I'll distribute it to everyone later." Everyone nodded in acknowledgement and was not too surprised. In fact, this matter was very normal. Sharing resources to create benefits for themselves was something they had agreed on before. If there was no harvest from the ruins, at least there would be an additional income. Artisans spent a lot of money, and they would never miss the opportunity to earn gold coins. At the same time, their gazes swept over Tang Zhen and that young man. They knew that the 4 of them were the new team members who would be participating in this exploration. Leah led the group over, pointed at the young man, and said, "Let me introduce you. This is Warder, and the 2 beside him are his guards." Everyone looked at White and his 2 subordinates and nodded. They had all heard of this infamous young master. As soon as White's identity was confirmed, everyone had already guessed his intention. He was obviously looking for an opportunity to get close to Leah. Otherwise, with the style of this person, why would he choose to explore the ruins and bear the bumps and possible dangers of the journey? Many of the men in the team looked disdainful and indignant. They all had their hearts set on Leah, and now that a spoiled second generation had suddenly jumped out to snatch her away, it would be strange if they were in a good mood. White looked at Leah with a smile and put on a friendly posture. "Hello everyone, my father is the city lord. If there's anything I can help with in the future, please let me know." White had revealed his identity as soon as he opened his mouth. This was his greatest advantage, and he clearly had to make good use of it. In fact, Leah didn't want to make their relationship too tense because of his identity, or it would put his grandfather and father in a difficult position. When they heard that White was the son of the city lord, the apprentices' disdainful expressions immediately softened. In this world, artisans were respected. If one wanted to take on important positions, the identity of an artisan played a huge role. Although Warder was an ignorant and incompetent second generation, his father was an intermediate artisan in both name and reality. He also had a great reputation in the artisan circle. They didn't care about the city lord's status, but they couldn't ignore the fact that the other party was an intermediate artisan. White's eyes flashed with pride when he saw the change in everyone's expressions. It was because of his father that he was able to do things without any scruples. Just because he was afraid that Tang Zhen would ruin his plan, he dared to directly hire an assassin to track and assassinate him. Moreover, he did not have any psychological burden. Ignoring White, who was secretly pleased with himself, Leah pointed at Tang Zhen and said, "This is Tang Zhen. He is also a student of our artisan academy. It's just that he has only joined the academy for a short time. I'm guessing that no one has heard of his name." Everyone followed Rhea's finger and looked at Tang Zhen. Other than a few people nodding in surprise, the rest of them had cold expressions. The elimination rate of the artisan profession was very high. 99% of the artisan apprentices would never be able to advance to an official artisan. Today, they were still in the same academy. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the other party would leave the academy dejectedly. After a few decades, the gap between their statuses might be like a chasm, and they would never have the possibility of contact again. If that was the case, why should he waste his energy on such useless communication? Unless the other party was really worth investing in, such as Leah and White. On this point, everyone felt that Tang Zhen was not as good as White, so his cold expression was a matter of course. On the other hand, White suddenly turned around and stared at Tang Zhen, who was standing by the house. The expression on his face was somewhat sinister. Damn it, what are those 5 guys doing? Why isn't this Tang Zhen dead yet? White cursed in his heart. He was angry that those 5 assassins didn't fulfill their agreement and let Tang Zhen appear in front of him again. However, on second thought, he sneered in his heart. This time, he had 2 guards with him, both of whom were experts whose strength had exceeded the Lord level. He would have plenty of opportunities to get rid of this Tang Zhen fellow after entering the remains. 1803 White's scheme. White had made up his mind that he would think of a way to kill Tang Zhen after they reached the ruins. Because Tang Zhen had concealed his cultivation, he was merely a rank 2 or 3 ordinary cultivator in everyone's eyes. White also had the same thought. In his opinion, he only needed to send a guard to easily deal with Tang Zhen. At that time, he would simply fabricate the scene and Tang Zhen would be treated as someone who died in an accident. Moreover, no one would investigate further. In the exploration of ruins, there were often unexpected casualties. Everyone was mentally prepared for this kind of thing. Moreover, Tang Zhen was all alone. Even if he really died in the remains, no one would care. The proud White didn't know that Tang Zhen had already marked him as a death target. Even if he had the ability to escape from this world, he wouldn't be able to avoid the pursuit of a sector lord. Alright, since everyone is here, let's set off immediately. Leah called out to the others and walked into the house first. The others followed her in succession. After everyone had entered, the animal controller in charge of controlling the birds whistled. Immediately after, the birds flapped their wings at the same time and slowly rose into the sky. At this time, it could be seen that these big birds were different from other birds. It turned out that their abdomens could actually shoot out a strong airflow, supporting them to stop in the air steadily. At the same time, their wings were also gently flapping, slowly pulling the house into the air. When it reached a certain height, it would move forward under the control of the beast tamer. The entire process was extremely smooth, and the passengers in the room did not even feel the slightest bump. If they did not look out of the window, they would have thought that they were still on the ground. Tang Zhen quietly stood by the window. He looked at the city that was gradually disappearing under his feet. His expression was extremely calm. He had been to too many worlds and had witnessed the prosperity and destruction of many planes. He was also the mastermind behind the scenes. However, he had never been like this before. He stood quietly in the house in the sky and looked at the vast land. This world was full of life and seemed to be full of hope and vitality. What the cultivator in Lu Cheng was doing was destroying this beauty and hope. Of course, this destruction didn't mean that they completely disappeared. Instead, they reappeared in the world of Lusheng in another way. It was by relying on this method of plundering that the world of Lusheng was so powerful and had a vast territory. Although he was already the lord of the war zone, Tang Zhen still did not know how big the world of Lusheng was. There were more than 3,000 battlefields, and he had only been to a few so far, and it was just a cursory tour. From this point of view, what the cultivators of Lusheng City brought might not necessarily be destruction. As they destroyed a plane, they were also using the power of the origin to create a new world. From the moment he advanced to the Realm Lord, Tang Zhen had a feeling that the ultimate realm of Lu Cheng's cultivators was to work hard to create a more perfect species. Only by becoming a creator could he achieve this goal. However, without a large number of cultivators and a vast supply of resources, it would be almost impossible to become a creator. Perhaps the world of Lusheng was using this method to try and cultivate an artisan-level powerhouse, in reality had already proven that this method was indeed effective. The world of Lusheng was vast and boundless. Tang Zhen didn't know how many creator-level experts there were, but there definitely wouldn't be a few. However, When the cultivators of Lusheng became masters of creation, they might be able to get rid of all the shackles and just quietly act as spectators, never interfering with any disputes. After this thought appeared in his mind, Tang Zhen's heart jolted and he seemed to have comprehended something. Perhaps the ultimate goal of the cultivators in Lusheng was not destruction, but to create a new world. All the destruction during this period was also an indispensable part in achieving their goal. And what he was doing now was exactly for this goal. Although the works of an artisan couldn't be compared to that of a creator, there might not be much of a difference. After all, they were also creating all kinds of new species. This was a huge group with infinite potential, while the group of masters of creation was bound to be rare and lonely. Thoughts endlessly gushed out from Tang Zhen's mind. He had unknowingly sunk into a state of deep thought. His cultivation that was originally progressing slowly had actually started to rise rapidly at this moment. The increase in his cultivation speed might have something to do with the sudden surge of comprehension he had. A sector lord's forehead formed a heaven and earth, just like the chaotic state before creation. Comprehension was to perfect the laws and foundations of this world. As he continued to comprehend and perfect it, the small world in the space between his eyebrows would become closer and closer to the real world. The day this special world was completely formed would be the day Tang Zhen advanced to the creator level. At this moment, if one were to pay close attention to Tang Zhen, one would discover that there was a trace of strange rhythm faintly rippling around his body. It seemed to be filled with endless vitality. However, if one wanted to comprehend and discover this special rhythm, they would need sufficient realm and luck. Even if the unlucky ones saw it, they would ultimately gain nothing. At this time, among the passengers in the room, only Leah noticed Tang Zhen's abnormality. She looked at Tang Zhen without blinking, and her beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly. She felt that there was something wrong with Tang Zhen at this moment. Although he was standing in front of the window, he seemed to be extremely far away from this world. It was a strange feeling, like looking at the stars in the night sky. Although the light was right in front of you, you could never reach out to touch it. Could it be that he's cultivating some kind of special technique that gives off such a strange feeling? It's as if one can't look away with just one glance. Leah was secretly puzzled. Although she had sensed something unusual, she could not understand what this phenomenon meant because of her realm and cultivation. When her cultivation realm was high enough, she would understand what Tang Zhen's current state meant and would definitely benefit a lot. Just as Leah was staring at Tang Zhen, White was also looking at her, but his eyes were slightly gloomy. After staring at Leah for a while, White turned his eyes to Tang Zhen. The killing intent in his eyes became even more intense. If it wasn't because it wasn't convenient for him to make a move now, he wished he could directly order someone to throw Tang Zhen down from the sky and smash his body into pieces. At this moment, he had already confirmed that the way Leah looked at Tang Zhen was indeed different from the others. This kind of feeling made him exceptionally jealous, ashamed, and angry. From the beginning to the end, he had never received such treatment. Damn woman, you're my exclusive product. If anyone dares to snatch you from me, I'll definitely not let him off. With this thought in mind, White's eyes turned slightly. He gave a look to the guard next to him and whispered a few words. The guard had followed White for many years and naturally understood his plan. After nodding secretly, he moved closer to Tang Zhen's position. In order to prevent the house from being stuffy, a few windows had been opened. One of the windows happened to be in front of Tang Zhen. The window wasn't particularly large, but it was large enough for a person to squeeze through. Just as that guard approached Tang Zhen, another guard secretly made a move and used his mental energy to stimulate the flying bird. The originally stable house suddenly trembled. The guard near Tang Zhen seemed to have lost his balance as he pounced towards Tang Zhen's back. As long as he touched Tang Zhen's body, he would be able to use his strength to push Tang Zhen out of the window and fall to the ground from the sky. If Tang Zhen was only a rank 2 or 3 cultivator, he would definitely die from falling to the ground from such a height. This scene appeared to be a coincidence. Therefore, no one would suspect anything even if Tang Zhen fell from the sky. At the very most, they would treat it as an accident. Even if someone discovered that something was wrong, who would dare to jump out and accuse him of deliberately sending his men to plot against Tang Zhen with his identity there? Such a thing was impossible. No one would be willing to offend the city lord's son for a dead man. Everything seemed to be very smooth. However, just as that guard was about to make contact with Tang Zhen, he saw Tang Zhen's body twist gently, avoiding the other party's sneak attack. The guard who was preparing to ambush Tang Zhen cried out in alarm and instantly fell out of the window, quickly disappearing. 1804 Full of loopholes. 1. The sudden turn of events immediately alarmed the passengers in the room. What's going on? How could someone fall from the window? The beast tamer in charge of controlling the big bird turned pale. Someone had gotten into an accident on his vehicle, and this would definitely take a big hit to his reputation. Moreover, these passengers were not ordinary people. If he really wanted to compensate them, he would not be able to afford it even if he went bankrupt. If he were to meet a more domineering family member, he would be forced to pay with his life. What would he do then? At the thought of this, the beast tamer's mind went blank and he fell to the ground. Hurry up and control the big bird. If anything else happens, no one can protect you. After seeing the beast tamer's appearance, an artisan roared, waking him up from his wild thoughts. Leaping up from the ground, the beast tamer quickly returned to his post. He continued to control the giant bird to fly while carefully observing the situation at the window. The other passengers also came forward and looked at the narrow window, their eyes full of surprise. Many people sighed in their hearts. The guy who fell down was really unlucky. He could actually squeeze out of such a small window. Could it be that that person was deliberately seeking death? Otherwise, how could such a thing happen? Quick, take a look. Who's missing from the team? Is there any way to rescue them? An artisan apprentice shouted. At the same time, he swept his gaze across the crowd, wanting to see who had fallen. White, who was at the side, was dumbfounded. He originally thought that the one who fell would be Tang Zhen. He never thought that it would be his own guard who fell. It was just a small matter, but something went wrong. It would be strange if White wasn't angry. You're really a useless piece of trash. You can't even do such a small thing. Watch how I deal with you later. White cursed in his heart. Then, he turned his eyes and whispered something to the other guard beside him. I know who it is. It's the guard who followed White. He's the only one missing here. The apprentice artisan who had counted the number of people shouted. Hearing this, everyone turned to White. White also put on a surprised expression, as if he couldn't believe that such a thing would happen. He rushed to the window with a worried expression and kept looking down. In this situation, he was like a good boss who cared about his subordinates. When everyone saw this, they felt even more strange. The window was only half open, and White had difficulty sticking his head out. How did the guard fall? What's going on? How did he fall out for no reason? If he were to die like this, how am I going to explain it to his family? White's tone was filled with self-blame, as if something had happened to a close friend. He kept sighing. White's words had just fallen when his other guard suddenly looked at Tang Zhen and said in an angry tone, "It must be you. It must be you. Otherwise, my companion wouldn't have fallen from the window." Upon hearing the guard's words, everyone looked at Tang Zhen together. Their eyes also carried a trace of caution. I don't care who you are, but as long as you hurt my companions, I will never forgive you. When the guard said this, he was about to attack Tang Zhen. At the same time, a trace of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. It did not seem appropriate to kill someone in public. The guards did not intend to kill Tang Zhen here. With his means, he could completely use the hidden force to destroy Tang Zhen's body, leaving behind an injury that would never be healed. This kind of damage would completely destroy Tang Zhen. One must know that an artisan not only needed knowledge, but also sufficient cultivation. With enough strength, they could help them complete long-term experiments and avoid being affected by physical exhaustion. Secondly, they could obtain a long life, giving them enough time to pursue higher realms. Seeing that the guard was about to reach Tang Zhen, White was overjoyed. There was an emotion in his chest that could not be suppressed and was about to burst out. He loved to see his enemies suffer pain and torture. He couldn't free himself from that feeling. It was more satisfying than taking forbidden drugs. Furthermore, that fellow called Tang Zhen actually didn't even dodge. He was probably scared silly by the aura of his own guard. Stop. Hearing this sudden voice, Walt almost jumped up in anger. Which blind fellow actually dared to ruin his good plan? However, when he saw the figure in front of the guard, he almost cursed out loud, but he forced himself to hold it back. The one who stopped the guards was none other than Leah, who had been silent earlier. White's guards knew Leah's identity and knew that if they hurt her, even White would not be able to bear the consequences. In order to give Leah's family an explanation, he would definitely be pushed out as a scapegoat, and he would most likely lose his life. It was because of this that the guard stopped attacking and waited for White's instructions. Leah, why did you stop my guard? It's very likely that he did this. I have to seek justice for my guard. After hearing White's indignant growl, Rhea only glanced at him indifferently. Her eyes were very clear, as if she had seen through the dirty thoughts in his heart. Before this matter is cleared up, don't randomly accuse others. After Leah said this, she turned to the guard and asked in a calm tone, are you sure you saw with your own eyes that your companion was pushed down by Tang Zhen? Hearing this, the guard hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. He did not dare to guarantee that no one had seen the scene at the window earlier. If he were to insist that it was Tang Zhen who did it, it would be inevitable for others to see through his scheme. As long as the witness told Leah the truth, White would be blamed for this incident and would think that he was deliberately instigating them to cause trouble. Since you can't be sure that it was Tang Zhen who did it, why are you so aggressive? Leah said coldly. The guard snorted coldly but did not answer Leah's question. White saw that Leah stood up for Tang Zhen and his heart was filled with hatred, but on the surface, he had to smooth things over. Although it's very likely that he did this, you can't be so impulsive. Maybe he didn't do it on purpose. White's words were directed at the guard, but the meaning between the lines was that he was still sure that it was Tang Zhen's doing. Tang Zhen stood at the side and expressionlessly watched the performance of Walt and his guards. However, he was coldly laughing in his heart. These guys were really courting death. He had originally wanted to let them live a little longer, but who would have thought that they would take the initiative to provoke him again? Since that was the case, he had to at least show some respect and let them know the consequences of provoking a sector lord. You said that I was the one who sent your guard down. Can you tell me what cultivation level your guard is at? Hearing Tang Zhen's words, White secretly felt that something was wrong. He had really neglected this matter. Tang Zhen's cultivation was only at level 3, but his guards were genuine level 7 cultivators. They could be considered one of the few experts in the city. A rank 7 cultivator was pushed out of the window by a cultivator who wasn't even rank 3. It didn't make any sense. It was like a child who had just turned 1 year old swinging a 100-pound hammer to chase after a strong man. It was inconceivable no matter how one thought about it. After Leah and the others heard Tang Zhen's words, they also reacted at the same time. Then, they looked at White and his servant with a hint of mockery. This pair of master and servant was indeed despicable. They actually used such a method to scheme against others. First, he pretended to be pushed out of the window, and then he used it as an excuse to find trouble. If it wasn't for Leah stopping him in time, Tang Zhen would probably have been injured by the guard. Although whether Tang Zhen was injured or not did not have much to do with him, this kind of thing made people feel disgusted. Unity was the most important thing in a ruin exploration team. When he thought about cooperating with such a sinister person, he always felt a little insecure. It would be truly troublesome if he changed his target to him after scheming against Tang Zhen. He might even lose his life because of this. 1805 Little death-seeking expert, one, sensing the change in the atmosphere, White cursed in his heart. He didn't expect things to develop to this point. He didn't care what the others thought, but he was afraid that Leah would also think that he was the one who had ordered her to do this. In that case, it would definitely lower Leah's impression of him. Warder was overthinking things. Leah's polite response was a sign of improvement in their relationship. In fact, in Leah's eyes, White was a sinister, perverted, and despicable man. She would never come into contact with him unless it was necessary. White had been the one pestering her all this time, and Leah had no choice but to contact him. Even if he had a good impression, it would probably be negative. Any random passerby would have a better impression than him. White made up his mind that he couldn't let things go on like this, so he laughed dryly and said, "My guard probably had too much to drink, which is why he lost his balance and fell out of the window. Since you don't think it has anything to do with this person, then let's just forget about this matter." While White was trying to find a way out, he also did Leah a favor, saying that he wouldn't pursue the matter for her sake. Leah didn't seem to hear him. Instead, she turned to look out the window and said in a calm tone, "Your guards are ranked 7 cultivators. They can fly in the air. So, even if they fall from high places, they won't die, right?" The people around him nodded slightly. This was a fact. If it weren't for the fact that they had to protect White, these 2 guards could have flown alone and hurried on their way. Since that was the case, so what if he fell out of the window? In his heart, he secretly despised White. If he really wanted to plot against someone, why didn't he do it himself? Instead, he used such a stupid move that was full of loopholes. If White wasn't the son of the city lord, someone would have probably jumped out and cursed him. Leah's other suitors were secretly pleased. This matter could be said to be a hard slap to White's face. It was utterly embarrassing. Given his rumored character, he would definitely not let the matter rest easily. At that time, he would definitely think of ways to find trouble with Tang Zhen. Leah's previous attitude toward Tang Zhen had similarly made a few suitors unhappy. If White could get rid of Tang Zhen, they would naturally welcome him with open arms. He originally thought that the matter was over, but Tang Zhen did not intend to let White off easily. First, he hired someone to kill him, and then he tried to push him out of the window. At the same time, he interrupted his comprehension of the realm. This was simply unforgivable. Fortunately, Tang Zhen wanted to keep a low profile as much as possible. Otherwise, just based on what White had done, Tang Zhen would be able to slaughter his entire family. The father was the father's fault for not teaching the child well. Since White was so sinister and despicable, his father probably couldn't be that strong either. As the lord of a city, how could he not know about his son's actions? However, he had indulged him. In the past, when he bullied others, the other party could not win against this father and son and could only choose to swallow his anger. However, now that they had provoked Tang Zhen, it was equivalent to offending the emperor. It could only be said that their retribution had arrived. Do you think that guard will come back? I don't think he will. Tang Zhen's voice rang out once again. However, he denied Leah's words just now, causing everyone to look at him. If you want to put on a show, you have to do it the whole way. Since you pretended to be pushed down the window, how could you fly back? Wouldn't you be exposed? When Tang Zhen said this, he looked at White with a smile. Mr. White, am I right? Upon hearing Tang Zhen's words, White was stunned for a moment. He also felt that something was amiss. His own guard had fallen down for so long, so logically speaking, he should have flown back by now, but why was there no trace of him after so long? Did he really fall to the ground and die? However, the possibility of this happening was extremely low. It was like a fish being drowned, and it sounded more like a joke. The other guard also realized that something was wrong and quickly looked out of the window. However, in the vast sky, there was no sign of his companion. He released his mind power to sense the area, but he found nothing. It was as if the guard who had fallen had disappeared into thin air. What's going on? Why hasn't he returned yet? White was suspicious and sized up Tang Zhen again. He felt that this matter might be related to him. The others thought about Tang Zhen's words, and combined with the fact that the guard had not returned for a long time, they were more and more certain that White was trying to frame someone. Otherwise, if Leah didn't come forward and Tang Zhen was injured, how would White explain it when the guard returned? White also thought of this and his face turned red with anger. His expression was also somewhat distorted when he looked at Tang Zhen. If it wasn't for these two sentences from Tang Zhen, this matter would have been lightly brushed off and treated as if it had never happened. But now, he had become a sinister and despicable person in everyone's eyes. This was definitely not the result White wanted. If that was the case, how was he going to get along with Leah in the future? Wouldn't she be on guard against him? It was not easy to get the opportunity to get along with her. White had already vowed to take advantage of this opportunity to capture Leah, so how could he let Tang Zhen destroy it so easily? Although he wanted to cut Tang Zhen into 1,000 pieces, he still had to endure it because Leah was beside him. He could not do anything at all. White suddenly took out an item from his pocket and looked as if he had just realized something. My guard has already sent me a message, saying that he flew out by himself just now because he found an extremely rare material on the ground. The opportunity was fleeting. He didn't even have time to greet me before he flew out. He's currently collecting materials, so he can't come with us for the time being. He told us not to worry about him. At this point, White said to Leah, "This is just a misunderstanding. It's also my guard's fault for being too impulsive and not understanding the specific reason. He's worried about his companions, so he's acting this way. I hope everyone can understand." After saying this, White sat back on his chair. He intentionally kept his mouth shut about his guard's attempt to attack Tang Zhen. The guard coldly glanced at Tang Zhen with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Clearly, he and White did not put Tang Zhen in their eyes. With weak strength, and no prominent status, so what if they bullied or humiliated you? You were lucky this time, but next time, let's see if anyone will stand up for you. White and his guards all thought that Tang Zhen had escaped because of Leah. They were somewhat disdainful. How could these two fellows know that if it wasn't for Leah's obstruction, the one who would die at this moment would not be Tang Zhen, but the two of them, who were little experts at seeking death. As for the guard who had fallen down earlier, he had already fallen to the ground and had completely turned into a pile of meat paste. That guard had tried to scheme against Tang Zhen. How could Tang Zhen let him off so easily? When he pushed him out of the window, Tang Zhen had already sealed all of his cultivation. After falling out of the window, the guard was stunned for a moment, then he prepared to fly away. In the end, there was no reaction. His body seemed to be filled with sand, and he was unable to mobilize the slightest bit of world energy. Realizing that his cultivation had been sealed, the guard's heart was filled with fear. For such a situation to occur while he was high up in the sky, it was simply fatal. In desperation, he could only shout in the air, hoping that his companions could hear him and save him. After shouting for a long time without getting any response, the guard's heart was filled with despair. At the same time, he could only watch as he got closer and closer to the ground. Before he fell to the ground, Tang Zhen's figure suddenly appeared in his mind. It seemed that when he tried to scheme against him, the other party had already sensed it, and the corner of his mouth revealed a disdainful smile. That smile seemed very familiar. It was like the mockery of a human when he lifted his foot and crushed an ant that attacked him into powder. He might be an ant that had overestimated his own strength. On the other hand, Tang Zhen, who appeared weak, was actually a terrifying huge dragon in disguise. If young Master White provoked such a person, not only would he be harming himself, but his family would also be implicated. If he could choose again, he swore that even if he had to break both his legs, he would never provoke that mysterious young man. At this moment, the guard felt a huge impact, and his body was smashed into pieces. His vision suddenly turned black, and his remaining consciousness completely dissipated. 1806 The underwater continent. White didn't know what had happened to his guard. Otherwise, with his cowardly personality, he would have run as far away as possible. Even if he wanted to scheme against Tang Zhen, he would not show his face in public. Instead, he would hide behind the scenes and play tricks. Unfortunately, he didn't know the truth and could only run further and further away on the road to death. Even his own father couldn't save him. At this moment, the room had returned to silence. Because of White's explanation, everyone treated it as a farce. After all, it was none of their business, and White had an extraordinary background, so no one wanted to get into trouble. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye could see that White was deliberately looking for trouble with Tang Zhen, and that young man called Tang Zhen didn't seem to be as simple as he looked on the surface. Tang Zhen, come over for a moment. I have something to tell you. Leah called out to Tang Zhen and invited him to a table in the corner. They sat down facing each other. Everyone looked at him curiously. White was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but because of what had just happened, he couldn't speak at all. Tang Zhen didn't refuse. Under White's murderous gaze, he walked to the table. I've already asked my grandfather about the questions you've raised. When he answered them, he also praised your ideas. He told me to tell you that if you have similar questions in the future, you can ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Him directly instead of asking me. This should be the goodwill of Leah's grandfather. After he discovered that Tang Zhen had a talent in the field of artisan and that his thinking was very creative, he was prepared to observe him up close in this way. Tang Zhen didn't refuse. In terms of cultivation, he might be able to crush 99% of the cultivators on this plane. However, in terms of creation, he was indeed a pure newbie. Having the guidance of an academy's dean would be of great help to his studies. Moreover, he also understood that this was an opportunity that many artisans yearned for. In the artisan circle, money couldn't solve everything. If Tang Zhen didn't have the dean's business card, he wouldn't have been able to obtain those artisans and get them to answer his questions no matter how much gold he spent. The people around them seemed to be busy with their own things, but in fact, they were all listening to the contents of the conversation between Leah and Tang Zhen. Their faces were full of envy. At the same time, they were also puzzled. Who exactly was this Tang Zhen? Not only did Leah protect her in every way possible, but she could even ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The dean for advice at any time. Perhaps only direct disciples and immediate family members could receive such enviable treatment. Tang Zhen ignored the envious and jealous gazes from the surroundings. To a cultivator at his cultivation level, he could view everything as ants. Why would he care about the right and wrong of such a small character? After this ruin exploration is over, I'll personally pay a visit to your grandfather to thank him for his help. As the dean of the Creator Academy, he had a considerable amount of influence in this world. Now that there was a possibility of him coming into deep contact with the other party, Tang Zhen naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. He could even find a breakthrough point from the other party, and then cooperate with his own plan to complete the layout of the entire world. Leah nodded. This was exactly what her grandfather had hoped for. In addition, my grandfather is full of praise for your tea leaves. At the same time, he asked if you have any extra in stock. He's preparing to conduct an experiment to see if this kind of tea can be cultivated. Tang Zhen nodded, but he wasn't very optimistic about Grandpa Leah's plan. The things he took out were all heavenly treasures. How could they be cultivated just because he said so? After the two of them chatted for a while, Leah took out an item and handed it to Tang Zhen. These are the answers to your questions. As long as you ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The answers will be displayed on it. If an outsider obtains this item but doesn't know the corresponding problem, they will never be able to see the contents. Tang Zhen received the book-like item. After he obtained the answer according to Leah's guidance, he began to read it seriously. After watching for a while, Tang Zhen revealed a happy expression. This academy's headmaster did not disappoint him. The other party gave a concise and accurate answer to the question raised by Tang Zhen. At the same time, he pointed out some mistakes in Tang Zhen's experiment. The other party could even vaguely guess the content of his experiment based on these problems alone, and at the same time, they also gave guiding suggestions. The content of these suggestions had already exceeded the scope of his questions. It was almost no different from personally guiding him. It also allowed Tang Zhen's comprehension of creation to become deeper. Seeing Tang Zhen's serious expression, the corners of Leah's mouth curled up into a smile. She also took out a book and started reading. After seeing this scene, the people around them couldn't help but let their imaginations run wild. White rolled his eyes and secretly took out his communication device. No one knew what he did, but his face was full of a sinister smile. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Tang Zhen and the others had crossed an unknown distance before finally arriving at a huge island in the middle of the ocean. According to Leah's introduction, the giant island did not exist in the first place. It was surrounded by a vast ocean. A group of collectors had accidentally discovered a giant shipwreck at the bottom of the sea. In the process of excavation and exploration, they had accidentally broken an creation ball. It was impossible to determine how long this object of creation had existed or who its creator was. However, one thing was certain. A complete world had already formed inside this creation ball. After it appeared, it immediately formed a huge island in the ocean. The surface of the sea was less than 1% of the land, which showed how terrifying the land was. Most of the creatures inside the creation ball were submerged by the sea water, but there were still many creatures that survived and lived on this super island. After the island appeared, it attracted countless cultivators to explore. In the end, they discovered another big secret. It turned out that the structure of this land was extremely strange. There were countless wide passages shuttling back and forth inside. It should have been caused by the corrosion and devouring of a special creature. As time passed, the interior of these passages became a world of its own, with countless strange creatures and plants living there. Even if it had sunk to the bottom of the sea, most of the passages had been preserved, and the goal of Leah's group was a secret underwater passage. Because the area of the underwater continent was extremely large, these passages were rugged and winding. Without a special guide, it was impossible to find the exact location. When the giant bird reached the sky above the super island, it began to fly deeper into the island and finally landed in a place that looked like a town. It wasn't accurate to call it a town, because the houses here were too scattered, sparsely built in a valley, completely unlike the dense houses in the city. However, the total number of houses here was not much less than that in the town, and groups of collectors could be seen on the mountain roads from time to time. In addition to these gatherers, there were some buildings in the valley. Those were the private residences of artisans, and there were cultivators or special creatures guarding the entrance to prevent strangers from approaching. On the plaza in the valley, there were many travelers like Tang Zhen who had come from afar. Their means of transportation were also strange. Except for a few native creatures, the rest were basically the works of artisans who had maximized their imagination. After landing, Tang Zhen and the others were not in a hurry to head to their destination. They still needed to rest temporarily and replenish the necessary items for their exploration. Entering the underwater continent was not a child's play. If one was not careful, they would die at the bottom of the sea and not even their bones could be found. With Leah leading the way, the group arrived at an inn located halfway up the hill. This was also the place they had stopped at the last time they were here. Only after he had crossed the main door did Tang Zhen discover that there was a whole new world inside the inn. The shop used the winding passages on the continent to open up a hall that was nearly 1,000 square meters in size. The floor was flat and clean. The surroundings of the hall were like a winding mountain road, with guest rooms that had a rough yet unique style. In the hall, there was a group of guests gathered around a circular fence. On the table, there were utensils similar to hotpot, and from time to time, a fresh fragrance would drift over. On the guardrails, there were many fishing rod-like objects that were thrown into the deep hole in the middle of the guardrails. Seeing Tang Zhen sizing her up, Leah explained, "This is one of the local specialties. Fish and shrimp that live in deep pits and caves are caught on the spot, and then directly cooked in the pot. The taste is extremely delicious. If you're lucky, you can catch some top-grade fish and shrimp, and someone will buy them directly, which can be considered as an extra income." 1807 Fishing Competition won. After hearing Leah's introduction, Tang Zhen was a little interested. A banquet was set up in front of the deep pit that led to the bottom of the sea. Fishing and shrimp were cooked on the spot, accompanied by fine wine and tea. It was also an extreme enjoyment. "I want to try it out. Why don't you come with me?" Tang Zhen looked at Leah and extended an invitation. "Sure, let's go together." As her grandfather had a very good impression of Tang Zhen and was also very curious about him, Leah didn't refuse his invitation. This was not in line with her usual personality. Other than the necessary things, Leah spent most of her time doing experiments and reading. In the past, when she encountered such a situation, she would reject it immediately. However, she agreed very happily this time. "Why don't you count me in? We can book a deep pit and relax together." White's voice was heard again. He had been looking for an opportunity to get close to Leah for the past few days, but all he got was an indifferent reply. It was precisely because of this that his eyes burned with jealousy when he looked at Tang Zhen. He had even treated Tang Zhen as the biggest obstacle. He would not rest until he killed Tang Zhen. On the surface, however, White didn't seem to be acting strangely. In fact, he was even more enthusiastic than before and got along very well with the other members of the team. The other party members were also happy to do so. Being able to build a good relationship with the city lord's son would be beneficial to their future development. Before Leah could say anything, White called out to the owner of the wine and shop, asking him to book an empty pit next to it. Warder would not let go of such an opportunity to show off his wealth and get close to Leah. "No need, boss. We'll pay for this table." Leah didn't pay attention to White. She spoke to the owner beside her and was about to take out gold coins to pay. However, just as her voice fell, a gold card flicked out of Tang Zhen's hand and flew into the boss's hand. "If you want a refund more than a refund, please bring out any special dishes you have here." The innkeeper looked at the gold card in his hand and quickly nodded in agreement. At the same time, he called the waiter to serve the wine and food. White, who was beside him, sneered in disdain. From White's point of view, this was Tang Zhen's self-esteem acting up. A foreigner of unknown origin, no matter how rich he was, how could he compare to him, the son of the city lord? It was a pity that this was not the place to fight for wealth. Otherwise, White would definitely let Tang Zhen experience what it meant that gold coins could also kill people. It didn't take long for the inn staff to bring in fishing equipment. In addition, the table was filled with a variety of dried fruits and specialty dishes. In the middle of the table, the waiter lit the golden charcoal at the bottom of the pot and then placed the wine pot to the side to heat it. "This is our store's special wine. With the fresh fish and prawns caught from the deep pit, the taste is guaranteed to be unforgettable." While the waiter was introducing the fish, he handed a fishing rod and a small can of specially made bait to Tang Zhen and Leah, who were sitting on both sides of the table. A table could only seat 2 people. After Tang Zhen and Leah sat together, White could only sit beside them. Sitting at the same table with him was a female apprentice artisan. She seemed to be interested in White and would always take the initiative to talk about him. The chances of becoming an artisan were very low, but if she could become the daughter-in-law of the city lord, she would also have sufficient status. Not everyone was like Leah, who had the qualifications and confidence to look down on White, who was of equal social status. Tang Zhen didn't care about White, who was gloating and deliberately showing off in front of Leah. Instead, he hooked the bait and threw it into the deep pit. The pit was about 15 meters in diameter and was said to lead straight to the bottom of the ocean. Because of the glowing minerals, the deep blue ocean water was bright and transparent, and the depths could be seen. From Tang Zhen's angle, he could see many fish and prawns swimming back and forth in the sea. Fishing in such an environment was quite interesting. It's boring to just sit there and fish. Why don't we have a competition to see who can catch the most valuable fish and shrimp? White's voice was heard again. He was always looking for his presence to attract Leah's attention. The other members of the adventurer team nodded one after another. It was indeed boring to just bury their heads in fishing. No matter who won or lost in the competition, it could indeed liven up the atmosphere. Since no one objects, then we'll use each table as a unit. The time is 1 hour, and then we'll calculate the harvest. In order to make the bed more interesting, everyone please take out an item as a wager. The value is not less than 10,000 gold coins. After the tally is done, all of them will belong to the winner. What does everyone think? Warder suggested again, and this time, no one objected. 10,000 gold coins were indeed nothing to them. Of course, to ordinary people, this was a huge gamble. Just hearing it would make one's heart tremble. Tang Zhen and Leah also took out an item and placed it on the tray the waiter was carrying. Then, they stared at their fishing rods. Warder chuckled to himself. He had suggested this bed because he had a special item that could attract creatures with special bloodlines. This was his father's treasure, used to attract the precious creatures in the ruins. White had secretly taken it out before leaving home. If this kind of thing was used well, it could save one's life and also be used to trick people. With this item, White was confident that he could win the bet and show off in front of Leah. After stealthily mixing that item into the bait, White threw out his hook and anxiously waited. Tang Zhen naturally noticed White's actions and chuckled without a care. At the same time, a trace of origin energy appeared and silently mixed into the bait. The other artisan apprentices were not idle either. They were all carefully mixing bait to increase the attraction of the fish and shrimp. This wasn't actually cheating, but each of them showing off their own abilities. Among the customers nearby, there were many who had brought their own special bait. There were even people who made a living by doing this. They reserved a table in the tavern all year round and tried to catch those extremely precious fish and shrimp. In addition to the delicious taste, some of the fish and shrimp were also experimental materials needed by artisans, so they were quite expensive. In addition to the value of these fish and shrimp, the reward for winning was also quite attractive. Although the items taken out by the crowd were not particularly precious, the total value was still hundreds of thousands of gold coins. For an artisan apprentice, this was enough to support the expenses of dozens of experiments, so he would naturally work hard to win it. Just as Tang Zhen and the rest cast their hooks, the seawater in the deep pit in front of them immediately became restless. Looking down from above, they saw that the sea was actually filled with the figures of fish and shrimp. When the inn's waiter saw this, he couldn't help but exclaim because he had never seen such a strange scene before. As they cried out in alarm, everyone raised their fishing rods and pulled the colorful fish and prawns ashore. There were ordinary fish and shrimp, which could be bought for a basket with a few silver coins. There were also relatively rare species, each of which could be worth several gold coins. Seeing that everyone was fishing one after another, the customers at the side also became interested and came to watch the fun. Did you see that? That guy caught a fine scaled snake fish. This kind of fish is hard to get hooked. This one can be sold for at least 20 gold coins. The fish that Beauty caught are the truly rare ones. They're called red-eyed golden orbs, and they're one of the materials that artisans purchase. Each of them is worth at least 100 gold coins. Look, the young master beside the Beauty is the one with the guard. Did he catch a fire scale fish? That's right, it's a fire scale fish. When it's moving, it's as if there's a flame burning on its body. One of them can be sold for at least 500 gold coins. Oh my god, who are these people? How did they catch all the rare good things? Didn't you see the badges on their bodies? These are probably all artisans. They must be very capable. Otherwise, how could such a scene appear? I didn't come here in vain today. This is the first time I've seen a group of artisans fishing. It's really an eye-opener. The onlookers discussed animatedly. White proudly glanced at Tang Zhen beside him and threw the fire scale fish he had just caught into the bucket. Up until now, Tang Zhen hadn't caught a single fish. This made White incomparably carefree. Trying to steal the limelight from me, young Master White. You're not worthy. Leah was also full of doubts. She didn't understand why Tang Zhen couldn't catch a single fish. Was it because of bad luck? Feeling White and Leah's gaze, Tang Zhen smiled gently and appeared very calm. How could ordinary fish and shrimp sense the origin energy? Therefore, the bait that Tang Zhen cast would only catch the truly extraordinary treasures. 1808. Do you dare to bet on a bigger one? Tang Zhen did not catch a single fish for a long time. On the other hand, he firmly occupied the first place position due to his special bait. Time passed slowly, and the bet was about to end. He was already sure to win. To be able to win in front of Leah and prove his ability was something White had always dreamed of. He understood Leah's character, and this was the only way he could make her think more highly of him. Especially when compared to Zhen Tang, his results were far ahead. It was impossible for Leah to turn a blind eye to it. This greatly satisfied White's vanity. Looking at Leah's pretty face, he couldn't suppress the excitement and pride in his heart. He turned to look at Tang Zhen. Whether this person has the ability or not, it can be seen with a comparison. For example, the competition we're in right now is actually a competition of personal ability and creator skills. The stronger the ability, the more techniques one had, and the more fish and shrimp one could catch. Whether it's a dragon or an insect, we'll know with a single comparison. After saying this, White looked at Leah and asked with a smile, Leah, do you think I'm right? Leah's eyes didn't move, but she said in a cold tone, isn't a competition of ability a competition of fathers? Don't think that I don't know that you used your father's beast-luring pill. It has nothing to do with your own strength. White laughed at this, not feeling the slightest bit of shame. Clearly, in his eyes, this was also a display of strength. Just based on this, he could be ignorant and incompetent, but he could enjoy things that many people couldn't even enjoy with their lives. Hey, what's going on with the one beside you? Why didn't he catch a single fish after so long? Could it be that it's like what I said, that he's exposed after a mere comparison? When White said this, he looked at Tang Zhen again. Anyone could see who he was targeting. Allowing others to provoke him but not retaliating from the beginning was definitely not Tang Zhen's character. Although White was already a dead man in his eyes, his endless chatter still made him angry. Even a man made of mud would have some anger. As a realm lord, how could he tolerate the repeated provocations of an ant? He had originally planned to let him live for a while longer, but since he was so suicidal, he would send him on his way ahead of time. Tang Zhen's expression didn't change as he turned his head and glanced at White. He only used an indifferent tone to say, this round isn't over yet. I want to increase the bet. I wonder if you dare to. You didn't even catch a fish, and you still dare to increase the bet with me. White froze for a moment, then snorted coldly. Why wouldn't I dare? It's just that the amount of my bet is relatively large, I'm afraid you won't be able to accept it. Tang Zhen shook his head and casually threw out a stack of gold cards that glittered under the light. I'll bet on this, is it enough? Those who were watching from the side took a look and immediately sucked in a cold breath. My God, how many gold coins are there? Why can't I count them? 10 million, 20 million, 50 million. It's actually 100 million. What did you just say? I didn't hear it wrong, did I? Someone actually placed a bet of 100 million gold coins. The onlookers felt their hearts beating wildly, and their legs trembled. They were wondering how big a pile 100 million gold coins was. Everyone knew that artisans were rich, but they hadn't expected them to be rich to the extent that they would bet such a terrifying amount. Such a bet was simply unheard of. It wasn't just the onlookers who were shocked. Even Leah and the other members of the adventurer team were shocked. Only now did they know that there was actually such an invisible wealthy person in the team. If it wasn't for White's provocation, no one would believe that Tang Zhen was actually so rich. Leah had the intention to dissuade him, but after seeing Tang Zhen's eyes, she subconsciously didn't speak. White stared at the gold card on the table in a daze. He secretly swallowed his saliva, and his heart was beating wildly. Even as the son of the mayor, he had never seen so many gold coins. It was a gold mine. When he thought of the scene of him having this wealth, he could no longer suppress the impulse in his heart. He had to get it no matter what. Tang Zhen, are you sure you want to bet this amount of gold coins with me? White's eyes were fixed on Tang Zhen as greed flickered in his eyes. That's right, do you dare to or not? White laughed and got up. He looked at Tang Zhen and said, I, White, have participated in countless gambles, and I have never been scared off by anyone before. Since you insist, then I'll bet with you. Seeing that White had agreed to the bet, Tang Zhen extended his hand and pointed at the gold card on the table. After which, he looked at White with a smile that was not a smile. His meaning was obvious. I've already taken out my stake, and since you're betting with me, please take out the corresponding stake. White frowned and looked at Tang Zhen, who would have so many gold coins for no reason. If you are willing, I can write a receipt. If I lose, you can withdraw money from the city lord's mansion at any time. That's good. Then you can write down a written pledge and record the scene of our bet, in case someone reneges on it in the future. White laughed disdainfully. In his opinion, his victory was already in the bag. Although this was unnecessary, it was also a necessary process. Having someone bring him a pen and paper, White wrote down an IOU of 100 million gold coins and then signed his name. During this process, there would always be someone in charge of recording the results to ensure the fairness of the bet. White threw the paper he had finished writing on the table and turned to look at Tang Zhen. His eyes were filled with excitement. Tang Zhen, I don't know where you get your confidence from. You dare to bet with me at this time. Judging from the current situation, you're already bound to lose. I don't believe you have the ability to turn the tables. Perhaps I should thank you in advance for giving me such a big gift. It's really full of surprises and surprises. Tang Zhen merely sneered as he looked at the arrogant White. He gently shook the fishing rod in his hand. It was also at this moment that the bottom of the deep pit suddenly changed. A strange fish that was more than 10 meters long slowly appeared, dragging a rainbow light behind it. It was like a dragon in the sea. The onlookers, who had been staring at gold coin, looked at the strange fish in the sea and covered their mouths in surprise. This is a 7-colored sea dragon, the rarest type of fish. It's said that it's a creature from the creation ball, and every one of them is worth a city. That's right, it's said that an advanced artisan has placed a bounty of 10 million gold for a 7-colored sea dragon. I didn't expect the 7-colored sea dragon to appear here. I wonder if I can catch it. As they conversed, they tried to keep their voices down and even covered their mouths. Although the sound from outside the guardrails could not enter the deep pit due to its special structure, everyone was still very careful. Almost everyone's hearts were in their throats, especially White, who was staring at the 7-colored sea dragon. As long as he was able to fish this 7-colored sea dragon, not only would he be able to win the bet with Tang Zhen, but he would also be able to obtain a huge amount of income. I want to catch it. I must catch it. This is a treasure that was attracted by the beast-luring pill. It belongs to me. White kept roaring in his heart, and his expression was even a little ferocious. He wanted to jump into the water and grab the 7-colored sea dragon. The other adventurer team members were the same. Everyone knew what this 7-colored sea dragon meant, especially to artisans. Its value far exceeded gold coins. When the 7-colored sea dragon was in the ocean, it had the special ability to teleport and was extremely vigilant. It was almost impossible to capture it. Just as everyone's hearts were in their throats, Tang Zhen, who had an indifferent expression from the beginning, revealed a smile as he gently lifted the fishing rod in his hand. The 7-colored sea dragon that was originally gently swimming in the sea suddenly charged toward Tang Zhen's bait as though it had been struck by lightning. It then fiercely bit down. The fish line was suddenly pulled straight. Soon after, Tang Zhen's arm shook and a rainbow light broke out of the water. It fell to the ground in front of everyone's exclamations. Tang Zhen ignored the shocked onlookers and threw the fishing rod on the ground. He did not even look at the 7-colored sea dragon that was struggling. Instead, he turned his head to look at the dumbstruck White. Time's up, you've lost. 1809 White's death, 1. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. You must be cheating. White was on the verge of breaking down when he saw the 7-colored sea dragon that Tang Zhen had fished up. His face was filled with malevolence as he roared in rage. Cheating. Looking at the exhausted White, Tang Zhen coldly laughed. Just now, who was the one who said that this bet is a competition of individual strength, and there's no such thing as cheating? The process isn't important, what's important is the result. Spring arrived at Tang Zhen's words. Everyone nodded to themselves, and that was indeed the case. I don't care, you must have cheated, so this bet is not fair. I will never admit it. Since he didn't want to hand over 100 million gold coins, White decided to act shamelessly. He didn't have any savings, and there was a limit to his monthly expenses, so how could he afford to pay 100 million? It was fine if he won, but now that he had lost, he would never admit to this bet. Looking at White's unreasonable and shameless appearance, everyone secretly despised him. He had been arrogant before, but now he was ready to go back on his word. He was the son of the city lord, but he did such a shameless thing. He really didn't care about his face at all. White could see everyone's expressions, but he couldn't care about that right now. As long as he could get out of this bet, losing face didn't matter. When this matter was over, he would beat everyone present one by one. If anyone dared to leak today's events, White would definitely take revenge by any means necessary. Tang Zhen didn't even pay attention to White. He waved his hand and grabbed the gold coins and receipt on the table, then waved his hand at White. The receipt is in my hands. When I return to the academy, I will personally come to collect the money. Remember to prepare the gold coins. Seeing the letter in Tang Zhen's hand, White completely shed all pretense of cordiality. With a sinister expression, he furiously roared at the guards beside him, "This person tricked me into writing a written pledge. He definitely has bad intentions. I suspect that he's going to take my life again. Kill him immediately." That guard laughed sinisterly. He did not hesitate to charge at Tang Zhen and was prepared to kill him. Who knew that at this moment, a low roar suddenly came from the deep pit, and the ground shook. A huge black shadow suddenly appeared, filling the entire deep pit, and even the sea water surged up. There were two pairs of blood-red eyes in the black shadow. They were looking around through the sea. The eyes were full of greed and ruthlessness, and a terrible aura spread out in an instant. "Oh no, it's a king-tier giant beast. How did this thing appear?" The onlookers cried out in alarm and fled in all directions without any hesitation, afraid that they would lose their lives if they were a step slower. Voila! In the sound of waves crashing, huge tentacles stretched out from the deep pit and swept out in all directions. The guard who was prepared to attack Tang Zhen felt a gale assault him from behind. He was so frightened that he hurriedly dodged. Who would have thought that the tentacle's whipping speed would be so fast that it instantly landed on the guard's body? With a miserable shriek, the guard's body was directly turned into meat paste, flying a distance and then sticking to the wall of the inn. Screams came one after another. Other than the guard, a few other members of the adventurer team and a few onlookers were hit by the tentacles. Under the terrifying power of the tentacles, most of these people had their bones broken and their tendons snapped, and they fell to the ground, motionless. White, who was previously clamoring that Tang Zhen was cheating, was now lying under the table with a deathly pale face. His body was constantly trembling like a sieve. An indescribable fear rose in his heart. Never in his dreams did he think that he would encounter a series of unforeseen events on this journey. Without the guards by his side, he didn't even dare to move. He could only pray in his heart that the king-level sea monster wouldn't discover him. For some reason, White turned to look at Tang Zhen's previous position, wanting to see if he had been killed by the sea monster. In the end, with just one glance, White was dumbfounded. Tang Zhen was still standing in the same spot, but Leah had already fainted and fallen to the ground. It was unknown if she was dead or alive. It was different from the people who were running away in panic. There was no fear on Tang Zhen's face. He only stared at White, who was hiding under the table. Compared to White, who was in a sorry state, Tang Zhen seemed to be in his own courtyard and didn't seem to care about the king-class sea monster. Damn it, why isn't he afraid? Why didn't he run away? What's going on? White kept roaring in his heart, but he didn't dare to make a sound, for fear of attracting the sea monster's attack. At the same time, he kept cursing in his heart, hoping that Tang Zhen would be smacked by the sea monster's tentacle in the next second and then turn into a pool of mud like his guard. In this way, all the problems would be solved. Who would have expected that just as this thought flashed across his heart, he would see Tang Zhen, who was standing opposite him, slowly walking over. The dozens of tentacles that were wantonly dancing in the hall actually dodged one after another as Tang Zhen advanced. They did not dare to touch her body in the slightest. Seeing this scene, White suddenly had a terrifying thought, and his body couldn't help but tremble violently. There's something wrong with this Tang Zhen. There's definitely something wrong with him. With an unknown origin, a huge fortune, and a leisurely stroll in the garden of a king-tier sea monster's attack, this was definitely not something an apprentice creator could do. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. The more he thought about it, the more his body trembled. The current Tang Zhen was like a demon in his eyes. He had a faint feeling that the appearance of this king-level sea monster might be directly related to Tang Zhen. Otherwise, how could he have caught the extremely rare 7-colored sea dragon? He must have used some special method to attract this magical creature. Since the rainbow sea dragon had been attracted here, it wasn't impossible to attract another king-class sea monster. Thinking of this, White's heart was filled with regret. If he had accepted his loss and handed over the 100 million gold coins, this king-level sea monster might not have appeared. Even if he didn't have that many gold coins and didn't want to acknowledge the bet, he could have asked his father for help when he got back. He wanted him to help solve this matter. It could only be said that one wrong step led to many more wrong steps, and the result was this irreversible situation. While his mind was filled with distracting thoughts, Tang Zhen had already passed through the waving tentacles and walked to the table where White was hiding. Are you scared to death right now? Are you afraid that the tentacles will hit you and turn you into a pool of rotten meat? Tang Zhen's voice was neither sad nor happy. However, when White heard it, it was as if a demonic voice had filled his head, causing an indescribable chill to rise in his heart. Do you see that guard who was smashed into meat paste? Actually, your previous guard died in the same way. He fell from a high altitude, unable to fly even if he wanted to. Then, he fell into a pile of meat paste. Very soon, you will be like the two of them, your bones and internal organs crushed. Even your closest friends and family will not be able to recognize you. After hearing Tang Zhen's words, an indescribable fear rose in White's heart and he began to cry silently. He finally understood why his guards had mysteriously fallen out of the window and disappeared without a trace. So it was all this guy, everything was his doing. White's eyes were filled with resentment. He thought that Tang Zhen had schemed against him, but he had forgotten that he was the one who had started everything. As long as you spare me and take me away from here, Leah will be yours. I'll even ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. My father to take you in as a disciple, and I'll listen to your orders. As for the 100 million gold coins, I'll think of a way to gather them for you. If you think it's not enough, I can think of another way. I really don't want to die, I really don't want to die. Tang Zhen didn't say anything and only quietly looked at him. This also caused White's heart to become colder and colder. You can't kill me. My father is the city lord. If you kill me, you won't be able to live either. White shouted at the top of his lungs. His father, the city lord, had become his only life-saving card. Do you think that this matter will be over if you die? Even your father can't shirk his responsibility for raising a scum like you. After harming so many people, we have to collect some interest. Otherwise, how can the souls of those who died in vain rest in peace? Tang Zhen stood up slowly as he spoke. He held Leah in his arms and walked slowly toward the hotel entrance. Don't worry, it won't be long before your father will go down to accompany you. When he heard Tang Zhen's words, he mustered the courage that he did not know where he had mustered up from. He suddenly came out of the table and crazily ran towards the hotel's entrance. However, he had only taken 2 steps when a tentacle whizzed over and smashed toward White. I don't want to die. White let out a desperate roar. The next moment, he was smashed by the tentacle and turned into a pile of mud. 1810 Trapped in the cave 1. There was an uproar in the valley. The change in the inn had attracted many onlookers. Everyone was shocked when they heard that a king-level sea monster had appeared in the fishing pool inside the hotel. This situation was quite rare. Although the deep pit was connected to the sea, the inside was rugged and winding, and there were many turns in the middle. In such a special environment, it was difficult for king-class sea monsters to enter, unless these things lived in the passage. Living on an island, the residents knew very well how terrifying sea monsters were. This matter had to be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the king-class sea monster was allowed to wreak havoc, the entire town would probably be destroyed. In order to deal with a king-tier monster, a cultivator of the same level was required. Moreover, with the monster's strength, at least 5 cultivators of the same level were required to work together to kill it. Unfortunately, this wasn't the world of Lushan. There was only one king-level cultivator in the entire city, and he was no match for this ferocious monster. Even if we can't kill the monster, we have to find a way to control it. Otherwise, once it charges out, the entire town will suffer a catastrophe. The king-level cultivator who had heard the news looked serious. He looked at the hotel and frowned. The cultivators around them were terrified. They didn't want to face such a terrifying monster. Every time a king-level monster came ashore, it would cause terrible casualties. With our current manpower, it's impossible to deal with this monster. But if we wait for reinforcements, what if he runs out during the time? Someone next to him added with a worried look. Actually, there's another way. That is to completely destroy the exit of the hotel. This way, we can delay the speed of the monster coming out. Some cultivators suggested, but they were quickly opposed. Have you forgotten that there are still many people in this hotel? If we destroy the entrance now, will those people be able to escape? Once the entrance was destroyed, the survivors would not be able to escape and could only wait for death. The monster has appeared for such a long time, and its strength is so terrifying. I guess the people inside are all dead. What's more, sacrificing a small number of people to save the entire town, what's wrong with that? The cultivator who proposed to destroy the hotel argued. At the same time, he looked at the king-level cultivator, hoping that he would accept his suggestion. The residents trapped in the cave had nothing to do with him. As long as he could stop the king-level sea monster and ensure his own safety, the sacrifice of a few residents was nothing. The king-level cultivator shook his head and said to the people around him, "I've asked the escaped innkeeper. There are many artisans and apprentices here, and they definitely can't be compared to ordinary guests. If we destroy the inn, it's the same as cutting off their path of survival. Even if these artisans die at the hands of the sea monsters, we can't escape the blame." Hearing the king-level cultivator's explanation, everyone fell silent. If this was the case, things would become troublesome. What can they do inside? Can the lives of these artisans be compared to the safety of the entire town? The previous cultivator spoke again, still insisting on destroying the entrance of the inn. He also claimed that if they hesitated any longer, it would cause an even greater disaster. At this moment, an even louder vibration was heard. It was as if the entire ground was shaking. The cultivators' expressions changed when they felt the trembling of their feet and the falling bricks and tiles. "We can't hesitate anymore. Listen to my order and destroy the inn immediately. I will bear all the consequences." The expression of the cultivator who wanted to destroy the inn suddenly changed. As he roared, he took out an item from his storage equipment and threw it at the entrance of the inn. Boom! With a loud explosion, the entrance of the inn collapsed, and huge rocks rolled down. Seeing this, the king-level cultivator sighed and called everyone to attack at the same time. They destroyed a cliff above them. Now that things had come to this, he could not continue to hesitate. However, it was a good thing that this matter was not done by him personally. If he really investigated it, someone would naturally bear the responsibility. In the blink of an eye, the inn was completely buried by the giant rocks. No matter how strong the king-tier monster was, it was impossible for it to break out. However, if that was the case, there would be no chance of survival if there were any survivors in the cave. Just as Tang Zhen was about to leave with Leah in his arms, he heard a loud noise coming from the front. Then, the entrance of the hotel completely collapsed. Because they were afraid that the sea monster would come out, they simply blew up the entrance. As for whether there are survivors inside, I'm afraid no one cares. Tang Zhen shook his head. Although the exit had been sealed, he could leave this place at any time as long as he was willing. However, since they were stuck in the cave, it would inevitably arouse suspicion if they went out rashly. Moreover, he had Leah and dozens of survivors around him. Since Tang Zhen didn't want to attract too much attention, he naturally wouldn't make any unnecessary moves. He could also use this opportunity to complete his experiment and strive for success as soon as possible. After thinking of this, Tang Zhen turned his head and looked at the sea monster that was still waving its tentacles. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. An undetectable aura appeared, causing the rampaging sea monster to freeze. Then, as if it had encountered its natural enemy, it turned around and fled without hesitation. After the disaster, everything was in chaos. The screams of the survivors were endless, and the ground was covered with broken bodies. Except for a few residents who had escaped, the rest were basically all here. After confirming that the sea monster had escaped, the survivors jumped out and ran straight for the exit of the hotel. Only now did they realize that the exit had been completely blown up, and there was no way out. When the survivors saw this, a trace of despair appeared on their faces as they began to curse. Although cultivators had some special abilities, it also depended on their own strength. At the very least, the huge rock blocking the entrance was definitely not something they could take away. Otherwise, the cultivators outside wouldn't have used such a method to try and stop the king-tier monster from destroying the town. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, and that the sea monsters that had disappeared could reappear at any time, some of the survivors had completely collapsed. They frantically waved their weapons and hacked at the steel-like rocks, but after trying for a long time, there was still no effect. "Damn it, I don't want to die here," a cultivator shouted. At this moment, his face was filled with madness. The corpses on the ground and the threat of death had made him hysterical. When he turned his head and saw Tang Zhen standing at the side, this cultivator seemed to have found a target to vent his anger on. He raised his weapon and pounced straight at him. "It's all your fault. If you didn't have a competition, how could you have attracted a king-class sea monster? You artisans are the main culprits. I can't get out now, and I might be eaten by the sea monster at any time. In that case, you can die first." As soon as he finished speaking, that cultivator brandished his blade and slashed at Tang Zhen. "You're looking for death." Tang Zhen coldly snorted. He casually picked up a stone from the ground and shot it at the cultivator. With a sharp sound, the stone pierced through the cultivator's head and exploded like a watermelon. Plop! The headless corpse fell to the ground, and the weapons hit the ground, making a crisp sound. Seeing this, the cultivators who were on the verge of collapse immediately sobered up, and the weapons they had raised slowly fell. Tang Zhen ignored these cultivators. Instead, he carried the unconscious Leah and walked into a well-preserved guest room. When the members of the adventurer team who had come with Tang Zhen saw this, they also followed him and entered the adjacent rooms. At this time, the cave had been divided into several groups. They were curled up in the corners, jointly guarding against the sea monster that could appear at any time. With their escape route sealed, the sea monster could appear at any time, and the various injuries on their bodies, the survivors were extremely depressed, afraid that death would befall them the next moment. 1811 Doing experiments in passing. 1. Compared to the uneasy survivors, Tang Zhen's expression was very calm. Especially after he had casually killed a cultivator and intimidated those who were ready to make a move, the adventurer team members looked at him in a different light. The few artisans who were originally disdainful of him also made up their minds. If they had the opportunity in the future, they would try to get in touch with Tang Zhen as much as possible. No matter how one looked at it, this Tang Zhen was not simple. However, how would they know that if it was not for a lucky coincidence, they might not be able to come into contact with an existence at Tang Zhen's level in their entire lives? After entering the room and placing Leah on the bed, Tang Zhen took out the experimental equipment he carried with him and began a new round of experiments. What had just happened didn't affect him at all. Even a place like the Purgatory Abyss was unable to trap Tang Zhen. This small cave was nothing at all. It could be broken open by moving a finger. However, Tang Zhen didn't plan to do this. It was only because there was a risk of exposing his secret and causing suspicion from people with ulterior motives. Therefore, the best way to deal with this was to keep a low profile and wait for things to turn around. Since he had nothing to do, why not use this opportunity to complete his experiment? As for the 3 missing materials, it was a small matter. Tang Zhen could search for the origin of the materials at any time. Moreover, he didn't need to do this personally. He only needed to summon the spirit body cultivators and have them collect it for him. Tang Zhen activated the soul altar in his mind space. With a thought, he began to collect the souls on this super island. It didn't take long for half-transparent shadows to appear on the altar one after another. Under the infusion of world energy, these translucent phantoms became more and more solid. If one didn't look carefully, they were almost no different from real cultivators. All of you, act immediately and help me find these 3 materials. The faster, the better. After their fate was decided, the spirit body cultivators summoned by Tang Zhen took action one after another. They directly burrowed into the hard rock ground and disappeared in an instant. The summoned spirit body cultivators were like puppets. They didn't know how to think and couldn't be compared with the cultivators in Lucheng. Otherwise, Tang Zhen wouldn't have needed to breed the insects and get the cultivators of Lucheng out of the closed continent. Following that, Tang Zhen processed the ingredients one by one according to the steps he had deduced. His technique was extremely skilled. After about half an hour, the conjoined cultivators who had gone out to search for materials returned one after another, bringing back the experimental materials he needed. These materials were enough for Tang Zhen to use, so he recalled the summoning cultivators to avoid being discovered by the high-level cultivators. Just as he was focused on his experiment, Leah, who was lying on the bed, moved and slowly woke up. "Where am I?" At the same time that she rubbed the space between her eyebrows, she saw Tang Zhen's busy figure. Reminiscing about what had just happened, Leah frowned slightly and slowly sat up from the bed. "You're awake. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Tang Zhen, who was currently processing a set of materials, spoke without turning his head. "Everything's fine, but are we still in the inn?" Leah stood up and took a look at the window. She saw a pack of wolves and asked in a slightly worried tone. "That's right. The cultivators outside have blocked the exit, so there's no way out. If we can't find a way to leave this place, we'll probably be trapped here for a long time." After hearing Tang Zhen's words, Leah shook her head. She did not expect that she would encounter such an unexpected situation on this expedition. She turned to look at Tang Zhen and found that he was doing an experiment with a serious face. Leah's heart skipped a beat and she slowly walked over. After standing by the side and watching for a while, a trace of doubt appeared on her face. She could not understand what Tang Zhen was trying to do. "Are you preparing to breed a creature? But why are there so many things that I can't understand? Why are the steps of fusion so strange?" Upon hearing Leah's question, Tang Zhen briefly explained his thoughts and expressed that the thing he was preparing to create was a special creature that could freely enter and exit the crystal wall of the creation ball. After hearing Zhen Tang's explanation, Leah's interest was piqued because no one had ever cultivated such a thing. There were many creation spheres in this world that had lost their passwords, and cracking them by force would destroy the items inside, so most of them could only be put aside. If one had a creature that could freely travel through the crystal wall, even without the password, they could easily take out the items inside. It was a master key. Even if it could only be used once, it would definitely have extraordinary significance. If Zhen Tang's experiment was successful, it would definitely cause a great sensation. He might even obtain the qualifications to become an intermediate artisan. It was a good idea, but it was extremely difficult to accomplish. People had tried it in the past, but they had all failed. Leah watched for a while and felt her heart itch, so she joined in the experiment. She was Tang Zhen's assistant. This way, she could speed up the experiment and observe up close. After seeing Leah's technique and professional knowledge, Tang Zhen secretly nodded. She was indeed worthy of the title of a genius. With Leah's help, Tang Zhen's experiment speed became even faster. He only used half the time he used last time and an creation ball had already appeared in his hand. After putting the creation ball into the catalyst, Zhen Tang clapped his hands and expressed his gratitude to Leah. "You're welcome. Actually, there were some problems in the experiment that I wanted to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. There is no age in learning, the one who has it is the teacher." In the process of the experiment just now, Leah was confused about many things. She was afraid that it would affect Tang Zhen's thinking, so she didn't ask. Now that the experiment was over, she couldn't wait to find out what the real answer to these questions was. "Don't worry, you must be hungry now. Why don't we go get some food and talk while we eat?" Unlike the panicked survivors, Tang Zhen had a calm expression. Influenced by him, Leah's mood also became calm. Although she was temporarily trapped in the cave, as long as her family received the news, they would definitely do their best to rescue her. For those high-level cultivators, breaking the rock blocking the cave was not a difficult thing. The reason why the cultivators outside didn't come to their rescue was because they were afraid of the king-tier monster rushing out. They didn't even intend to clean up the rocks at the entrance. Of course, they could only delay for a while. When the families and friends of the survivors arrived and had enough strength to fight against the king-tier monster, the entrance to the cave would inevitably be reopened. This time could be long or short. The only thing that the survivors were worried about was that the king-class sea monster would return. Apart from Tang Zhen, no one knew that the king-tier sea monster that was attracted by the beast-luring pill had already fled in fear. It had long disappeared without a trace. The reason why Tang Zhen let it go was because the king-class sea monster had gotten rid of White and his guards under his control without anyone knowing. As for the life and death of the others, they had nothing to do with Tang Zhen. White could only blame himself for using the beast-luring pill to attract the king-tier monster. Tang Zhen had only used it in passing. When the two of them walked out of the door, the members of the adventurer team were gathered together, all of them looking a little hesitant. Due to the king-class sea monster's attack, 7 people in their team had died, including White and his guards. The remaining 5 were all apprentice artisans. They had long been crushed by the sea monster's tentacles, and there was no way to save them. Although they had been prepared for casualties before coming out, they still found it hard to accept when it really happened. Everyone, don't be sad. Since it has already happened, we should face it calmly. In the following time, I hope that everyone can raise their spirits and create some items that can repel monsters to prevent the king-class sea monster from appearing again. As long as we persevere, I believe that it won't take long for someone to save us. As the leader of an adventurer team, Leah had to calm the people down and prevent their morale from falling too low. After hearing Leah's words, the members who were still a little flustered slowly calmed down. 1812 Are you going to hand it over? Although they had encountered an unexpected turn of events, the members of this adventurer team were almost all elites, so they quickly calmed down after the initial panic. In comparison, the ordinary guests of the hotel were in a worse state. They were still trembling in fear, afraid that the king-class sea monster would appear again. Just as Leah and the members of the adventurer team lowered their heads and discussed how to save themselves, Tang Zhen had already walked to the front of the deep pit. The spacious hall inside was currently in a state of chaos. The corpses of the deceased were still lying on the ground. Everyone was busy with their own affairs, so they didn't have the mood to care about these things. If they were unlucky, their bodies might also be lying on the ground after a while. White's corpse was under Tang Zhen's feet. He was no different from the other victims and his original appearance couldn't be seen. This guy was arrogant and sinister. He schemed against Tang Zhen in every way and ended up like this. He could only blame himself for seeking death. He could not blame anyone else. When the other guests saw Tang Zhen approaching, they all sized him up with vigilant eyes. Some of them even subconsciously stepped back. The scene of him killing a cultivator with a stone earlier had made these residents wary, afraid of provoking him. The cultivator who was killed was estimated to be a rank 5. However, he did not even have the ability to protect himself in front of Tang Zhen. If they were still unable to guess Tang Zhen's hidden strength at this moment, they would have lived in vain for so long. It was precisely because of this that everyone listed Tang Zhen as the target they had to be most wary of. They did not dare to relax their vigilance in the slightest. In such an isolated and dangerous environment, the strong undoubtedly had the absolute right to speak. If Tang Zhen were to request them to do something during this period of time, they would have to brace themselves and agree even if they were unwilling in their hearts. However, their worries were a little unnecessary. Tang Zhen was not in the mood to pay attention to them. Instead, he was prepared to find the 7-colored sea dragon and keep this thing. Shi Feng didn't care about the price of the 7-colored sea dragon, but it was an item that all artisans dreamed of obtaining. He couldn't afford to miss it. However, when he reached the edge of the crater, he did not see any trace of the 7-colored sea dragon. He did not know where it had gone. Frowning slightly, Tang Zhen turned his head and looked at the survivors beside him. His eyes were as sharp as knives. Whoever took the 7-colored sea dragon, hand it over immediately. After hearing Tang Zhen's words, those guests were stunned for a moment. Some of them even revealed an innocent expression. At the same time, some people's eyes flickered. Perhaps, they knew the whereabouts of the 7-colored sea dragon, but they chose not to tell Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen waited for a moment. After seeing that no one had spoken, he gently shook his head. Many things in this world are caused by greed. This 7-colored sea dragon, for example, doesn't belong to you. Taking something that one shouldn't take could sometimes cost one's life. This was the case for things that were more valuable. You all know the value of this 7-colored sea dragon, and you also know that I won't let this go so easily, so the wisest thing to do is to take it out. I can promise you that no matter who took the 7-colored sea dragon, as long as you hand it over, I won't hold him responsible. After all, in the face of priceless treasures, how many people can resist the greed in their hearts? After hearing Tang Zhen's words, the guests looked at each other with a trace of hesitation in their eyes. This is your last chance. Are you sure you won't tell me? Tang Zhen's gaze landed on a few guests in the crowd. Their eyes flickered. Clearly, they knew something. Tang Zhen slowly walked in front of those people and suddenly grabbed the neck of one of the guests. What do you want to do? Let go of my brother. Seeing that the guest's feet were off the ground and he was struggling in Tang Zhen's hands, the other guests beside him immediately shouted. However, looking at their expressions, they seemed to be acting tough. Don't you guys know what I want to do? Tang Zhen said with an expressionless face. There was a trace of ridicule in his eyes. I'm telling you, this is our territory. If you dare to make things difficult for my brother again, I guarantee you won't be able to leave this place. The leader, a dark and thin man, had a sinister expression as he spoke to Tang Zhen in a cold and stern voice. He secretly gave his companions a look. His companions quietly spread out and surrounded Tang Zhen when they saw this. Their hands quietly reached for the weapons at their waists. "You're feeling guilty and want to fight," Tang Zhen said with a smile that was not a smile. Immediately after, everyone heard a crisp, "Kacha" sound. The neck of the guest that he was holding in his hand was actually directly broken. "I've given you a chance, but you just want to die." Seeing that their accomplice was killed, the few residents who were about to make a move were stunned at the same time. They didn't expect Tang Zhen to actually make a move. "Damn it, you're crazy," the dark and thin man roared in anger as he brandished his blade and hacked at Tang Zhen. His other companions also attacked at the same time, directly attacking Tang Zhen's vital points. Who knew that when the blade landed, Tang Zhen had already disappeared without a trace? By the time he regained his senses, his other companion had already fallen into Tang Zhen's hands. Looking at their companion's purplish-red face and his struggling legs, a trace of fear appeared on their faces. Tang Zhen was actually not the slightest bit injured under the attacks of the few of them. He had actually captured one of their companions. However, the arrow had already been knocked and had no choice but to be released. In the case where Tang Zhen had killed one of their companions, this matter was already unable to be easily resolved. I'll ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. You one more time, are you going to hand over the 7-colored sea dragon or not? The dark-skinned man revealed a struggling expression. Soon after, he clenched his teeth and shouted at Tang Zhen, "How dare you kill innocent people? I'm telling you, if you don't give us an explanation, we won't let this go. You still dare to be stubborn? Fine, I'll kill you until you hand it over." As soon as he finished speaking, another crisp sound was heard. Tang Zhen casually threw the corpse away and looked at the dark-skinned skinny man. "You're next. Let's see if you can still be so unyielding." After hearing Tang Zhen's words, the dark and thin man was so frightened that he took 2 steps back. Both of his eyes were firmly fixed on Tang Zhen. "Don't come over, don't come over," the dark and thin man shouted as he waved the weapon in his hand and kept signaling his companions with his eyes. His heart was filled with fear, and he hoped that his companions would surround him to give him courage. However, Tang Zhen's clean and direct killing of the 2 men earlier had already caused his companions to be endlessly terrified. How would they dare to step forward now? "You're willing to risk your life for money. Let's see how you're going to enjoy this ill-gotten wealth after I kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Zhen had already crossed a distance of over 10 meters and appeared in front of that dark and thin man. The dark and thin man cried out in alarm. Just as he was about to turn around and flee, Tang Zhen directly grabbed his neck. His neck was restrained, and his strength gradually disappeared. His vision gradually darkened. The dark and thin man revealed a look of despair. He knew that his neck might be broken by Tang Zhen in a few more seconds. Facing the threat of death, the dark and thin man could no longer be stubborn. He desperately raised his hand and pointed at his mouth. He was telling Tang Zhen that he had something to say. Tang Zhen coldly laughed when he saw this. He casually threw him onto the ground as though he was throwing a dead dog. The dark and thin man coughed a few times. When he looked at the ground, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, but it disappeared when he raised his head. He staggered to his feet and patted the storage equipment on his waist. The 7-colored sea dragon appeared out of thin air. This thing was left on the ground, and I saw that no one was paying attention to it, so I picked it up to avoid wasting it. The dark man explained as he took out the 7-colored sea dragon, as if he had just picked up an ordinary stone. After hearing his explanation, the surrounding people all showed a look of disdain, secretly thinking that this dark and thin man was actually so shameless. The 7-colored sea dragon was worth tens of millions of gold coins, but he talked about it as if it was trash that no one wanted, and that it was lying on the ground for him to pick up. Everyone else knew that it should not be touched, but he was the only one who picked it up and hid it. Then, when the owner of the lost item asked, he refused to admit it. Perhaps the one who should really die was actually this shameless dark-skinned man. 1813 No one can escape. After Tang Zhen had killed 2 of his men and his life was in danger, the dark-skinned man had no choice but to hand over the 7-colored sea dragon. However, it was obvious that he was unwilling to give up. He was probably still thinking about how to get the 7-colored sea dragon back. If he wasn't trapped in the cave, he might have even gathered his helpers and found an opportunity to kill Tang Zhen. Anyone who saw hundreds of millions of gold coins would be unable to suppress the greed in their hearts and imagine the scene after they had it. Not to mention that he was not a good person. Tang Zhen could not be bothered with the explanation of the dark-skinned man. He casually kept the seven-colored sea dragon and turned around without saying a word. No one noticed that when he turned around, he looked at the dark and thin man as if he was looking at a dead man. When the dark and thin man saw this, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. However, a cold light flashed in his eyes in an instant. Being forced to hand over the seven-colored sea dragon was like cutting off a piece of flesh from his heart. How could he let it go? He didn't care who had caught the seven-colored sea dragon. As long as he saw it, it was his. No one could take it. Tang Zhen, just you wait. Once I am free, I will let you know what is called a fate worse than death. The dark and thin man was secretly filled with hatred in his heart. At the same time, his mind was spinning as he thought of a method to deal with Tang Zhen. As if he had recalled the scene of Tang Zhen being killed and a huge amount of wealth falling into his hands, a trace of pride flashed across the dark and thin man's eyes. Let's endure this for now. We'll talk about it after we're out of here. The dark and thin man waved to his companion, turned around, and walked to the guest room next to him. However, he didn't notice that his companions beside him had strange expressions on their faces. At the same time, they kept waving their hands and shouting. In his eyes, the path that seemed to lead to the guest room was actually the edge of the deep pit. If he took 2 more steps, he would fall into the deep pit. What are you guys doing? Why aren't you following us? The dark and thin man saw his companion standing in place and couldn't help but turn around and roar. Then he turned around and continued to move forward. As a result, he suddenly stepped on empty air on the seemingly flat ground. Then, the scene in front of him suddenly changed, and he saw a deep blue sea. What's going on? Why did I fall into a deep pit? The dark and thin man's face was full of fear. His arms kept waving in the air, trying to grab the rock wall to prevent himself from falling to the bottom of the deep pit. However, at this moment, an invisible force wrapped around him and completely bound his hands and feet. Boundless despair surged into the dark-skinned man's heart. The expression in Tang Zhen's eyes when he left flashed across the dark-skinned man's mind. The way Tang Zhen looked at him seemed as though he was looking at a dead man. It's him. He must be the one behind this. I can't accept this. The dark man let out a heart-wrenching wail, then fell into the deep sea like a solid weight. His accomplices hurriedly rushed over, but there was nothing in the deep pit. It must have sunk directly to the bottom. The accomplices looked at each other, but no one dared to go down to help. These pits were thousands of feet deep, and the interior was rugged and winding. In addition, a king-level sea monster had appeared before, so going in now was equivalent to courting death. These people were gathered for profit, and no one wanted to risk their lives to save someone. After waiting for a while at the edge of the deep pit, they still didn't see the dark and thin man's figure, so they turned around and left one after another. However, the dark and thin man's death was so strange that he could not see the deep pit. There was a high possibility that he had been under an illusion. After thinking of this point, the eyes of the dark and thin man's companion were already filled with fear when he looked at Tang Zhen's back. They were afraid that what had happened to the dark and thin man would happen to them in the next moment, and then they would die in confusion. Although they wished to stay far away from Tang Zhen, the exit was currently sealed. Even if they wanted to escape, they could not. I told you we shouldn't have taken the 7-colored sea dragon, but you didn't listen. In the end, something happened. In one of the guest rooms in the cave, the remaining 5 companions of the dark and thin man were gathered together, each of them frowning. The death of the dark and thin man and his 2 companions had brought them great pressure, especially the strange death of the dark and thin man, which made them even more uneasy. What's the point of saying all this now? I didn't see you stop us when we took the 7-colored sea dragon. You just want to get a share of the windfall, but when something happens, you complain about this and that. Do you have no shame? After hearing their companions' complaints, someone immediately retorted, his tone full of contempt and anger. Don't quarrel anymore. Let's be vigilant and prevent that Tang Zhen from plotting against us. There was an 80 to 90% chance that he was the one behind Boss's incident. After we get out, we'll immediately ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Boss's master to take action. I believe that with Tang Zhen's family background, No one will refuse our request. That's the only way. After all, we're not his match even if we work together. We'll try not to provoke him if we can. After the discussion, the 5 of them squeezed into a guest room and found some food and wine to eat. Unknowingly, the 5 of them were already a little tipsy, and they were all swaying left and right. One of them was holding a glass of wine and was about to drink it up when he saw a person standing by the window. This person looks familiar. He rubbed his eyes and was about to take a closer look when he heard a call. Hey San, come here, I have something to tell you. Hearing his name being called, the cultivator named Hey San stood up and staggered to the window. Who is it? What's the matter? Black 3 yawned and asked the figure. However, the other party took a few steps back and continued to wave at him while urging him to hurry over. It's so fucking troublesome, can't you just say it directly? Hey San cursed in a low voice. He pushed the door open and walked towards the figure standing outside. Because of the sea monster's destruction, most of the lamps in the cave had been destroyed, so it looked a little dark, and Hey San could not see the specific face of the monster. However, he was certain that the other party was someone he knew, but he couldn't recall who it was. Why did you have to come outside when you couldn't have said it in the house? Could it be that you have some secret you want to tell me? Hey San mumbled. Just as he was about to approach the figure, he saw the figure suddenly step back, maintaining a distance of a few meters from him. It was this short distance that prevented Hey San from seeing the other's face. I say, what do you want to do? Why don't you speak properly? Where are you taking me? Hey San was a little impatient. He roared in a dissatisfied tone and turned to leave. Don't go, I know a huge secret, and I will only tell you. Hey San, who was about to leave, heard this. His eyes brightened slightly, and he quickly turned back and followed. This person was being so mysterious. He probably had something good that he couldn't tell his accomplices. Now that he had called him alone, he must have wanted to cooperate with him. After all, the more people involved, the more money they would get. Could he have thought of a way to get the 7-colored sea dragon and the 100 million gold coins from Zhen Tang? The more Hey San thought about it, the more likely it was. Driven by greed, he quickened his pace and chased after the figure. Clang, clang. As he was moving forward, he suddenly kicked a wine glass that had fallen to the ground. Then, he heard the sound of it falling into the water. Hearing the sound of water, Hey San suddenly realized something was wrong. The direction he was heading in seemed to be the deep pit where his boss had fallen. As the thought came to his mind, Black 3 immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He looked up at the black shadow in front of him, his eyes full of uncontrollable fear. He suddenly remembered why the person in front of him was so familiar. This was clearly the dark and thin man, but the problem was that he had already fallen into the deep pit, so who could it be in front of him? A chill ran down his spine. When Hey San looked at the figure carefully, he found that the other party's feet had left the ground and was floating above the deep pit. A step in front of him was the terrifying deep pit. If he hadn't reacted in time, he would have probably ended up with the dark, thin man if he had taken one more step. Hey San turned around and ran away without hesitation. But just as he turned his head, he saw that the figure was already standing behind him, less than half a foot away from him. The dark and thin man's entire body was wet, and his eyes were fixed on him. The skin on his pale face was glowing green, and a strange smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Just as Hey San was terrified, the dark and thin man pushed Hey San into the deep pit. Hey San struggled with all his might, but the part of his body that was touched by the dark man felt like a block of ice. The cold aura made his entire body numb, and he couldn't move even if he wanted to. 1814 demanding an explanation. 1. The cave became quiet again because the survivors couldn't break out of the cave, so they could only wait for help. If an ordinary person encountered this situation, they probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. However, it was nothing to cultivators. Even in such a desperate situation, they could still hold on for a year and a half. However, if the time was too long, even cultivators would die without question. There were also some ordinary people among the survivors. They naturally couldn't compare to the cultivators, but under the care of the cultivators, it wasn't a problem for them to hold on for a while. If this had happened to the Lu Cheng cultivators, they might have found a way to escape. The all-encompassing skills of the Lu Cheng cultivators were enough for them to deal with all kinds of special situations. In the world of artisans, cultivators paid more attention to strength than techniques, and their fighting methods were pitifully simple. Otherwise, a simple stone-to-mud divine spell would be enough to open up a new passage and allow everyone to see the light of day again. Get that Tang Zhen to come out, we want to get an explanation from him. While he was discussing a problem with Leah, a shout suddenly came from outside, causing Tang Zhen to frown slightly. What's going on? It seems to be the people who stole the 7-colored sea dragon. A questioning look appeared on Leah's face. When she turned to look at Tang Zhen, she saw that he had already stood up and was walking out. There must be a reason why these few fellows suddenly want to find me. I should go out and take a look. As Tang Zhen spoke, he had already walked out of the door. However, at this moment, he seemed to sense an unusual aura that suddenly appeared and then disappeared. It seems to be the aura of a king-tier creature, but it's very strange. Could it be that sea monster? Tang Zhen thought for a moment and denied such a guess. He didn't believe that the sea monster would have the courage to return to the deep pit after being scared away by him. That was simply courting death. Perhaps something had sneaked in, but the survivors were too weak to sense it. Although he didn't know what it was, Tang Zhen didn't care. As long as this thing didn't provoke him, he wouldn't bother with it. All king level and above creatures had considerable intelligence. It probably wouldn't dare to act rashly after sensing his presence. A group of people had already gathered in the open space outside the door. 4 of the dark and thin man's accomplices stood together. Their bodies reeked of alcohol as they looked at Tang Zhen with angry and frightened eyes. After seeing Tang Zhen's appearance, they immediately shouted, "Tang Zhen, we didn't take the 7-colored sea dragon. The main culprit is already dead. Why don't you let us go?" Tang Zhen swept his eyes over the other party. He frowned slightly and said, "Why do you say that? Could it be that one of your companions has met with an accident?" After 3 of them were killed by Tang Zhen, there were still 5 people left on the other side. However, only 4 of them had come. Clearly, the one who had not come had a problem. You're still acting dumb at this point. Although they were afraid of Tang Zhen's methods, they still had to fight for a chance to live no matter how terrified they were in their hearts when their lives were in danger. Because if they didn't do so, they might really lose their lives. One of the men looked aggrieved and shouted in an indignant tone, "Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. The person who took your things is already dead, so why are you still bitterly forcing us? Don't think that just because you're strong, you can bully us at will. At worst, we'll fight to the death." The 4 men looked like they were being bullied and looked very pitiful. They tried to gain the sympathy of the surrounding people. Seeing the 4 men's sorrowful tone and miserable appearance, the surrounding people couldn't bear to see it. At the same time, he was also secretly guessing whether Tang Zhen had really done something. Otherwise, why would these few men act like this? Cut the crap. What exactly happened? Tell me clearly. If you continue to babble, I'll pull out your tongues. Tang Zhen coldly said, ignoring the other party's pretentiousness. Rivers and mountains were easy to change, but a person's nature was difficult to change. This group of people would definitely not give up so easily. He reckoned that they were still discussing how to deal with him in private and take his wealth. Tang Zhen had let them live until now because he didn't want to leave a cruel impression on Leah. That would be very disadvantageous to the next step of the plan. After hearing Tang Zhen's reprimand, the 4 men trembled and said in a trembling voice, "One of our companions suddenly disappeared. We were drinking together a moment ago, but when we woke up, we couldn't find him even after searching the entire cave. There's no exit here, so he can't get out at all. Other than being killed and hidden, I really can't think of a reason for his disappearance." When that person said this, he looked at Tang Zhen. The suspicion on his face was extremely obvious. After all, only Tang Zhen had a grudge against them. Your legs are your own, and now that your people are gone, you're coming to settle scores with me. What kind of logic is this? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Or do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Tang Zhen's tone was as cold as ice. This matter was indeed unrelated to him. How could he allow the other party to speak nonsense? But Yingluo, you are the only one here who has a grudge with us, so we can only suspect you, Yingluo. Hearing Tang Zhen's question, the 4 of them shrunk their necks and stammered. Leah walked over, glanced at the 4 of them, and said in a calm tone, "Tang Zhen was with us earlier. My companions can testify to this. Therefore, your companion's disappearance has absolutely nothing to do with him." The other members of the adventurer team also nodded, indicating that they could testify. Tang Zhen had never left their line of sight. The 4 men were stunned when they heard this. If this matter was really not done by Tang Zhen, Then where did their companions go? Could it be that other than Tang Zhen, there was someone else who wanted to take their lives? After thinking of this possibility, the four of them felt a chill in their hearts. Everyone looked like they wanted to take their lives. First, tell me what happened. Don't rush to make a conclusion. Don't forget about the sea monster that had appeared earlier. No one could be sure if it had really left. If it's still here and secretly attacks your companion, we must be extra careful. Leah looked at the four men with a grave expression as she spoke. Since there had been sea monsters before, there was no guarantee that there would not be other monsters. The missing man was most likely killed by the monsters. This island was formed after the creation ball shattered, and it bred all kinds of strange creatures. It was definitely not a strange thing for a monster that they didn't understand to secretly harm people. The other guests nodded in agreement. This was a matter of life and death, so they had to be careful. Looking at the deep pits not far away, their eyes were full of vigilance, afraid that monsters would climb out of them in the next second. After hearing Leah's words, the four of them didn't dare to hide anything and quickly recounted what had happened. In fact, they didn't know much. They only remembered that they had been drinking together. When they woke up, one of them had disappeared. When they realized that their partner was missing, they didn't care at first, thinking that he had gone to pee. But after waiting for half a day, they still didn't see anyone return. Only then did they realize that something wasn't right. After that, the four of them searched the cave, but they could not find any trace of their companion. They, who already had enmity with Tang Zhen, immediately thought that this was Tang Zhen's revenge. After discussing with each other, they directly came to find him. It was not that they were not afraid of Tang Zhen. Instead, they intended to use such a method to make Tang Zhen not dare to continue fighting under the supervision of everyone. If they didn't dare to make a sound out of fear, then even if they all died, no one would know who the real murderer was. Therefore, their current actions were not reckless. Instead, it was a choice that he had made after careful consideration. 1815 The Secret Soul Technique. Tang Zhen's expression also became serious as he listened to the four people's narration. This matter was indeed not his doing, and the other party's strange disappearance would inevitably lead people to associate it with him. Fang Rui had to find out the exact reason. First, he wanted to prove his innocence. Second, he wanted to see who the culprit was. Tang Zhen had a faint guess in his heart when he associated it with the strange aura that he had sensed earlier. Perhaps, that thing was the true culprit. As he thought of this, he looked at the four men. Do you have any personal belongings of the missing person? If you do, give them to me. The four of them exchanged glances with each other in the face of Tang Zhen's question. One of them hurriedly ran back to the room they were in. Tang Zhen, what are you trying to do? There was a trace of curiosity in Leah's eyes. She didn't understand why Tang Zhen wanted the missing person's belongings, so she casually asked. I can deduce his current location and whether he's dead or alive through his personal belongings. Leah's eyes glowed with interest, and she asked, I've seen similar records before. It should be a divination spell. Do you also know this kind of legendary thing? However, as far as I know, most of these spells have been lost, and artisans rarely study these things. After all, our ideas are not in line. Although the research of artisans involved mysticism, it was more about the power of runes. Their basic concepts were somewhat similar to that of science and technology. They didn't believe in gods and only regarded them as higher life forms. They didn't have much respect for them. If someone called them gods, they would only laugh. In the eyes of these artisans, as long as they had enough materials and time, they could even create an existence like a god. Leah was curious. After all, such unorthodox methods were rare in the mainstream artisan circles. I know a little, but I'm not sure if it's effective. Tang Zhen casually replied and did not give a detailed explanation. This secret technique was by no means divination, but a special soul secret technique. It could track and read the memories of the victim before and after death through the items they carried with them. As long as the target's soul was not directly destroyed, there was a possibility of successfully obtaining the soul's memory, and the success rate was extremely high. In that case, I'd like to take a look. After all, I've only heard of it before. I've never seen it with my own eyes. Leah's eyes were filled with anticipation, as if she was a little girl who had seen something new. There was a hint of joy in her expression. It didn't take long before the man who was in charge of collecting the items returned and handed a wine jar to Tang Zhen. This is something that he usually never leaves his hand. We only felt that something was wrong when we found out that he had thrown it away. Is that okay with you? Tang Zhen casually received the wine jar and carefully sensed it. There were indeed traces of the original owner's telekinesis remaining on it. The more one loved something like this, the more obvious the effect would be. If there was no telekinesis of the original owner, the effect would be greatly reduced. It can be used. Follow me. Tang Zhen threw down these words before turning around and walking towards a table by the side. When the others saw this, they also hurriedly followed. They wanted to see what method Tang Zhen was using to calculate the specific situation of the missing person. When the group of people arrived at the table, they saw that Tang Zhen had already extended his finger and was continuously drawing on the stone table. The originally smooth table was now covered in dust that was blown away by a breeze that appeared out of nowhere. If one were to look carefully, one would discover that Tang Zhen's fingertip did not touch the table. It still maintained a distance of an inch. But even so, the hard stone table was still left with a deep mark as his fingers moved. The moment an expert made his move, one would know if he had one. Ordinary cultivators could also do this. However, Tang Zhen's continuous carving required the support of a very strong cultivation. This was also a proof of strength. The crowd, who had already determined that Tang Zhen was hiding his strength, were more and more certain of this guess in their hearts. Their attitudes also became much more respectful. Even in the world of artisans, they still maintained sufficient respect for the strong. If one still held the identity of an artisan, it would naturally be even more precious. A strange light flashed in Leah's eyes. She couldn't understand why Tang Zhen only started to learn creation now since he had such strong strength and he didn't lack gold coins. Was this Tang Zhen a young man or an old monster who had the ability to maintain his appearance? These were all things that Leah was eager to know. Even she did not realize that she had unknowingly become more and more concerned about Tang Zhen. It did not take long for the runic magic circle to be drawn. Looking at the mysterious runes that they had never come into contact with before, everyone was confused. They couldn't figure out what they meant. Even though he wanted to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For advice, he knew that now was not the right time. Tang Zhen took the wine pot that he had just taken out. In an instant, a ball of flame rose from Tang Zhen's hand. The wine pot that was made of an unknown material was wrapped by the flame and turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. After pouring the ashes into the pit in the runic magic circle, Tang Zhen casually waved his hand and a ball of clear water appeared in front of everyone, mixing with the ashes. Tang Zhen did not reach out his hand, but the mixture of ashes and clear water stirred like a whirlpool. Not long after, it turned into a black liquid. After completing this step, Tang Zhen mumbled something. Soon after, traces of heaven and earth energy were poured into the runic magic circle. Those mysterious runes also began to glow faintly. The solution in the waterhole began to steam. The strange thing was that the mist actually condensed and did not dissipate, as if it had a solid form. Just as everyone was wondering what Tang Zhen was going to do, a faint image actually appeared on the fog. It quickly became clear. This is the scene of Yingluo drinking with us. After seeing the scene in the fog, one of the four men cried out loudly in alarm. The gaze he used to look at Tang Zhen also became increasingly fearful. To be able to do this with a single personal item was simply unbelievable. In fact, this was also a result of the difference in cultivation civilizations. In some planes that were proficient in soul spells, any powerful cultivator could do this. However, in the world of artisans, people's focus was on the field of creation. Everything else was seen as unorthodox. Even if there had been some in the past, it had only been a flash in the pan. It had to be said that the cultivators of this plane were very biased towards certain subjects, but it was also because of this that they had created a brilliant civilization of creation. Otherwise, with Tang Zhen's vision, why would he spend so much effort to try to control the entire world and try his best not to cause serious damage to it? This was because he knew that war was the most direct way to destroy a civilization. As soon as the war started, it would inevitably cause many irreparable losses. As the man cried out in alarm, the other three people also confirmed that this was the scene when they were drinking. The scene in the fog was the view of the missing person. Seeing that the truth was about to be revealed, the four people's mood fluctuated, and they even didn't know what to do. The onlookers were also whispering to each other, with a surprised expression on their faces. They were amazed by this mysterious method. Be quiet and just watch carefully. Tang Zhen's voice sounded. Everyone's heart leapt when they heard this. They subconsciously shut their mouths. After witnessing Tang Zhen's methods, they no longer dared to offend this mysterious young man. A sense of respect and fear slowly rose in their hearts. The scene in the fog continued, and a few people could be seen drinking and talking, showing their chests and backs without any restraint. When the four men saw this scene, their hearts suddenly jolted. Only now did they recall the contents of their conversation while they were drinking. It was about how they were going to scheme against Tang Zhen. Good, this fog can't make any sound. Otherwise, I would be dumbfounded. One of the men turned to look at his companions guiltily, but he saw that they had the same expression. Clearly, they had also realized this. In the end, when they looked at Tang Zhen, they saw that he was staring at them with a smile that was not a smile. The corner of his mouth carried a trace of ridicule. The four people who were already feeling guilty immediately forced out a smile. However, they did not dare to meet Tang Zhen's gaze. However, they had underestimated the power of the bystanders. It was just lip reading, which was not something profound to these cultivators. After confirming the contents of the conversation between the five people, everyone looked at the four men with eyes filled with disdain. They did not expect that Tang Zhen would let them off, and they actually dared to court death by scheming against Tang Zhen. Such trash deserved to die. A trace of anger flashed in Leah's eyes. However, when she turned to look at Tang Zhen and saw his indifferent face, the anger in her heart was temporarily suppressed. 1816 A strange power. 1 Tang Zhen's brows became increasingly tightly knitted as he looked at the scene within the fog. The matter did not seem to be as simple as he had imagined. He noticed that while the five of them were drinking, the vision of the missing person named He San was gradually showing signs of stagnation. This wasn't the effect of being drunk, but rather the interference of some unknown force, causing his brain to become slower and slower. Even his movements were more than twice as slow. In fact, He San was not the only one affected, the other four were also affected, but they were not aware of it at all. From this point, it could be proven that the strength of the person who was secretly doing this far exceeded the five of them, causing them to fall into the trap without them knowing. The problem was that this cave was covered by Tang Zhen's mental energy. It could be said that even the slightest movement in this place would not be able to escape Tang Zhen's senses. The culprit was actually able to hide from Tang Zhen's senses and quietly take away a cultivator. This was the reason why he paid attention to it. If his guess was correct, the culprit's strength was definitely beyond king level, and he had quite a special ability. This kind of special ability was different from the methods of cultivators. Perhaps it was an ability that Tang Zhen had never come into contact with before. Otherwise, it would be impossible to hide from the perception of a world overlord. In the greater world, the cultivation system was very different. It was not strange for a special cultivation system to appear occasionally. However, on the cornerstone platform, as long as this special cultivation civilization was discovered, as long as it was not included, the cornerstone platform would automatically issue an invasion mission. After successfully obtaining these cultivation systems, the cornerstone platform would analyze them. After roughly extracting the essence, it would list them in the skill exchange list of cultivators in Lusheng. It was by relying on this method that the cultivators of Lusheng City had endless abilities and could adapt to any battlefield environment. Since he had already encountered such a thing, he definitely couldn't miss it. It wasn't for the rewards of the cornerstone platform, but for this special cultivation system. However, Tang Zhen was more inclined to another explanation. This was a special ability that a certain special creature possessed. It had yet to form a true cultivation system. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the five of them to start feeling drowsy, including the guy called He San. The scene in the fog was pitch black, and because there was no sound, no one could see anything. Seeing the missing person close his eyes, everyone was confused. They couldn't understand why he had disappeared when he was asleep. Could it be that he was ambushed while he was sleeping and then hidden in a secret place? As soon as they had this thought, He San suddenly opened his eyes and his vision became bright again. However, at this moment, his vision changed again. The surrounding scenery seemed to have turned illusory and looked like it was covered in fog. He San's neck was like a rusty doorknob, slowly turning to the window of the room they were in. Compared to the surrounding scenery, the position of the window seemed to be extremely clear. At the same time, a black shadow appeared in front of everyone. The black shadow stood there without moving, as if it had stayed there for a long time, silently watching the scene of the five people drinking. Although it was only a picture, everyone could still feel a cold aura spreading from their backs, making their scalps slightly numb. No one would feel comfortable being secretly watched by such a strange figure when they were relaxed. It's him. It must be him. He must be the one behind this. Seeing the strange black shadow appear, the four men immediately shouted loudly. Their faces were filled with excitement, and at the same time, they could not hide their fear. Shut your mouth and just watch. Hearing the four men's exclamations, an artisan couldn't help but reprimand them, his expression clearly displeased. He had been watching this strange scene the whole time. While he was shocked, he also felt an irrepressible curiosity. Like Leah, he had never seen such a method before and was especially curious about what would happen next. When he saw that someone was disturbing him, he couldn't help but feel unusually angry and subconsciously opened his mouth to scold. As an artisan, he had an imposing aura, and when he was angry, he made people tremble with fear. The other onlookers had the same expression as they glared at the four men, as if they had been interrupted while watching a show. After the four men were reprimanded, their eyes widened and they were about to fly into a rage. However, they obediently shut their mouths after recalling the status of Tang Zhen and the others. Although they were cultivators, their status was still far inferior to that of an artisan. Subconsciously, they didn't dare to provoke him. The video was still playing. After He-san saw the figure at the window, he actually stood up shakily and walked slowly towards the other party. What's going on? Why does this silhouette look so familiar? The four men looked at the image and had the same thought. They wanted to say their thoughts, but when they thought of the scene of being reprimanded just now, the four of them couldn't help but shut their mouths. It was difficult to anger the crowd, so it was better to be honest. At this time, He-san was like a puppet controlled by an invisible rope, walking towards the figure. Unconsciously, He-san walked out of the room and slowly walked to the location of the deep pit. From the scene in front of him, he could see that the strange figure was already hanging above the deep pit. He-san still did not feel anything and continued to walk forward. He was about to step on air. Just as everyone's hearts were in their throats, He-san stopped as if he had discovered the abnormality of his encounter. At this moment, the scene started to shake violently. The strange figure whose face could not be seen at first suddenly revealed his original appearance. Everyone present was shocked, and the four men gasped. It's boss, it's really boss. The four men could no longer hold back the fear in their hearts. They pointed at the figure and roared, their bodies trembling. Even without the four men's names, everyone could already tell that this figure was the dark and thin man who had fallen into the deep pit earlier. Everyone had thought that he was dead, but they did not expect him to suddenly appear in such a strange form. Not only that, but he also used some strange means to lure his accomplices to the edge of the deep pit. Looking at his ghostly appearance, it was clear that he had no good intentions, and even harbored killing intent. What happened next was just as everyone had guessed. Just as He-san reacted and turned to leave, the strange figure appeared behind him again. His pale face was extremely stiff, as if he had been soaked in water for many days, cold and gloomy. The next moment, He-san seemed to be pushed by someone, his body fell backward and fell into the cold deep pit. As the water splashed, He-san fell into the deep pit and began to struggle desperately. 1817 Gessen Bait 1. The cold water filled her vision. He-san struggled in the water, but because of her slow movements, the water was pouring into her mouth. One could imagine what kind of pain he had suffered at that time, but when they thought of what they had done before, everyone felt that they deserved it. However, what happened next stunned everyone. While He-san was struggling, a figure was staring at him. His robe and hair were like seaweed, floating slowly with the water. The figure was none other than the dark and thin man who had died earlier. His current appearance was completely different from before. He looked like a real corpse, with the expression of fear before death still remaining on his face, and his listless eyes were wide open. However, when he looked at He-san, a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His mouth kept opening and closing, as if he was saying something. At the back of his head, there seemed to be a translucent thread that extended all the way to the bottom of the deep pit. While He-san was struggling, another transparent silk thread stretched out from the deep pit, completely wrapping around He-san's body and pulling him to the bottom of the deep pit. The dark and thin man's body also floated over, his arms pressed on He-san's head, as if he was desperately pushing it into the deep pit. Perhaps the silk thread was too tight, blood kept spurting out of He-san's mouth, turning everyone's vision into a snow red. It didn't take long for Montenegro's vision to fade and blur, looking like a mess. This situation could only mean that He-san had died completely when he entered the bottom of the deep pit. It didn't take long for his vision to become clear again. The scene that appeared in front of everyone's eyes had now turned black and white, mixed with some gray fog. This was the view of Black 3's soul. At this time, it had not left the body, but fell into the deep pit with the body. The stronger the soul of the dead, the longer the image could be retained. For ordinary people, it would only last for a few seconds. Montenegro's strength wasn't too high, but he was a cultivator, so his soul strength was naturally much higher than ordinary people. Unfortunately, his strength had not reached the level of a lord. Even if he was stronger than an ordinary person, there was still a limit. The scene would end in about a minute at most, so whether the culprit could be found in this short period of time was actually more of a matter of luck. Under everyone's nervous gaze, He-san's body was constantly dragged to the bottom of the deep pit, and the bodies of fish and shrimp floated around. The depth of the fishing pit was also beyond everyone's imagination. Even though the body was falling at an extremely fast speed, it never reached the bottom. Tang Zhen's eyes were fixed on the scene in the mist. In another 10 seconds or so, Montenegro's soul's vision would completely disappear. If he couldn't use this method to lock onto the mastermind, he could only send summoners or personally investigate. At this moment, something strange happened. A large hole suddenly appeared at the bottom of the deep pit, emitting a strange light. He-san's body was pulled by the translucent silk thread into something, and the scene stopped abruptly. The scene ended, and the fog dissipated. The pool on the table was empty. Everyone was silent, as if they were all recalling the scene they had just seen, and no one spoke for a long time. Tang Zhen turned his head and looked at the four men. His gaze was as cold and sharp as a blade. "You saw what happened just now. He-san's disappearance is related to your boss. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will throw all four of you into the deep pit." After hearing Tang Zhen's words, the four men took a few steps back and repeatedly said that they did not dare to. Their previous actions were only out of self-protection and did not really want to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For an explanation from Tang Zhen. Even if the facts proved that He-san's disappearance was really Tang Zhen's doing, they would definitely not dare to pursue it. If he really did that, he would really be seeking his own death. Tang Zhen laughed in disdain as he continued, "I have to remind you that the mastermind behind this is not simple. He might have already set his eyes on the four of you. So, the four of you must be extra careful in the following time and pay attention to the changes in the surroundings at all times. Otherwise, who knows when you'll end up like your brothers, being dragged into the deep pit by that unknown existence." After hearing Tang Zhen's words, the four of them were so frightened that their bodies trembled. Their expressions were extremely bitter. The scene just now was too strange. When they thought that this kind of thing would happen to them, they began to be at a loss, and fear came like a tide. "You don't need to scare us. There are so many people here, why do you have to target the four of us?" Perhaps because of the fear in his heart, one of the men's voice became unusually sharp when he spoke. And his words were only to give himself some psychological comfort. Seeing that the four men were about to be paralyzed with fear, Tang Zhen shook his head. He would not go so far as to deliberately use words to scare the other party. Instead, he spoke the truth. "If I'm not wrong, the culprit will search for the target based on the victim's memory. Whoever the victim has the deepest impression of will be the first target." After hearing Tang Zhen's words, the four men's expressions became even more depressed. The truth was as Tang Zhen had said. The dark-skinned man usually thought highly of He-san and regarded him as his trusted subordinate. He was harming people even after they were dead, and it was the people closest to him. This boss was really a good-for-nothing. The four men were cursing in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. According to the pattern you mentioned, after He-san was killed, the murderer would also find the person closest to him according to Montenegro's memory. Leah, who hadn't said a word, suddenly spoke. She turned to look at the four men beside her, and her words almost made them jump. "You are the closest to He-san. Are you his next target?" The three men looked at one of their companions at the same time and subconsciously kept a certain distance from him, as if they were avoiding a snake or a scorpion. The man who was called out had a dazed look in his eyes. His body kept trembling, and his mouth was making a grumble of unknown words. After being stunned for a moment, he suddenly looked at Tang Zhen and knelt on the ground without the slightest hesitation. "Sir Tang Zhen, You're a magnanimous person. I beg you to save me. It was my fault before. I should die. I shouldn't have had any ideas about you. As long as you can save my life, no matter what you want me to do, I will definitely not refuse. In order to save his own life, this man could not care about anything else. Even if he had to kneel in front of everyone, he did not hesitate at all. Compared to his life, what was face? When his three companions saw this, their faces revealed a hesitant expression. They seemed to want to learn from their companions and kneel down to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Tang Zhen for help. However, when they thought about how there were so many people around them, they couldn't bring themselves to do so. For a moment, they were in an internal struggle. The most important point was that Leah had guessed that she wouldn't be the next target. If she really reached the end of her rope, it wouldn't be too late to kneel down and beg Tang Zhen. After Tang Zhen thought for a moment, he said to the man who was kneeling on the ground, "If you want me to help you, you'll have to stay in everyone's sight. You can't act alone, or you'll die." That man nodded his head with all his might, indicating that he would definitely do it. Then, he rolled and crawled to Tang Zhen's side. Leah wanted to say something when she saw this, but Tang Zhen shook his head gently and gave her a look that told her to wait and see. Seeing this, Leah didn't say anything more. Tang Zhen walked towards the deep pit in front. He looked at the calm sea water under his feet. However, his heart was thinking of how to lure his target out. The man who knelt and begged for mercy just now was the best bait. It could be said that it would be a waste not to use him. This group of people had schemed against him behind his back. Tang Zhen naturally would not care about their life and death. He was already being extremely benevolent. By not killing them directly, he just wanted to make good use of the other party, to fish out the prey hidden in the deep pit and see who it was. 1818 The tense atmosphere. In front of the room where Tang Zhen and the others were staying, the four men sat at the door and refused to leave no matter what. Especially the man who had the best relationship with xianxia. He followed Tang Zhen closely, as if he would lose his life if he left. Her face was full of pitifulness, which made people angry and funny. Even though the members of the adventurer team looked disgusted, he still refused to leave shamelessly. If he could kneel down and ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For help in public, what was there that he would not do? Besides, they were not good people. It was related to their own interests, so they saw it more important than anything else. As for Tang Zhen himself, he directly ignored these four people and continued to do what he was supposed to do. In fact, it wasn't just the four men who had gathered here. The other survivors had also gathered here, naturally afraid of losing their lives. After watching Tang Zhen's earlier demonstration of the tracking technique, they simply did not disperse. This also caused the area in front of Tang Zhen's room to be extremely lively. The originally guarded mentality of the survivors had also unknowingly and quietly melted away. No matter what, this was an act of solidarity, so it was good that they understood each other. In fact, there were some people who didn't believe Tang Zhen's words. However, the sea monster was a real existence. It had once taken the lives of dozens of people. If it returned, who would be its match if it was alone? There was no harm in being careful. Everyone could look out for each other when they were together. The survivors still didn't know that the king-class sea monster was actually scared away by Tang Zhen. Otherwise, they would have been dead by now. In order to ensure that they could discover the crisis in time, some people even set up some vigilance measures. Regardless of whether they were effective or not, they could at least play a role in psychological comfort. In fact, the greatest hope of these people was still Tang Zhen, whose performance was eye-catching. After all, he seemed to be the strongest among everyone present. At this critical moment, they all hoped that Tang Zhen would step forward bravely. This way, they would be able to save their lives. Tang Zhen naturally understood the psychology of the survivors, but he had never clearly stated that he would protect them. He was naturally used by them as a gun. If necessary, he would even sacrifice some of them as bait to fish out the mysterious unknown existence. How could he care about the lives of the foreign world's aboriginals that had nothing to do with him? According to Tang Zhen's guess, that unknown existence did not have that much patience. It was likely that it would continue to take action very soon. Perhaps in its eyes, the survivors trapped in the cave had become its prey. What followed next was a long wait. After checking the creation ball's catalytic results, Tang Zhen was pleasantly surprised to discover that there was already a faint aura inside. This was the symbol of giving birth to life. A small dot today would grow into a real life in the future. This proved that his experiment was a success. As for whether it could grow into the special creature he wanted as expected, it would take time to prove it. This was a critical moment, and the creation sphere couldn't be disturbed at all. Otherwise, all their previous efforts would be in vain. This was also the reason why those artisans kept a low profile and always liked to build their laboratories in secluded places. They were afraid that accidents would happen and their hard work would be wasted. Originally, Tang Zhen had only wanted to give it a try. He really did not expect that he would actually succeed. This could be considered an unexpected joy. In this case, he had even less reason to go out early. He had set up a runic magic circle around the creation ball to ensure that no one could touch it. If anyone discovered it and forcibly destroyed it, they would directly suffer a full-force attack from him. This Sector Lord attack was no weaker than a nuclear weapon. Not only the cave, even the towns outside would be razed to the ground. Fortunately, there were very few people who could destroy the runic magic circle. Moreover, Tang Zhen was protecting them, so their safety could be guaranteed. After setting up everything, Tang Zhen heaved a sigh of relief and casually activated the runic magic circle. As the runic magic circle flashed, the creation ball in front of him suddenly disappeared. Even when he reached out to touch it, it was empty. It had already been sealed in an independent special space. Other than Tang Zhen, no one could discover its hidden location. A trace of doubt flashed in Leah's eyes when she saw this scene. Tang Zhen's performance was really beyond her expectations. Perhaps Tang Zhen was indeed a newbie in the field of creation. However, in other fields, Tang Zhen's methods had already left her in the dust. The curiosity in Leah's heart grew stronger and stronger. She was eager to know what kind of person Tang Zhen was. After confirming that the runic magic circle was operating normally, Tang Zhen turned to look at Leah beside him and said in a slightly serious tone, "It's very dangerous here right now. You'd better not be too far away from me, or it's easy for accidents to happen." Before they captured that unknown existence, even Tang Zhen could not lower his guard in order to avoid alarming this fellow. If it escaped and hid, Tang Zhen would have to go through a lot of trouble to find it again. Leah nodded. Among the people present, she was the only one who believed Tang Zhen's words the most. It's better to take the initiative to attack than to defend passively. If things are really as you say, then all of us here are in danger. Leah made her suggestion. She had obviously realized this long ago. Don't worry, as long as it dares to come out again, it will definitely not be able to escape. Seeing Tang Zhen's confident tone, a smile appeared on Leah's face. She then tried to chat with Tang Zhen. In an enclosed and oppressive environment, it was easy for people to become tired and sleepy, especially after experiencing a huge change and when their lives were not guaranteed. However, because the danger had yet to dissipate, and the rescue from the outside world had yet to arrive, no one dared to take it lightly. However, a person's energy was limited, even for cultivators. After going through a lot of trouble, the survivors were exhausted. After persevering for a period of time, someone suggested that everyone should rest in groups. This way, he could recover his physical strength and at the same time, maintain enough vigilance. Otherwise, it would only make the situation worse. This suggestion was immediately approved by everyone. After all, no one's body was made of iron. If they continued to endure like this, they might be completely crippled before the rescue arrived. There were dozens of survivors, and even if they were divided into two groups, there should be enough people to guard the area, which should be very safe. After the discussion, they immediately divided into two groups. Those in charge of guarding surrounded the outside, and those resting slept in the middle to ensure that each other could be in everyone's sight at any time. Everyone, hurry up and sleep. When it's time to change shifts, someone will wake you up. Seeing the group of people outside holding weapons and looking completely focused, the first group of people who were resting finally relaxed and laid down in a row on the spread blankets. After lying down, fatigue washed over them like a tide, and it didn't take long for someone to snore. Hearing the sounds behind them, the survivors in charge of guarding the area were full of envy. They were exhausted and wanted to have a good sleep. However, when they thought of the heavy responsibility, they could only force themselves to be alert and keep sweeping their eyes across the corners of the cave. Due to the destruction caused by the King Class C monster, most of the lighting facilities in the hotel had been destroyed, so many places were pitch black. Fortunately, the vision of cultivators was much better than that of ordinary people. Even in a dark environment, they could still barely see. There were also many gemstones that emitted light around their stronghold, so the dark environment didn't affect them much. The surroundings were silent, and only the sound of snoring could be heard. The atmosphere seemed to have become a little depressing. In order to dispel the fear in their hearts, the survivors who were in charge of security would talk to the people around them from time to time to boost their courage. But even so, they still had a feeling that there was a pair of greedy eyes in the darkness, staring at them without blinking. 1819 Here we go again. The man who was on good terms with Hassan was called Man Zi. The two grew up together and got along well with each other. Over the years, the two of them had done a lot of things like killing people and robbing goods. They had never been discovered by anyone because of the large number of people coming and going on the island. After following the dark and thin man, he had done similar things many times. However, because he concealed it very well, it had never been exposed. At this moment, the barbarian was lying on the ground, tossing and turning in his bed, unable to fall asleep. His eyes were bloodshot. Tang Zhen's previous words had caused Man Zi's heart to be in a state of suspense. He was afraid that he would fall into the deep pit like Hassan and be killed by an unknown monster. The more one belittled the lives of others, the more one would value their own life, especially for people like them. Brother, don't come looking for me. I haven't lived long enough. If you want to hate someone else, please don't hurt me. Even if it's me, I'm willing to help you. Big brother is begging you. Man Zi kept repeating in his heart. Previously, he knelt down to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks for help from Tang Zhen. Now, he was praying to the dead Hassan. He was really a person who cherished his life. As long as he could survive, the barbarian would not hesitate even if he had to exchange the lives of others for it. Because his nerves were always tense, even though the others were already asleep, he still had his eyes closed and couldn't sleep. Hassan's figure kept flashing in his mind, as if he was watching him from the side. This made Man Zi extremely irritated, almost going crazy. The barbarian wanted to shout out loud to vent the fear in his heart, but when he thought of the consequences of doing so, he could only hold it in. Everyone was already very disgusted with them. If he suddenly shouted like this, he would probably be kicked out by them and left to their own fate. The barbarian's mind was filled with wild thoughts. In the end, he opened his eyes and looked at the cave above him. The top of the cave was pitch black, and most of the gemstones used for illumination had fallen to the ground. Only a few spots still had light. The caveman stared at the ceiling of the cave in a daze for a while. Just as he was about to force himself to sleep, he discovered that the glowing gem at the top of the cave seemed to be covered by something. The gem was still glowing just a second ago, but now it was blocked. This was definitely not normal. Man Zi panicked. He suddenly felt a chill all over his body as he realized the weakness of their defensive method. Although it could prevent the enemy from approaching, the cave above them had no means of defense. In other words, the enemy could approach from the top of the cave and launch a sudden attack when they were not paying attention. The barbarian didn't dare to hesitate when he saw the danger approaching. He quickly shouted at the surrounding people to warn them. However, when he wanted to open his mouth and shout, he was shocked to find that he couldn't speak. It was as if he couldn't remember how to make a sound, and could only open his mouth in vain to let out a silent cry of fear. He's here, he's here. The caveman could vaguely see a blurry figure sticking close to the top of the cave in the darkness above his head. The figure was also staring at him. The barbarians struggled with all their might, trying to use their violent movements to remind the survivors that the monster was right above their heads and was coming down soon. However, no matter how hard he tried, his hands and feet seemed to be frozen, unable to move. It was as if his thoughts were the only thing that could move in his body. Just as he was getting more and more anxious, the glowing gem that had been blocked earlier slowly appeared again. Under the illumination of the light, a face gradually appeared. The barbarian was in complete despair when he saw the extremely familiar face that had turned white from being soaked in seawater and the pair of dead fish-like eyes. It was Hassan's face. Tang Zhen was right, he was really coming to take his life. Despair gushed into the barbarian's heart like a tidal wave. Although death was right in front of him, he had no other choice. You idiots, didn't you notice the abnormality above us? If I die, I will never let you off. Since we're going to die, we'll all die together. The caveman's heart was filled with resentment. Why am I the only one who can die when there are so many people here? This is too unfair, especially that Tang Zhen. I will definitely not let you off. From the barbarian's point of view, since Tang Zhen could guess what would happen, he would naturally have a solution. But even at this time, he still didn't make a move. Clearly, he wanted her to die on purpose. Therefore, in the barbarian's heart, the one he hated the most was not He San who demanded his life, but Tang Zhen who did not save him. As for the matter of them hiding the seven-colored sea dragon, denying and trying to kill Tang Zhen, and even preparing to plot against Tang Zhen when they were out of danger, he had already selectively forgotten about it. In short, in his heart, Tang Zhen was the one who let him down. Although many thoughts flashed through his mind, in reality, it only lasted for a moment. Then, Manzi saw He San suddenly open his mouth and a long tongue came out of his mouth and went straight to him. The tongue was in a translucent state, like a venomous snake. It descended silently in the dark and wrapped around the barbarian lying on the ground. His stiff body was wrapped around by a slippery and cold tongue, and the barbarian was slowly dragged off the ground, flying to the top of the cave. During this process, the surrounding survivors didn't notice anything strange at all, as if this incident had never happened. The barbarian's face was ashen with his eyes wide open, while He San, who was looking down at him from above, showed a strange smile. At this moment, something happened. The barbarian, who was already at the mercy of others, also had a strange smile on his face. The moment he approached He San, his body suddenly moved. Before the shocked He San could react, the barbarian reached out and hugged his neck. At the same time, he stomped his feet on the top of the cave. Plop! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground alarmed the guards. When they turned around, they saw the man Z hugging a corpse that was swollen from the water. His eyes were wide open in anger, and his face was full of pride. Unfortunately, this expression had already stiffened and was forever fixed on his face. The barbarian had also become a corpse. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked and quickly woke up the people next to them. At the same time, they kept a certain distance from the two bodies, as if they were avoiding the plague. Quickly go and invite His Excellency Tang Zhen. Tell him that the monster has indeed come. An artisan turned his head and shouted at the survivors beside him. There's no need to shout, I'm already here. Tang Zhen's voice had just sounded when he appeared beside the two corpses. He focused his attention and sized them up. He first looked at the barbarian's corpse and found that he was smiling, as if he had fulfilled some great wish. In fact, the biggest wish of people like the barbarian was nothing more than to enjoy all the glory and wealth, and be superior to others in every aspect. None of these things had been realized yet, but from the looks of it, the barbarian seemed to have been greatly satisfied. Perhaps when he was controlled by He San, his wish had changed. He wanted to die together with He San. Regardless of whether he thought so or not, Tang Zhen helped him. That was why the barbarian suddenly broke free from the restraint and pulled He San down from the top of the cave. Man Zi's life and death were insignificant. What really interested Tang Zhen was He San's corpse that suddenly appeared. If he was not mistaken, this corpse that appeared out of thin air was probably created by the barbarians. 1820 survivors in a difficult situation. No matter how he thought about it, the scene that Tang Zhen described was somewhat inconceivable. It was impossible to create a corpse with just imagination. However, in view of Tang Zhen's previous performance, everyone had no choice but to be suspicious and let their imaginations run wild. If the truth was really as Tang Zhen had said, then it would definitely be a shocking matter. This kind of ability to create things out of thin air was probably something that only the legendary top-notch artisans could barely do. However, everyone knew that the barbarian who died couldn't even be compared to an artisan apprentice, let alone a top-tier artisan. Although he was also a cultivator, his strength was ordinary and couldn't be displayed on stage. No matter how they thought about it, this was something that the barbarians couldn't do, and it was also the reason why everyone was puzzled. Tang Zhen, you said that this corpse was created by the deceased. What exactly is going on? As the situation developed, Leah felt more and more confused, and she gradually couldn't keep up with Tang Zhen's thoughts. What was in front of her now was a completely different world from the past, which made her feel nervous and excited. If someone else had asked this question, Tang Zhen might have replied perfunctorily. However, Leah had helped him a lot. He naturally had to answer her. Actually, I'm just guessing because this is a cultivation system that I've never seen before. To be more accurate, it's more appropriate to call it an innate magical ability. Leah frowned slightly, as if she didn't understand what an innate divine ability was. It might just be a cultivation culture. The so-called innate divine ability is actually the innate ability of a certain creature, but it has the magical effect of communicating with the laws of heaven and earth. The advantage of this divine power was that it could suppress those who didn't possess it. It could be said that it was impossible to guard against. It's like the difference between a bird and a beast. The ability to fly is the divine ability of a bird, and a beast can't compare to it. Leah nodded her head as if she understood. She pointed at the two corpses on the ground and asked Tang Zhen, "So, the innate divine ability of this unknown existence is to copy corpses to kill people?" Tang Zhen nodded and then shook his head. Its innate ability should be to use the memories of the dead to attack the people closest to it. The known method is to imitate a corpse. During this process, the victim's spirit would be threatened, and their blood essence would be completely drained. And NBSP, the blood essence would not disappear, but would form the corpses that one would see and then take the life of the person being attacked. If you don't believe me, you can check the barbarian's body. I've observed him, and he's actually an empty shell now. It could be said that as long as one was targeted by such a monster, the prelude to death had already been pulled open. The moment one felt that something was wrong, the death countdown would already begin. Earlier, Tang Zhen had been monitoring the survivors. However, he was still unable to discover the source of this strange energy. This caused him to be puzzled. However, after examining Heisan's body, he also understood why he could not find anything unusual after monitoring for a long time. These two corpses, with completely different appearances and bodies, actually belonged to the same person. No wonder he had not noticed anything unusual before. Just as Tang Zhen and Leah were conversing, the remaining three men had dazed expressions on their faces, as if they had lost their minds. In a short period of time, two people had been killed by a strange power, but they had not felt anything. The thought that their names might appear on the list of deaths caused them to lose their composure. "Weren't you able to protect us? Why did the barbarian die?" One of the men among the three suddenly opened his mouth. His blood-red eyes glared at Tang Zhen while his tone carried a trace of questioning. Tang Zhen frowned slightly. However, before he could speak, someone by the side angrily rebuked, "Shameless. When did Sir Tang Zhen say that he would protect you? First, you stole the seven-colored sea dragon, and then you tried to harm him in private. If it wasn't for Sir Tang Zhen's magnanimity, would you still be alive?" Hearing the survivor's scolding, the man's eyes widened and his mouth opened. In the end, he let out a sigh and sat on the ground, unable to say a word for a long time. As for his accomplices, all of them had ashen expressions on their faces. Even though their hearts were filled with unwillingness, everyone's attitude was clear. The two of them were now a burden. It was already good enough that they were not killed. The facts had already proven Tang Zhen's conjecture. This monster would search for its target based on the memories of the previous victim. If the three of them were killed, the attack would most likely end. Even at this moment, there were already some survivors who were indignant, and they looked at them with extremely unfriendly gazes. "I think we should just drive them away. We might lose our lives if we stay with them. I think it's possible. After all, they are the ones that the monster is chasing. It has nothing to do with us. It's fine to drive them away, but the exit here has been sealed. Where can they go? Aren't we still in the cave? Then we might as well just kill the three of them. That way, it might be over. It'll save everyone a lot of trouble." "That's not reliable. How do you know that the monster can't deal with us? If we leave the three of them here, we can buy some time. Perhaps it won't be long before someone opens the entrance to the cave." The crowd gathered together and discussed in low voices. However, even though they had lowered their voices, the three men could still hear them clearly. However, their faces were numb, as if they were made of clay or wood. It was as if the survivors were not talking about them at all. Nothing was more sorrowful than a dead heart. This was their current situation. Perhaps they had already decided that they would die without a doubt. Tang Zhen coughed softly when he saw the emotions of those survivors becoming increasingly agitated. He indicated for everyone to remain quiet. "Things haven't gotten out of hand yet. What you need to do now is to stay united as much as possible. Don't get into a mess. If that's the case, then it'll give the enemy an opportunity." After hearing Tang Zhen's words, the survivors hesitated for a moment, but no one raised any objections. Trapped in the cave, and now constantly facing the threat of monsters, it could be said that they had both internal and external troubles. If they didn't unite under such circumstances, they would only give the monsters the opportunity to attack them one by one. By then, no one would be able to leave alive. After seeing that everyone was silent, Tang Zhen looked at the three men and let them follow him into the guest room. At the same time, Leah and a few other artisans entered the room and shut the door tightly. No one knew what they were discussing inside. Although some survivors expressed their dissatisfaction and felt that they should not hide anything from them, they did not dare to show it. After about half an hour, three men came out of the house and sat in the crowd without saying a word. Tang Zhen and Leah came out for a walk before sitting on the chairs. They seemed to have entered a state of cultivation. After seeing that Tang Zhen did not say anything, everyone softly conversed for a while. After which, they could only follow the previous arrangement. One group would continue to be in charge of defense while the other group would rest. As for He San and Man Zi's bodies, they were buried with stones to prevent any more accidents. Everything seemed to have returned to its original state. In the dark environment, everyone was on guard against the monster's attack while anxiously waiting for help to arrive.